Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Challenger Finals. Man, it has all came down to this moment. The entire Challengers League. We got three regions competing today: NAEU and APAC. And you know what? Guess what? I got some of the finest minds here in the Challenger scene to help me break down all the action. So without further ado, I introduce to you our first set of casters for the day and our expert analysts all weekend long. It is Spaceman and Hold Ship. And let's not forget, we got Fox on the show as well, but we'll be seeing him a little bit later. Spaceman, how you been, man? It's been a while since we've been together. I think it was maybe, what, the last champs as well?
Last champs, yeah. Last time we were in the UCLA Poly Pavilion. Yeah, it's been a long time, dude. It's been a year, but listen, the whole season's come to this. I'm so excited. I'm glad to be joining with you guys. I'm so happy to be back with Alan and Fox. It's going to be a good one. It's a long weekend, but there's a lot on the line. We've already seen some upsets, so hey, you know me.
Yeah,
I love getting excited, so I can't wait. Let's get into it.
Yo, Shiv, what about you, man? Yo, it's good to be here with you once again. I believe it was champs as well when we were together, but man, what you looking forward to most this weekend?
There's a lot of teams to follow. I mean, everyone's been putting their heart on the line all year long, and it all comes down to one single weekend. It feels weird to do it online, but I think for the most part, we're going to get a look at a lot of different teams because of it, and hopefully we'll be able to build some really nice storylines off of everything we see.
I think we will be able to. It's going to be a great weekend, folks. Now, let's get you guys up to date with the schedule and what we're going to be watching first. To kick this off, it's going to be the EU winners semifinals. We're going to be bringing you guys both of those. Then from there, we're going to transition towards the NA winners round 4. And we're also going to get you some of those quarters as well, maybe even a few semis. We'll see what we can do. And to round off the day, we got our APAC final. We'll be watching the losers finals and grand finals of that one. They'll be brought to you guys live, so that's going to be a great matchup there. Now, let's get you guys up to date with the format. How did we get to this point? Well, in NA and EU, we had 24 teams who qualified through challenger points, 8 more teams who came through the LCQ. That gave us a whopping 32 teams seeded by challenger points. Now, let's flip on over towards APAC, where we just had, it was pretty much the same format, but with just less teams here. We had 12 teams come through challenger points and 4 teams through the LCQ. Now, guys, let's talk about each one of these regions here and talk about the qualified teams and some of these teams that made it through the LCQ. So let's kick it off with APAC. Now, we know that the team that came through LCQ was Team Titans. Space, you've been watching this region for a while. How awesome is this Team Titan squad?
I mean, they're great, man, but again, I think there's just still this meta that we have to run through with a bunch of these LCQ teams, which is they battle through a gauntlet to get here, but the road is not over. You have to go up against Chiefs and Renegades. Those are the top 2 teams in APAC. We'll update you guys on the bracket, but it's a bit of a bloodbath in APAC. Those are the top 2, so if you're able to make your way through the bracket and find success, you might have a chance at the top spot, but it's gonna be rough, man. This whole bracket's been run by Chiefs and Renegades for the entire year, so we'll see how it works.
It definitely has. Now, whole shift, we have our 16 qualified teams that made it into this final. Now, was it anyone here that surprised you or you were happy to see make it?
Not too many surprises, I think, overall. Like Sean says, we'll take a look at the bracket, and you'll see your usual top 4. We're your top 4 once again. But it was just kind of fun, I think, mostly to go through that LCQ weekend and give a chance for these players that we've never heard of before, never seen before, a chance at the big stage, at least in some instance, right? And I think that's the most exciting thing about it. So even though it is a little bit of smaller of a region, the competition, I would say, is still pretty high overall.
Yes, it is. And folks, guess what? We got a bracket for you guys, okay? Because, spoiler alert, you know, most of the region has been completed and we have our final 2 matches left here. Now, as we're looking at our losers bracket currently, as we can see in the losers finals is going to be Renegades enthroned. And we heard Space talk about earlier how it was going to be Renegades and Chiefs, the top dogs here in the region. Now, let's see how did Renegades fall down here towards the loser side of the bracket. Well, they went up against Chiefs in the winners finals, and guess what, guys? They had a nail biter of a series, man. Space, was that what you was expecting?
I mean, yeah, these two teams generally go to game 5, and most of the time it's been Renegades has been able to squeak by, but that story can only be the way it is for so long, right? We're coming into Champs Weekend where upsets are known, and at this point, everyone knows each other's tendencies. The personality of teams really comes through. Chiefs is able to win, so now they sit in the grand finals, and they have a cushion of a second best of 5 should we go there. So it's up to Renegades to make the comeback and really put the staple as the best team in Apac if they want to win this thing.
Man, ain't nothing like having that cushion of a second best of 5, especially when you're playing for as much money as we are this weekend. And now when it comes down to the APAC region, 50K total in that prize pool. 15K for first, 10 for second, and 5 for third. Now, we know that all our matches at the end of the day are going to be 5K matches, each one of these series. Throne versus Renegades, and whoever has to play the Chiefs in the final. So that's going to be exciting towards the end of the day. Now, let's move on over towards our NA recap for the LCQ. Oh, shit. One thing that everybody's about to see is that Atlanta FaZe Academy, they progressed on through the LCQ. What are they even doing here?
Well, this is what happens. Again, there was a roster lock that was established at the end of the Toronto home series. If you wanted to make a roster change going into champs, you had to play through the LCQ. So teams like the Atlanta FaZe Academy and our Western squads, who are pretty heavy favorites to get far into the NA tournament in a whole, they had to go through and kind of play through the formality of what was this LCQ. And as expected, they didn't have too many problems qualifying.
Yeah, no, they didn't have any whatsoever, just completely running through the competition there. Now, Atlanta FaZe Academy is just one of the teams that qualified. Let's take a look at the rest when it comes down to it. In Space, what I want to ask you is this. We know how talented Atlanta FaZe Academy is, but who else are going to be the contenders that we want to be watching out for this weekend?
Well, look, we have to take a look at Wester. We have to take a look at UIU. UIU's been one of the best teams in North America for the better part of the season. I'm interested in wondering how Aches is going to do. Aches is now in this bracket playing under Unjustified. So if we get championship version Aches, we could see a dark horse there. 5-star as well with Haggy and Goon and Fame. That's a powerhouse team to look out for. There's a bunch in North America that could take it this weekend.
No, it definitely is. And hey, I would love to see a championship Sunday version of Ace. Who wouldn't, right? Now, you guys, what are they playing for this weekend, okay? Well, folks, this is one of the largest prize pools that we've ever seen when it comes down to this level of tournament play. 50K for first place. Guys, what do y'all think about that?
It's a lot of money, man.
It's a lot of money. That was my big takeaway.
I haven't seen a prize pool like this, especially for the challengers scene in a long time, hell, ever. But it's nice that these players have something to play for. And, when it comes down to this level versus the pro level at the top. Now, let's take a look at our EU recap here and talk about the LCQ and the teams that came through. Now, Money 10 Squatty was the team that qualified. Hoship, what's the story with this team here?
Stories Amelia Rose! Female gamers rise up! This is at least one of the first times I could really say that we've had a female Call of Duty player make it into the championship weekend. I might be mistaken as dating further back, but at least in the immediate history, that's been the case. And it's just exciting to see that, she's been a notable streamer. A lot of people have been checking out her content. She's nasty at the game. And, well, she's able to help her team qualify for finals. Unfortunately, they didn't make it much further past the opening rounds, but it was still exciting nonetheless because they're playing some pretty clean Call of Duty overall.
Well, let's take a look at the 32 qualified teams first. Then we'll take a look at the bracket. Now, Space, we know that TN Squatty made it through, but when it comes down to the EU region, who should the fans be watching out for?
I mean, look, how many times can we beat this dead horse? War is the #1 team. We're looking at Singularity, which we will probably jump into in a little bit. They're probably the #2, 3 team right behind Train Hard and Connect 5, which actually just dropped into losers bracket. So those are the top 4 teams that that Europe has had throughout the majority of this season. Connect 5 gets a little bit of an upset. I believe Mazer also got knocked out at top 24. So some notable names that are dropping early, but yeah, it's nothing new at this point. War, Train Hard, Connect 5, all those guys. That's who we're keeping our eye on this bracket.
Well, we can take a look at our losers bracket and see how some of the guys got eliminated and where the chips are stacking. Hoship, what stands out to you here?
Watch out for Team Moon. This is the Moose Man is back in the action. We haven't seen Moose play all year long, and everyone in Europe was saying that he's an absolute unit on the main AR. So if you're looking for a lower bracket run, it could possibly be Team Moon to do it from the top side. But like Sean mentioned, it is a surprise to see Connect 5 drop this early on. This is absolutely a squad that has anticipations of finishing top 4, if not making a grand finals. And the fact that they're already in losers round 4 is definitely a disappointment this early.
Well, as we can see, Connect 5 lost to Team BDS, and we're going to be seeing them against Team Singularity in our first matchup of the day. Sean, are you surprised by Team BDS's performance? Well, tell me a little bit about this team.
I mean, look, I'm surprised on the matchup's performance, but BDS is a good squad, and I know Alan has some info about where their current status is as a team, and I know that Singularity is playing from a team house, but I mean that's no shade to BDS. We just all expected Connect 5 to be the superior team. They're not today, and BDS now, if they can take out Singularity and make it to a finals, I honestly don't know how this bracket will shake out at the end of the day.
Well, we'll see if Connect 5 can bring it all together, because folks, guess what? This region is playing for a whopping 200K. First place taking away 40 grand here, and that's a big chunk of change. And we know that these guys are going to be putting their best foot forward. Hell, the battle has already started, and we're going to start breaking down our first series of the day, folks. It's going to be Team BDS versus Team Singularity. And now, you know what, Schiff? I want to bring this one on over to you first. Team BDS. They knocked Connect 5 down to that losers bracket, okay? What will this team need to do to take down Team Singularity?
The thing about this BDS squad, a lot of people early on in the year were talking about the fact that because this is a fully French event, or French team rather, they were kind of hosting a couple of players and a couple of teams to victory. Well, the thing about it is this squad is good. You see their overall average placements throughout the online scene, and it's all top 8 all the way through. It's been very impressive, and a lot of it, I have to imagine, is riding behind the power of two very familiar faces in Zeke and Natche. They qualified through the PLQ last year as overtime. They will likely be running double ARs throughout the most part of the day today. And really, honestly, in EU, if you have two really solid AR players in this current meta, you can beat anybody. So as much as it is a surprise that they're able to take down Connect 5, I'm not super surprised, because this BDS squad has showcased throughout the entirety of the year that they're prone to finishing top 8, top 6, and even as good as making a grand finals a single time this year.
Okay, nice. Well, Space, you heard the breakdown there from Schiff right there.
Yeah.
BDS, they got a nice combination of players from sub to ARs to really get this one done. But Team Singularity, we know this is a squad that made it to champs last year. They've been playing together for a while. They've been out here in the N8 region. They've moved over back towards EU. What's so special about Singularity?
Look, aside from 2 or 3 roster changes, the consistency, I think that's the number one thing, is that this Singularity team has found ways to make themselves towards the top 4 part of the bracket each and every time. You look at the average placing, you have 2, 5, 2 all the way across the board. It's a top 3 for the entire team. Bids, Detain, Insight, these guys have been a trio for a long time, all the way back towards Black Ops 4. And I've talked to their coach, and he says we feel good in all respawns. The S&D's been a little bit shaky, but they've been able to clean that up. The biggest question again is, can Singularity get over the hump? And the hump has always been, can they make it to a grand finals? When they do, they've made it close with War, but they haven't really been able to win since they've been in North America. And when they went back to Europe, same story. They're still struggling a bit. So this weekend could change everything. It's just about how they come out hot and if they do it right.
This weekend can definitely change everything, man. This is what it all comes down to. You think about all the practice leading up to this point, all the preparation, all the tournaments and team changes and drama to get here. Folks, it's not easy to make it to champs, man, but the time is now, and it's time to kick off our first series of the day. Boys, let me know who you guys think are going to come out on top. Schiff, who's your pick?
It's hard to not favor Singularity, but my big question here is, what are they going to do to get a second AR online? Since they dropped Maple, Spaceman, I was a little bit surprised by it. Maple was one of those guys that at the beginning of the year was absolutely a top AR in the game. A couple of meta swaps happened. He's not finding the same kind of favor. Insight picks up the main AR. But right when they dropped Maple is right when it went back to a double AR meta. So I'm definitely interested to see what Singularity is going to bring to the mix as far as getting that second AR online.
Yeah, and he was kind of the duo with Insight. So the fact that that's not there now, and we know how the team changes have gone with this team, Shift, I don't know, man. I think it's going to be kind of interesting, right? Like, Singularity just 3-0'd in their last series. This could be a cakewalk. It could be a bloodbath down to around 11 game 5. Who honestly knows? But if you're BDS, you have to just weather the storm. You have to keep Detained in lock. You have to watch out for Chain with his sub and make sure that you respond to Insight, because he will light you up in the kill feed.
Yeah, that SMG line versus SMG line battle, I think, is actually maybe more interesting than who's running the second AR, if they're running one at all, because it is Hackney Yard for Singularity. And Yuzul, a nice little start for him as he locks things down right outside the first hardpoint. BDS with a great start. The majority of the first 30 seconds go their way. They still have numbers inside the warehouse itself to take the lion's share of the back half of this hardpoint. And now we just look, as we typically do here, Spaceman Tour, the second hardpoint, the tire shop, right-hand side, Singularity in control. They need to make sure they hold it for a full 60.
Yeah, and congrats, wonderful. You've gained the first 15 seconds. Now we're looking at P2. 42 uncontested. It's relatively good for BDS off the start, but that won't last for too much longer. On the top of the side of your minimap, it was Bids who actually spawns all the way towards P2. He's going to hold down and lock down that lane at green, and Insight will stay inside and soak up the beginning part of the time. So right now, the pressure just on BDS to find their way forward, see if they can grab a couple of kills and make Singularity uncomfortable on the hill.
Well, so far, not so good, as they're still spawning really far out. Good zone being placed here from Singularity. You see Chain watching one side, the majority of his teammates watching the south part. And yeah, this is what we typically come to expect. It's just so difficult to get through this kind of blue gate area to try to influence those spawns, let alone the hard point itself. So now with 25 seconds, we start to tilt our heads over towards where that third hard point will be. And even though Zach will see the hard point for a moment, he won't fully influence it for more than just a couple of seconds. Singularity are actually pinned up a little bit inside the tire shop trying to exit, so this will do well for BDS, who, even though they do give away the majority of the second hard point, they should be able to zone pretty successfully for the exits going to P3.
Yeah, and you're kind of counting your blessings for BDS for the amount of time you're able to grab at P1. So now on the rotation, you give up essentially a full hill, but hey, the scoreline doesn't look too bad because you have the position as well. And Zach will usually be the first man in, able to pick up one. Chain will drop. And now we'll start to see kind of the collapse from BDS as they want to lock down some of these spawns. As Detained rotating around, he gets through untouched, unscathed, and the teammates there for support. It's Insight, takes out Zeke, and now you get the trophies down. You can soak up a bit of time, but credit where credit is due. It's BDS putting some numbers in the hill, and no one really able to get a strong footing just yet.
Yeah, big spawn flip coming out, though, for Singularity. Getting over to that left-hand side means that not only will they be quick to potentially get to this smokestack, but they'll eventually be set up for our next big money hill, which is in that back docks warehouse. Chain trying to walk over towards the bottom side of the L hall from the warehouse. Oh, no, that can't happen. I think there was a little bit of help being put in from Depa, but a bit of a spin on there as BDS will find the kills, and now as Singularity are tilting their heads over towards the fourth hard point, it'll be BDS actually soaking up a pretty good portion of this scrap time.
It's a bit of a slow start for Natche, so if you're Singularity, you might want to capitalize on this opportunity to really rack up the score just a bit more. 5-11 to kick off the game, and he's one of those ARs who, when he lights up, it's hard to shut him down. The biggest question, again, is where's the rhythm here for BDS? Is Singularity's inside first? Two are going to hit from the back for BDS. They lock it down. Gizmo on your screen will not survive the entry, but teammates are there. The trades from Singularity buy enough time. Plenty of time still to fight over and soak up, but it's BDS with mid-map control. Are they able to actually push through and get the top green pressure that they want? Right now, it doesn't look like they're able to find anything.
And you saw for a second there as Gizmo came off respawn, he has picked up a second AR coming up for this new hill that's about to pop in the next 20 seconds. Nice shots here from Detained as he will triple up 13 and 12, looking for a fourth, not able to get the last bullet to connect. So Yuzul has actually done well to open up an avenue of approach for BDS to work their way in towards where these fifth hardpoint spawns will be. And even though they won't be able to really contest for the scrap time of the green office, they will be in a good spot to potentially swing back and get a money hill of their own.
Our first team to hit 100 points here. Singularity now in the driver's seat. As we look at the rotation, it will be BDS set up first, and Zach is going to want to hold down that L hallway because that cuts off the mid pressure and it gives you a chance to rotate back. Should someone break, two players from Singularity trying to work their way through, but it's Depa underneath. Has a couple of key gunfights if he can win. Thankfully, his teammates are there to help with support. AR's looking over, but the trade not quick enough. Zeke picks up Bids. Insight trying to work through the back. He picks up one, and he will stay alive for the moment. Now he drops with a great nade. So again,
he's flipped the spawns out too, Spaceman.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. So there is a potential here for a 1v1 for the scrap time. Won't come through for Singularity. BDS will retain the pressure, even though there was a couple of scary moments, like you mentioned, all of it coming from Insight, who's now 14-9. So with the last 15 seconds likely being tilted in favor of Team BDS, they will be in a pretty significant spot with the lead. But as you see the rotation that's coming through, everyone is desperately trying to work their way across to get in position for what eventually will be our second hard point again.
It's actually a massive chance for Bids to stay alive. The teammates are there as Gizmo cleans up the third. And Bids can work this back angle, and if they have the forklift spawn, you know that they're going to set up for P2. They're already thinking 2 hills ahead. And once again, Singularity find themselves in the hill first. They lost about 59 seconds. We're talking about a whole hill time on the first rotation. So are they able to actually close things out and find a way to pick up more than 1 second? We'll see if they're actually able to do it. As Depa flying in, picks up 3. He's going to stay alive in the hill. Teammates in there for support, dipping and diving his way around nades, and the contest not yet to come in for Singularity.
Sometimes it feels like you're just getting exploded from every single angle when you're in this little bottom garage. Trucks, explosive canisters, grenades, everything just seems to be blowing up in your face. As Singularity will try to commit for a couple of more seconds on this first hard point, making sure that BDS not just, again, on the outside looking into the second hard point, but beyond that, they won't be able to do too much damage on this first hill. So with the last 5 seconds, looking like it's going to go to Singularity. They're once again set up their very aggressive zone right in front of the tire shop as our second hard point opens up.
I'm going to call our attention again back to Natche, 14 and 21, Usual at 10 and 19. But hey, thank God you have someone like Zeke and Zach on your team, 22 and 16, 21 and 11. They're stepping up when they need the kills. They do retain the lead up until this final P2 rotation. And once again, Singularity getting a couple of opening entries, but they're finally getting the right time that they needed to open up this game. They were lagging behind in that department as 3 will try to flood in. It's Zeke. Can he make the entry work? Not going to happen. The numbers there from Singularity. They win the front fight and they get the time as well. But again, a good pressure from BDS, just not able to hold.
They misread it just barely. Like we had mentioned the first time around, it's so difficult to block out the spawns for the second hard point. And you saw for a second there, Natche, he was on the bottom side. He thought that his teammates spawned up and useless. And he's thinking, okay, we flipped them out. That wasn't the case. Singularity spawned up once more in front of the second hard point. That was enough for them to sneak right back in and once again take the better part of the back half of this hard point. 207, 152. Not out of the world of possibility, but a pretty good cushion here for Singularity going into what is usually our 2 scrappiest hills of this map.
With how quickly Singularity's been able to break these hills, if you're BDS, you need to hold on to a majority of this time. We're talking 35, 40 seconds. That's got to be your primary focus, as Usual's going to light up 2. They drop them as quickly as they try to make their way in. And again, time to BDS as they're going to hit 170 and counting. They should be able to at least get close to tying up this game by the time this hill leaves and we hit our rotation. But Singularity not out of it yet. They're continuing to fly on in. Let's see if they can pick up the kills. Not going to happen. If they do get them on the outside, that's 4 dead if you're BDS. Usual still staying alive. AR in hand. Not going to make any bit of difference. 14 seconds left. We're going to look at that rotation on the bottom side of your minimap.
Risky play from Singularity as they not only tried to hit the contest time on the scrap, but you also saw a couple of members wanting to flip the spawns around, which nearly led to BDS if they could have found one good wipe to not just securing the scrap, but also getting themselves into the office. 1v1 for the initial time. It's Chain who's able to win it just a bit off screen. And now as we swap to his POV, he's looking to potentially put this game away for Singularity, who could absolutely win it here, and especially when Chain is killing like that. 4 members in green surrounding the office hill at 225 to 186. BDS is looking pretty desperate.
You can see Usual on the bottom side of your minimap. He's working all the way around Warehouse, trying his best to grab spawns. The only issue, it's not working out. BDS now have a chance to break on in, but here they go. 3 kills in a row, make that possibly 4. Gizmo's in a power spot. Can they break on in? You only got 5 seconds. The flood not going to work. It's Singularity who hold on, and it's Singularity who will take map 1. They don't let BDS get anywhere near the hill, and those kills give them a game 1 victory.
Tight one. Really tight one there, Sean. I think the bigger kind of storyline throughout that, why does Singularity win? They do the better job of holding on to that second hard point 2 times in a row. So as we get a little picture-in-picture, looking at our North American scene, you wanted to see AX play. I'm wanting to see AX play. We're going to get that highly rated gaming in North America going up against Unjustified. This is a winners round 1 matchup. So we're in map number 1, I believe, here. And we'll be governor for our hard point. And yeah, I'm interested to see what Aix is not only going to do play-wise, but what is he using weaponry-wise? Because Apac has been the guy in the challenger scene who's mostly been dictated as the main AR player.
Yeah, and he was a flex last year, so if they put him at the main AR, that means they have some kind of knowledge that, hey, we don't need him to run the sub, and usually you're going to be looking at Profizi and Spacely to be running that duality. On the other side, though, I love the highlighted team. Like, just take a look. Coots, Phenom, and Dylan. 3 guys who have had chemistry together. Coots has been around for so long, so many different locals. Phenom and him have some experience. Dylan, who I think was a new pickup, but again, this team is pretty good, right? If you want to just look at challenger to challenger base, but look, the dark horse, Profizi, Apac, Aches, Spacely, like, I could not smile any harder if I tried.
Yeah, and you also have Sharon, highly rated, who's been around for a long time, played with players like Miyagi, I think Kolchan as well back at the day, so he's trying to find his rise to fame, although this year has been a difficult one in total for highly rated. We'll see what they're able to do in this, I would say, a bit of an upset matchup potentially, even though Unjustified have not really been tested in the challenger scene since that Aches has been only a part of the squad for a couple of weeks in total with Spacely. Essentially, since we announced that the LCQ and finals were going to be a thing, this roster started to come together. And for highly rated, not bad off the first hard point, plus the better part of this second hard point is Apac is showing you another conversation point. It's the Ram 7. He's going to be able to find 2 kills, but that's where his spree will end. Fortunately, Unjustified will be able to reinforce the contest for the last 20.
We've seen the Ram 7 become like a challenger's meta in the past 3 or 4 weeks. Thank you very much, Parasite, for that one. I know Profizi is an early adopter of essentially the Uzi and everything else, but it's Apac's Ram in hand, looking for Phenom behind the boxes. He will get called out and has to be careful. He gets cut down. So luckily for highly rated, if you're a fan of them, they will hold on to spawns and they'll grab time for new. The first one inside will be Coots. He's usually the objective, so if they can clear him out, it's usually easy pickings on everyone else, but rotating through the top of Coles, it will be Unjustified trying to get the break.
This is good for highly rated. They're putting a lot of attention to the middle of the map, so as soon as Unjustified commit to making the hit through Cole, their flank will be completely wide open, which is where you see Phenom. He's just watching the reinforcements come off of spawn. You have to be careful of how long you stay here, though, because you're under the threat of potentially getting your spawns flipped yourselves if you win a couple of convincing gunfights, but that doesn't come through. This is a picture-perfect hold from highly rated. Spaceman, you're talking about how this squad, they are no slouches at all, and you're seeing that based off this setup. Spacely is going to try to find his way into break, and it looks like that will be enough for Unjustified to maybe contest this back time. But of course, our feature matchup on the left-hand side from Europe is this BDS and Singularity Winners semifinals, so our attention will be sticking with them as they go back live.
We'll bring you updates. Don't worry, guys, but we have to go right back to our marquee game of the day, which, of course, there's a lot on the line here, right? Like, the winner of this will move on in towards the top 2 part of the bracket. Loser will find themselves in the bottom, but hey, we're going to jump back to Unjustified and highly rated gaming for the moment. We'll see if we get back to Singularity, but Shift, I mean, I don't think a lot of people expected BDS and Singularity to be together at this part of the bracket. What can you speak to just the team of BDS themselves, how they've managed to find their way here?
This is a group of 5 that's been a group of 5 since day one, and I am a big proponent of the fact that you find a good group of 5, maybe not a perfect group of 5, but at least a good group of 5, and you work together on getting better and better week in and week out. Yeah, you're overall going to see better overall placements, so you're going to find a way to surprise teams like Connect 5 and stay in the series versus teams like Singularity, as Death is trying to navigate a 1v2 with 15 seconds. No bomb for him at the moment, but he's trying to wiggle his way forward. Unfortunately, he will be found out pretty quickly, and Singularity will take the first round.
Singularity was a staple in S&D, I know, when they were competing in the North American part of the circuit. Earlier in the year, they were wiping the floor with some of the teams moving back to Europe. It's a bit of a different story, right? One of the dead, I guess, paradigms that EU used to have was that, oh, it's all S&D, no respawn. In recent years, that's never been the case. But I know that S&D is still a staple of European Call of Duty, and they have lived up to that. They have found a way to consistently find themselves in the winning part of these games, and it just speaks to kind of how Insight and Detain and Chain have chemistry together. These guys have been playing on a team for a long time, and look, they're one of the best S&D players in the European region. It's going to be exciting to see what they can do.
It's also a bit surprising, I think, just the dynamic. You mentioned it when we were kind of framing up this matchup. Singularity and their constant roster changes since they really came back from North America. It was Chain that initially was dropped for Gizmo. And then, like we mentioned just a couple of weeks ago, Maple was let go and Chain was brought back in. So we'll see if that's going to be the recipe for success, as Singularity found the first couple of kills. But the big problem is still trying to deal with Zach in the back of this B site. He's found 1 kill, and that hasn't at least influenced Bids to not plant the bomb, as he will stick it. He's got good reinforcements, but as the rotation will come from BDS on the minimap, Zach just needs to stay alive. He's done extremely well, and the reinforcements, they'll be here soon.
Oh, just able to bamboozle, dip, and dive. Oh, he gets behind two. This could be perfect timing. 1v1. Well, essentially inside the box, able to make it work. Just, if you guys want to talk about the perfect way to play S&D, a little bit of simp vibes from back at the Toronto Grand Final. Somehow stays alive throughout all of that, and just a heads-up play to rotate through as BDS picks up a round.
You know, at the beginning of the year, you look at players like Zach and Yuzel, and you kind of sit there and say, are these really the best options? Because Black Ops 4 year, I think most of them were just kind of sitting in the coaching and analyst role throughout the majority of the year when overtime had been qualified. But these guys could play, man, and that is an absolutely high caliber play for Zach to not only get a kill, but to keep his life for as long as he did, waiting for his reinforcements to get there from the A rotation. And then he's able to actually find both of the kills by slipping around Singularity. Yeah, that's impressive. A very big moment as BDS able to tie things up. Scope for Gizmo inside the A site. That's different. He'll find himself the first blood because of it. And Shane will follow up. Again, first blood tilting the advantage of Singularity.
If he's hitting like that, now the threat of that bomb moving forward is essentially nullified. The biggest question again is, will they make the long rotation over? I believe the only player out is Bids, who's at mid-map. That's a big nade. Numbers quickly falling for BDS as Yuzel and Zach are your last people alive. You do have bombs still, but they still want to fight it at top apartments. Chain not going to give up that angle anytime soon. Well, I say that, never mind. He jumps out, gets taken down. Numbers advantage still to Singularity, but questionable plays nonetheless. Will this bomb move forward? He's waiting for Bids. Perfect timing, but not a lot of room to work with. And Shift, Singularity will pick up their second round.
Yeah, first blood advantage has been big so far for Singularity. First 3 rounds, I believe. We didn't really get a chance to watch all of the first round, but the numbers looked good for Singularity in what was that final 2v1. And, well, even in that last round, they find first blood, and this time once again. So that's going to have to change for BDS. Yeah, you're lucky, I would say, to find that first round because Zach makes a special play happen in what was essentially a 1v4 situation for him until he got help. So for BDS, you got to find a way to at least mitigate Gizmo, if not just elude him completely. If he's going to keep sniping and find the success that he's had so far, that is something that needs to change for BDS.
An aggressive two-person hit right through the smoke. I love this play. Only problem is that Zach's back there. Gizmo will see you later. Bomb still hesitant to move forward. I think that was the opening kill that they needed. Gizmo at 1 and 3. We'll see him at the next life. Inside at 4 and 1. And it looks like it's going to be a very timid A hit as 3 players from BDS are stacked inside. 2 on the outside playing at an off angle who can rotate in should there be a necessary chance for a trade.
This is still a very doable round for Singularity. They've got numbers, and I was about to say, Natshe, he wasn't really sure how he wanted to play from the top side of apartments. Detain catches him with a knife out, looking for a trade. We'll get there. The double peek comes through, pushing forward aggressively. Depa, he'll find a second, looking for number 3. He'll do it. Insight there to at least keep the numbers even to a 1v1. But time might be the biggest enemy here for Insight, as there's no way Depa repeats this. Surely he knows. Oh my goodness. Just stay alive, Depa. I don't know if they know the bomb is down, though, but at least you have the information of where Insight is. He's lost his dead silence. This will be a completely loud 1v1, but catches the toes. And Singularity able to steal away another round.
Questionable challenge from Depa.
Yeah.
I understand the thought process, no doubt, but at that point, it's essentially up to just Insight to go for the chase, right? He's on the hunt. He has to find the kill. Just back up, watch the site, and do your best to stay alive. But again, it's rounds like that where it can be so easy to make that mistake. You know, maybe a 50-50 chance you don't do it again. But that's where Singularity capitalized. That's how they run away with SNDs, and it makes it difficult if you go down too well to bounce back in a series. Peek him again. Gizmo's going to hit the shot. No way through the smoke he'll make it too. But the entry from Singularity and Gizmo with the car, why not Optic Van? Hello, how you doing? Detain makes it 3. All of a sudden, everything crumbling for BDS. They get an entry from Natshe. Gizmo with 4 kills in the round. And he is shutting down everything that BDS is throwing.
Yeah, Singularity is looking very good on this search and destroy overall. First blood game has been in their favor. Majority of rounds, with the only exception being the one previous to this, but just how they've kind of worked defensively. We saw that one interesting strat where Gizmo pulls a sniper rifle inside of A. The next round, he's trying to dead silence hit through smoke, aggressively on the attack through mid. There's just so many different looks that Singularity are throwing at BDS. And it looks like at the moment, they're a little bit caught off guard. That said, they're doing well to keep it close, but Insight, you could definitely tell, is feasting off of the situation at hand as he is 7-1. Zeke is still trying to get on the scoreboard. And here's another hit right through the middle. Double smoke this time coming out. Shane will find first blood. Bid's able to survive through a nade. Now all of a sudden, him and Gizmo are looking to make a move on the A site. But just as they were hoping they would be able to set things up for a pinch, it's actually the middle of the map that collapses for BDS, leading to now their numbers advantage at 3v2.
All the way out is detained. He's making a very long rotation all the way around Hazmat. At the top of your minimap, I think he actually might get good timing right behind Zach, but he elects to play off an adjacent angle, and I think that Zach realizes that, hey, no one's been peeking mid for a bit, so be a little bit precautious looking behind me, but everyone else just taking their time. Bids might make the long rotation to B. I think they want to clear out the site, but you're wasting time, 33 seconds. The longer you take, the longer they'll realize something's up.
Well, this is interesting. They have an opportunity to move through. The problem is Zach on the back, and he's dealt with. So now with only a couple of seconds left, the bomb will be stuck. Detain is not really holding the weapon that he wants for that angle, so he'll change things up. His dead silence is in effect. He's also found himself an M4 to play with. And as this dead silence expires, what do you do from here, Detain? Because as you lose your teammate, you're gonna have to check this bomb. There's one up top, one player defusing. He can't see the angle though, and BDS, they'll stick the defuse, and Depa will clutch things up, now making it a 2-4.
Just good heads up play from BDS. If you don't know where he's at, you've already checked the back, just hop it. Do your best to try to get the defuse if you can. It was a good break from Singularity, being able to work that bomb through. I guess the only problem, again, was just the long rotation, the way it took just a little bit too much time. And from what turned out to be a very rough start of the round, dropping numbers quickly, they surely made the most of it. 4-2 for BDS as they are now on the attack, trying their best to crawl back in this S&D. Well, that first blood will surely help. Sniper out of the equation.
Here comes the full hit. They realize they've got a numbers advantage, but Detain, he's done well to find two. He's sitting really just inside the apartment complex, and with all the counter nades that came out, BDS couldn't fully hit the site. So now the bomb has been dropped. Zeke with an AR is going to try to get some favor on that Shane, and are you kidding me? Somehow he found the head. Looked like he was just spamming the angle, and Shane just overpeaked and touched. The grenade's in a pretty solid spot, but it won't actually connect for any information. So Detain once again up top. He'll find his third kill in the round, leaving Zeke and Zach to a 2v3. Now all of a sudden a 2v2. Nice shoulder peek from Zeke. He'll win a second. Good help from Zach in the mix. And now all of a sudden a 2v3 turns into a 2v1. Not a lot of time to play. Insight might just let this bomb get planted. He sees the back shoulder of Zach, but can't confirm the kill, and it'll reset our 1v2.
Oh, don't do it to him, Insight. Oh, just misses the elbow. And they won't lose those. BDS do grab the round. Zeke started off this game 0-5, Alan. 0-5. He's currently sitting at 5-6. So, I mean, a hell of a rebound, and I think that's made the difference here. They're just one round away from tying this game up.
Goodness, man, this is a really good search and destroy. I mean, we're seeing just a lot of incredible things. BDS doing a really great job just kind of reconciling themselves when they're in an odd man situation against their favor, I guess I should specify. But on the opposite front, if you're looking for clean and polished openings, Singularity has thrown a lot of cool looks at BDS offensively, and they keep kind of flexing Gizmo back and forth on the sniper rifle, both on the attack and on the defense. This time, though, he's not going to see much. He's been realizing that Zach has been playing this angle on the backside of the bus stop, and if there is too much of a shoulder, he might be able to rip it right off, but it's Zeke in the middle of the map who's able to find first blood, and that'll do well again for BDS to carry some numbers into the middle portion of this 8th round.
Well, up towards Water Street, it is chained, so it looks like it's going to be a B hit, but Yuzo could actually cut off 2. Should he get lucky, play the trade if he's able. 50 seconds and counting. Round slowly ticking away. That's a big pick. Gizmo does take out Zach. Now the back's opened up. You can see Chain, who's moved up as well. He gets the call out that it's all clear, but the only issue is one player is up towards apartments. Insight now has to rotate around. That's a big gunfight. The Yuzo wins on Chain.
Depa can't get away. He reads the information just a touch late. This is a great rotation from Singularity. They realize that
top.
2 ARs are sitting in the middle. Call out Natshe up top. He goes to the pistol, and apparently that works okay. He's not going to go back. Almost pistol whips a second. Questioning the play a little bit, I think we both are, as far as, okay, we'll see how things go. A little bit of a pinch coming through here, but Gizmo detained. They do well to deal with one side of the pinch, and that'll be now a 2v1 situation. Yuzul, no dead silence, has shrugged one player off, and he's going to stick this. He knows he hit one hard. Here comes the double chow coming through. They'll get there, and it is in time for the 5th round for Singularity.
This is about as close as you're going to get in some of the instances we've seen to high-level CDL S&D. Both these teams playing it almost flawlessly. A couple of small mistakes, but in general, just the reads from either side have been damn near flawless. 5-3, match point for Singularity, and possibly going up 2-0 in the series. BDS need a little bit of magic. They lose their sniper in the back. They lose their odd man out. And that opened up B site, but it was a win from Insight, who eventually rotated that bomb through to A. Now, up to Depa and crew. Trophies down. Let's see if they can get picked again. If not, they'll work their way inside, but 2 up top. It's Chain, Insight in the back, and Detain with them.
This trophy that's down for Depa is going to play a pretty big role, as Singularity will be blind from early information, although Depa gives them an angle, which almost nearly results in him being blooded. And, well, the trophy's not going to keep him safe from nades coming through the small door windows, so now he's a bit nervous as far as who might be close, and somehow he actually catches Detain, who must have been weakened up by somebody else. Now Depa doing a little bit of parkour up top. He's going to try to track down one. Gizmo hits the headshot. That'll do well to make sure that Singularity do not lose full control of this A site. We're going to go to a 3v3, 35 seconds to play, and BDS, they're realizing that this A site is absolutely not clear.
And the pressure again is just on BDS to make a play. It's Insight who opens it up. Zeke will respond, 2v2. Yuzul, your bomb carrier. He's going to work his way towards mid-tracks. Catches one. They're going to get this bomb down now. Pressure on Gizmo. Can he clutch a 1v2? Gets one with the pistol. Super weak, but now he has the M4 as well. Plenty of time. Can he read it? Oh, they're going to catch each other.
I just got major Die Hard vibes. Now I have a machine gun. So 1v1. Dead silence is going to expire here, though, for Gizmo. And this is going to put him in a really tough spot, Sean. He's going to smoke this. Maybe trying to bait out to see if he can grab an angle on the kill first. Spam shots come through. Gizmo can actually challenge us. He'll see the angle. Semtex will come through. He's going to have to stick this.
He could have just challenged, probably won the gunfight and gotten the defuse. He gets it! What? Gizmo with the clutch. They're going to take it by 3 seconds, 6-3 win, game 2. That was such an awkward 1v1, but it works. Singularity. Find a way. Okay. All right.
Wow. Well,
that was a weird.
Wow, indeed.
Yeah, what a search and destroy overall. I'm surprised that Gizmo, A, either doesn't commit to making the challenge, or B, commit to going for the actual stick of the defuse, but he knows better than us, Spaceman, as he finds a way to still win things. 6-3 the search, but I will say, much closer than the scoreboard might reflect.
Yeah, it definitely is, folks. Now, let's break that one down and take this back over towards map number 1, the hard point. Yeah, no, you guys got me. Don't worry about it. You guys got me. I just wasn't talking to y'all in Discord. That's all it was. But, folks, everybody at home heard me. And map number 1, I want to recap this one real quick because it was close. Both these teams were tied up at 100 apiece. Now, what was the swing moment, Hale? It was Insight having a 2.0 KD. I believe he went 30 and 15 in those back second half of rotations right there for Singularity. Break that down for me a little bit more in map number 1, Schiff.
You know, it's Hackney Yard is such a wild card map. I think a lot of it is determined by who starts on the favored side towards P2 first. And then, like Sean was mentioning in the map itself, is who's not just looking 1 hill ahead, but 2 hills ahead, especially as you're going from that 5th hard point back around to the next rotation. You want to be in position to grab that tire shop again. And Singularity, they were able to do that. And there were a couple of key moments. The one that you mentioned absolutely gave them a little bit more of a cushion to breathe with in order to make those rotations happen. But you also remember that one moment where BDS, they thought they flipped out the spawns at P2. that wasn't actually the case. So unfortunately, they didn't get the full break that they were looking for. But yeah, you hit it on the head. That was a tremendously close Hackney Yard hard point. Maybe not the biggest comeback that we've ever seen in the history of Call of Duty Modern Warfare, but BDS definitely put their best foot forward and are showing that they can hang with this Singularity squad on any given day.
They definitely did. Now, let's move on over towards map number 2, because it was a super close S&D. Now, Insight, once again, brought his performance on over from map number 1. The first 5 rounds, he is 7-1. Then from that point, Zeke turns up, and then he brings BDS back into this game. Now, round 7, boys, was a swing one for me, because we had the sniper battle there between Gizmo and Zach. Now, Gizmo, he gets him off in the back. He wins. He gets that kill. They get the round. And then we see the 1v2. He clutches up there towards the back end. Space, break that down for me, little boy.
If you want me to break down that last 1v2, you're going to ask me to do something impossible, because that was one of the weirdest 1v2s I think I've seen. So they win the numbers advantage, then they rotate. He wins the pistol fight at trains. He grabs an M4, pops Deddy at mid-map, and then just sits and waits. So no smoke on the site early. He waits for someone to peek. No one does. He moves into site. Instead of wrapping through hazmat, he goes right into the middle of the bomb, throws a nade when finding cover, and then instead of challenging, just waits by the site. That was one of the weirdest 1v2s I've seen on Petro, but hey, like it's Modern Warfare. That's been this year.
It's Challengers Finals weekend. You know, I want to see some great plays, some weird plays, because this is the last event for these guys. So, hey, folks, we're gonna go to a quick break, but when we come back, we're gonna have Map 3 Domination coming up, and we'll see if BDS can make the reverse sweep. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. I'm your host, Blaze, and I'm joined with some fantastic minds here in the Call of Duty scene. That's going to be Spaceman and Shift. Guys, we just got a chance to watch our first two maps of the tournament, and a Singularity sitting at a 2-0 lead against Team BDS. Now, it was a good series. The first two maps, even though it's a 2-0 lead, it really doesn't tell the story. Do you think so, Shift?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I think I kind of share most of Sean's sentiments when he was talking about the fact that BDS is surprising people right now in Europe. And even though it is a 2-0 series right now, both maps were very, very close. Gameplay-wise especially, it's a Hackney Yard, so you have a lot of ground to make up if you don't have that P2 spawn to start. And then on the Petro Search and Destroy, it was a 6-3, but a lot of those rounds were terminally close, really coming down to the wire of diffuses versus clutch ups and going for gunfights versus not. A lot of the split decisions, or split second decisions, pardon me, that come through. So this domination, I think, has all of the right recipes to potentially be another close one.
Okay, now, Sean, Team BDS, they're down 2-0. They got to come back in this one. It's domination. If you're their coach, what are you telling them right now?
Look, from where I'm sitting, it's relatively simple. You got to continue the slaying. You have to be able to match what Singularity's throwing at you. That was kind of the issue in Hardpoint. Aside from the fact that they had some questionable holds on hills, they just weren't slaying the way the Singularity was, and that feeds into your ability to hold said hill. I think coming into a domination where so much of it is reliant on your ability to hold two flags, you have to be able to slay out just the way Singularity is doing.
Well, you've already got Shane in the back trying to influence the C spawns. I mean, this is minute 1, and they're already putting a lot of pressure over the entirety of the map for BDS. And I can't necessarily speak purely statistically, but if my memory serves me right, this was the one game mode that had really kind of been giving Team BDS trouble, especially early in the year. Granted, that was a long time ago, the last I had a chance to watch them play on this mode specifically. So we'll see if they've kind of fixed some of those mistakes. For Singularity, on the other hand, though, if you could continue to get chained forward like you just showcased, this very well could be a very successful map for you.
With how this year has kind of played out, Alan, I feel like a lot of teams have looked at domination as that game 2 S&D swing mode. Hardpoint can be a toss-up so many different times. There was a stat that came out from the CDL at one point where it was about like 100-point wins, and we had seen like 11% compared to years prior where it was like 20 or 30% of games became that stat. At this point, domination really should be a staple for most teams. If you can lock it down and find a way to swing the series back in your favor, who knows what the next Hardpoint in S&D could possibly be, but BDS have to find a way to come out hot. Depa is just saying, okay, 2 knives, we'll see if we can change that.
Gonna do well to make sure that the B flag actually stays in their favor. They were about to start losing some numbers in the middle of the map until Depa went to the Shiv. Zach up top, he wasn't 100% sure if Bids was an actual player or not. Nearly got an opportunity on the inside up top in the restaurant. And that's, again, the other side. You know, we talked about Shane. He's able to free himself up with an SMG to get forward against BDS. But for BDS, you're looking at players like Depa. Can he get into that bottom side restaurant and try to keep Singularity pinned behind their A flag? It's actually Gizmo who quite literally was underneath Natshe. Could have tied his shoes for him if he wanted to. And now he's in the back trying to block the spawns, and he's done that successfully. BDS, if you take a look down at your minimap, will be spawning bottom of the minimap towards what was that T1 hard point. So now it's just down to the decision-making for BDS. Where do you go? Do you come off spawn and go to C? Do you come off the spawn and go A? Very critical decision-making has to come in right now. Usual
actually won a big gunfight, and now it's kind of a stalemate on the A flag. He has numbers there as well, so they're going to actually spawn at the back of pool, so they should have A locked down, and Zach should be able to at least find a kill if he turns the right way. It's Bids who opens the first one up. Maybe he'll get the neutral, gets caught with the nade in hand, and BDS should secure a home flag. They have B locked down as well. They've completely flipped what Singularity had set up early in this game. And with plenty of time left in this first half, still ground to make up, but you know, BDS looking good off the start.
They are playing this map near picture perfect. The big problem is the fact that you still have Zeke who's stuck over towards the A flag, but he makes the right read by trying to get over to the very north side of the minimap. That entire riverfront that you see kind of spanning from left to right, that's where you want to be if you're BDS looking for a potential triple cap, which they nearly got. Gizmo is trying to make sure that doesn't come through, as he's responsible to make sure that the C flag stays neutral. He's done well so far, trying to spam through the smoke, not going to find the connection, and a beautiful peek from Zach. That is now a restabilization for BDS over towards the C flag. Still, never really giving a hold away from the 2 flag setup. They're looking at a pretty nice lead in this first half.
Gizmo starting off this game with almost a 4-point KD, which is unbelievable to kick things off, but that's what you need from your ARs because Insight needs the help, and well, Gizmo is there at 12-3, 10-6 for Chain. Bid's having a slow start, but hey, it doesn't matter. You have the flag control as well. They get A back in the process. Detain winning a couple of big gunfights. He's going to lock down C, somehow still alive throughout the smokes, the hail, the gunfire. Trophies down, but teammates are there. 45 points and counting. Singularity doing their very best to close out this first round with a bit of a comeback if they can.
Big 1v1, Natche's able to win it. And I was about to say, if he loses that gunfight, that is very much so a triple cap coming through, at least for a moment for Singularity. But now as soon as he wins that gunfight, Depa's playing absolutely clutch in the middle of the map as he's on 3 in a row. That'll be the B flag flip for him. And right as soon as I thought that Singularity had the exact right setup to go for a triple cap, they once again find themselves behind their own home flag at A, which is the last place you really want to be. Now with 20 seconds left, you're just desperately trying to get a neutral, if not a flip of the B flag, to try to do what you can to mitigate this scoreline from getting out of hand. But all of those questions that I asked about the early setup for BDS, would they look better in domination? Well, from the first half, I think we can at least say yes for sure from the C side.
I mean, Shift, look at the score lines across the board. Zeke 9-10. I mean, 7-5 for Natche, 10-9 for Zach. Nobody's too impressive, but I think that whole gunfight back at C flag kind of spells how this first round's gone out. Both teams finding ways to hit massive gunfights on the flag. They're able to finally get a 2-cap, but BDS's story thus far has just been big, key, crucial gunfights on those caps, and it hasn't meant that anyone's, outslaying each other. It's just good gunfights all around.
Yeah, very much so the case, and I'm just going to throw you all the way back to the Hackney Yard when we kind of posed the question, what would happen in the SMGs versus the SMG lines for both of these squads? I think just by names alone, we give the favor to Chain, Tane, and Bids. But I'll say this much, Depa is the new up-and-comer in France. Him and Hydra, I would say, are the two ones to keep an eye on, and Depa's played well. Even though he is just 11-13, he's played a critical role for his squad. Yuzel also doing a job at 11-10 as once again BDS, they're able to win the initial gunfights in the middle of the map, but not convincingly enough to get onto the B flag. The good news here, and if you're looking at this from just a macro perspective, every second that you don't allow Singularity to get 2 flags is a victory for you, considering that you're up by 30 points.
So let's say for the first time, Singularity actually get themselves on the B flag, but get cut down. A couple of kills from BDS will stifle that push. It's Bids at mid-map, able to pick up 1. Smokes are out, but yet again, BDS stopping that frontline pressure. 2 will make their way inside if they can. And Depa goes big, not able to win the second gunfight, but damage is essentially done. Singularity now have pressure on them to make a play at B if they can. No one really in a position to flip. I think Bids actually might be the closest. He's working his way towards that A flag, but it's Zeked up top, picks up 1. The Naked to come out, but the trophy will slow it down. Still, that pressure is going to be just enough to take him off the flag, and the hold from Zeked has been massive at mid-map. Somehow, some way, BDS find a way forward.
And look at the predictions. Either just the game of winners from Zeke. He tosses the stun mid-tunnel. He knows he's got teammates that are pushing up the tram yard right to his left, so why not take a check? He gets a little bit of extra intel, and the SMGs are able to convert on the back end of it. Shane does get 1 random spawn out. He's number 2 on your minimap over towards the A flag. And with him actually picking up a gunfight, that's the A flag flip. Detain and the rest of Singularity are focused on B, and now our first triple cap of the map. Team BDS is going to be spawning south central portion of your map, and if you're anyone from LA, you know that you don't want to be in the south central part of the city. So now you're in a position to where you really have to make a decision for BDS. Are you going to go to A? Are you going to go to C? I like the committal. They're going to just hit the reset button. All 5 members make their way over to A, and they will get themselves a home flag.
And those 2 big kills from Shane actually forced all of BDS to spawn at pools. They know that, so Shane was able to roam around and gain time for his teammates to push up towards mid-map. Now look at where Tane is at. This sub-pressure in top apartments is going to be so vital for holding down the B flag if they can't take him out. One player tried to challenge, but it was cleaned up as Singularity find ways to move on forward. Detain with a big gunfight win. In the back is Gizmo. He's going to be the AR watching down that line of sight. And if he gets in a position to take off 1 off the flag, he's going to be able to do it. The teammates are there, Singularity hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but hey, BDS is making it close. Detain still up top. They're finding the kills necessary, but just barely. They're clawing their way back in this game.
There's so much work that they have to do for BDS, though. They're still stuck behind A. Step number 1 of this 12-step program has to be win the restaurant back. You can
Oh
the
my
City.
goodness!
Are you kidding? What a double that is! And it's not just the fact that he finds the 2 kills in electric fashion. He alleviates single-handedly all of the pressure that BDS have in the middle of the map. So now it's 114 to 121, just under 2 minutes to play, and Singularity are dominating the mid-map control.
You still got the lead if you're BDS, but at some point you gotta go, and they went. Here comes Yuzul working his way through the back. They have hazmat control for the moment, but he's getting chased from both sides. Wins the gunfight, so he'll stay alive in the back. 2 players now challenging. It's Gizmo who wants to work up, and I believe Inside is there as well. Dichotomy, all good, but the win from Yuzul is massive. He stays alive for the moment, but 3 kills from Singularity. They have now made it a 1-point game, but a fight, absolute chaos on the B flag. It's 2 members from BDS pushed on up. I believe that's Natche and Deba trying to work the side. Tane now working in the back. He picks up a massive gunfight, gonna work through bar. And again, Singularity find a way to not only slow this push from BDS, but they're staying alive and they're only 1 point away from the lead.
The entire game is hinging on what happens next for both of these squads. It is dead man's zone right here in the middle of the map, and BDS, they hold off the patience because they've got the 1-point lead. They know Singularity have to make the play, and as soon as Singularity make their move, BDS, they're in the power positions. They win the gunfights. They take the B flag, and now Singularity are in desperation mode. They need a second flag, and they need it now.
Gizmo had to win that gunfight at the bottom part of your minimap. He doesn't. He actually loses it all the way back to Natche, who holds on the spawns at back A. So that means that you have to fight through B and you have to fight off your home flag. 22 seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to do it, Shift. There's just not enough time. Yuzul's winning all the gunfights. It's C that's getting decapped as well. BDS are going to hang on just barely in the last 30 seconds and make this a 2-1 series.
What a game, man. I mean, we have had 3 absolutely electric maps between these teams. BDS, again, you just go back to the one moment. 60 seconds left on the clock. You're up by 1. The B flag is neutral. You just sit there and you take the calm pill of relaxation and say, let them make the move. And as soon as Singularity tries the bolt for the B flag, BDS punish. They secured the game. Over on the other screen, though, North America, winners round 1. Unjustified, a heavy favorite by the seeding, but I'll say this much, Spaceman. I was talking on a podcast earlier this week with Salvation's Elite. This team is criminally overrated because Aches has been farming pro points all year long, so they get a little bit of a boosted seed, even though this team has only played for a week. And look at this, we're in map number 3, tied up 1 apiece, highly rated, sticking with them.
You know, of all the teams to really go up against if you're Unjustified at this part in the bracket, I honestly would say highly rated is probably one of them you don't want to play, just with the fact that these guys are so hungry. We're talking about players like Coots, Dylan, Phenom, Spike, Cher, of course, who have been through the ringer a couple of times in these tournaments, right? Like, they've made their way through the bracket. They've had some disappointing finishes, but the grind that they have put on is something that Aches cannot attest to. They have been absolutely frying throughout the majority of this year. They've made their way through the bracket, and at this point, Unjustified, yeah, they were my dark horse pick, but I'd be feeling a little bit worried with how well highly rated been playing thus far.
For me on Unjustified, I know that you're going to go right to Aches and Spacely if you're not necessarily familiar with the challenger scene and even kind of a historian watching on to Call of Duty saying, oh, I know those guys. They used to be pro players. But for me, it's Profizi and TCM that are going to have to carry this squad. TCM has had a great year, previously playing with 6 Gear. Profizi was the, I would say, CEO of Get Busy Enterprises, as he's put together a number of different great teams, and he's also had a pretty tremendous year. But this highly rated game squad, they've been putting in the work, and they currently find themselves in an AC hold, which is not what you want here on Happy Yard, Dom. You want to definitely get yourself over towards the A side and get a little bit of an AB setup, but they've done well to keep Unjustified spawning out behind the green office building, and they're going to actually be able to hold on to both those 2 flags, and now that they have numbers in the warehouse, they're looking to grab the B flag as well.
And the biggest question, again, I think you touched on it perfectly, the biggest question for this squad is really Profizi. Like, we've seen what Apac does as a flex. He pulled out the Ram earlier, he has the M4. There's really not a lot of question marks around his play, but when Profizi shows up, his team, whatever it might have been, whether it was on Excellence back in the day with BZ and Fastballer, whenever Profizi shows up, they do well. Whenever Profizi struggles, the team struggles as well. So the question mark, again, is just about consistency with him. If he's able to turn things on and really get itself going, I mean, this team can make a decent run. It's just about execution for everyone on board.
basically trying to work his way top L. You can see him just over to the right-hand side of where Profizi's positioned. This is good for Unjustified. They've recollected themselves, gotten the A flag, doing well in the warehouse, not well enough to likely hold this flag from going neutral, as Highly Rated could just stack this and actually flip this pretty quickly. There's not a lot of contestants here for Unjustified. They're trusting on the utility to get in and do the work for them, and, well, it will. Aches and Profizi will find 2 Semtech skills, and so the flag will at least stay neutral. Apac's in a bit of trouble. We'll get some help from Spacely, and now they turn their attention to trying to recollect the B warehouse. And keep your eye on your minimap. Number 4 in TCM is already making a play for the C flag. This is good pressure for Unjustified here in the closing parts of our first half.
Spacely just waltzed his way into B and picked up 3 kills. Just casually, you know, as Spacely does. TCM in the back wins the fight. He will drop, but a 3 cap for the moment, make it 2, as they will get a good chunk of change with this last couple of minutes of play. And no one's at B for the moment, so this is kind of an open opportunity for Highly Rated to move their way in. It's the yellow. It always throws me off with the highlighters. You know how it'd be. Spike at the top. We'll see what he's able to do. But again, a good bit of time that they can grab, as no one's really contesting B for the moment. Very different from what we saw in the LCQ, where everyone's plan was essentially just hit a team wipe all the way on B every single time, and the other flags don't matter.
Yeah, this is Unjustified being okay living in the chaos of the spawns, mostly because this map is very small, obviously. It is literally the smallest map that we have in Modern Warfare, so once you start making little overextension plays, it makes the spawns a bit unpredictable, and Unjustified have done well to kind of live in that unpredictability and turn that situation, wherever they find themselves spawning up, into their favor. They've done well to recollect themselves in the back part of this first half. They will not just tie the game, but they will retake the lead, and we didn't really get a chance, I don't think, to really see who started on the A side, but if it was Unjustified, that is literally the definition of slapping a bandit in the first half. Otherwise, if they started on the unfavored side, this has been a great first half for them.
Ooh, Phenom still able to find a kill somehow. He will get cut down. His A-box is up top. 12 seconds left, so we should be looking at around, what, like a 4-5 point lead for Unjustified, should they hold on to that A flag and possibly neutralize B in the process. And you're looking at about 4 or 5 points. That's exactly what it'll be. And moving into second side, as this game continues to get underway, we will jump back to EU at some point to see Game 4 of Singularity versus BDS. Of course, a 2-1 series. If you guys are just joining us, it was Singularity taking the hard point, the S&D, a bloodbath of a domination as BDS were able to squeak on by, and we move into yet again another hard point. But listen, man, these matches, again, as the day progresses, Ship, they're going to get more and more intense. And speaking of intense, I think we're ready to go back to EU.
And it's on Ramaza, baby. This is all about who can control the middle portion of the map. I say that so often, but this one especially. So you have the rug shop that's up high in some high ground. You also have the top side of the cafe. All of those are central to try to make sure you lock down rotations. And Natche, interestingly enough, is taking his AR down to the bottom side of dark dirt. And he's able to actually win 2 kills. That's going to be enough for him to move forward into construction as he tries to watch a couple of respawns come out. He deals with bids immediately in his face, but does get wall banged by Gizmo. Not bad for BDS to at least keep the first part of this hardpoint neutral, but it's just a little bit undicted for me. Do you want to go for the spawn flip? Do you want to go for the hard point? It's been a little bit of neither, really, for Team BDS so far.
And now, again, we look at the rotation and we look at who's setting up early for P2. It's Singularity who had the favorable side to kick things off, but now it looks like they may have lost it, as Bids is really the only one back there, and they should have been map control in the process. Detain trying to win a big gunfight, he will not. But yet again, they still have the time. 18 seconds, make it 20 as they finally reach that mark. Only 9 to fight over. Bids will be the first one in P2, ready and waiting. And we'll see if Detain can help him out at mid-map and try to cut off Yuzul, who's working his way through the back.
Tough position to be in here for BDS. They're still trying to fight for the spawns, and every second that they're not trying to contest this hard point is kind of bad. The Singularity just going to be able to free throw out this lead. They're going to have to win a couple of gunfights simultaneously, and they nearly do. 1v1 for the hill. Yuzul will take it, and Singularity actually do spawn out simultaneously. So a risky play call for Team BDS, but it comes out in their favor. 30 seconds to fight for, and Singularity looking to full flood from the bottom side of the gun shop.
Depa picks up a big kill, and that'll allow him to move on through. There's teammates there for support. Singularity doing their best to stay alive, but Depa doing the exact same thing. Shane takes out his teammate, and Natche will pick up the last player. So with all of that happening, essentially net 0 for Singularity, a positive for BDS as they get a bit of time. But once again, the two biggest staples in Modern Warfare competitive play are, do we control mid-map and are we set up for 2 hills ahead? Right now, Singularity have both. And Detain will be able to call off any stragglers on the rotation, but all the BDS has said, hey, we're going to work the left side of the map. We're going to try to flood through and get them towards those back parallel spawns and make Singularity's job even harder to hold this hill.
Depa, are you kidding me? He completely single-handedly clears off the cafe. BDS, that was your first big obstacle to get through, is making sure Singularity can't zone you away from the hard point. Now all of a sudden it's BDS who's in possession of the hard point and the high ground. This is all good news overall. Singularity's going to be flooding from the backside, which is the favored part, and a little bit of shadow peeking from Detain will allow him to find one more kill, but BDS is full flood. That's going to allow them to not just contest, but also take away some of the time from this hard point. This is a great moment for BDS, with the only exception being Zeke nading a Thor, unfortunately.
And it's the close spawn for Singularity. They haven't been able to actually make anything work. Zeke wins an impossible gunfight, but Singularity holds strong. 10 seconds left in this hill. We'll take a look at the top side of our minimap as BDS are ready and waiting on the rotation. And it should be Singularity who could find a couple of possible opening kills on those rotational fights, but Depa has to be careful in a bit of a power position. No one going to challenge for the moment. If he's able to stay alive, this could bring about 30 opening seconds for BDS as they're working their way back into this game 4. Depa loses a gunfight. Gizmo was such a heads-up challenge, and Singularity's opportunity to break on in as they have control of the hill for now.
That was beautiful. Poetry in motion from Singularity, starting with Gizmo's slide peek over to the second floor of the construction site, leading to Insight finding a couple more behind that. The recontest coming out for BDS as they're going to be mostly flooding from that rug shop side. They do well to get in and contest a bit of time, but the problem is the fact that Singularity are still spawning closer, and those proximal spawns will lead to quicker reinforcements, and BDS will not be able to clean things up quite enough. So really what needed to be a hard point that favored Team BDS is now actually turning into a pretty big moment for Singularity. They give themselves a pretty big cushion, plus they have the opportunity to float through the middle of the map and maybe even get some initial contest on this 5th hard point as it opens up.
And this is such a massive money hill if they're actually able to make it work. BDS need all of the time here to bring themselves back in this game. Even 30 seconds for Singularity would slowly push this game out of reach. I know it's a long one, but with how these kills have gone thus far and how they're falling, Singularity have yet to take their foot off the gas. It's a big opening win in the back. Insight makes his way forward. Depa waiting around these arches. Let's see if he can dip and dive out of pressure. Too many places to look and not enough guns on your hip. It's Singularity who pick up 1 kill, make it 2. As usual, will shut down Gizmo. Chain will drop Zeke, and Natshe will fall. Singularity inside 25 seconds, like I said, slowly and surely putting this game quite out of reach as these kills have favored them on the break. And BDS trying to play off the back foot, but they have not been able to break into the hill.
And a lot of the fact of why they haven't been able to break into these hills is because they haven't had mid-map control throughout this first rotation, with the exception of maybe second to third.
Oh, that rule 1 of Modern Warfare? Yeah, talk us to it about Shift, yeah.
Rule number 1, brother, is that you want, especially on Ramazan, maps like Ramazan, maps like Petro, you want the middle of the map, so that way you can control the pace of what happens on the rotations as you go from one polar opposite side of the map to the other. So Singularity have done a very textbook job of controlling the middle, and because of that, they've led to better setups and overall better hardpoint influence. So now you get back to our first hardpoint, which can be a money hill, especially if Chain is doing stuff like this as he collapsed through 2, almost gets an impressive 3rd. The trade is there in the first 30 seconds. Will go in favor of Singularity, who very well could put this one out of reach if they take the back 30 of this.
Chain is just having fun roaming around the hill. I mean, we talk about setting up for 2, 3 hills ahead. When Chain is 24 and 12 and having a great time at it on a 2 spree, makes it very easy to go for the break. And now again, pressure back on BDS, down by quite a bit, but in the back, it's Zach. You can tell they're thinking ahead. They give up the last 10 seconds or so, not a whole lot, but that scoreline looking ever so more differential as 182 to 81, 100-point lead for Singularity. And at this point, Alan, they have lives to give. Even if they don't win on the next hill, they can set up for the rotation late and they can win the following hardpoint.
You have to full 60 this, or at least 45 it if you're BDS right now, and Zach is doing an incredible job. Watching the rotation through big 1v1 versus Chain, won't grab it. Zeke looking for the trade, also not going to be able to find the kill. So now Singularity is full surrounding the hill. Natshe has to go mammoth mode inside the hard point, waiting for reinforcements, and he's done that so far. He finds 2. Gets a couple more BDS members into the electronics shop. And now as he reads that there's players coming from the side door, he'll take that one as well. Goes to the blade, not needing it though, as BDS, they hold off the pressure. I said they needed at least 45. They'll get that. And now as BDS once again have gotten the middle of the map going from second to third, they very well could be in a prime position to make the comeback happen.
Well, while Nache is refusing to die, everyone else was kind of refusing to rotate as they have given up, it looks like possibly the opening 10 seconds to Singularity. Detain once again will be the first one in, and if they get the close spawn, they do. Singularity now have plenty of opportunities to go for the last couple of breaks. And again, we're getting to that point in the map where scrap time could mean Coffin, Nail meet each other. It's 2 will break on in. That's a big win from BDS as they get 4 kills, and they bully their way through the front of the hill. I don't know how in the hell they just pulled that off. But
Sean,
wow.
Number 6, Insight has been on the long rotation since the 50-second mark on the hill. That's led to Singularity losing the proximal spawns at the 40-second mark and having to fight a 4v5. I don't understand this rotation from Insight at all. He's 18-9, he's played well thus far, but he's just given up his team's lead completely by going for that long rotation. And now as you have Zeke, who's kind of running through his shadow, he's playing from the top side of the sandbags. This is an opportunity for BDS to be in striking distance of tying the game, if not retaking the lead. It all comes down to what can Singularity do with the 3 members on hill as we get to our 4th hard point.
I guess the only silver lining was that they got close spawns, but look at what they're spawning now. They have to fight through mid-map, and again, the break from BDS has been a little too strong. The Detain Snapper can't come in. BDS find at least 2 kills to work their way into the hard point. It's Natache now trying to work his way up towards top. And once again, Singularity had an opening break, but BDS find a way to bully themselves in the front. Insight is a crucial member in this fight. 3 kills in your kill feed. They're lighting it up as BDS find ways to stay alive. Singularity basically have to play off the back foot in the hard point while all of this is happening, but they hold on 25 seconds. Nache wins a big gunfight and wakes 3 of them as well. His teammates are in there for support. It's Gizmo in the back. Shift. It was relatively decent for Singularity to come into this hill, but I mean, BDS have bullied their way through these hard points. What is going on?
Nache just essentially 1v6 this entire hill. He had a little bit of help, but BDS was more worried about the rotation. 209, 214. BDS is trying to work their way into the back. Unfortunately, this time around, the gunfights don't tilt in their favor. So now, Singularity, they've got the initial control, but only kind of. BDS is going to be in a position to work from the rotation in the middle of the map, try to wrap around the back, but they're not really doing a convincing job of doing this. So Singularity have the numbers. They'll be in position to close the game out. BDS have to have another miraculous break.
Oh, they can win it here. With that gunfight win, that was massive. I mean, that was 4 players dead in the matter of 5 seconds, and that stops the front wave. You lose about 13 in the points. The flood from Arch is going to get shut down. Chain has been roaming on a 4 spree. Make it 5. Goodbye, BDS. Nice try, buddy. 243. They only need 6 seconds left. And with no one in a position from BDS, Singularity hold on to the weirdest game 4. But it's a series win, 3-1. Singularity move on.
Ah, man, Sean, I thought for a second, being Insight, we're about to have a talk. That rotation nearly cost them, but this play from Nache, every single gunfight he wins in this 6 spree was a 1v1. You see his teammates are close by, but Singularity are trying to deal with Nache on the side stairs, and they weren't quite able to do it, and that led to a big moment where I thought for sure BDS were going to have the full comeback through, but boy, Insight, I hope your teammates have a talking with you, because he almost threw that game away with the early rotation from 3 to 4.
Yo, that's what I was about to bring up here in this third map, man, because once again, the series delivered. And there was this moment on the second to last hard point there where Singularity gets control, they gets to spawn in the back, and Space was saying that, hey, Nell and Coffin, you just got to contest, pick up on the scrap time. You're at that portion of the map. But Insight went on a stroll down the park, left his teammates fending on their own down for the hill. The break comes through. 2 scary hills happen. BDS almost came back in it, but as we know, Singularity, they close it out. A little scary for them for a second, though, but man, what a close series, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the winner of this is going to end up progressing on, folks, towards the finals in the EU region. Now, our next EU semifinal is going to be Team War versus Hyperboom. So that's going to be one that we're going to be watching, going to be coming up soon. You guys excited for that one?
Oh, absolutely. This Hyperboom team, it's going to be a new name, but this was the team that was the bedroom, the kettles. They had a couple of different names that they played with. But for the most part, this group of 5 have been together for a while. And remember, we were talking about the fact that Singularity, I would say maybe questionably dropped Maple from the roster. This is the roster that Maple is on. So if Hyperboom can find a way to beat Team War, they will go up against Singularity, where you know Maple's going to want some revenge. The problem is you're going up against Team War.
Yeah, and that's going to be the issue. We know how dominant those boys are. But, folks, don't worry about that. We'll be breaking down that series momentarily. I will say that we've kicked this day off in an exciting fashion. It was a very close series, 3-0 for Singularity, but it was a great matchup there when it comes down to the gameplay that we've seen on all 3 of those maps. All right, boys, closing thoughts on this series. Space?
I mean, this is champs. This is what happens, right? Like, weird plays come out. It doesn't make any sense. The brackets have been relatively stable, but look, Singularity don't look untouchable. There was questionable decisions in that hard point where I was getting confused. Shift was like, what in the world's going on? So, look, welcome to champs time. It's been like this every single year. I can't wait to see what actually happens, but I'm gonna keep my eye on the bracket and see what happens, because it's a lot.
Yeah, no, it is going to be a lot indeed. Shift, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, BDS, they're showcasing why they have been good throughout the year in surprise fashion. This group of 5 is stuck together. It's done well for them. So it's going to be a lower bracket run for these guys, but I still feel good about what we saw from BDS. The problem is they're on the same side of the bracket as teams like Train Hard and Obtained Esports. So it's going to be no easy feat to get back potentially into that grand finals, which is, of course, what they're shooting for.
No easy feat indeed. Folks, that's going to do it for us now with our first semifinals of EU locked in the books. Coming up next is going to be Team War versus Hyperboom to see who's going to make it there to fight Team Singularity there. But, folks, while you're waiting for us to come back, hey, we're going to leave you with this treat. Unjustified versus Highly Rated, map number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. And the team member that we got coming in from Team Singularity for this interview is going to be the one and only Bids. My man, tell me, what was your immediate reaction coming off that series? Because it was getting kind of close at the end there.
It was a close game, yeah. I think the BDS team know their place after this year. They're, we've beat them every time we've played them. So, yeah, I think we expected to win that one.
Yeah, man. You know what? You guys were playing phenomenal. I was over here watching, and I got a chance and insight, man. This man was putting up plays. Map number 1, 2.0 KD. He shut it down in S&D to kick it off for you guys until you got into some scary moments where BDS was starting to come back in this one and pick up the momentum here. What would you say was you guys' key to victory in this series?
I think our hard point has been very good on this event so far. We had a couple problems of learning how to play basically together when the game adapted, because at the start of the game we were quite far ahead and we didn't stay ahead, and we just had to learn how to play the game how it's meant to be played, even though it kind of is wrong. We've got to adapt to that play style, and we done that this weekend, and we're looking good.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be hard to slow the pace down, especially when you guys are going and you're in your flow. We kind of saw that a little bit in map number 3, domination towards the back end. BDS is really sitting on their back foot on one of those last hills, waiting for you guys to kind of come to them. But we did see you guys bested them there in map number 2. Now, coming up here is going to be War versus Team Hyperboom. Now, when it comes down to that series, how do you think that's going to go?
It depends really how the Hyperboom team play. They've got a lot of talent in that team. They just don't really have, I feel like, maybe confidence. They just need to replicate what they do in scrims in the tournaments. And yeah, they're a good team, but I think it'll be a very close game. I think it'll be like a 3-2 game.
Okay, nice. I hope you're right there, Bids. And now my final question to you is that, what does this tournament mean to you and Team Singularity?
It's huge to us. We obviously, I said before, we had a really good start to the year, back-to-back LAN event wins, and then obviously it turned to online. We did pretty good in America, came home, and we've not won anything since we've been home. Basically, the last time we won was the Chicago Open. So this win is really important to us. End the year how we started, really.
Man, it definitely sounds like you guys are in the right direction. It's going to be a big one. Bids, it was awesome talking to you, and best of luck to you in the rest of the tournament. Folks, that's going to do it for us for now, but when we come back, we're going to have our next semifinal in the EU region. It's going to be Team War versus Hyperboom. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. It's our last event of the year for these players. And by the end of this weekend, we're going to be crowning a champion in 3 regions. And you guys get to see one of those tonight in Apac. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But for now, we're focusing on the EU semifinals. And let me introduce our analyst, casters, hell, jacks of all trades here when it comes down to the challenger scenes. Whole shift and a new face. We got Fox in the building, man. How you been doing, Fox?
I'm doing good. Been able to watch a bit of the show. All the challenger action up to this point has been exciting, and I'm sure that, you know, putting $500,000 up for grabs is just going to make it that much more intense.
Oh man, yo, it's definitely going to make it more intense. I wish I was there competing for a little bit of that change myself. But now we just got a chance to see our first semifinals wrap up. Now we're about to be heading into our second. It's going to be Team War versus Hyperboom. Now, Schiff, I want to bring this next question on over to you, and it's going to be about Hyperboom. Tell the fans out there what makes this team special, and what is it going to take for them to take down Team War?
Oh, the second part of that question is almost impossible to read because Team War has been so good. But for Hyperboom, again, formerly known as teams like the Bedroom, the Kettles, they've gone over a couple of different names. They've done well this year. They've been mostly kind of picking up the pieces of teams that are above them have been dropping. So when Trainhard has made a couple of swaps, they kind of picked up those guys. Maples dropped from Singularity, they pick him up, and they put together a really solid roster of 5. Now this one in total, if you're trying to frame up what it looks like to play up against Team War, that's difficult. This Team War squad has only missed finals a single time, and they've won 10 of the 14 total events that we've had for challengers. So it is a lofty obstacle to try to surpass going into this one.
Yeah,
sounds like you got to take down some Titans today. That's
yeah,
gonna be a tough
exactly,
match.
right? 10 out of 14 events, man. That is definitely a lot there. Now, I'm going to ask Fox, my next question to you is going to be, man, Team War. You know, we kind of heard Shiv talk a little bit about them, but 10 out of 14 events, man, you got to have a great combination of teamwork, slaying power, leadership. Break down this Team War roster for me, and what do they have to make them so successful?
Honestly, you said it right there. Like, we just have an awesome combination of all 5 of these players, and I can't really highlight one in particular. I think that this is just a unit that works so well together, and when they have that level of consistency, you see 10 out of 14 being their record coming into these matches. You know, that's when you're able to gel so well together in such a volatile environment that is the Challengers competition. That's what you got to see out of these guys.
Okay, nice. Now, Shiv, when it comes down to respawn game types versus single life modes, we know that we're going to have 3 of these respawns, 2 single lives, and the S&Ds. And in my opinion, S&D wins tournament. But when it comes down to these 2 rosters, does one have a leg up in a different category, rather if it's S&D or Hardpoint? Who do you think is the strongest in each? Team War
is strongest in each, all of them, period. all 3 modes.
You said, yo, Blaze, it don't matter which one it is.
It's hard to put a negative on anything that Team War does, but I will say this. Search and Destroy at one point in time was Team War's biggest downfall, and then they pick up a player in Afro. And talking to some of the guys, they were sitting there saying that, honestly speaking, we just had a lot of selfish players when we were playing Search and Destroy. Afro's come in, he's kind of alleviated that problem and been the guy to sit there and just ask questions. You know, what are we trying to do as a team here? He's a new guy, he's young, he's trying to learn, he's soaked up information like a sponge. And I think a lot of the reason that this Team War team has gotten to a point where Search has become one of their best game modes is because Afro asking questions has kind of made Team War as a total rethink their approach to Search and Destroy. So that's one of the biggest strong points for this Team War squad is bringing in Afro, getting better at Search and Destroy. But yeah, to answer your initial question, they're just the better team, I think, in all 3 modes overall.
Yeah, so it's an uphill battle here when it comes down to the boys of Hyperboom. Now, let's look at our bracket and see how both these squads have gotten to this point in the tournament. Who have they won against? Who have they knocked down towards those lower portions? And we see Hyperboom. They started off in winners round 1 with a 3-1 victory, moved on over, took down Trainhard, which was a little bit of a surprise there. And we see Team War at the top 3-0, 3-1 against Obtain. Now, Fox, looking at this bracket here, what is the biggest surprise to you? Give us your thoughts since we're finally getting you on the show to join us.
I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but Team BDS being able to take down Connect 5 there, I mean, that's something that's got to throw a wrench in all of this, right? And then we saw them face off against Singularity in our upcoming matchups here. But that's the thing that stands out to me the most. Trainhard, of course, getting knocked out the way that they did. That's something that has to to kind of, if you're on the side of War, you got to be
Yes.
happy to not have to go against them. But now you got to figure out what's happening with Hyperboom.
Yeah, but and that's a great point. Now, War is gonna have to still, give some respect that, hey, we was thinking about playing Train Hard. We maybe
Yes.
even prepared a little bit more for this squad, but they just got smacked by Hyperboom. Did they show up here in the finals? Because we know that everything can come together on a championship weekend, right, Shift?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you guys framed it up exactly right, that Hyperboom's going to have to slay some giants this weekend. They've already slayed one. Train Hard was absolutely the expected team to get through to play Team War. And we talked about Search and Destroy for Team War. How about this? Hyperboom was able to take the Search versus Train Hard 6-1. So they're obviously coming through pretty strong and showcasing that, yeah, we can play up against the best teams in Europe and surprise some people. So, yeah, I'm glad that we were able to kind of get a look at that bracket in full, because I think the most recent history really speaks to this Hyperboom team is coming to play today.
Yeah, man, it looks like they definitely did come to play here. Now, we're about to head here into map number 1 on Hardpoint. Now, Fox, what is it going to take for Hyperboom to take down War in this respawn map of Hardpoint? What are going to be some good characteristics, some things that they need to do very, very well to take these guys down?
You just got to keep that pressure from Team War at bay. I mean, we talked a little bit about the damage that Afro can do. Since he's joined, he's just done more and more to help this roster elevate to the next level, and he's going to be a key factor.
Yeah, no, he definitely is going to be a key factor there to helping them come out on top, because as we know, there's a hot team, Singularity, hanging out over there in the finals, ready to play whoever comes their way. And I'm pretty sure, we're gonna have fans of both teams in the chat. Team War seeming to be the favorite in this one, but Hyperboom, they've already made one upset today, and we know when it comes down to a championship weekend, it's just all about how you play in this given moment. This is what it all comes down to. The entire season, the preparation, the training, the long hours, the drama, all in these moments. And this is where you want to bring your best game. Are you?
I'm into that.
Hey,
I'm real into the
any
drama.
dope storylines that you guys have been following when it comes down to some of these teams? We know there's some good matchups out there, but any underlying storylines for this EU region that you guys may like?
I think for me, the biggest thing is that there are more competitors than our normal 4 teams that we end up seeing week after week throughout the home series. And I think a lot of that you could attribute to the fact that you've had a week and a half, 2 weeks to practice since the Toronto home series. So that very well could be the decider in a lot of these squads. What's been causing you the problem? Is it domination? Let's get more Dom reps in these next 2 weeks before we get to finals. We saw that was pretty much the case. I mean, again, last time I remember watching BDS, they struggled pretty hard on Dom. The fact that they were able to beat teams like Singularity have showcased that the work is paying off. And I know this will probably be more of the case for regions like North America, where the teams that are like the up-and-comers, they usually kind of flip in a different group of 5 every single week. For Europe, you're starting to see that the teams that have stuck together the longest are getting good rehearsal, and that you should expect the unexpected when it comes down to it, not just in BDS, but also potentially in teams like Hyperboom. The big question is that, for me, the storyline that comes afterwards, for these teams that have been upset, can you regain when you go to that lower bracket? Because this is still the very early parts of this long weekend for both of these regions in Europe and North America. You have to hit the regain button quick.
Yeah, you very, very quickly at that, because this is the last tournament, and you definitely want a piece of that pie, because it's the biggest pie that we've seen here when it comes down to prize pool at this level of competition. Fox, what about storylines for you? Which one are you excited for the most?
We already mentioned the increase in competition, just seeing tougher teams come through and go for this fight. But one thing I want to highlight is Team Moon. We get to see Moose Man come back and compete. Moose, such a storied player in the European scene. I'm looking forward to see what he can do with this roster.
Okay, Moose Man back in the building here. Some old veteran players back to make a name for themselves. And we're seeing a lot of players who may have been, on some CDL teams being able to play in this Challenger Series, notable names, and coming out here and really getting a chance at this prize pool, as we're going to show you guys on screen right now what these players are playing for here. $40,000 is going to be the biggest chunk of that pie that you can get here. Now, Shift, you heard Fox mention Moose coming out to play. Now, not even just in EU region, but in any of the other regions out there. Any specific, maybe old school veteran players are you excited to see here in this tournament?
I have been a big Royalty fan really since they closed out the year with UYU last year, I thought that he was on the up and up. I was surprised that he didn't get picked up onto a CDL roster in some capacity, and he's out for blood, man. He's been playing really, really well throughout the year. Players like him, players like Exotic, who have also had very good consistent years. Goonjar as well, of course, a familiar name from years past when it comes to playing on the pro level. These are all guys that have found themselves on the outside of the Modern Warfare franchise year and are looking to get their way back in. And all three of them have found their way onto great squads in which, for North America specifically, you can find a way, I think, to win this all. For Europe, though, again, Team War is a squad that, if there are franchise owners that are out there, my favorite for this tournament for Europe is Team War. They have looked the best, I think, not just in Europe, but in Challengers, period. That is a group of 5 that all 5 individual players could make it on a pro level. And I would not be surprised to see some of them, if not all of them, getting picked up in some form next year.
Okay. I love it. Let's start with the bold claims. Let's get this show started right, brother. Keep them coming.
You love to hear it. But boys, I got some bold intel for you, okay? Because, as we were just watching that last series, it was Unjustified. Some old names, we were just talking about them. You know them, you love them. Unjustified, they fell to the losers bracket. Oh my God. How do y'all feel about that? And take us away into our next series.
I mean, if you're anything but surprised, I don't know what to tell you. Spacely and Aches, round 1, not making it through the winners round. I said that these guys were pretty much criminally overseeded because Aches has been farming the free pro points, but never in a million years would I've expected them to get sent to the losers bracket into round 1.
Exactly. Not where we would expect to see guys like the players on Team War. So starting things off, we're looking through the eyes of Siggy, who makes a little bit of progress through crates. He's met with a player. He's met with a player pre-aim, though, waiting for him to come through the flank. So they shut down crates right off the bat. And as we get back to the middle of the map, take a look. All 5 arrows are up and swarming towards middle map control. However, no one's been able to get any control to one side yet.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for Maple. Again, Siggy Maple is his username, but I'm sure most are familiar with just Maple for him. And on the other side, Lucifer, not his actual name, as I'm sure you would figure. That's going to be Harry, who's, again, mostly familiar as that username. So we'll probably be relating to them mostly as those names, just to make you familiar. And, well, you talk about just the dichotomy of what's happening off the spawns here. Hyperboom have not found a way to fully influence the second spawn, but they've done well to get some time generated on our first hardpoint so far.
Yeah, that they do. We see Denza, though, coming through, making a huge difference with the double kill. He's got the support of Stevo and Lucifer to follow him up. This is just scrap time, though. We're getting set up for this new hard point. And you see Team War, the red arrows, they're swarming around it. They're trying to maintain this control as the Hyperboom push comes in.
Looking to find a way to break on through. Team War holding on, but it's a thin hold as Hyperboom is full flooding from the north side. They'll have the water tower spawns and the ability to hit quickly, but the problem is you've got Dave and Afro to get through, and Dave, I would say, probably the best AR in EU, if not Challengers, period. He's able to find 2 crucial picks to hold on. Team War spawning a little bit further out than they'd like, will be late to the rotation to try to contest the back 30, but once again, the kills that need to come through do indeed occur, and with that, Team War, all 5 members stacked up inside the hard point.
Yeah, they're all stacked. The onslaught is still on as Hyperboom has been able to find that northeastern spawn. They push through, clear all the red arrows out, and now Team War finds themselves on rotation. Take a look at this coordinated movement through the middle of the map. They know where the pressure's coming. They just need to hold off the rotation from Hyperboom.
Middle of the map, still under threat. Got Disarray, who's locking things down in Boiler. And that's going to be enough as Disarray actually finds 2 picks. Now all of a sudden there's a ton of blue arrows around. As soon as the hard point opens up, that's going to be Hyperboom in. Initially, Maple able to find 2 kills to clean things up, but the problem is he's got no more help besides his AR in hand. And that'll be Team War full flooding off the respawn, able to keep things neutral and contested for now. Harry in the hill, or Lucifer, try to do what he can to stay alive, but the SMGs for Hyperboom are able to wake up, and they will be able to get right back on. But still, Scrappy Hill coming through for Cole. Not at all what Hyperboom wants, but they still will maintain a slight narrow lead. Team War looking for another recontest. They work their way through, but Afro gets bamboozled by Callum, and as the kills come out for the side of Hyperboom, they will get the numbers advantage and take the scrap time.
And you called it as it happened, but there was a big double kill that came out of Maple and I think 2 waves of engagements ago that helped Hyperboom stay in this position to maintain so much control of the final 30 to 40 seconds on the hard point. So big shout out to them for making plays off of that. And as we come into our rotation to P4, we're now looking at a red hard point in control of Team War. Let's see how they stack up.
Be tough. They lost bathroom control, so a pinch could come through in the backside. Hixie will find one, keeps his life, gets a second off a respawn. Numbers now started to get here for Hyperboom as Connor wins 2 more over the middle. This should be them at least able to contest, if not fully break. They're still forcing Team War to spawn out behind this hard point, which is not where Team War want to be, especially with only 30 seconds left. They need to find a way to not just control the back 30 of this hard point, but they have to push through it. That's the more difficult obstacle to be sure. Denza and Stevo will find 3, and Team War, they get tasked with a pretty tall task, and they're able to meet all expectations, and I would say even exceed expectations, as they will find a way to likely retake the lead as they start to stretch over to our 5th hard point.
Yeah, you said it. The submachine gun players just pushed through so effectively. We saw 3 kills chained together in a row, all from the MP5. They were able to clear them out, tie this game back up with the scrap time. Now, though, Hyperboom with another lead switch, they're in control, and Callum hasn't even been activated just yet. That's how well they're defending at the moment.
Callum tries to actually pinch up the hit from Woods. He only finds 1, but that might be enough. Of course, I say that, and Lucifer finds his way into the backside, dealt with. Hardpoint will stay open for now. Team War with a couple of members on, and they actually challenge outside the hill. Brilliant read from Team War to deal with a couple of the members from Hyperboom who are trying to surround the hardpoint in full. And with that, Team War will be able to reinforce a little bit more heavily. Hyperboom on their retake will find a lot of favor as Callum will go on 3, make it 4 from the backside of the boxes. He's now 13-9, and with those wins, it'll be Hyperboom taking the scrap time and technically becoming the victors of our first rotation of hills.
Yeah, we got to talk about Callum on the 4 streak here. That's 4 kills in a row for the side of Hyperboom. Really just stellar play out of them to be able to, like you said, sniff out the few players that are spawning around and force them out. Coming into our rotation, though, Connor is going to start things off with a double kill.
Everything essentially resets. Connor with those 2 before he fell is able to allow Hyperboom to make their way over. Again, looking 2 hills ahead. No one seems to care too much about what happens on the center platform. It's all about trying to get the backside of the munitions warehouse. And on your minimap, you can see 2 blue arrows already in the backside. Callum trying to work on your screen through the cargo containers, and he finds a pickup which will actually force Team War to spawn concentrated top right side of her minimap as we get it blown up very appropriately. It's going to be a 4v4 for this hard point coming in 20 seconds. Team War able to clean up the pieces, but while all of this action was happening, you see number 3, that's Connor, just sitting on the hard point. He's soaked up a good 10 to 15 seconds, and Hyperboom extend their lead to a 137-90 tally.
Real close game up to this point as we find more time on the middle hard point. Again, the most important thing is going to be that munitions depot. Take a look at Team War already set up around it, and it's going to be up to Hyperboom to try and push in. 2 kills in their favor so far, but again, Team War players are just going to keep spawning up on the hill. It's only getting harder from here. Stevo and Denza doing lots of damage as they force Hyperboom out towards P4. And now as the next wave comes in, they just do it again. They're just lining them up and knocking them down here, Shift.
Yeah, this is great hold for Team War. They're zoning out the hard point exactly how you need to. Remember last time around, it was Hyperboom who did this exact rotation. They try to work their way over to the water tower to full flood from the north side of the map. It's working out for them once again, this time just a bit later in the hard point rotation, but it's still just as successful. Denza, he's able to take down 2, existing with what has to be about 1 HP. Gets some help on the needed 3rd and 4th from Lucifer and Dave. And with that, Team War will bend but not break. Hyperboom once again in possession of the rotation early to get over to the coal mine, but Afro's here to play spoiler as he's going to be existing mid-side of the boiler room. Team War doing exactly what you need to do. Take control of the middle of the map and try to hit this setup from multiple angles.
For sure, we're taking a look at the lead. It might be coming to a change here soon as Hyperboom only trail behind by a few seconds. Team War off the back of an awesome performance from Denza. This guy's got a pocket full of multi-kills as he's roaming around the map. Still though, in defense is Connor. He's holding it down for his team, giving us another big lead switch, and they're still in control. And this is not one where you want to be fighting an AR player, right? Connor is in a stellar position right now to hold off the War offense.
The problem is he's by himself, has to keep his life, just not anticipate Vortex coming from the bottom side pinch. Fortunately, the help is there to find the instant trade. This has been a great hard point for Hyperboom as they retake the lead, back up by 25 points. Team Ward, you can see they do not want to give away this scrap time. They're going to commit to this for one more hit. Maple already thinking about the fourth hard point, will be zoning off one more player on the back, and as the rest of his teammates win the gunfights inside the hill, that's the scrap time for Hyperboom. Maple, who's zoning out the initial time of P4, he's going to find his third and a fourth as he collapsed through two. I don't even think he expected the second. And with that, Hyperboom able to freely rotate over to the cargo containers, and they'll break the 200-point mark first.
It's going to be a Frixie. Oh, he finds one kill before being taken down by the nade. Denza, again, opening things up with a double kill. We've seen this time and time again from him in this map, and he continues with the pressure alongside Lucifer. They find 2 kills and force Hyperboom out of the hard point. They're still gotta get that last bit of time in there as they set up for the defense from the next wave of enemies that are coming. It's gonna be Hyperboom with all 5 players and back jump.
Dave is trying to do what he can to zone further forward through the woods, not able to find the gunfight. And now the nades start to spill forward. Hyperboom flooding on in. Afro cannot find an angle to win a gunfight. Denza trying to get here to reinforce, doing whatever he can to help, and he does win the fight onto Hixie. So 7 seconds left. The scrap goes to Team War, but still 206 to 179 will be the tally. And Hyperboom, with the zone on P5, can win the game here. Team War, they need to get a successful break on their first field.
That they can and that they do. They need to get in there now. Team War got a lot of the last hard point, but as you saw, as soon as this popped, Hyperboom was already in position and had control of the spawns. Now the pressure comes in. Hixie, submachine gun player to watch. He finds 2 kills for his team. And Maple now left to defend as the Team War front is delayed for just a little bit. Spawning out towards P4. They're a bit staggered. It's looking tough for them at the moment.
Maple's got a good read on the players from Team War, trying to wrap around the back. Hyperboom have done well. 235 and counting, can still win it here. Team War spawning out. Last hit has to come through. One concentrated effort. It's Connor who's close up. He's able to win a couple of gunfights. Can anyone get there to touch in time? 247, 248. No one's gonna get there. Hyperboom draw first blood and take the first map away from Team War again in surprise fashion.
Right, so as we come to the conclusion of map number 1 between Team War and Hyperboom, we're going to be moving over to a game 1 that's unfolding between Pride and Wester. Right now, things are a bit evened up. We're just getting started off, and we can hop right into the action.
This is another very pivotal matchup. A couple of names that you'll be familiar with on that Pride squad. M. Ruiz, I think he's one of the guys that I was looking at saying he's been playing absolutely spectacularly, especially through the beginning portion of the NA Challenger scene, but was tossed around a couple of top-tier rosters, not really able to retain his spot. On the other side, though, you've got players like Paul, Zap, Fame, Spoof, all of them incredible in their own right, and Wester absolutely a squad that could go the distance here in North America.
Yes, so we are back on North American soil. Sub-Zero, feet planted, finds himself a headshot for the double kill. Let's see as his team is able to hold down the point. It's going to be Spoof, racking up 30 seconds to his name already. Uncontested so far, as Pride struggles to fight back.
I won't lie to you, this is not a map that I figure Pride will do very well in. Sub-Zero, of course, if you're wondering who that is, that's Glow Frosty. Has had a very good year in his own right as a main AR player in North America. And Wester's AR privilege, I would say, is just well above what Pride's able to bring. I'm a bit surprised, actually, Pride allowed this map to go through. And Collinator, also known as Danail in the past, he is a special player in his own right. He plays on an extremely high sensitivity, and I think at the beginning of the year, a lot of people were wondering how that would pay out for him in a relatively slow Call of Duty when it comes to how cracked out you have to be, as the kids say. And well, Wester is having themselves a whale of a time so far, already above 60 points, only giving up 8 seconds worth of time. Paul nearly able to find a double. The proximal spawns will eventually be enough, and Pride will break for the scrap time on our second hard point.
That they do. Take a look at the movement that's happening on your middle mini-map. We have 3 different players out of Wester, all fanning out towards our next hardpoint as they seemingly got a ton of time off of hardpoint 1 and 2. We're going to see them get an early setup for hill number 3.
But that said, Finn realizes he's under threat. M. Ruiz has done well to get into this broken building, and now as the help comes through, Pride will actually find a way to exit from the second and grab some initial time on our third. If you don't take it by my candor, it's not exactly common that we see that come through. So a good moment for Pride, but they're not able to hold, unfortunately, as Wester reinforces quickly.
That was really interesting. I saw those Wester arrows backing up from the cave towards middle map. I thought that they would be setting up for hardpoint 3, but instead they end up meeting Pride there, and we're still competing for it. We have Kaiser on hardpoint at the moment, uncontested time. He's able to just kind of sit pretty and wait for the competition to come, right? Nova was able to push up and do a lot of damage for him.
Solid. Fame trying to lock down the angle. As he'll find one, nearly snaps to a second. Doesn't need to find the miraculous second kill, though, as Glowfrosty will find the kill. 10 seconds worth of scrap time. Both teams, you can see, just based on the minimap, definitely investing into the rotation to get to this Western Cave hardpoint. Paul able to find one more pick. He was the late addition to this Western squad, which forced them to go through that LCQ run. Well, I say run, but it was pretty much a walk in the park, actually. Well, Pride will spawn to the backside towards the henhouse. They can try to hit this in full force, and the flood's coming through nicely. But Zaptius, one of those players that I mentioned, I think was kind of one to worth watching. He's done well to try to hit the pitch, and he will at least stall some of the reinforcements from coming in easily. But as I say that, Pride able to win a couple of good gunfights to try to keep this hill neutral. Fame on a nice little spree as he finds a double. There's number 3. Wester able to take control of the 4th hardpoint.
Oh yeah, not what you want to see if you're on the side of Prime. You do not want to turn the corner staring down the barrel of Fame's M4. You're going to get cut in half just like that. 3 kills in a row to his name. And as we take a look at the hard point, just 10 seconds left. This is scrap time. We're going to be rotating from Cave West towards the Cliff Path.
One of those things, I was kind of doing a prediction stream the other day and talking with this Wester squad. I was asking, what roles are you guys playing? Who's your third AR? And they're like, we don't really have a third AR. And here's the thing about our squad. We either run 2 ARs or we run 5. And that's currently what they're doing on this Azir Cave. All 5 members rocking an M4. Definitely strange to say the least, but so far it's working out. And just a little bit of a nod to what we were saying earlier about how this is not a map that I think you want to play Wester on. Their ARs can absolutely light up the feed, and well, obviously when you're running 5 of them and everyone's killing like this, that will indeed happen as Wester will secure the back part likely of this 5th hardpoint. Semtex through the netting for Paul as he's on 3 straight, 26 and 13. Wester at a 100-point lead.
Yeah, they're just having fun now. I mean, these guys, their M4s have just been hot all game long, and when they're not missing and when, these pushes are as weak as they are coming from Pride immediately, the score is just going to look like this all game unless they can answer back.
Well, you're going to have to do well to zone away Wester from getting to this first hard point. You need a significant amount of time here if you're Pride. And really beyond that, you're kind of looking at Kaiser, who is trying to make the ramp 7 work. He hasn't really done well to do that yet. He's just 7 and 14. That's going to have to change for Pride. We're having a little bit of trouble finding their mojo here against this 5 AR setup from Wester. Doing well so far. First 20 seconds will go their way on the town center. Paul, nice little dip and dodge there as he almost finds this follow-up kill versus M. Ruiz, but okay, now all of a sudden 30 seconds have passed and Pride haven't given up a second. So this is exactly what you need from Pride. The big question is, how do you try to work your way into a second hardpoint? Because you cannot allow Wester to have the same kind of success they had last time on the Eastern Cave.
For sure, especially if running 4 and 5 ARs on all of their players isn't slowing down their pressure at all. You really got to be worried as to what's going on with you, Pride, fundamentally for this next rotation of hills. So as we move from mid, take a look through the eyes of Wester, see what they can do with their M4s this time.
Well, as we see it, Wester in a pretty good spot as they will take the second hard point. But as we mentioned, this is all about what's happening in Europe in real time, as this is just a winner's round 2 matchup. Well, I say just a winner's round 2 matchup, but there very well could be a surprise here. So we'll try to keep tabs on what's happening in North America as we go. Pride able to break on through for this second hard point, but as we were kind of hearing from production, we were about to jump right back into Team War, trying to bounce back after losing their first map, and that's of course where our focus will stay. As we stick with this one, again, I'll be interested to see what Pride's able to do versus that Western squad, but as we get our picture-in-picture on the right-hand side, that's where we're going to be swapping over to Hyperboom and Team War, where Hyperboom is currently on 1-0. 250 to 178 win on the hard point. It's going to be Ramaza for the search and destroy there.
And we are looking through the eyes of Connor. Not quite a lone wolf, as most of the players are going to be coming through mid to move towards this B-bomb site, but playing the most forward. He's going to be checking all of these windows, such incredible vantage points, and you see through the wall on your left, Dave knows full and well how effective it is. He's not giving too much up, though, and Connor ends up just trying to reroute and see if he can support his team a bit better.
Even spread. Interesting the bomb has been allowed to come through. Watch this long rotation from Team War. They're trying to hit the flank with 3 members, and the only player that can play spoiler would be Disarray. He falls, the flank will completely envelop the site, and now it's just Hyperboom just trying to hold on to whatever ground they have, of which there's not enough. And it will come through Team War. It will get this diffused pretty easily as soon as they allow the Dead Silence to charge up a little bit, but a very good wraparound, and Team War will find the surprise hit and take the first round pretty convincingly.
That they do. We saw they were looking for that pick coming from Connor. They never really found it. Even after repositioning, he wasn't able to do a whole lot, and War came through and just cleaned up shop.
Be interested to see with that coming through round number 1 for the retake, what do you do next time around for Hyperboom to try to stop that play from happening? That's going to be in the back of their minds, you feel, for probably the rest of this search and destroy, but we'll leave that conversation for another time as we'll take a look at Team War's offense as Steve-O, he wants to get aggressive. Again, he's got Dead Silence, having a bit of trouble with the door. Some WD-40 will do well to bust this open. I don't know if he's trying to bust this door or...
He's just not strong enough.
Yeah,
that's all it is. Just
definitely missed shoulder day at the gym.
Boys, no biceps. The push is coming, though. Take a look at the B-bomb site. 3 kills in favor of Hyperboom. 2 coming from Maple as he's shut down by a grenade from Afro. And now it's just Lucifer. Bomb in hand. 2 Hyperboom players hunting him down. And he's just got an MP5 to his name.
Does hit the Dead Silence, though. With 40 seconds, if he finds information that both Hyperboom members are near this B site, he very well could just sneak his way out the bottom side of Gun Shop and make a play for A. No, I do not have a script, but that's 100% what's happening as Lucifer's making his way to wrap
Mine says
around.
the same thing.
Yeah, the timing is interesting because Hyperboom are realizing, hey, he's not here. And with number 4 and Callum making his way forward, they're going to quick realize that this will be an A hit.
Yep, he slips out. Gets the bomb down. Let's watch it unfold. Lucifer 3-0. He's making moves the ace here. He's going to play defensively in construction as Connor and Callum slowly creep over.
That's silence for Connor, but they're not going to use it. They want to make some noise, see if they can bait out some movement from Lucifer. And, oh, okay, Callum, I thought for a second he was going to absolutely lose that initial gunfight, which would have made things interesting, but the hip fire gets blessed, and Callum does win the gunfight onto Harry, so 1-1 will go. I like the call, though. I mean, Team War in a little bit of a tough spot early, but fortunately, it was early, so there was some room to work with, and they do at least get the plant down, but unfortunately, not able to quite 1v2 it is Harry, who, again, like I mentioned, I thought for sure with the first bullet coming in, he was going to win that gunfight, but just barely eludes him.
Yeah, tough loss for the round there, but he started off with 3 kills. It's a whole lot to ask of your teammate to ace and plant and have the bomb detonate. Coming into our next round, though, let's see how the action unfolds as we're knotted up.
And this is, again, like we were framing up into that first round. Do Hyperboom put a little bit more energy and attention to what could potentially come through this rug shop? Team War, a similar look defensively, but instead of 3 members working the middle or the A side, it's actually just going to be 2. So a heavy defensive stack over towards B, in which Connor wins a pretty big 1v1. Hixie thinks that's enough room to make the play to move forward, but Dave locking things down to the B alley will take down 2 and get away. Disarray is avidly trying to work the pinch, and he will find the kill and eventually the trade, but the problem is still Team War is all over this A site. Disarray is able to see Dave down low, cooks up a frag. Isn't that perfect medium rare that we want on our steak? Not going to come through. Takes the challenge. Dave cannot respond. Now Hyperboom in a 3v2 situation in which they can get the bomb planted.
Yep, free to do just that. It's going to be up to Connor and Maple to hold it down, but looks like the pressure from War is not going to come in as they try to reunite first. This is going to be a tough, coordinated retake, but they do have the man advantage to work with. Afro is going to be your player in the front line. Let's see what he does with it.
Trying to work over to Gun. This is tough. He will find the instant trade, but the problem is where is Disarray and Connor? Well, he gets information on 1, has a frag to play with. He beats him off the top rope, but gets a little bit of trouble trying to re-get into green. And that is just enough for the final bullets to stray through the doorway. But if he gets through this doorway, I don't know if Disarray finds that kill, and that's a 1v1 that's absolutely winnable for Afro.
Yeah, I don't know if we talked him up enough just yet, but this man is a threat for the side of War. Of course, we have talent all across the roster on War, and I wanted to highlight that, just how much all of these players contribute so well to the roster, but especially the newer guy, Afro. awesome contribution in every series I've gotten to see him play.
Yeah. Definitely a shining star when it comes to Europe, or at least a rising star in that instance. So now it's a different look for Hyperboom. How about this? An aggressive play for Callum. He's number 4 on your minimap. He's already pushed through money. He's right outside of the cash doors, I'm pretty sure. Hixie was also trying to get aggressive through the bottom side of the dark arches outside of the tunnel. That won't pay off. And Dave is also throwing a little bit of a monkey wrench in. And how about that angle? Just barely able to catch the dome of Connor. Now the number situation vastly in favor of Team War. Disarray wins the first gunfight, able to pop the dead silence and get away, but not quite quick enough. Team War have successfully taken the construction.
That snipe angle, those are one of the ones that you just, you kind of secretly pass through in group chat. We get to see it come into effect right there. Big snipe across the map to take down the Hyperboom player. And now it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Maple and Callum got a retake. This is a tough one. Construction is a hard spot to be in with so many corners to check.
Oh boy. Maple's got no dead silence as well. He's gonna be very limited on his range of motion. Gunfight comes through, no one taking the better of it, but Callum's there to make good on the damage. Now he's gonna try to maybe stick this defuse, get some information off the sound cue from Dave, but no one was able to scout out Denza. Maple wins the trade out, and now it's just down to Dave. You know he's somewhere by the front door, but has he killed enough time? It looks like, yes, Maple would have to win this gunfight right now. He's not able to do it. Dave clutches up. A tight moment here, but Team War keep ourselves leveled to a piece.
Stiff competition here as we see the retake does crumble just towards the closing moments, but really just an awesome S&D played all around. We're seeing them get creative. We're seeing them maneuver around the map in such unique ways. I don't think we've gotten to see War play this S&D this way before on Ramaza.
Yeah. The sniper rifle is something that I feel like we attribute more to North American challenger teams. I say that very speculatively, but it definitely feels like more of an NA strategy than we've seen in Europe, but it pays off nicely for Dave, who actually put a little bit of his own twist on it, as it usually comes down the middle from sandbags. This time it goes up top from Cafe. Before we get too caught up in the analysis of the previous round, this is a very successful opening for Hyperboom as they find a couple of kills through the A side. And oh boy, Team War, they try to do a little bit of an aggressive defensive standpoint of their own. Does not come out to any success whatsoever. Denza trying to paint a little bit of silver lining on this round, but he's in a 1v5 situation and the wall bang comes through. Talk about the predictive shots from Hyperboom to take him out. A very clean round here. Look at these shots from Callum, just to guess. Well, maybe he's through here. What? Could we say BAC a little bit? Hello?
Look at this man. He's thinking way ahead of us.
Good grief, man. He's out here living in 2021, Fox.
we wouldn't understand. It's fine.
Oh, man.
3-2 lead. Hyperboom. We're seeing Maple in the kill feed a lot. Get used to it. We still got at least another map to play. And this map's been a threat in this series so far. Look at this push. Afro taking the action in his own hands. He actually just misses a person just around the corner in mid. All the pressure's going down on the B bomb site as the first blood comes into the hands of Denza with a headshot.
That's a big pickup from Denza. A lot of teams would just full commit to this full rush. Denza says, don't worry, boys. I'll watch the flank, and it pays off. The problem is, all these players for Team War who pushed aggressively find absolutely nothing. So another aggressive push through for Team War, this time on the attack. Wait a second. Afro, unbelievable double up, now turns things into a 2v2 right as I was kind of giving out the grim tidings for Team War's attack. They have recollected themselves, and now with the bomb in hand, Afro and Denza can play this in tandem of one another. You've got Maple, who's on an island playing defense at A. Connor, who's up top with the Semtex, try to play from B, and oh boy, nearly thought that Afro was going to beam him off the window, Hetty. So Denza try to play for the trade, not going to find the angle. Hyperboom able to, I would say, fortunately, make use of what was a very successful opening of the round, but Afro nearly able to play spoiler again for Team War.
Yeah, that man's the equalizer. I mean, those 2 kills that he found, I think, were huge. Jumping out and challenging Connor with the submachine gun. I'm sure he didn't anticipate that, right? And that's a hard gunfight to win. So Hyperboom ends up closing it out. And with this 2-round lead, these guys have to feel pretty confident. I mean, it's been a competitive search and destroy. Team War has definitely been fighting back quite a bit, but they're approaching match point, and they still have a comfortable position to be in.
Maple doing a lot, 10-4, leading the lobby at the moment, but is it gonna be enough to fully get them through this Team War squad who, like you mentioned, has been playing very concentrated and looks like they've kind of let off the gas for just a moment. Denza able to find first ball. That's actually the bomb carrier of Hixie who's down, and if they can read that the bomb is down here, Team War could fully wrap from the A site. Hyperboom is trapped in the middle at the moment of Cafe. They do have a lot of utility to play with, but man, I just don't know if Team War is going to give them the opportunity.
Definitely the worst way Hixie could have died in this map. Seeing the bomb carrier go down first on site is tough when you haven't broken into the site yourself. Callum does find a kill, but as you can see, Connor is still having trouble trying to maneuver around players like Denza that are waiting for him to turn that corner. Maple, they're able to clean up this disadvantage a little bit. They're working around this very well, acknowledging that the bomb is down on the site.
Denza and Dave able to bounce right back though. 2v2, Denza tries to push a little bit further forward. Maple able to find his 12th kill in just 7 rounds. Dave playing his traditional angle through the B alley, not gonna win either. Gunfight, Hyperboom, take advantage. 5-2 in another round that looked a little bit desperate for Hyperboom, but like you mentioned, Fox, they work around it beautifully. And that's going to be enough for them to recollect in this B site and find themselves in now a 3-round cushion looking to secure map number 2.
Definitely like the game that they played when they dropped the bomb on site. They just went straight into hunting mode, right? It was just time to go around the outskirts of this setup that they have around your objective and pick them off one by one. They played that perfectly, and now we find ourselves at map point. Hyperboom, 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this series. Let's see what they do.
Could you imagine a world where Connect 5 get upset, Team War get upset? Singularity by no means comfortably got through their winner semifinal matchup. Everything is being thrown in the air as Team War try to find a way to get back into this search. It's going to be an aggressive hit over to A, and unfortunately they actually lose the flank holder of Dave on the back side. So Hyperboom, even though it's a 4v4, they are all over the map, and Team War completely bottled up on construction. Oh man, this is such a tough situation to read. There are ARs looking at you from every direction. That's a fortunate bit of timing for Vortex. As he finds Disarray, he's also picked up an AR that could help things out, but Lucifer is in no position to put the bomb down yet. The rotation from Hyperboom coming in, and it's getting picked apart. It's just as desperate as Hyperboom looked in the previous round. Team War in this one, very well able to bounce back in an incredible hold of the construction site. 5-3 we go.
Tough ending to the round right there. As we saw, it was 3 versus 2 in favor of Hyperboom. One player that was alive, you might have noticed, is the raid boss of the lobby. That was Maple. He ended up getting cut short in a one-on-one engagement. No trade happened. And then we saw Callum fall and break his ankles, get tagged up and taken down. It felt like they were all kind of doing their own thing right there, and it just kind of crumbled in their hands. Shift.
Yeah. It's 2 back-to-back rounds where I think anybody who's avidly watching Search would have said, oh, there's no way that the defensive team loses this round. Up numbers early and good control of the map, but everyone keeps their cool. This time, how about this? SMG push coming out. Smoke to kind of cover the approach. Full hit. Callum's actually not going to take the traditional route into the side stairs. He's just going to hold the angle. Team War once again working the long flank from the A side. We'll be waiting for the bomb to get planted, but you see number 3 on your minimap. That's Connor. He's watching this much more passively. So for Team War, how do you get in? As I think they actually lost a member. Yeah, we're in a 4v5 at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to look like Denza's left us for the moment. It's going to be Hyperboom playing out this advantage. They already do have map point. Let's see if they can close it out with a 2v2.
Hoping that that's just a disconnect situation and not a rage quit, but it very well could have been, as Hyperboom take map number 2 in strange fashion, 6-3. And Team War down 2 maps early. And we'll just call it, they're underdogs. Hyperboom looking to slay 2 giants in the same day, going from Train Hard right into Team War.
Man, you know what? I got a bone to pick with you guys, okay? But you know what? Fox, you're okay. It's more so Shift if anything.
Whoa.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'll talk to Spaceman a bit, because we were talking earlier when we were recapping the EU scene, and it came down to who are the teams to watch. We got War, Singularity, Train Hard, Connect 5, BDS, but not a single person mentioned Hyperboom. And you see what the boys are doing, 5 straight maps in a row, victory flawless. looking to go on to the finals, in winners finals, that is, and play Team Singularity. So now, Shift, I'll give you a moment now to redeem yourself, okay? What the hell is Hyperboom doing right now that is so well to get them to this point?
I'm catching a fever over here, so I'm going to make sure I'm not spreading any contagions. I'm going to mask up responsibly.
Mask up.
Goodness gracious, Blaze is putting me on the hot seat. No, it's one of those things that, as much as we sing the praises of teams like Singularity and Team War, because historically they have done very, very well throughout the course of the year, there has been a couple of great weeks for some of these teams that have maybe been flexing a fourth or a fifth member to get some practice in. And you can't discredit what we've seen from Hyperboom. They have responded to a lot of the pressure that Team War like to do on Search and Destroy. A lot of the reason why I'm sitting here and thinking that Team War is a great Search and Destroy squad. But beyond that, they have not just responded to teams like Team War, they are actually getting proactive. They are getting aggressive versus these squads and not paying a lot of respect to, hey, these guys have won 10 out of 14. It doesn't matter. All that matters is this one. And I think that's really responsible and just really good for Hyperboom as a whole to kind of get the team running on that same path.
Nice.
We also got to talk about Maple and the damage that he's done in this series so far. Callum out there spreading his wings like a swan. We saw some awesome play from him, very tactical play, and it's definitely led to an exciting series so far as they're up 2-0 in the series.
Man, it has definitely led to an exciting series, folks. I hope you guys are having just as much fun as I am. But for now, we are going to be taking a break. But when we come back, we're going to see if Team War, the giants of this EU region, can make a reverse sweep while they're in a difficult position. Well, if you want to find out if it happens or not, don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals presented by PlayStation 4. This is our final tournament of the year. This is where the best of the best teams and challengers get to battle it out. And we got 3 regions competing, and we're taking a look at all 3 regions today. Now, we're currently focused on EU, so let me introduce you to our casters for the series. We got Fox and Shift back in the building. As you know, they've been casting this series so far against War and Hyperboom. Now, folks, War, they're down 0-2 against Hyperboom, a team that is looking hot so far on a 5-map streak. Fox, what is Hyperboom doing right?
Man, we're seeing Callum do some serious damage, not just with the M4, but also with the MP5. We're seeing Maple just dominate anyone on his screen. This guy's finding several kills in a row, every life, high respawn efficiency. And it's just been such a problem for Team War to handle, right? I mean, we see players like Afro who've been able to respond with big kills and big shifts in the gameplay based on their play around the objective. But so far in this series, Hold Shift, I think you might agree, Hyperboom has just been too strong.
Absolutely. It's almost as if Maple, he wants to get the Singularity. He wants that revenge tour. And here's a little bit of better news for Hyperboom. They took the domination versus Trainhard in their previous matchup, 193 to 130, a blowout. So can they find a way to replicate that same success here versus Team War? I would say easier said than done, but we've told that story a couple of different times. Team War, though, starting from the favored side by the A flag, they will get a pretty quick collection of both the A and B setup here early.
Oh, they put Denza back on respawn. We saw in the game 1 as well for Denza. He was lighting up the kill feed. They might have lost, but if you look at this game just through his eyes, you would have never expected that. So Dave, double kill as well. Denza lighting it up again. Currently on a 6 streak. That's not uncharacteristic of what we've seen from him in this series. Expect more of it.
Here, take a look at the mini map really quickly. Hyperboom 4-man hit, trying to make its way through the overextension to A. A risky play call here. If they lose this, Team War will not just be in a position to hold the AB setup, but they've also got Lucifer in a spot that they can make a play over to C early. Connor will keep things interesting for now, but the majority of that hit has been dealt with. Connor's been figured out. Everyone's looking for him. You'll toss a trophy just to try to save his life, and well, the timing was good. He actually takes care of 1 projectile, but then soon after, Team War able to flood on through, deal with him, and it will continue to be an AB step for now. And Hyperboom in a really interesting spot where they're a little bit split off their spawns, and they need to get together and decide what they want to do next.
Yeah, because right now it's just complete map domination from the side of War. I mean, Hyperboom has not been able to leave that southwestern point at all for the past 30 seconds. There's just been this small wall of War players that haven't gone down, and you know, even as they do fall, they just spawn right back up and they're at it again. They need to send someone around to be more disruptive. And take a look at what's unfolding on your mini map now. We have 3 different Hyperboom players in the northern part of the map.
Interesting. Team War just see 2 members, 3 members now spawning bottom left-hand side of your mini-map. I would not have expected that, but here they come. It's actually Hyperboom. They're realizing, hey, we've got a free pathway to get over to A. This is a big moment to try to recollect themselves here in the first half, but Dave able to get here, finding himself 2, looking for number 3. Clutch fashion is Dave. Touted him as one of the best ARs in Europe, and he's showcasing exactly why with play like that.
Yeah, Dave, you got to be excited to watch a player like him always. 10-5 at the moment on a 3 streak. We're looking to the eyes of Stevo, though, who's been a very disruptive submachine gun, bit more of a support player alongside the side of Denza. But as he finds one on cop car, he's able to take down the easy gunfight. This wall is his, and it's such an important part of the map. You see why. He's got so many important angles he's able to hold, and he's got a lot of cover to work with.
Oh, what a brilliant reset from Team War. Again, a little bit of an unfortunate spawn out, but they make good on it, and they've gotten their way back into the warehouse. Hyperboom searching for something here, anything really. They're in position to maybe contest this warehouse, but Denza, he's shooting through the trophy system to get his kills. Now pushing a little bit further forward, wants to take control of the bottom L hall. Will very quickly scout out that nobody is here. Once again, slide peeks it, still nobody home. And Team War are going to start to realize that, hey, maybe the middle of the map is going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Hixie able to win a good gunfight versus Lucifer. Now there's numbers for Hyperboom to try to take this B flag back. Team War are not going to give it away without a fight, and as the nades come in, they will keep the flag in their control.
So we've seen the most success from these pushes from Hyperboom when they do send people through that middle and sort of northern part of the minimap rather than flooding everyone southwest. That's when they've seen some of their success in terms of the number of engagements. It's starting to unfold a little bit again here as you see players 0 and 7, that's going to be Maple and Callum, have made a huge difference. And now they're able to pinch onto the B domination. Let's see if they can get themselves some time before this first round ends. They got under a minute.
Well, it just feels like even if you do take this B flag for the back 45, you may have not done enough on this domination, as this has been a very good first half for Team War through and through. And they're realizing that these last 30 seconds will mostly be dictated towards what happens in this warehouse, so Team War will concentrate all of their forces there. 27 seconds to play. Team War looking to possibly break through the 90-point mark into the hundreds, which is an incredible first half. Not just a good one, not just a great one, but an incredible one. And how about this? Late in the round, it's going to be maybe a neutral play for Dave as he is able to get freed up to go over to the C flag. It looks like there'll just be a trade of neutrals here, though, as Hyperboom will stack, trying to get 2 ticks worth of progress at B. And they might actually grab 1 more tick of progress here at the A flag. It's a mere consolation prize, though, as Team War will see the first half expire with a 103-56 lead. A very good first 5 minutes.
That's tough. I mean, it's reflected there in the score pretty cleanly, but it was just 2 flags to 1 the whole time. You got Disarray with just a single kill in the first 5 minutes of a nomination for the side of Hyperboom, and if you're playing a man down, you know, these guys are just going to keep holding their setups. They couldn't break through B dom shift at all.
No. And a lot of that I think you have to attribute to the fact that the double ARs for Team War have been incredible. But at the same point, now it's kind of a more question for Team War. Are you going to continue to keep running 2 M4s from the unfavored side, in which it could be a little bit difficult to get the ARs running? As you see Hyperboom now, Connor and Maple are running the double M4 setup. Again, just essentially, like you mentioned, holding their lanes, doing what you can to just keep the pressure off the OE as well in the middle of the map, and it's done well so far. 4 kills for Hyperboom. They're realizing that Vortex has made his way over, and while Disarray actually able to tag one of his teammates, it may be a good luck charm on the way out. But so far, so good for Hyperboom. They've done well to deal with the OE, and these double ARs have been extremely threatening.
Steve-O right there might have just softened some of the pressure on this B domination flag right there with that overextension. Now look at the rest of his team playing off of it. Everyone else able to collect a couple of kills and stand on the flag. And this is what you've been seeing out of Team War, is just great communication and teamwork, and honestly just gunning down the opposition of Hyperboom. Disarray has now quadrupled the amount of kills he got in the first round, and you saw that reflected in the score in the first minute of the round, but it seems like Team War is right back where they wanted to be.
Yep, putting out the spawns, able to hit the OE and from the warehouse exit simultaneously. Find that success. Hyperboom for now will neutral the B flag, but Vortex is in a great spot to finally get maybe his 5th kill in a row. He's 20-9. He just wants to keep his life for as long as possible. He'll watch Dave get the kill on Maple, who was the last player left for Hyperboom in the warehouse, so now he'll track back, watch his teammates capture the B flag, but even though he's still searching for an incredible spree, nice little turn on as he finds number 5. The problem is Team War have actually been neutral on their A flag, so they need to hit the reset button once again. The kills will come in, and the AB setup will be salvaged for Team War.
3 and 4 kills in a row for the side of Team War, and Afro collects 3 of them himself to find himself on a 5 streak. He's tied for the most captures on his team, but that's been spread around pretty evenly throughout the side of Team War. Let's see what he's able. The rest of his team again. They're winning these team fights with fewer players, right? Like they're able to go into these engagements outnumbered because they're still just gunning them for multi-kills anyway.
Yeah, Vortex, who was on 7 before he finally gets put down. Now it's on to Lucifer. Top of the L Hall. There's a nice double for him.
Ooh, Disarray.
But still, one more member for Hyperboom will exist and survive through the chaos, and that will be enough to neutralize and likely flip the B flag. But with 2.5 minutes left, looking at right around a 60-point differential, it's becoming near mathematically impossible. You need a triple cap. Absolutely, you need a triple cap from here into probably about a minute and a half worth of it. And it's just not very common to see that occur. Callum doing his very best as he finds himself 3. The C flag has stayed in control for Hyperboom. So now it's just down to how much more incredible individual plays will we see for Hyperboom to try to get this triple cap into play. Easier said than done, as the spawns will go a little bit all over the place. And Denza, I think he sees again for Team War. And maybe at this point, everyone's just leaving as they realize mathematically this would become pretty impossible for Hyperboom to go through the rest of this map.
Yeah, that one kind of pretty cut and dry. It was just team war. They came through, and it was honestly just a punishment. Hyperboom at no point were they able to maintain any sort of presence around B domination. So hopping out of that map, we're going to be moving back to North America. We're looking at Wester and Pride. We last left off on a hard point that was completely one-sided in the hands of Wester. Really just an awesome performance out of them, and Pride kind of didn't stand a chance at all. But looking into the Search and Destroy, things are a bit different. We're slowing it down now, and we're in the opening round. The offense on the side of Wester.
Taking a look, it is still just map 2 in this series. Wester working to defend the post plant setup. See Glow Frosty watching the inner. You've got players for Wester also working the outside. That Spoof who's out there to able to find 2. Should be a successful round for Pride, and it will be. Just too many numbers controlling too much of the map. A good first attack for Wester, all things considered.
This opening offensive round does go to Wester. Yeah, and if you were unable to see last time, Azir Hardpoint was map number 1 in this series. It was Azir Cave. We saw a 5 AR setup from the side of Wester, and it proved to be effective. Didn't slow down their pressure whatsoever. Lots uncontested hill time. We saw the Ram 7 in play as well, and we're seeing it on the side of Pride. And as we look through their eyes for this offensive round, let's see what they're able to do on the A-bomb site.
Well, it's going to be pretty free. The only player that could really read this is Fame, and I think he's gotten the intel because he immediately backs away, doesn't want to give up his life, tosses a couple of set nades over the top. Ruiz watching the middle of the map has found 1. Fame is trapped back here. He needs some help badly. Colin able to get forward. He deals with Glow Frosty trying to be that assistance. And now in the back, I think he's seen it. Again, Colin plays on a sensitivity that is literally days worthy. I mean, he plays on such a quick sensitivity. It's hard to keep track of, to be candid. Fame able to win 1 gunfight, but does get traded, and Ruiz trying to hold on to the post plant setup, and Kaiser's done his job. He's found one of what needed to be 2 kills in the back. 1v1 for the bomb, not a lot of time left, and Ruiz is going to wait for the timer to expire to a point where they can't defuse. Pride bounces back.
So Pride tying things up right there. I really liked the way that Colin was playing around that player in the back spawn. As you said, he kind of just tucked him in that corner, right? Waited for his help to show up, shot him down 2. He goes back and loses the engagement, but you still got to admire the quick thinking in that moment.
Well, we'll see how these teams adjust. Nice early attempt to kind of at least throw the consideration for Pride that, hey, we can hit the A site. We'll have to see how Wester respond to that in the future, but for now, Wester was able to get the bomb down quickly towards the B side in their first attack, and it looks like they want to try to do most of the same. Zap playing very cautious in the middle of the map, though. Getting too far forward as of yet. Pride on your mini-map is actually working on a flank, which is being held by Paul. Every hope and dream that was a push through Cole for Pride has been eliminated, and now as the bomb will be planted with numbers for Wester, looking to again be in a very prime position to take their second offense, as they are now in a 4v3 situation. Retake is all going to come through the cargo side of the map. A tough roll really for Pride as they have to deal with Sub-Zero, and well, Glow Frosty gets beamed, so now a 3v3.
Big opening engagements. They didn't even have a chance to answer back, and now the response comes in from Wester. It's going to be Zap and Paul Elite. Zap DS and Paul Elite. Let's see what they can do with it. The bomb is down. Jump. Not able to get the defuse. Ruiz last alive. He's in a 1 versus 2, but Paul is playing those angles oh so well.
Oh, wow.
Wester's going to find that round win.
You thought for a second, though, didn't you, Fox, that Pride was going to bring this one back?
Yeah, that's what it was looking like. I thought for sure. I thought for sure the bomb defuse was coming through.
Well, not able to get it done. And early numbers have been good for Wester on the attack so far, but we've seen a little bit of the cheeky strategy playbook come through for the side of Pride in their first attack. A full flood over to A the first time out. What do they do this time? And it looks like they're going to try to bait the same rotation. You see Kaiser number 7 on your minimap is actually pushing aggressively to A. You figure he's going to throw all of his utility and see if he can bait the rotation from Wester early over to the A site. It's not going to happen, though. They're holding their ground right outside cargo. 4 members of Pride trying to work their way up. Ruiz is trying to get the bomb down, and he's actually going to not fully stick it. Even though the kills were good for Pride, everything resets. A 2v3 situation, and Pride will eventually get this bomb down.
Yeah, so for this round, a lot of things have kind of fallen short for Pride on this push. I mean, their flank, they sent one player to be a distraction towards the A-bomb site. He ended up only keeping one player over there with them, so that just neutralizes that play as a whole. And now we're looking at the remnants of this Pride push from Nova towards crates. Even with the bomb down, all of his teammates fell at the same time, and he had no support.
A little bit of bomb toggling here going on for the defuse, just waiting for our field upgrades to get upgraded all the way. So Wester in a good spot, 3-1 up. And Glowfrosty early on, the breadwinner in the lobby, is he's, I believe I saw 5-2, 5-1, something of the nature. Not bad through 4 rounds. And it's one of those maps that I feel like really can go back and forth. As much as you want to say that Search and Destroy overall is defensively sided, there definitely are opportunities if you can get the bomb down with numbers to set up a very strong post plan, especially here on Gunrunner. As you're seeing actually on the attack, there was a sniper on the back of one member from Wester. Not sure if that's going to really come out to play here early, but Glowfrosty's been hit by a number of different grenades, and he's going to be forced to back away. And this is going to put a little bit of a stall onto Wester's hit. Spoof will find a set nade, Fame another kill, but the problem is there's not a lot of map pressure here for Wester, and Pride are going to take advantage of that.
That they are. Spoof can't even find a good spot for a sniper here. Catches one, awesome headshot as he rips Kaiser off with a chest high cover. And now we see Nova with a quick punishment. Excellent response from the side of Pride around the B site. Zaptius choosing to retreat here with some support.
Tough position for Nova. He's going to be lacking information pretty severely.
Yeah. Very difficult spot to be in as these two Wester players work towards the B site. And really, he's just got to pick an angle and hold it. He ends up catching Zaptius. That's huge to even things up here. Now it's just going to be Sub-Zero in the 1-versus-1 as he grabs bomb up against Nova.
No dead silence, but has both of his nades. The timing here, has he seen Glowfrosty? I think he has. The read is good, but the shots aren't. Oh no, careful here to the pistol. He goes. He's being elusive. Oh man. Oh, my teeth were clenched. I was white knuckling my chair. I thought for a second that one was going to elude him. The Pride does eventually get the kill into Glowfrosty, who nearly got the slip on him.
These moments are so funny because, like, we see him through the wall, you know? Imagine how much he's panicking in the moment, not seeing where this guy is running, and just try to chase him down between those trains. It's so tense in their spot. And you see Zaptius is able to close out the round for Wester, and they go up another round here. Excuse me, Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero.
I'm not gonna lie, man, I was shaking in my shoes. I'm not even wearing shoes. Zaptius for first blood this time around, middle of the map. Nova responds with the kill of his own. 4v4, very scrappy early engagements happening throughout the middle as there's smoke, nades, gunfire, everything being thrown, trying to win the middle of the map. And neither team will really kind of get there. So now it's on to M. Ruiz. He's going to get aggressive. He's going to play up top on Cargo. He's got Nova watching his outside, which will do well to at least give him the idea that, okay, all I need to worry about is what comes forward. Nova somehow does get tagged by the Semtex, but Glowfrosty nearly beams and bomb gets planted. 4v4, we continue on.
Sub-Zero was waiting for that engagement, or Nova was waiting for that engagement against Sub-Zero. He ends up losing the first wave, of the first attempt at it. And now it's going to be Wester. They have a lock on his position. They're going to play around where he's at and just wait to attack. You see Paul jumping and taking him out with the M4. That played right into their hand, but Colin is looking to make a difference with the submachine gun. The pressure is applied. Paul is not stopping, though. Excellent kills from him so far this round as he is maintaining his crates position for his team.
What a tough 1v1 here for Paul. Oh, but he gets the angle. Kaiser doesn't read it whatsoever. An impressive gunfight. Not enough time to defuse, but still, that is going to be a gunfight that is going to live with Kaiser for a while, I think. He's going to get the job done, but it's a lot of good favor towards Paul's momentum, to be sure.
Paul, now that you're all tied up at the midpoint of this game, 3-3, you just shot out of your mind for an entire round. Right, you want to see yourself contribute more of that to Wester for the rest of this S&D. Take a look at Spoof. Take a look through the eyes of Spoof, our bomb carrier towards the B bomb site. It's looking like a pretty aggressive push towards the site here.
Once again, Pride trying to throw 2 members through Cole for the flank. It's Fame who's watching it. Hasn't won a gunfight, and well, Pride will sit there and say, okay, never mind. All that costs us is a couple of dead silence charges. In Archives, he's going to have to try to use the back end of this Dead Silence to make a play to the middle of the map. The smoke will allow him maybe forward, but good attention from Wester to make sure that doesn't come out. Semtex will eventually find the kill. So as this one continues on, we are getting word that our EU winner semifinal is about to start back up. We'll be again keeping our attention mostly focused on that matchup between War and Hyperboom. We'll do what we can to keep you guys updated on this series as Wester will try to finish out this 7th round with a bomb plant here at B again. 4 members surviving 4v4 action will unfold. Try to hold on to get this 4th round.
And just to recap, as we're moving back to Europe, it's going to be Hyperboom. Honestly, the team to watch in this series. They were really exciting to see perform in the Search and Destroy through the eyes of Maple. The side of War, though, you really can't doubt a player like Stevo. He has been coming alive in these respawns, and I'm looking forward to see how much more damage he can do here. Because right now, it's match point. Hyperboom could just win the series outright.
Ramaza, a difficult map. We've seen it once before. We'll see it again. Team War this time in a really good spot as they've dealt with most of the push through from Hyperboom. And while doing that, they've already soaked a good amount of time here on the hard point. So this is a good start for Team War. They'll hold on to the favorable P2 spawns. And again, like I had mentioned, they're finding a significant amount of time here. Denza just absolutely sliding around, trying to keep Hyperboom passively away from this site. And he's done his job. 30 seconds already for the boys in red.
Yeah, Stevo and Denza, keep an eye on them for this matchup. They're going to be the difference makers for sure. We're looking through the eyes of Dave, though, with the M4. He's got 3 blue players just around the corner on this bridge. Getting outgunned there. You're going to expect the follow-up. However, teams spawned out from construction. They're going to be rotating to the new hard point as all these kills and the scrap time will go in favor of Hyperboom.
Yeah, I like this play from Team War. They give up they concede essentially the scrap time, which you think might not be the most efficient move, but there is a threat that, hey, Hyperboom is actually making a play out of the second hard point. Let's just make sure that we get ourselves the initial here on our second hill. They've done well. Dave has found a couple in a row. He's 5-2 to start. That's exactly what you want to see from your main AR. And actually, as Dave spawns up over towards the BS&D area, that's going to turn all of Team War's attention over to construction, which is where Hyperboom is trying to come from. But again, this is pretty telegraphed, mostly on the spawn out from Dave. So Team War just have to turn their guns up and, well, deal with the pressure. And they've done just that as Afro started to streak a bit. He finds himself 3 in a row. And Hyperboom way on the outside looking in as Team War already about to be above 70 points.
Yep, 4 straight in the kill feed. Team War's got it all red. The next push coming from Hyperboom will be coming from the southern portion of the map, but they're all going through the same choke point. Afro cuts down 2 already, and Denza finds the 3rd, stopping that push just soon after it began. And really just an awesome effort from them. Up by about 70 seconds. They're being awarded the scrap time. We got Lucifer in the back here, looking to be a bit disruptive for a pinch. Let's watch it all unfold.
This play in the back for Lucifer is everything from Team War. And Hyperboom, they should be able to read this. And yeah, they do. I was about to say, they're not spawning in the very back, so they should know that the spawns are being blocked. They read it nicely. Hyperboom now in possession of the early 20 seconds. Team War going to have to flood. It's going to be a dangerous flood as well, as the middle of the map has not been controlled by them. Hixie questionably moves outside of the hard point to challenge, and with that, Team War are able to clean things up, and because of that push through, they actually spawn in the back. So a great little double hit coming out really for Team War, everything coming up in their favor, and now they break past the 100-point mark. Dave, with a little bit more of appropriate timing, is making his way through the electronic shop to eventually get into the back of the 4th hard point, and Team War all over Hyperboom so far in this Ramaza.
That they are. With this 80-second lead, I mean, there's a lot of time to be left, a lot of hard points to be played left still, but you're going to need to see a dramatic shift in the way that this has been played. Hixie sitting at 3 and 10 is just not going to stack up to the powerful submachine gun pressure that was seen from the side of Denza and Stevo, and more recently in the map, Afro sitting at 11 and 8. So we're going to need to see a dramatic shift in the way that they play, in the way that they play, as they're controlling the construction hard point right now.
But it is just disarray with a couple of fens, and Team War is going to go the full flood this. Nice gunfight win as Dave is able to get the MP5 to work for him this time around. Clean kills through and through. Callum is the last player left for Hyperboom to try to influence this 4th hard point, but he will not find much. So with 25 seconds, Hyperboom spawning all the way out by the 3rd hard point, they actually won't have a chance to touch any of this old time. You have to zone the middle of the map and play for the 5th hard point, and that's not even going well as Afro wins a couple of kills bottom side of the cafe. Denza will pick up the baton that he dropped to do exactly the same thing, and Hyperboom a little bit spastic at the moment, I hate to say, as they're having a hard time locking down this Team War rotation.
Yeah, and that final kill on Denza was so important. If they let him regen his health, he's probably wasn't going anywhere. As the rest of Team War comes up off of respawn to support and come in for this next wave, Steve-O opens things up with a headshot. As you see, the submachine guns are already engaged. Afro finds a double kill. The remaining players are still on the hard point and spawning right behind it, though, so this war of attrition is going in favor of Hyperboom. Let's see how Team War reacts.
Maple just spamming through smoke will find one, not a second, which needed to be there if they wanted to take away some of this back 30 seconds of the 5th hill. So now full flooding from the gun shop side. Bottom middle of your minimap is Hyperboom. This is tough. You have to worry about the pinch the entire time while you do this. Afro finds one, not able to get the second, but Steve-O should be there to pick up where he left off. He sure will. Team War. This is what I think we came to expect, Fox, from this Team War squad. They dominate, quite literally, the domination, and they're well on their way to breaking past the 200-point mark early on of the Ramada hardpoint.
Oh yeah, they're waking up. They're looking to bring us to a game 5 here, a 120-second lead. Keep in mind, though, as we come into this new rotation onto the bridge hardpoint, it is in control of Hyperboom, and they are set up beautifully. 2 guys at construction, 2 on bridge, 1 around middle map as a floater that's going to be Hixie to give them the information even as he falls. And now this next push, it's in effect, and Connor still holding position pretty strong with a trophy.
A good spot. And if Hyperboom want to make a comeback, but it has to happen here. You need to do what you can to take back part of this 30 seconds on the first hard point and hold the rotation for the second. The player to try to do that is Hixie, and goodness, has he done a job. He's found himself 2 massive kills. He's got a 3rd in front of him, nearly wins that, but just too many more members around for him to secure the first hard point. The reinforcements trying to, again, re-hit this first hill. Dave is doing it all. 3 in a row for him, 1v1 for the hard point. He wins that one, turns around, nearly finds the 5th, gets the help. Team War will secure the scrap. But now we turn our attention to the electronic shop, in which Hyperboom are set up for very nicely.
Wow, big shout out to Afro and Dave for that effort on the remaining 30 seconds of that hard point coming into rotation. Though again, we see Hyperboom in the driver's seat on defense as Team War starts to push in. They do open up with 2 kills, a big response coming from Hyperboom's Maple yet again. Double kill with the M4, and Connor, again, always the point man with the M4, holding it down.
They've done a nice job, Hyperboom have, of reading where Team War are coming from. You see a lot of blue arrows are actually watching the middle of the map. That's correct. This Team War, they don't really seem too eager to hit this with a full force. It's going to be a 3-man hit for the scrap. And while the numbers will not do well for them, 1v1 will come through. Disarray wins it 3 in a row for him, as he was a major reason why Hyperboom hold on to the entirety of that second hard point. And he takes 1 more on rotation. Okay, all of a sudden, things are looking a little bit more positive for Hyperboom. They get a free exit away from the second hard point into the middle of the map to maybe hit this 3rd quickly. Dave can't find more than just the 1, and now you got to be careful. Afro has to keep his life in the back, otherwise the spawns might flip. These are not great numbers, but Afro can do it all, can he? He's going to find 1, not a second. There's still going to be a 50-50 contest for the initial time of this 3rd hill. Hyperboom able to work their way into the back, but the kills just are not turning up in their favor, and now Team War in a position to put this game away.
That they are, and it's so tough when Afro, Steve-O, and Denza are not losing gun engagements. These guys with their MP5s are just lighting up the kill feed around the objective. Their kills are always so important and impactful. 20 seconds separate them from a victory. Hyperboom, honestly, they're just looking wounded at the moment.
Wounded, a bit down, and maybe just a bit too far out. 1 more hit trying to contest. 7 seconds, all that's needed for Team War as they try to work their way through to secure that here. 1 more member could play spoiler to winning. That was Callum. He gets dealt with. 250 to 152 the score. It was a hot first 2 maps, but Team War, they have looked just as convincing as we would have expected initially here in the map 3 and 4.
Whew, we got a series on our hands, don't we here? Man, Team War looking to make this reverse sweep possible. Well, well, it is possible. Okay, they've got into the map 5. That was the hard part, evening up this series, because folks, if you watched the first 2 maps, you understood why Hyperboom 3-0 trained hard in the fashion in which they did. Fox, what is Team War doing here in the second half of the series that has really tied this one up?
really, it's been off the back of the consistency of Denza. He's actually been playing like this every map, but now he's got awesome support from the side of Afro, who really came alive in the last 2 maps. Just awesome submachine gun pressure from them, and we're seeing them keep up so well in the respawns because of that. So coming into game 5, that's going to be, those are the 3 players to watch for sure.
Now that's great, and we know how important it is to have that sub pressure, especially in this version of COD. But Shift, we got to talk about Dave a little bit here, because one of the best ARs in the league, and he held it down there for his team. What type of impact is he having in this comeback that Team War is trying to create?
He's just such a heads-up player, man. I mean, he's filling his role absolutely perfectly, and then when he sees the opportunity to make an early rotation or to lock down an area that would normally be contested on a rotation, he's helping Team War get in those positions. We saw it obviously when it came down to the Hackney Art domination. He's holding great spots. He's getting a lot of kills because of it. But here on the Ramaza, you're really kind of being exhibited why I consider him to be one of the best ARs in Challengers, period, not just in Europe, and why he should be a consideration for a pro roster in the future. You see these moments where Team War is looking like they might be out and they might not have a chance to get to the initial time, but all of a sudden Dave pops up, he gets himself in a good spot, he's able to free up and kind of quarterback a couple of plays to get his SMGs into a position to where they can find the most efficiency that they possibly could, and it's leading to really great timings on the rotation all in all through this Ramaza hardpoint, definitely. So going into the search and destroy, you're hoping that he can continue on that trend of just winning a lot of good AR gunfights and opening up some space for his SMGs to get across the map no matter where we play.
No matter where we play, indeed. What you guys say there, Fox?
Such a huge advantage to have a sentry gun on your team, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
someone that's firing like that, and when you post him up, he's in complete control. Huge advantage for sure.
Huge advantage indeed. I've been around this COD scene for about 4 years, and he definitely, you asked me, he belongs in pro roster. We know what that player and Dave can do. But folks, no matter which side of the fence you fall on, whether if you're a fan of Hyperboom or Team War, this last map is gonna be a banger. We're about to go take a quick break, but when we come back, we're gonna see who will progress on to play Team Singularity in the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. Man, we have had a crazy day of action thus far. We've been up here watching the EU semifinals, and we got one team progressed on towards the winter finals, but we need to get one more. I got some of the greatest minds in Challenger Finals here to help me break down all the action. It's Fox and Shift, whole Shift at that. Okay, I want to put some respect on your name, okay? Because you got a whole shift. Always. We stay sprinting, okay? We're on the move. But, Alan, you know, right here, when it comes down to a team who has been making a run currently in this series, this Team War, winning these last two maps here, do you think they're going to close it out and make this just a reverse comeback?
The momentum would definitely lean towards anyone saying yes, I think, to that. But we've seen Hyperboom play extremely well on the day. The big question we were kind of talking about when we were on break there was, is this a wake-up call for Team War, who have not really truly been tested throughout the entirety of the day so far? They had one kind of close map versus Obtained Esports in their previous matchup, but everything else has been essentially put the car on cruise control. That has not been the case here. So maybe kind of jolting themselves awake a touch and making sure they're coming with what they fully need to be bringing to the table if they want to win a championship this weekend.
Well put, well put. And as we load into the search and destroy, got Maple rocking the sniper for his offensive, for the first offensive round on the side of Hyperboom. Not seeing any snipers in the hands of Team War just yet, but we got players creeping along towards the B bomb site here. Disarray playing ever so slowly. They know that there's going to be someone around the corner, and that's Stevo, the guy he's looking out for. Just doesn't know where he is just yet.
This is a sneaky position, and especially with Dave finding the kill on the Disarray, this will be a pretty solid lockdown of the B site for Team War. And the better news, just to kind of compound on top of that, is the fact that Hyperboom is not going back over to the A site whatsoever. So yeah, there's a trade, good for you, but you're in a 2v4 situation, of which you're going to have to make a pretty desperate play, likely to the B sites. Vortex is in a spot as he, I think, hears a footstep, and we'll catch some information. There's the rotation coming out. Team War will be looking towards the backside of the A site. They deal with one. The trade will be there for the second. Brilliant hold for Team War, all hinging on what happened in the middle of the map.
Yeah, and you see just how important that map, the middle of the map is. You're going to see lots of teams on their offensive rounds at the very least coming out with some kind of long-range weapon, whether it's an M4, a sniper rifle, an LMG, or something with a drum round mag, anything long range, right? We saw Maple use the sniper, so we'll have to see what happens this time with such a crucial vantage point on the map.
And I'm interested to see a sniper rifle gameplay, I think, for both of these squads. Both are touting some pretty established sniper gameplay. Team War, I think, are just going to leave that open this time around. Full of opening kills coming out right in front of the A site. Disarray up top, or pardon me, that's Hixie that's up top. You'll find one before his life is taken away, and after all of the chaotic exchange comes through, it will be left with Team War in a 3v2 situation. Hyperboom has to retake the A apartments, and now Disarray will be up top. Denz is going to read the information, but not able to connect enough shots to get the kill. At least they've done well to shrug him out of that pivotal position, and now Denza can make his play forward and see if they can maybe get the bomb down. They're going to chase down a couple more kills. After we'll find one, and Disarray will have to make his position known. The follow-up is there. 2 solid rounds from Team War. Something's going to have to change quickly here for Hyperboom.
Absolutely, and on that positioning near the cafe that we earned, excuse me, near the shipping area that we saw, Denzo on crates was huge, right? Him and the support that he had from Afro, they were able to just push through, storm through, and kill the final 2 players, as you saw in your round any kill cam. And just that kind of positioning when you're playing attack like that is very important.
Could not agree more. So now Hyperboom, we've seen an attempt towards the B site on their first attack. This time it looks to be more traditional and orthodox as they make their way over to the A site, at least initially. Stun will slow things down. Good information gathered from Team War as a Semtex will come right over the top, and Callum, I think, is pretty fortunate to keep his life through that one as it exploded right in front of his face. And Team War are trusting just 2 members to hold this A site. You see 3 of the defensive players are positioned in the same spots they were last round in the middle of the map. So once again, kind of leaning towards the idea that maybe they're just going to play for a retake off the flank. Stevo wins one gunfight in that position as aforementioned. That will be indeed the case as Team War are taking away the map from the side of Hyperboom.
Restaurant in control of Team War as they're able to take down the lurking Hyperboom player, and now it's all about shipping area. And Team War, they're set up to stop the rotation, they're set up to pinch on this hard point. They can hit from every angle. It really just comes down to what Hyperboom decides to commit to, A or B. As the bomb moves closer, you got to imagine their options are only getting more and more limited.
They're going to have to desperately try to place this bomb down. And Afro is in a position to, as soon as he feels like the kills are good, he'll challenge this. There's the instant trade. Yeah, this is exactly what you would expect. You know, the surgical, clinical precision that we've kind of attributed to Team War in the past for their search and destroy is really showcasing itself here. And not to say that it wasn't the first time around. I think it was just, again, you saw those moments where Team War were in a position where they had numbers on that Ramaza search and weren't able to convert on it. It just felt like there was something missing, as if maybe there was too much disrespect being thrown to their opponents, thinking that they could just run at them a little bit more. Maybe because they know they're on stream, they don't want to maybe give away too many of their set strategies, but when crunch time comes into play, you've got to bring your A game, and well, we're seeing it right now.
Oh, that we are, and Denza and Afro, again, this duo has been incredible in this series, and you see it showing in the scoreboard. 3 rounds straight for them as they work through this next offensive one. They sniff out the flank just that easily and stop Ixie. However, the pressure onto the bomb site has been halted. Siggy, Maple, and Connor were able to hold it down and slow down the process here.
And with the sniper rifle making its presence felt for really the first time, can that be the new linchpin of success for Hyperboom? They do close out the round, good numbers coming through, and I believe it's a double up at the end. We'll likely see as the final kill from Disarray's point of view. There's number 1, there's number 2. Good read on the double chow. And yeah, that's my big takeaway right now is we have not really seen Dave pull out a sniper rifle yet for Team War. And Maple on the other side has gotten the HDR some love, so we'll see if that continues to be the trend.
Hopping into this next round, again, if you're just tuning in, we're in game 5 as Hyperboom has been able to find their first round win in the search and destroy. They now find themselves on offense. First blood in their favor as well, with awesome shots from Connor. He knows there's still someone that's going to be alive right on the bomb site, and he wants to toss the Semtex, but maybe he's looking to save it with all the trophy systems being in the way. Connor cracks off 2 right there with the M4, and now they're playing with a 2-man advantage against Team War.
Unbelievable discipline from Connor. You felt like, because he knew he was getting shot at by multiple members, you called it. He wanted the Semtex to come through, but just able to keep his life. Definitely a more correct decision, and he gets rewarded with the second kill. Although Afro, top side of the apartments, has kept things interesting. 3v4 coming out, and Dave is realizing we haven't really paid enough attention to what could potentially coming out of the Riverwalk side, so he'll make sure that they're still staying pretty stalwart over towards B. Little does he know that that was never under threat, and with the 30-second mark passing, the bomb will be planted. And the numbers advantage looking to set up a post plan here for Hyperboom.
So Disarray is going to be the lurking man for Hyperboom, watching the flank in case anyone tries to get funny around middle map. It's about to be real unfunny for player number 8, that's Dave, is about to cross his path. The remaining action on the hard point is going to be Afro, waiting for some support that doesn't come. He gets taken down. Dave wins the engagement on the flank, but Hyperboom, they're still able to communicate and close that round out.
And I think a lot of that is, again, because Connor finds 2 picks, you're sitting there saying, yeah, well, again, commentators' forehead, they should win their round 5v3. But the thing about it is those kills come so early on, and Team War have to rotate so quickly to deal with the initial pressure at A, that because Hyperboom just kind of hit the brakes a little bit and just kind of bide their time a little bit more, it actually forces Team War to throw some extra late consideration to, hey, it could be coming to the B site. So it turns a numbers advantage into a much more free opportunity to get into the A site. Really good patience coming out. And we asked the question, will Maple be allowed to carry the sniper for the rest of these rounds? The answer will quickly be no, as Dave gets his HDR online. Able to win that battle this time through, and now Team War on their next attacking approach will not just find the opening first blood, they'll also find a second. Denza streaking through the riverfront will make this attempt towards B, and Hyperboom are going to be pretty desperate to try to get this defense rotated over.
Yeah, so now they're looking to just clear out the site, make sure there's no stragglers behind them, but the B site is going to be wide open. Hyperboom now catching on to the play as it's already unfolded ahead of them. They're going to be rotating towards B. With Disarray, he's got a lot of work to do here. None of it's going to get done. 1 versus 4. Team War closes that round out.
Good stuff again from Team War. It's just one of those things that, dating back, if you just want to kind of get the trends from Team War, they're very quick to adjust on the search and destroy when they realize, okay, what's kind of causing us the biggest headache? And it really wasn't a headache yet, but you could feel it coming on. Maple with that sniper rifle was going to be a potential problem. They assessed the situation brilliantly, and they're able to match up and now essentially throw that consideration right back into the face of Hyperboom, who are essentially on a must-win attack here. You really don't want to go down 5-2. So what's it going to be? What's the set strat here? And it looks like it's going to be Callum trying to push through. And what is this? I mean, that's a great stun coming out. A second one will be there. And you kind of saw through the X-ray, as soon as they realized they tagged a couple players mid-map, everybody from Team War that wanted to go on the A site immediately back away from the A arches to make sure that push through doesn't come out.
Yeah, for sure. I think the response to what could have been an excellent play through middle map from Hyperboom ended up being foiled by some well-placed stuns, and we're seeing now they have to just settle for less and go towards the A bomb site that Team War is already set up on. Not only that, but it's 2 versus 5. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. Semtex comes through, Maple pistol in hand. Not the weapon he wants. Sniper rifle, looking for a little bit of a PogChamp moment, not going to come through. Team War on map point, trying to secure the reverse sweep versus Hyperboom. And while the last 2 maps were very convincing for Team War, this third one looks to be very similarly statured.
We find ourselves at map point in this game 5. It's been an intense fight up to this point. We've seen excellent coordination coming out of both of these teams, huge shifts in momentum, drastic changes in the momentum in the middle of a game itself. The Team War, they're just 1 round away from finally closing it all out. Connor, the front line, he's got several Team War players just around the corner, and the support of his team coming from Restaurant and middle map. Let's see what they do with it.
A lot of defensive stack on the backside of the A site. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Maple, he's still sniping from the backside. He's able to find the bomb carrier of Denza. Will be easy to pick this bomb right back up again, but problem here is how do you work through this site? And well, the answer is just to run forward, Hixie. Big gunfight win. This keeps things hopeful for Hyperboom as he gets the pick and keeps his life. Callum trying for a flank, but doesn't clear out the top side of the blue courtyard. That's going to be a kill for Dave, who can now read the rotations coming out of the A site. Going to free up the space for Afro to make a play over to B. I believe they know Maple is in the back of the map, and they're considering trying to hunt him down, but definitely need to get the bomb down as the time is ticking away. And Harry has not been able to find Maple, who is playing Florist currently in the bottom side of the flower shop. Hixie wins a kill on the rotation out, so it's 2v2.
All right, Maple hears him, but he's ready for it. He was so prepared for that gun engagement, and Team War wins it in game 5. Wow, what an awesome series.
Yeah, what a series indeed that was, boys. Man, they got it done. They got it done, man. It was crazy when you see it happen. Team War with the reverse sweep there, and it was looking scary if you were a Team War fan. Yeah. Shiv said, hey, you know, we saw it. The comeback came through. You know, to you guys, Fox, when it came down to the defining moment there of that S&D, what was it that Hyperboom really couldn't do to compete against Team War in that map 5?
Oh, their pushes were just failing from the start, right? There was just something that Team War was able to do to just crack down on whatever advantage they tried to set up for themselves. And in that search and destroy, things just slowly shifted further and further away from them as we saw Denza and Afro only get hotter.
Yeah, no, they really did. They just turned up the heat right there and closed out the series. Now, let's see, where does Team War land here in the winners bracket, okay? Now, we do know that they are going to be in the winners finals playing against Team Singularity, and that's coming off their most competitive match that they've had so far. It's just been getting tougher, you guys. You know, 3-0 to 3-1 to 3-2. Now, they got to go up against a hot Team Singularity. Maybe Team Singularity comes out on this one. What's your thoughts of this, Shift?
Look, I'm just going to have to bounce back at you here, Mr. Blaze. You were throwing some shade at myself, Spaceman, for saying that Warren Singularity were 2 of the top squads, and they got there in interesting ways. But hey, they made top 2 for the winners bracket. So, hey, we know our things every now and again. It definitely was an interesting journey for both teams to get there, though. Again, Singularity maybe too close for comfort versus BDS, and obviously the same situation for Team War going down 2 maps early. But I think what we saw there, especially in those back 3 maps for Team War, very calm, very collected. Not exactly a climactic reverse sweep, all things said and done, but That's what we come to expect. That's what we know from Team War. And I think now that they're in their rhythm and they're definitely playing at a level that we expect, that's going to make for a very entertaining winners final versus Singularity when it comes up.
No, I definitely will make for a fun final there. They got to be warmed up, especially coming off that series there. If they wasn't woken up before, they definitely are now. And I hope you guys at home are awake as well, because coming up next, we're going to be doing a little coverage of the NA scene as we've had matches been popping off all morning there. We've also seen some upsets. Now we get to watch the big dogs play. That's going to be it for our EU recap for now. But when we come back, we're going to be looking in at the North American semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. We just concluded our EU coverage for the day, and we'll get you guys up to speed in a bit. Now, without further ado, let me introduce our experts of Challenger scenes. For this segment, we're going to be having the boys, Spaceman and Fox, together. Little you know, I'm going to call y'all Star Fox, okay? That's y'all official duo. All right? That's what's going to happen here.
I like it. That's part of the origin of Fox anyway. I appreciate that.
Hey, you know
what's
what?
up, Space?
Well, you know what? All right, I love y'all together. Now, folks, let's get these guys up to date with what happened here in the EU scene, because Space, you just got a chance to watch with us. Team War complete that reverse sweep there on Hyperboom. What's your thoughts there, as we know they're going to be seeing Team Singularity in the finals?
I gotta admit it, Blaze. I did not see this coming at all in a million years. No chance. War is the best team in Europe, and so the fact that Hyperboom took them 2-0 up, and it looked pretty convincing, right? Then we go into the hard point. Okay, it was sloppy, but we go to S&D, a bit of a blowout, and now I'm sitting here like, I don't know if that was just a bad start for War. I don't know what the deal is, and we were gonna try to ask him, you know, did you guys just come out flat? But here's the thing. They go up against Singularity in winners finals. So winner of that goes to grand finals, and that'll probably be played either late tonight or I'm assuming tomorrow. But at this point, I don't know who's going to win between Singularity and War. They both look kind of shaky. And if I had to be a betting man, I mean, War looks good, man. But Singularity, they had signs of brilliance. I don't know. This is going to be an interesting winners finals.
Nah, you know, I agree with you. It's definitely going to be interesting because, and maybe, you know what, this is going to be a little saving grace here for Team War. Because they started off the day hot. It was 3-0. Then the matches got a little bit more difficult as time went on. 3-0 to 3-1. Then they just had to do a reverse sweep 3-2 victory there. So now they get to take a break and not have to worry about that winners finals for now. So Team Singularity, maybe they can go back and watch some of that footage and get some extra intel there so they can prepare. Now, let's talk about NA for a bit here. You know, coming up, we're about to watch UYU versus Carnage Gaming there. Now, when it comes down to this matchup, Fox, what stands out the most?
UYU and Carnage stands out to me that we got this UYU roster that has stuck together. Some of these players, you know, they've been competing alongside one another, so they come into this with that kind of chemistry to go up against Carnage. I think we're in for a tough matchup between them.
I think it's going to be a tough matchup indeed. Spaceman, what does Carnage Gaming need to do to take down UYU?
You gotta have a hot series, 3-0. I'm talking like if you want to survive in this one, UYU is unanimously considered, if not Atlanta FaZe before the roster changes, the best team, if not one of the best in North America. UYU is at the top of the league. So if you're Carnage and you want to create the upset of upsets in this North American bracket, I think it's got to be a hot 3-0. You can't allow UYU to get back on you in a series, especially considering how good UYU's domination can be. Oh man, it's gonna be fun. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North American side of the bracket. Off the start, it's UYU and Carnage going head to head. Winner of this again, of course, will move on. Loser drops to the loser's bracket, double elimination, but what an upset it would be if Carnage is able to pull it out. Off the start, though, a little bit of hard point time for UYU, but it's flipped back the other way. Carnage do grab the initial, and they'll also hit that rotation. It's Dav in the back. We'll see what he's actually able to do, and he's usually our AR runner. And they're working for P2 again as their cave or map 1. Fox, I want to know what you're thinking going into this series. There's one standout player, if we're looking at UYU, who has to go big. There's so many options, but who are you looking at for this series?
I like watching Charles, and I like watching Cells play. As I say that, their kill columns are kind of flipped at the moment, but these are two very effective, high-pressure players that are capable of doing a lot of damage for UYU. However, as I say that, they're down 30 seconds. They find themselves trailing behind Carnage. As the rotation comes, though, they do have the initial time, and they're on the defense.
Let's cave east as our second hard point, and off the early time, it is UYU who have the hold. And Dave in the back line, see if he can pick up one. Not going to happen. Ryza shuts him down, so that smoke will cut off under arches, and the pressure from the back from Carnage does break out just a little bit. We'll see if they're actually able to hold as the trades come in, and in your kill feed, UYU again pick up 2-3 kills. Thank you very much, Jintroid and Dylan Rex. Both of you combined for 4. And that also means you get hill time as well. 35 and counting. Tie game, lead to UYU, and they're already ready for the next rotation.
Take a look at these M4s. Charles lighting it up 3 in a row. Cells hasn't even been activated just yet in this position. And the only player to go up and do some damage in the hard point was going to be Ryza, who ended up being taken out alone. So a bit of a staggered push here coming into the rotation. You got to be scared if you're on the side of Carnage, because Dylan Rex and Dave just really came early in the rotation there and mixed things up for you.
A couple of bodies drop, nothing too unusual yet as the spice continues to mix into the system, and finally a couple of kills do fall in the front lines. It's Carnage who pick up 3. They're going to move into the hill, so they have early time. But on the back line, it's Dav Patty trying to pick up 1. He shuts down Hunt. Still on your screen, completely tagged up and waiting for reinforcements as UYU try to get themselves in. Cells on a 5 spree, 10 and 4 for Gentroid. Staff Patty not able to make the kill land as Ryzel will fall as well. Gentroid shuts him down. Cells with a kill, and again, back and forth these teams go. So bloodbath to kick off this first game, and bloodbath in each of these hills. But while I say that, a couple of big streaks do come out. You had Cells with 5, you have Dylan Rex and Gentroid combining for 4 in a couple of these opening hills. And those sprees have led to this lead thus far. It's not a big one, but hey, any time is good time. And we look at the rotation as we start hitting. You're going to have to wait for UYU to get set up, and you're going to have to wait for Carnage to start hitting some of those key gunfights in the front. We'll see if they're actually able to make some land as Cells is working his way through the back.
Moving into P4, we got Cave West. No clear control going to either team at the moment, as it's still going to be our first wave of engagements. Player 7 and player 0 for the side of UYU are the ones to watch. Dave Patty, he loses his support. He ends up getting cut down by the remaining M4 player Hunt, but Gentroid even things up with the submachine gun and clears out Cave to keep the control in the hands of UYU.
Gentroid's been one of the most exciting subs to watch this year. Just the pace at which this guy plays, it fits in perfectly with UYU's setup. They like to run 3 ARs, and the fact that Gentroid can feel comfortable when you have people like Dav Patty, Charles, and Cells helping you out on the back line. It's a lot easier to be able to break into these hills. Speaking of which, a little bit of scrap time left. That's 3 in the kill feed as Carnage now getting themselves involved, but 9 and 11, 5 and 11, 8 and 10 down the line. Carnage struggling just a bit to match the tempo of UYU. And with that said, we're setting up for P5 as we rotate all the way over. Who's going to be the first one there? Well, hey, guess what? It's Carnage. They're set up, and they're going to work their way towards back of the post, and we'll see if they're actually able to hold on to this early opening time.
You mentioned the lack of pressure. All players on the side of UYU have already broken 10 kills, and now it's up to Carnage on the defense to try and make something happen. They're only trailing behind by about 20 seconds, so it's definitely still a very competitive hard point at this point. Nightmare's been a big difference maker with the AR, but he ends up being taken down, or he's continuing on his 4 streak, yet to be taken down.
Right now, if you're UYU, you do have mid-map kind of locked down with the way your spawns have worked out. So when we're setting up from Outpost and we go back to P1, surely you'd like to hold on to that. But for the time being, it is UYU. Again, the ones in the hill. They get a couple of kills. They open things up. And thanks to Charles, they got about 3 or 4 more seconds, but the trade's a little bit too much. Not much of a money hill if you can't hold it, and Carnage get the opening break, and they won't get the final remainder of time, but they do have spawns for a second rotation. They have spawns for KVs. We'll see if they can hold on to it as they're now fighting for P1. Flying through yellow, Nightmare does get cut down. Dav Patty in your kill feed. Again, just such a close game to kick things off. And for Carnage, this is what you want. This is how close you want it to be in the opening hardpoint. Just try to stay up when in terms of killing and find yourself in the kill feed and on those rotations.
Right, and they had the positioning there spawning up in KVs as they're pushing into the hardpoint, though. They seem to be falling short of the power on the side of UYU to hold down the defensive end. Hunt and Gunshi, though, are there to do lots of damage in the front line, really turning things around for the side of Carnage on that push. They still need to get through, get those spawns, because now as it looks like UYU is in control of KVs with only 20 seconds remaining on P1. This rotation's everything.
Well, the biggest issue right now is that a couple of players from Carnage did drop early on the hill, so they've had to take their time to rotate through, and nobody's been able to hop in, so UYU is more than happy to give up those last 10 seconds. Charles now roaming through mid-map. He's able to pick up a couple of kills, make that 3. He's now on a 3 spree, 18 and 16. Let's see if he can work his way through blue successfully. Baits himself out over one player, somehow alive, won't win the gunfight, but with all that happening, it kind of secures spawns at mid-map. They can work their way through bottom arches, and they have KVs locked down 46 seconds to fight over, but hey, UYU are making it work, and they're making it work very, very easily.
Yeah, very good disruptive play from Charles. He acted as the aggressor right there on middle map to push Carnage back a bit, and it's amounted to 30 seconds of uncontested hill time. You know, they're not getting past the M4s that are sitting on the hard point, holding the entrance from Cave West, so you're awarded those opportunities for those plays. Now, the pinch comes in, you see just how effective it is coming from behind. Hunt was able to do lots of damage before being taken down by the star M4 on the side of UYU that is Charles at the moment.
2, 3 failed pushes from Carnage in the back of Sandbags as they really couldn't get anything going. They don't have the outpost spawn, so now it's about hitting the rotation. We'll see if they're actually able to pick up some kills on the fly. Dav Patty shuts down Ryza. We'll see him in a couple of seconds, and Dav Patty's going to work his way through the back. So Soccer Field is where our attention will be drawn to next. Early setup for Carnage, and now it's about finding those opening kills. 2 will fall. So congratulations, you secured the first 10 seconds or so, but they have to make their way back in this game. That's going to require a couple of holds on these key hard points. This can be a money hill, but only if they can shut down Gentroid. Well, when he's beating people down like that and Cells is able to respond, it's looking pretty good for UYU as they regain control of this hard point.
Wow, that was a straight up 1v2 engagement that Gentroid was able to win right there on the flank, and this pinch is huge. Just opened up so much for the side of Carnage, but they need to capitalize on his stellar positioning. Right now, they're getting overwhelmed. UYU comes through, Nightmare responds and finds himself on a 5 streak before being cut down. You want to see some more come out of an awesome pinch like that, right?
I mean, you would hope so, right? Like, you've been able to secure a couple of seconds off the break, but from that, I mean, it was just kind of baseless bodies that Carnage was throwing at the hill. They weren't able to really rally that into any positive time, and that shows in your scoreline. Now, 176 and counting, about a 20-30 point lead at this point, as they have struggled to find a way to slow down UYU. To all the credit of UYU slaying, I'm surprised this game hasn't pulled away more than it already has. 30 and 19 for Nightmare. He's having a phenomenal game 1, but everyone else, 12 and 22, 23 and 23. I mean, basically dead even, if not negative. Carnage just need more firepower on the map.
That they do. As we're saying, that 4 kills in a row. Looks like we're about to see another lead change. Gentroid really the only one close enough to make a difference, but he's going to need some support from all of his players spawning up Cave East. The push is coming on as the lead changes, and Gentroid's going to be the front line here, the aggressor, the engaging player. He's got the support of shots over his shoulder to find them 3 kills in a row, and now it's time for Carnage to answer back. They find 2 kills, and it ends up not being enough, but Ryza, the equalizer, finds 3 kills in that triple to support his team on the hard point. Wow, what a hold.
Carnage have to be able to hold the next hill off the break. You can't afford to get broken into and lose the opening 30 seconds. If they can secure a couple of kills and fight that first team wave, we're looking at a very good situation for Carnage. The fact that they have closed this game and taken the lead up until a point is somewhat surprising with how much they've been slayed out. It's up to Gunsy in the back. Can he find one? Yes. Dylan Rex, goodbye. They're going to have the close spawns, though, so UYU do have some benefits, but the only problem is they're not converting it for the moment. Nightmare in your hill, 35 and 22. Trophies are out. It's contested, but that benefits Carnage. They're not allowing UYU to rack up more time. The lead doesn't increase at all. Carnage is feeling himself, 37 and 22, 38 on a 4 spree, shutting down everyone in the front of the line. And once again, Carnage riding the back of Nightmare's performance. They now grab the lead, and we're watching the top side of a minimap. Rotation's got to be big. Carnage have an opportunity to take this game away.
Nightmare is the VIP at this point. He's approaching 1 minute of hardpoint time. He's approaching 40 kills in the kill feed, and he's on his 3rd 5 streak in this game. This man, his M4, has been a force throughout this entire Azir Cave, pushing to the middle hardpoint now. Let's see what UYU is able to do as Dylan Rex is around the outskirts of it.
Well, UYU can't win here, but Carnage certainly can. That reality might dwindle just a bit as we contest the hill for now. UYU trying to work their way through the back. It's big 2 kills from Gentroid. He actually stays alive as well, so he'll find cover. Not for long. Thank you, Ryza. 2 kills in your name and 2 in the feed. 22-24 to 202. Not enough time, I don't believe, to win it here, so we will see another set of hills, and we're going to rotate to Cave East, but take a look at your minimap. It's already set up for Carnage. They're working their way through back outposts. They want to get set up for new. They're allowing UYU to fight over this last bit of time. Nightmare goes big with a gunfight in the back. 42 and 24 on a 2 spree, only 42 seconds in the hill, but hey, it's working. He's shutting down all of the pressure from UYU in the front. The ARs cannot break this setup. This is Carnage's opportunity to walk away with game 1.
Oh man, they let Nightmare get set up. Just 20 seconds left. 10 separating Carnage from the win. UYU needs to get in there, but Nightmare has not made it easy this entire time. They didn't even need him here. Hunt sitting in the front, so much damage with the M4. UYU just can't get through. They're cut short, and Carnage comes out on top.
Wow, what a series there. Carnage Gaming, man, they came out in fried, and Fox, you said it best. Oh my God, they let Nightmare get set up. Boy, he terrorized them, almost went on a 2.0 KD, and that's after he dropped 43 kills, okay? To be able to do that together, man, is this M4 meta, the AR strat on this map? Does that work out in his favor? I guess it's kind of
I guess so. Look at it. Yeah, he dropped 43 kills. I guess it would work out, right? Like, if you're allowing Carnage to get 43 kills, and let's remember that a lot of these sprees came at times where breaking the hill was vital for Carnage's success. They rode the back of his success into early time and then into late rotation. So if he doesn't have those 43 kills, Carnage probably doesn't win game one. So the fact that he's having this much success early, keep it going. Ride those coattails and just keep gassing him up because he's having a great game.
Ride it till the wheels fall off, all right? Well, Fox, when it comes down to UYU, what did you want more from this squad? If you were a UYU fan, what were you expecting out of this team in that first map? Most definitely. Yeah. I think that was great. Space, you agree with that as well? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Space. Folks, we're about to head into map number 2, and we're going to see if UYU can tie it all up. Folks, we were joking at home. We didn't hear them, though, okay? But don't worry about it. We're hopping into the map. Space. Take it away.
Oh, I was like, Fox, you make some great points, but like Blaze, I think that if you're UYU, the biggest thing you have to worry about is, hey, some of the holds on hardpoint were kind of sloppy. You got yourself in set up early, but you didn't win the opening team fights to follow up. You gave up 2-3 opportunities to get back and find some real good time. So that has to change, but we move into map 2. It's Carnage, if you're just joining us, who took a very surprising game 1 win on Azure Cave off the backs of Nightmare's 43 and 24 performance. And the first blood will go to Cells. UYU, a very strong S&D team, but Carnage has an opportunity here to really shake things up.
That they do in the offensive push from the side of Carnage. The bomb carry out front. He's in such a tough spot as Dylan Rex was waiting for that moment, and he took it, knocking him down, and we should see them decide to wrap back here. But even then, B bomb side's not safe. They're stuck middle map. It's all falling apart as Nightmare and Hunt try to pick up the pieces, and it's a dangerous spot to be in as UYU. They close out the first round.
You know, with a map like Ramaza, where someone like Nightmare could certainly have a field day, the biggest question again is how do you slow down UYU? So even though they did drop game 1, they play at a pace that is much faster than most North American teams, and that's one of the reasons why they sat at the top of the bracket throughout the majority of this year, is the speed of Gentroid and people like Cells on this team really makes it difficult. If you play them in S&D, you have the same issue. So the biggest question coming into this game 2 for Carnage is how do you slow down UYU? You were lucky you had Nightmare behind you to help, alleviate that pressure early in hardpoint. But in S&D, it's a completely different story. You only get one life around. So we'll see if they're able to slow it down through the utility as the smokes come out at mid. It's Dylan Rex thinking about moving his way through the bottom. Well, he does that, but a great read as Pure Sama picks up 2 kills to open up the round.
Big spot for Pure Sama to be in. Gentroid unable to pick things up in a trade for Dylan Rex, so that's going to be a big disadvantage for UYU on the offense to work with. Cells looking to even things up with a headshot, but keep in mind that whenever UYU, if they can even get onto a bomb site, they still have to go down a man for 5 seconds when that plant comes in. So you got to wonder, with this much time left, where are their options really at right now, Space?
Well, you're thinking about a quick plan, but if you don't have info, it's very, very difficult to do so. Bomb down in a very precarious spot. They know Rise is up there. They just don't know how many members might be joining him for that little tango party. But on the other side, Dev Patty is able to slide out and stay alive somehow. Ryza now might come for the challenge. The spread from Carnage, very, very effective. 1v4. Not a lot to work with, but certainly an opportunity. And as I say that, Carnage will tie things up here in game 2.
Yeah, and I think everything off the back of that double kill that Pure Sama got really spelled trouble for the rest of this map. The push onto the B-bomb site was sure to fail as the remaining Carnage players would come over and swarm them from whatever direction they chose. We're all tied up 1-1.
Well, if you cut off bottom cafe access right off the start, that's usually where your subs go to roam in S&D. So once that's gone, you're playing through ruins or you're trying to make an aggressively overexert of A hit, and it's so difficult trying to regain bearings once you've lost mid-map. You know, eyes, intelligence, pressure, whatever you want to call it. Can be difficult. Well, the stuns come out, utility won't connect. 2 players working their way through the top middle of the map. That's 3 kills in your kill feed, 2 in favor of UYU, as they make it a 4v3 to kick off this round. Gunshi or bomb carrier. And they're going to rotate to A, it looks like. But again, the longer you wait, the quicker that UYU will pick up on this rotation.
That they will, and you saw right there that time it was Pure Sama that lost the middle map engagement to Dylan Rex and the remaining UYU player. That's Dav Patty. The rotation, though, from Carnage came in a lot faster of a decision than UYU made in the previous round.
Yeah.
But at what cost? They get to this bomb site. The bomb carrier is still far behind. You know, UYU is just going to rotate and pinch. It's a tough spot to be in.
Well, they lost their frontline blocker for that bomb, and now you leave your bomb out basically on an island, having to fend for themselves. That's a massive win up top, so that opens up the site. Only question is, where's Dav Patty in the back? Well, he's working his way into A. And they pick up 2 kills to kind of even things out, but they have to get the bomb down. Here comes Dav Patty. He picks up the bomb carrier. And the pinch from UYU's been perfect thus far. Now just a 1v1. Not a lot of time to work with either. So you're just hunting for a kill.
12 seconds left on the clock. First engagement, Carnage. They come out on top. And that quick rotation ends up paying off. As soon as they saw things fall apart middle map, they made the quick call to go over to A bomb site and played the numbers from there. Good round win from the side of Carnage. Quick thinking on their feet.
Man, if you're UYU, that's probably a round you'd love back. The numbers advantage, you closed off the B site. You had intel at A as Dav Patty rotated over, but just took kind of a little too long, like you mentioned prior. Sometimes you might want to be a little bit quicker to the site, but 6-1 for Ryza. 2-2 across the board for essentially everyone else, and everyone else getting involved. But UYU, not too impressive. Just playing very timid S&D as they're going to try to work their way to the B site. Ryza, who might get some perfect timing, but his presence now known. And Dav Patty just beams him through the door. Goodbye. Nice try with that one. Pure Sama picks up 2. Nightmare makes it a 3rd. So trade advantage in numbers to Carnage. 2v2.
Let's move into the bomb site. Gunsy's got a great route to run right here. If he was faster, he might have been able to get the flank onto Cells, but as he finds that kill, he's going to get out of dodge. No answer to the death of Hunt, and it's going to be a 1 versus 2 situation as Gunsy is matched up against Charles and Cells. And they're not giving too much away to him here.
If I'm Gunsy, I'm trying to work for height advantage. Just try to get in a position where I can't get caught out in the middle of the open, even if they hit a rotation. 26 seconds, plenty of time to rotate to A-bomb, and that's going to be the call that comes in. I think Gunsy picked it up as well. He doesn't have the weapon to work with either. I believe he's running the MP5. So he could get perfect timing if he just peeks it at the right point.
I think he might have spotted him just as they came in. He goes straight to the bomb, and he's rewarded with the kill. However, the trade comes in. The man advantage from UYU comes into play as we're all tied up in this S&D at 2-2.
Once again, COD timing is so hard. It was the right play, just about like a half a second too late. But back and forth these teams go, and credit where credit is due. Carnage are bringing the battle to UYU. I don't think I expected it. Again, not to throw shade to Carnage, but listen, UYU is probably one of, if not the best teams in North America. We expected them to make their way through the bracket, possibly towards the top 3, top 2 finish. And right now, Carnage is taking it to him.
So we have Carnage, 3 players going towards B site. They do have the middle map control. No aggression coming from the side of UYU this time around. So this could spell a big advantage for them on the B bomb side as 2 UYU players are still at A. So as these gunfights go down, they got Nightmare in position. He's got all the windows on lock. They're going to need some help here soon.
Shots ring out from Ryza. He picks up a kill. He'll regain control of the site. Nightmare shuts down Jintroid. And the trade's very slowly going back and forth, but Carnage again doing a great job of getting into the site early and finding the kills necessary. I believe one player was actually trying to squeak on by. I thought that was Cells, who might not have been picked up just yet. Works his way back through ruins. Okay, Nightmare shuts him down. And like that, a perfect team wipe. No one from Carnage dropping as they picked off UYU 1 by 1.
Yeah, they played the man advantage, right? They got onto the site. They realized how they outnumbered everyone on B. The 2 players that were rotating from A site, it was too little too late. The action was already underway as the submachine guns just dove straight through level 2 of that building on the B site, and they just came out on top. Again, quick thinking, right, Space?
Yeah, I mean, look, unlike years prior, it's definitely an interesting stat when you see a team get a full team wipe without dropping a member. It hasn't happened that much this year. So once again, Carnage just doing everything right. They're breaking these early offensive setups so well, and they're holding on to their numbers, which is so vital playing against the speed of UIU. Pressure now on the team in red. Dylan wins a very awkward gunfight and loses it as Gunsey picks up the kill with the nade. Trades in favor of Carnage, trying to figure out where Bomb is electing to go. As both sides kind of locked down by Carnage, it's a heavy B setup, and now the rotation back to A. And UIU very, very hesitant to push forward without getting numbers.
Yeah, and Dev Patty still has to grab this bomb. But he knows he's being stared down by Carnage players. A little bit of support, he's able to get towards the A-bomb site. See what they make of it.
Well, he pops Deddy, and Jintroid loses the battle up top. Dev Patty's thinking about challenging.
Wow, they get out of there without a trade. That's huge.
I'd be worried about getting that bomb down at this point. If you have no idea where these players are, maybe just try to make it as difficult as possible. Thank you, Cells. You take one. Can he survive? Well, Dev Patty works his way inside. Cells picks up two. Okay, so this round completely opens up for UIU. Now it's up to Cells to watch over and be a guardian angel. Can he do it? Bomb down. 2v2. Cells is gonna get perfect timing. A masterful dissection of this site as Cells and Dav Patty do like the impossible to retake a bomb. Cells just put on a MVP-like performance and a retake that you will not see anytime again.
That he did, and they coordinated it so well. Even the bomb carrier standing in that spot where he was at, he was giving Cells information that he did have that cut, and he was able to make a play. And then, again, the quick thinking, just hop right on the objective and plant while Cells is decimating the enemy team. Big round win.
The hesitation to put bomb down from Dav Patty was usually done to, like you said, give Cells info and try to bait around the bomb, and he did it perfectly. Like, that's the issue with UIU, is every time you count them out, man, they pick up a crazy, crazy play. You can never put this team on the back of the brink, but it's Ryza with a very awkward fight, stunned out of his mind, needs to escape. I don't know if anyone's there to help him out, but that bomb's very, very far pushed up. It's a four-man hit to the site. Ryza picks up one. Ryza not able to pick up the second. Kursama takes down Dav Patty. Hunt will shut down Charles, so numbers dropping as quickly as they have arrived. 4 kills in your kill feed for Carnage. Cells last alive. Does he have any magic left in him? Well, it's a 1v3, and you have a bit of a retake you have to work with.
Very fast-paced start to this round. Just a straight blitz onto the B-bomb site, and we get the bomb down, and then 5 versus 1 situation. Cells decides to pop Deddy here. Gonna have a lot of opposition in the second floor of this building, but he finds the first kill. Nightmare is the one that cuts short, but with him being tagged up, he will lose the second. Of course, it's gonna put Carnage up 1 round, and this back and forth S&D. Really lots of tug of war.
I mean, it's been impressive what UI has been able to throw on the board. They ride essentially the momentum from that insane Cells win in the earlier round. But hey, if Carnage is able to stop that momentum in its tracks with just great team trades, the way they've been doing, I mean, I've been just so impressed with their ability to get onto site and win the setup. Like, it can't be overstated how difficult that is. And the fact that they're doing it round after round after round, Carnage are in a prime position to take this game too, but it's going to take a swing round like this one.
So now we're seeing an A hit. Several UIU players will be taken to bridge and construction to dive in and get the bomb down. They will only be met up with 1 or 2 opposing players, but we did see player number 3, Pure Sama, finding a kill on the flank. He's got to be able to give this information to his team soon that the hit is on A. And as they're hearing noise and footsteps and tacticals being used, you see player 2 and 4, it's Hunt and Gunsey, are on the offense.
We'll take a look at the bottom side of your minimap. Everyone now collapsing. The bomb has gone down, but Dylan in a very good spot. Teammates surrounding. That stun won't connect. Now pressure on Carnage to see if they can break in with an opening kill. Closest person, I think, is Hunt. He might be working through the back. It's Gunsey underneath. Nightmare coming from the front, so pinch is about to develop, and Carnage now try to make their way in. That's 2 kills, though. UIU holds strong. Somehow, some way, they lose that fight, but hey, it works out in the end. Carnage now left alive with numbers advantage. Jintroid in a 1v2. Can he pick up the kill? No. Pure Sama takes down 2 in the process. Dylan and Jintroid, we'll see you later. Carnage holds strong and a very good collapse. It looked awkward for a moment as UYU opened up that final push with 2 kills, but once again, I tip my cap to how Carnage have played the 7D. Their ability to stay alive and win a team trade is immaculate, to say the least.
For sure, but I got to give credit to Nightmare right there in that positioning, who allowed Pure Sama to be able to hold that spot to close out the round. The fact that he was able to crack off Charles right there and such an important defensive point for the bomb really opened things up for Carnage to be able to finish the round there. So we are at map point.
I didn't think we would get to this. I'm not doubting. I just didn't think we would get to this point. 5-3 Carnage. Let's see what Dave Patty has in his back pocket. 6 and 7, 10 and 5 for Self, but Jintroid at 1 and 7. Kind of tells you everything you need to know. Opening trades for both teams, 4v4. Nightmare's your bomb carrier. They're working through bottom ruins, but they have to worry about Charles on the other side. The rotation could come through. It's going to come up to Hunt, whether he can pick up the kill. Cell should be in a position to take him out if he does.
Look at that. Again, instant. As soon as they lost players, they left the B-bomb site. They did not want to get pinched and collapsed on. They left until they got more information, and now it appears that the call is to go back to the B-bomb site. So you got to wonder what their comms are like right now. They got to be a bit frantic. Sitting in a 3v3 on offense is not a good spot to be in.
Nightmare to give up. I'm not sure exactly what the play call there was, but they left the bomb carrier by himself at B. So into that round, Hunt opens up the door to the A site. Cells hears it and immediately turns. This could have been a situation where you bring your numbers over and maybe let Hunt go on the roam, try to find Cells up top if they know he's there. They could have opened up A site and gotten the bomb down, but it seemed like they had committed to A on the rotation, but as soon as they got a kill, they tried to force their way back through B and catch a bad timing onto UYU. It didn't work. And an interesting round for Carnage that could come back to bite them.
Yeah, it looked like chaos. I mean, maybe it was organized chaos from their perspective, but as soon as they left that bomb site and when they got kills, it really just looked like it was all for UIU's taking. Still at map point, though, is Carnage. UIU finds themselves on offense. We got Charles, your bomb carrier. And we're looking to the eyes of Jintroid, who has, again, been given control of middle map. This could be a very big play for them onto the B-bomb site.
Great smoke allows him to get up top. Oh, the nade! The 2 nades from Charles that takes down both players, and UYU have to make magic happen. Well, thank you, Cells. Nightmare, we'll see you later. He picks up 2. Okay, so that actually doesn't matter. And somehow, off the grace of Cell's blessing, they have managed to tie this game up in terms of man count. Charles picks up a kill. This round's been anything but normal, and they're going to get bombed down.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say besides grenades like those can't happen. That's something that cannot happen. The double death, they're still working their way through it, though, in this 3 versus 3. Pure Sama, they've had a lock on him the entire time on the B-bomb site, and Dav Patty finally puts him away. It's going to be all up to Gunsy as he enters the building and gets gunned. We're in round 11. UYU were able to work down at a 3 versus 5 and close out the round.
Carnage gives up an easy round. Then they come into this one. They have a blessing of 2 members down for UYU. It's a 5v3 and you lose it. Oh, man. This round 11. Oh, talk about a swing in the series. If UYU are able to come out and clutch this, it's almost like game 1 never happened.
Round 11, this is it. Carnage, if they win this map, they go up 2-0 in the series. UYU, they're hoping to tie it up at 1-1. Push onto the B-bomb sites coming. We've seen how many of their offenses here have crumbled in the past rounds.
Oh, Ryza.
But we've also seen stellar play calling. Let's see how they work it in around 11. Ryza again finding first blood. He's got to get the players inside this hut here, and then they have full control of the B-bomb site space.
Well, they have to be worried about players from UYU crossing in those lanes. 2 kills now. Carnage in a 5v3. Your bomb carrier hovering over the B site. You should just go and get this down. Gunsy picks up 1. Everyone's still way too timid to move up, but if you're Carnage, that bomb needs to go down now. You have to put pressure on UYU to play time.
Looks like they're going to elect to just hold that trigger down. Smoke comes into play to support Gunsy. They can afford to do this, being up 5-3. Saw Cells with some heroic plays last round. Let's see what he can do this time. The support of Dylan Rex is all he has left. And Ryza, who's sitting pretty in the corner, really, if they just have one player that just hides like this, they could wait out the clock. Dylan Rex and Cells still racking up kills for UYU. 30 seconds remain on that bomb as Cells is doing some serious damage with the grenade now too. Evening things up here, Space. It's a 1v2.
Cells is able to, Cells can do this. 1v1 for the marbles. Cells, maybe he's gonna stick it. I think they might have burned just enough time. Carnage might have just survived by this skin. They're gonna go for the challenge on the site. Cells wins it. I don't think he got the defuse. It was at 6 seconds. And he doesn't have it. That's it. Carnage barely, and I mean barely, survived game 2. Cells almost just heroically carried UYU.
What the hell did we just watch?
But
what a crazy ending.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I'm back, boys. Man, I was over here at the edge of my seat watching that one. Firstly, I must say, can somebody get that man Charles some gamer grip or something? Damn, hell, he almost lost it for his team right there, but thankfully for him, Cells, Cells got him back into it, but ultimately, Ryza's performance throughout the series was a little bit too much in time. By 1 second, we get a 2-0 start here from Carnage Gaming, man. Oh man, yo, Spaceman, what is Carnage Gaming doing right so far in this series?
I mean, listen, when the series started, I said they need to come out and have a hot 3-0. You can't allow UYU any room to breathe. Look what they've done. They win game 1 in relatively easy fashion. They were just shredding thanks to Nightmare. Game 2 was questionable. It was 5-3, and I was feeling very, very good about my compliments for Carnage, but they throw away a round, then they give up a horrible mismanaged numbers advantage, and then we go to round 11. All Cells has to do in that situation is challenge top of the steps. If he just walked upstairs and he knew the player was up there, if he just wins that fight, they win that game. So I was impressed with the offensive capabilities of Carnage and their ability to retake site round after round. But it was sloppy, man. Like, you cannot afford this series to go the distance. It will not end the same way. I tell you that.
Oh, no. Yo, hey, you need to clean it up now. But even with it being a little sloppy, it's a 2-0 start there for Carnage. Now, Fox, talk to me here for a little second. UYU. Now, they look good. They traded some shots back and forth. They look a little bit cleaner here than Carnage, but ultimately they are down 0-2 in this series. What does UYU need to do for us to possibly have another reverse sweep here in the tournament?
Man, we got to see a more coordinated effort. That search and destroy was a bit sloppy from both sides, as Space said. Coming into another respawn game mode, though, expect to see someone like Charles do some damage for the team. We saw it a little bit in the search and destroy. If he can remain to be an impactful player, I think that we see UYU compete in this series, and it won't end in a 3-0 fashion.
Okay, all right. Well, hey, I hope you're right. As a Call of Duty fan, I love seeing close series, and we'll see if we get another one here very soon, folks. That's going to do it for us now, but when we come back, we'll be looking at Map 3, Carnage versus UYU. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. We've had an exciting day of action thus far, and now we are currently covering the North America. We're currently covering the North America Finals right now. So we're deep into the bracket. Let's bring in Fox and Spaceman once again. We've already coined them as the Star Fox duel today. I guess the real question in chat is if Spaceman is Peppy, Skippy, or Falcon. Okay, you know, I don't know which one, but you like a
he's a peppy.
Yeah.
That's a peppy
right?
kind of guy. He seemed real peppy.
But yeah. He's really cheerful today, especially with that beautiful beard you got there, Space. But
thank you, bro.
Enough gas towards your way. All right. Now I got a question for you. When it comes down to UYU in this series, they're currently down 0-2. We're heading to map number 3 on Petrograd. What do they need to do to take down this hot Carnage Gaming squad?
Oh my God, I could give you an essay about things that need to be fixed, but if you want a short-term solution for a possible long-term bracket run right now, you need a responsive approach from your ARs. You need Cells to have the same performance he had in S&D. You need Gintroid to step up and respawn. You need Dave Patty to help Cells out. There's a lot that needs to happen, but look, they can get it done. UYU is one of the best teams in the bracket, in the circuit, wherever you want to call it. They just need to respond. That's been the biggest issue, and like Team War down 0-2, if you respond, we'll see a Game 5. If not, Carnage is about to come out with an upset.
Fight at the moment, right on the B Dom. Not a whole lot of control going to one side or the other, even after it was already halfway captured for the side of UYU. Looks like they're opting to flank around though, as Cells, excuse me, should be able to do some damage on C Dom.
It's 2 flat cap for UA to kick things off. Cell's not able to stop those 2 players. Well, he gets 1 in the process, but split out. Look at your mini map. As 1 big kill in the back at pools. It is Dylan Rex who shuts him down. So UYU do have favorable side, and they do have the favorable setup for now. Pressure towards the top when the smokes come out. So utility for Gunsy to work through, able to bamboozle his way around 1 player. But again, look at your kill feed. 3 kills, all red for UYU. It's Cell starting to light up just a bit. 3-1. Charles with a very slow start, but Dave Patty 4-0, 4-2 for Dylan. A big kill in the back as Gunsy's able to stay alive. No, Cells shuts him down. And with all that happening, it's a trip cap for UYU. They're losing A in the process, but hey, damage is done. They have mid-map control, and they're winning the fights when they matter most.
Yeah, and that's so tough. Gunsy right there coming from the shipping area to C Dom, as you saw before, the triple cap. He could have been the difference maker, but being outnumbered, he is shut down. And UYU, they're going to establish a huge lead here. I kind of said this is what we should expect from them. We should expect to see them bounce back and do some damage in this domination. In the first 2 minutes, they came out swinging for sure. Looking through the eyes of Gintroid, the submachine gun player is on a 3 streak and doesn't look to be slowing down anytime soon.
Give UYU an inch when they're down 2-0, they'll take you to a Game 5. I mean, that's essentially the motto of this team. They don't back down from a challenge. It's 40-19 right now, so still too early in this game to call, but Carnage have to start responding a bit. They've given up a trip cap to start off the game. That's 3 kills in the kill feed, so plenty of time to work things through and surely enough opportunities, but for right now, you need the kills to land appropriately. You have mid-map pressure. You start to lose numbers there as well. That's thanks to Dave Patty on the back line. He's picked up 2 kills. Persama and Ryza both get shut down. Gintroid trying to work his way towards that B flag. Thank you, Cells, in the process. 2 massive kills. They get B flag on top of that. And man, it seems like every time Carnage are able to break their way through mid-map, they just get shut down in the process.
Sky, Cells, every series just on another level. Huge kills on middle map coming towards Restaurant to give UYU back control of the B domination flag. Still 2 opposing Carnage players to deal with though. And let's see how Dylan Rex handles being outnumbered as he waits for his team's support.
Oh, do it to him. Oh, I was going for the execution. Rex, we're taking you off screen, but in an unfortunate stun, well, that's what you get. But nonetheless, 5-6 and 6-6 to kick this game off. 13-2 for Dave Patty on a flag. He shuts down 1 in the process, and again, the numbers continue to drop for Carnage. They have not been able to get anywhere near this home flag. Finally, a break, a little bit of bunny ops as Gunsy says, thank you very much. We'll take our home flag back, but the 2 cap for UYU has extended this lead. It's 70-35 as that final tick will come in. Still a minute 24 to play. But once again, UIU hold on to the pressure and they have momentum at mid-map. The break not good enough from Carnage, and they're losing the fight both on the flags and in the scoreboard. Fox, it's looking pretty dangerous right now as we're getting ready to head into second side.
Yeah, every time Carnage gets to restaurant with, 2 and 3 players, that nothing comes from it, right? The flag stays red. UIU cuts them off as soon as they hop onto it and try to make a difference. The smoke comes out, but look, they still haven't dealt with Dave Patty. All he has to do is toss utility and buy his team some time to bring some more support.
Cells is 12-2. Dave Patty is 13-3. They're 25-5 combined. Like, when you're playing like that to start off the first round, and Gentroid now starts to heat up a bit on a 2 spree, your 2 massive AR presences on the map, on a map like St. Petro, in a game like Dom, where having control of mid-street over B is so crucial. There's a reason it's 93-47. Carnage have to stop the bleeding. Even if it talks about the last 20 or so seconds, you need to get at least 60 points going into second side if you want to have a chance at this comeback. Because right now, UIU are blowing you off the map, and we haven't even reached 5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, that clock is ticking. Just 10 seconds remaining in the first half before the side switch and the spawns flip. UIU is in a commanding position off the back of Dav Patty and Cells. These guys just gunning with the ARs. The M4s have not been responded to, and I'm expecting to see more of it in the second half here, really. Cells is on another level.
Oh man, this is the danger, right? This is where UIU starts to show up a bit. And going into this domination, what did we say, Fox? We said, hey, if you're Carnage, you got to keep the same thing up. You have to have the AR presence. They haven't had it right now. I mean, you want to just take a look at the scoreboard and the stats across the line. UIU has been lighting it up. You have 2 players combining for 25 and 5. Those are your 2 best ARs on the team. On the other side for Carnage, let's take a look at the stats. 8 and 13 for Pure Sama. Ryza at 7-11. He's your frontline sub. Hunt is the backline, 10 and 12. Gunsy 11 and 8. Nightmare at 8 and 12. The guy was 43 and 24 in hardpoint. You need more from everyone in terms of production.
That you do. I mean, we can't expect this guy to drop 40 bombs every game, but the impact that he's had every map in this series so far, we're just not seeing even a drop in the bucket of that right now in this domination. They are really struggling, and UIU is in the driver's seat. Looking through the eyes of Gentroid, he's got the support of Dav Patty on the flag, and if they try to capture B here, Carnage falls out of favor towards the A flag.
I mean, UIU is so fast to get these decaps and the challenges on the flags. Like, it's almost unreal how quickly they find these gunfights and they get in and out. One of the things we talked about with Atlanta FaZe Academy was how they don't waste time during the fights. They get in, they get the kills, they get the objective done, they get out. Look at what UIU has been able to do. They're absolutely shredding everyone on the C flag. They've moved through mid-map. They have it locked down. Dave Patty's just doing 460s and 720s on the map because why not? They have the lead, and if you're Carnage, you need at least a 2-cap for like 4 minutes in this game to bring yourself back. You're looking at a trip cap situation, and we're not even 3 minutes into second side. This is looking very, very dangerous if you're Carnage.
Yeah, Charles is running through the smoke with a knife. I think he's already decided the outcome of this match. However, Carnage, they're still fighting back. They just secured B-Dom. This is the first time we've seen them hold A and B like this for some time now. They have great control over middle. Gunsy opens things up with a kill as well. Maybe they got a little too ahead of themselves right there in those engagements.
Well, once again, Cells is able to pick up a massive kill. 4 in the kill feed. Ryza slowly stops the bleeding, but it's still 2 flags locked down for UIU. They need a home if you're Carnage. And maybe that home's going to come in the form of a C flag. If not, well, now is the time to make a decision. And as Shift likes to always say, what's the thinking here? What's the decision process? Because at this point, you have to start making a play on one of these flags. When it looks like they're going to go for A, as Gunsy has to win a gunfight, he does. They get the close spawns there as well. They're going to be back pool, and they can rotate through P1 and get map pressure on that B flag. But right now, you have to be looking for a trip cap. This game is getting out of reach very quickly.
That you do, but they can't seem to control restaurant in that entire middle street. Player number 2, Dav Patty, came through trains and was able to shut down Pure Sama, who was supposed to be watching that cut. And you mentioned it in the first half. We're seeing it here again. They do not have control of Statue.
They don't. And the speed of this second half has flown by. UIU are having their way. Charles picks up 2 kills. Nightmare will drop him. So finally, it looks like some resilience from the ARs of Carnage, but across the board, 21 and 8 for Dave Patty, 15 and 10. Cells has slowed down massively, but honestly, it hasn't impacted the game at all. 147 to 92. We've now hit the 2-minute mark. You have to be looking for a trip cap to have any chance in this game. each second that ticks by and every flag cap you defend and or give up in a challenge, it all favors UYU going into game 4.
Big lead here from UYU, and you know, we didn't expect to see them get 3-0'd in this series, but the way that they clap back here in the domination has been a pleasure to watch. Just a minute and a half on the board. You gotta imagine that Carnage would have to do a whole lot of things, and it's not possible at the moment to come back in this series. So UYU moving forward, looking at the hard point, I mean, we got a pretty stellar lineup of players that are clearly going to contribute to Respawn in this game mode, right? I think that first hard point, we still saw players like Cells and Charles do some serious damage despite coming out with that loss. So I think that getting their second chance while they have the hot hand here in this domination with just a minute left, that we should see an exciting finish to the series.
Yeah, and it was really just UYU having no opportunities to really find the rhythm in the hard point. Every time they got close, Nightmare and the rest of Carnage would shut them down. So when you have no chance for like a feeling, you know, the frequency of how this hard point's playing, what's the resonance your team's at. When if it's a quick hard point, you get in, you get out, sometimes it benefits the team that lost. And moving into game 4 after this very massive win for UYU, I'd be feeling pretty good being down 2-1 right now. I'd be like, hey, we kind of got blown out in the hard point. It was close at times, but they're feeling themselves. The guns have started to light up for UYU. For Carnage, I'm a little bit nervous. Nightmare had a bit of a slow domination, but you need everyone's presence in this next hard point if they want to take the series 3-1.
That you do. You can't be deflated by getting crushed in this domination. I think this is just one of those game modes where you got to give it to UYU. There's a more coordinated team, and this one requires, this game mode specifically requires a lot of like pinpoint, swift decision making, and we saw that Carnage didn't have that. There were moments throughout the map where they just never had a home flag and then didn't go for it. Of course, the failure to control B domination and really any parts of that middle street and statue, and it's just an easy round win for UYU.
Man, an easy round win indeed. The boys of
UYU having that win going into this hard point.
Yeah, no, that's an easy round win indeed, you guys. UYU came out hot there. They said, we're not going down like that. You're not just going to come out and 3-0 sweep us. They had a fantastic performance there in domination. Dave Patty went off. All right, Fox. Yeah. What as a whole here? What did UYU do that map that they didn't do the previous two?
Oh, it was just their Respawn players, Charles and Cells, just lighting things up on middle map. I mean, those ARs, they were untouchable. They were stopping people off of the flag in an instant with or without smoke grenades. Really, it was just quick decision making and huge gunfight wins on middle map.
Okay, nice. Now Space here. We're about to head into map number 4 here on a hard point between these two squads. Now, UYU, it seems like they stepped up that production and they're getting back to form. Do you think that they can take this one and get us to map 5?
Yeah, I think that's where we're going to be headed at this point. I mean, Azure Cave is a bit of a toss-up sometimes, just how teams play. Like if you run usually like a 4 or 5 AR setup, which some teams tend to do even in this meta, it can be difficult. And it seemed like, look, UYU didn't get off the ground. There was a bunch of opportunities in the hard point in game 1 where they had chances to hold hills for a large chunk of time. They didn't. They just got smoked, and that was thanks to Nightmare. Nightmare was very quiet in that dom, and all of a sudden, UYU looks like they woke up and they stopped playing around. So we're moving into a gun runner hard point. This is where your ARs will feast and your subs will have a field day. This is where I see UYU taking it to a game 5. If Dave Patty's playing like that, if Cells is feeling comfortable, if everyone's doing their job on UYU, oh, it's going to be a bad day for Carnage. This is going to be a fun one.
All right.
Yeah.
You heard it here. We're about to head into map number 4. Star Fox, take it away.
Nightmare
Fox
cannot be daydreaming this map.
No.
Space.
We saw him, man.
He was knocked clean out in that domination after seeing such a stellar performance in the hard point in Search and Destroy. If we see that again from him in this Respawn, we're going to game 5. That's the call I'm making.
All you need to do for Carnage is do the same thing you did in game 1. Make UYU feel uncomfortable. Get in their face, win gunfights close, and keep them out of the hill. I know it sounds relatively simple, but if you can keep gunfights out of the initial hard point, you're gonna be okay. The biggest issue is how much can you actually do it. Off the start, UYU opened up the game with a couple of kills, and Carnage trying to respond, but inside it's UYU early. We've reached game 4 of our series. Again, the winner of this moves on in the bracket. The loser drops down to lower bracket. It's a best of 5 in a double elimination series. You guys know the deal by now. I'm just reiterating talking points, but Hey, man, it's been a good journey this far. I don't think anyone expected us to be here, but hey, no better place to be than champs this weekend.
That it is. We saw an intense game 5, and let's see what we can do in this matchup of UYU versus Carnage. Taking a look at your mini-map, much of the initial time has gone to UYU uncontested, as well as the gun engagements in your kill feed, Dav Patty, Jin Troy. These SMGs are just too powerful for Carnage to handle so far on this hard point. Rotations coming in, though, in space. UYU is off to a pretty comfortable start.
Yeah, feeling pretty good if a hardly contested hill is 45 seconds in your favor, but in the back, it is Carnage who gets the close spawn. Ryza was thankful for that as he picks up 2 kills in the front. So with the smokes down, now the pressure on UYU to make a stand in the front. Can they work their way through? Well, thank you to Carnage, they pick up 2. Dave Patty can't make anything work. Once again, Carnage holds strong. Cells picks up 2 kills as well. I feel like I'm saying 2, 2, 2. I mean, that's really all it's been. It's 2 kills here, 2 kills there. And finally, Carnage worked their way in. Hunt running the M4 in hand, able to shut down 1. Can he lock down the back? Not going to happen, but UYU holds strong. They work their way through, and they do get the last couple of seconds before we start looking at rotation at the top side of your minimap.
Wow, and that's what's so scary out of UYU for this warehouse hardpoint. They were just relentless. I mean, these guys, the pace they're playing at, they just kept getting into engagement after engagement, keeping the pressure onto the hardpoint until they took it for their own. And Charles still holding it down with a double kill in the end. That's why you see them have these huge score lines and respawn in this game mode, because they do not let up. Their foot is on the gas, and as we rotate to P3, they're already in the face of a defending Carnage.
We've made our shots all the way down to minecart. Some utility will ring out, but it's Carnage who are set up early. Cell's waiting for players to come in. Well, 4 in the kill feed. Carnage now lighting it up as they have taken down everyone from UYU, attempting to even set foot near this hill. That's 5, 6 kills in a row. 2 sprees for Pirsama, 2 for Nightmare. Nightmare now in a power position. Can he lock down the kills? He takes down Cells, looking to drop an extra, and that's 4 kills again. Carnage finding everything in the front of the line, and, well, they haven't been contested for the start. Just look at the kill feed, all white. Carnage holding very strong off the start.
Keep Nightmare on mine, you'll be fine. Let him stay there. Let Pirsama do his thing and roam around the map, and you're not letting go of this hill. Pirsama with the double beatdown, finding a 7th kill in a row to his name. They're not letting the pressure up, and he knows it's coming. With the tactical, he finds information and another double beatdown. He's just a brawler in these streets. And look at the lead change. Carnage have pulled themselves ahead of UYU after a dominating start to this hard point.
They picked up about all seconds of that money hill, and as we hit rotation, we didn't even really have to talk about it, because here's how it worked out. Carnage gets all the time in the back, and UYU just says, hey, okay, we'll rotate. So we've lost minecart, no problem, we'll go for new, but UYU will win the opening kills. No one will hop in the hill for a moment. And I feel like it's just back and forth, Fox. I feel like it was a couple of haymakers in one hill, UYU wins it, and then back on the other side, Carnage gets a couple of decent seconds. Now we're back to the same situation. It's coming down to the trades in the front, but UYU able to hold strong, and again, no one hopping in the hill. The trades for both sides are too strong to kick things off. Yeah,
that last hill was exactly the momentum shift that Carnage needed to throw themselves back into this game. We're seeing another lead change in just a moment here as UYU is able to tie it back up, but I think that we're now seeing 2 teams that are playing at the same pace. It's no longer UYU dictating how things are going on, and you can kind of see it in the kill feed, right? Dylan Rex is currently 6 and 15, but on the side of Carnage, not a single person is going to be even close to that negative. They're all contributing equally. So we'll see how this next hard point rolls out. We're on P3.
Well, Charles wants to get his hand in the mix of things, but again, Carnage are the first ones inside. They've won the rotation. Here comes UYU from the front, shut down by Pirsama, and somehow Dave Patty wins a massive gunfight, stays alive in the process. That gives Cells an opportunity to work through the back. Can he crawl under the space? Not going to happen. Stunned from every single angle. And once again, Carnage pick up the kills where they need to. That's 4 dead. UYU's push is absolutely halted in the front. They can't work their way through the door, so what do? They're trying to use utility, but nothing is connecting. And all of the kills in the front for Carnage, how many times can I say it? Once again, Carnage hold off the wave of UYU in miraculous fashion, and they have the early time as well.
Yeah, rotating to the warehouse here for P5 has worked out pretty well for Carnage as they've been able to maintain UYU's spawn points at P3. And it ended up being a pretty failed effort as Carnage is able to pull ahead by about 50 seconds. Coming into the rotation, though, UYU is there for the initial time. They didn't really have a whole lot else to do. They were not getting the objective. So moving over to crates, expect to see the submachine gun players dictate where things go from here.
And if we're back at P1, this is where you need Hunt and Nightmare to really step up, right? You're moving towards the tree line sides, and you need them to lock down that side of the spawn. They get crates control, and then you can just funnel players into green. If you don't have it there, you funnel them through showers. You just try to pick up kills where you can. But it's Gunsy who wins a big gunfight inside of green. He stays alive, so the utility's out. Now makes his way into the point. Well, he'll soak up some time. 145 to 90. The flood from the back. Jintroid trying to find an entry. Not going to happen. Nightmare is the guardian angel over the top. He locks it down. Once again, Carnage holds strong. They survive the first wave. They're now working their way through middle map. It's UIU's opportunity to lock down these kills and get spawns for P2. But credit where credit is due. Carnage do not let up. They bring the fight to UIU, and they are slaughtering them right now in the kill feed.
This is a very real fight. Love watching Ryza play in this series. This SMG has been hot. You see him being the difference maker here as we rotate to P2. And this hardpoint munition depot. The spawns are in control of UIU, but with the pressure that Carnage has been able to apply, I wouldn't be surprised to see these flip. Cell's in a great position alongside the support of Dylan Rex. They do find 3 key engagements on the point, forcing that Carnage spawn out, but they're still spawning so close. The next wave of gunfights is underway.
And they need this full 60 to get back in this game, and it looks like they actually might be able to do it. If Cells is able to stay alive, of course he is. Picks up a big gunfight win, looking for a second, looking for a third. Cells absolutely beaming, frying, wherever you want to call it. Pull out the thesaurus, it all works. Hunt finally takes him down, and he'll take down Charles with him. But hey, the damage is done. It does just enough with that all happening. 13 seconds left in the hill. And it looks like, for the moment, UIU will hold on and retain that last bit of time. But guess what? They've also rotated out early. They have the spawns. They've locked it down. And they're going to have minecart control here in the late part of this rotation. And Cells gets cut down in the process. And the back close spawns for Carnage. That's a big break from them.
They were able to kill Nightmare here, and that's pretty huge for how much of a difference maker he was able to be sitting on the minecart. But they still have Pure Sama to deal with. Charles and Cells, most Charles coming through to make a big difference and forcing Carnage out. But P3 is still there's still a fight for control of this hard point. The submachine guns are not being stopped. The smoke grenades cutting off those points of contact. It's an all-out bloodbath right now.
I love the aggression from Gunsy and everyone on Carnage. Just the relentlessness, the willingness to get up in front, get close and personal with UIU. It's 180, a 40-point difference between these two teams. As again, another chaotic bloodbath comes down at minecarts. 15 seconds left. Now we're wondering about the rotation. Top side of your minimap, it is Gunsy trying to work the back angle as now we hit the rotation over. Carnage should be there first, but the opening kills could come for UIU. Dylan Rex gets shut down. Dave Patty playing the anchor position. Nightmare and crew, they're going to work their way forward. Can they finally find themselves in the front line of these kills? Well, off the start, yeah, it's working it, and it's looking like that's going to be the case as they have locked down 3-4 kills in a row. 190 to 63, or 163, I should say, as UIU having to fight tooth and nail to get into this hard point.
Oh man, Nightmare's in position. This should be huge. He's able to find 1 kill for the team, still staying alive on the 2 streak. You got to get him out of here, right? You got to get him off of rocks if you want any hopes of breaking into crates for this hard point, because he is just a laser beam.
Well, they're trying to work through the back, of course, and if UIU, there's ever a time for you to go, the time is now. 25 seconds. I know it's not a lot, but you can't afford this game to hit the 2:30 mark for Carnage. You need some time. You need to start soaking it up just a bit. 27-20 for Dave Patty. Jintroid still alive. 16-23. Dylan Rex picks up the kill, so 12 seconds left. Not a whole lot of time, but hey, it's anything at this point. We're looking at rotation. First one back's Pure Sama. He's at the back of Warehouse. Can he lock it down? Well, he actually drops in the process. 3 kills for UIU. Red in your kill feed. Hunt will trade it out. Again, back and forth for both these teams. The bloodbath at the front of the hill, it all favors UIU. They have locked down the early time, but the flood's going to come on in, and here's the break. Carnage an opportunity. All 3 will fall. UIU somehow, some way, somewhere, they hold on to the majority of the kills. They hold off from the Carnage break, and they have the early time.
That they do. Carnage was flooding in from P3, but it was never enough, and the spawns have only gotten worse as they spawn out towards P4. And now that gives UIU so much time to readjust, reposition, and Cells takes full advantage of it with 3 kills in a row. How many times have we seen that in this series from Cells? Incredible. Another 5 streak to this man's name. And the score deficit, it's getting much, much smaller as we might see another lead change here. UIU is in a pretty awesome spot right now.
He was on a 7 spree, a minute apiece for almost everyone on UYU. On the other side, you have to thank your lucky stars. You have Nightmare and Guncy, both of them combining for about 2 minutes, close to 3. But that's essentially been it. UYU now have the lead. We have to hit our final set of rotations. Third is always the charm, but will it be here today? Well, that's the question. 215 to 226. Pure Sama has to go big. A couple of key players are going to be flooding on in, but it sells once again. The opening kill and the utility will connect. UYU working their way through the front. They don't have the kills, and thankfully for Carnage, they've been able to lock it down, but no one's going to make their way into the hill. I don't believe Carnage can win it here, but UYU certainly can. Working his way through inside of those pipes is Pure Sama, trying to get the backline presence. Thankfully, Dave Patty picks up the kill. Once again, Hunt trying to lock it down, finds 2. Here comes the trophy, trying to lock down those spawns, and all of the kills are favoring UYU, but no one's been able to get into the hill, Fox. Finally, they break on in, and UYU have pressure for the time being.
This is so tough because the pressure from Carnage, they're obviously letting up off of the gas here. Pure Sama has such a stellar first half of this game, and his impact as a submachine gun player is what kept them in this match. But now they're trailing behind by about 10 seconds, and he's been on a bit of a death spree at the moment. The rest of the team now picking it up. Nightmare in position with the M4. Let's see what they can do to it as we rotate to their initial control of this new hardpoint of munitions.
It's the parallel spawns. It's the parallel spawns for UYU. They can throw numbers at this, but it's 3 kills for Carnage. They're able to hold on for the moment, but here comes UYU with the parallel. Now they have close spawns all the way out. It has to be a massive hold for Carnage, but the opening kills, Dave Patty picks up 3. Cells is in there with him, and Dylan Rex cleans up the third at mid-map. 246. All of a sudden, UYU win the man challenge. They get themselves in the hill. They come back from an impossible brink of despair, and yet again, UYU find ways to throw numbers at the hill, and they send it to a Game 5 and an improbable win in this hardpoint.
Man, UYU, they will not go down without a fight. Guys, I'm up here looking at the back end of that series like, oh man, Carnage just a few more points away. They hit about 218 before UYU even broke that 200-point marker. But now I guess we see why Sales has that in-game clan tag. Just leading competition, trying to cash those checks there, man. UYU, they do it again. Now, my first question is going to go towards Fox, man. Kusama, you talked about how he had such a great first half to the series. What happened to the back half of it?
You know, I loved seeing him work in tandem with Nightmare. Nightmare was able to hold down stellar positions, long lines of sight with the M4. Pure Sama, he was a lurker, right? He was just roaming, finding kills on middle map, pushing out, applying pressure. We didn't see a lot of that. He just got closer and closer to approaching 40 deaths as players like Cells on the opposite side for UYU started to clean up shop with several multi-kills, and we saw him die off of a 7 streak at some point. So I think that that's what it was.
Now, yeah, it's crazy, right? Now, Space, I know you got a lot on your mind here. UYU, the brink of elimination right there in that map number 4, being down in the series count. How did they make this comeback possible? You was talking about the parallel spawns that came in at the end.
Yeah. So here's what happened. Carnage works their way through the front. They have early setup. They have early time. All of a sudden, UYU sneaks through the back, and because they had enough time on the rotation to sneak through and have 2 players there, they get the close spawn. So they're parallel spawning. So at that point, with how the lead was and how much time was left on the clock, you're just throwing bodies at the hill. You have to fight a team fight. Here's the interesting thing. Mid-map control was actually in favor of Carnage, but UYU wins 2 kills inside. Then Dylan Rex rotates out to trains, picks up another kill. As soon as that happens, anyone who drops from UYU is either going to close spawn out or they're going to spawn basically towards minecart. And it's a long rotation over. If Cells doesn't pick up that kill and lock down mid-map by trains, UYU doesn't win that map. So it was really it was really Cells and Dylan Rex going massive in the point and then moving out and taking mid-map back from Carnage. That was a hill that Carnage should have won. But I don't know how UYU pulled it off, but congrats to them. That was insane.
Yo, congrats to them, because as all of us as Call of Duty fans, man, that was a crazy series. But folks, it is not over with yet. We still have to see map 5, and the storyline is that will Carnage come out here and make a little bit of an upset and be able to close this one out, or can UYU give us our second reverse sweep of the day? Folks, we're about to go to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we're going to map 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. So far, it's been an awesome day of action. We're currently watching the North American scene. We've been covering all three regions, NA, EU, and Apac. But we got another exciting Game 5 for you guys. And let's bring in our experts of the Challenger scene. It's going to be Fox and Spaceman. As we're about to head into this Map 5. Boys, how has this series been? It's been a great one so far, I think. Any Map 5 is great, right?
Yeah, this has been a crazy start of a reverse sweep. I mean, UIU, they've had these stellar moments where Cells has been able to find several kills in a row and find these big streaks that just completely turn things around from them. And Carnage, I think they've put up much more of a fight than we anticipated going into this series, and they're giving us a good show.
They're giving us a good show indeed. Spaceman, what does Carnage need to do to solidify this win in the books and progress on?
If you want to take a look at how they played game 2, honestly, the same thing. Have good success when it comes to offensive rounds. Like, their ability to get into a site, clear it out, and set up for a plant was flawless. It was some of the best Call of Duty I've seen challengers play. So continue that same presence. You have to be able to slow down the speed of UIU. But hey, a little quick update. Anyone who wins this series gets to go on and play the winner of Orlando versus Five Star, which is Haggy, Goon, and Fame. So that's going to be a hell of a series. But we have to get through this one first. And off the start, it's Nightmare with the first blood. UIU now man disadvantage.
Looks like we're seeing an offensive push towards the B bomb site here. Not too much pressure coming up on the A site, no pinch coming in either. But Carnage, really, they're just kind of stuck here. They're trapped in the middle of the map with no response from UIU because nothing's needed. They have all defensive positioning that they need at the moment.
I think Dave Patty he might have a snipe. I could be wrong. I think he does. So that's the only problem with pushing this bomb up to A. Yeah, he does. Okay, yeah, he definitely does. Goodbye, Nightmare. They're going to get the bomb down. But again, the retake from UIU should be relatively clean, as they'll have numbers on site. All the way in the back, it's Hunt. I know he's waiting for the long cross, but maybe playing trenches would be a little bit smarter at this point with bomb down. Ryza picks up Dave Patty. Goodbye, Snipe. Playing through the smoke as Piersama stays alive for the moment. Ryza's going to try to work his way back. They actually might hop this. Oh my God, prediction.
Very interesting start to this S&D so far. Ryza trying to keep it all together as he's able to take down Cells. He's looking to stay alive here. No support. Jintroid is able to cut down Hunt with a wall bang. Now in this 1 versus 1, it's Ryza looking to reset. Just confuse the information that Jintroid already had here.
I love the rotation.
Down. That's it.
I love that rotation. Once you won the fight, first of all, it was an immaculate win, but he works his way around, and yeah, there's really nothing you can do if you're UIU. You have no info or where Ryza should be, and with such little time left on the clock and such open bomb site, Ryza plays that perfectly. And like I said, get up and close with UIU, make them uncomfortable. They take Dave Patty out of the power position, snipes down. They get the bomb down, and with Ryza winning gunfights like that, if he's feeling comfortable, this could be a very successful Game 5 for Carnage. They have to take it a round at a time. Jintroid at 3-0. Charles is your bomb carrier. Cells will have the snipe.
Highly impactful for sure. Awesome round win from the side of Carnage. Good finish as Cells looking down the A site trench here. He's not going to have anything lined up for him just yet. All the pressure is on the site. That's Jintroid pushing ahead with the M4 before he's cut short by Ryza. And no trade coming in. There's going to be no response from the side of UIU as our bomb carrier, Charles. He's stuck here. He has to wait for some support.
That smoke halts UIU's push up. But on the other side, look at Dylan Rex in the middle of your minimap. He actually gets cut down, so once again, this is going to pinch, and I think it's Nightmare behind. He's going to have a flank coming through. I think they've called it out as well. Cells turns around, but this is, again, just pinching UIU into the trench. They have nowhere to go. Charles picks up a kill. 2v3. This should be a round win. Carnage.
Yeah, not a lot of progress as UIU has really just been sitting in the trenches. and just waiting for Carnage to kind of make mistakes on the site here. But they're just playing their defensive positioning the way that they should. UIU, they got 15 seconds to make a move here. Bomb is going to be going down. You expect to see the white arrows of Carnage collapsing on it here in just a moment as Pure Sama finds their first kill.
What?
Whoa!
Check the bomb! What are you doing?
Nightmare.
Okay, well, Nightmare's there. Well,
Big double kill to end the round from Nightmare. What an interesting set of interactions around the bomb site for sure. You want to talk about that a little bit, Space?
no, not even all. I just want to gloss over and keep on. I don't know what in the world that was, but okay. So that happened, and well, thank your lucky stars once again that Nightmare is on this team and that he has been carrying you through some of these situations. But look, it was a correction. It was a 3v3 on the site. I thought, okay, they're kind of trapped in trenches, so they have to either get the bomb down or get a pick. Daddy does that. As soon as he does, they work in. It was weird. I didn't really get to see what Nightmare was actually able to do, where he was positioned because the awkwardness on bomb. But hey, it works. 4-1 for Nightmare. Is that bomb again? It's going to move its way to A. Looks like 2 players from UIU were checking the B hit. But the slow push as Nightmare finds first blood.
Coming from Broken. The fight is all over Broken as Nightmare is able to find a kill in the Dav Patty. Hunt in a good position to hold anyone from flanking. Rest of his teammates are slowly pushing up through the trench here. They'll be met by just one UIU player in resistance. Jintroid is able to catch Pure Sama. Carnage, their push onto this A site starting to fall apart a little bit. Bomb going down now. It's going to be up to Nightmare to support them. He's at 5-1. Currently alongside Hunt. Killless up until just a moment ago where he was able to take down Charles in a trade on Gunsey. So we'll have to see how the rest of this round unfolds with the bomb down on site.
26 seconds left. UIU trying to get a pick. Oh, Nightmare caught on a bad, awkward angle. So 1v2. I mean, it's doable, but again, you're going to have to get bomb down and play around the site. Wasting a little bit too much time. Okay, beams him. Can he get it down in time? Yes, but the rotation should come in. Jintroid should just go for this challenge.
Everything's starting to unfold in favor of Hunt. It's now Jintroid on the offense, currently 4-1, one of the better performing players on his team so far in these first 3 rounds. He's matched up against Hunt, who has 2 kills to his name so far in this round. He spots him and tags him up, and Jintroid, he's in trouble now.
Yeah, Hunt knows where he's at. Like, he has every a possible angle. I can't speak! You have to find the gunfight, though. Jintroid trying to win it. No, not gonna happen. And Hunt clutches a 1v2. And again, another sticky situation where this should not have happened, and UIU lose a round that could have been theirs, and they're now down 3-0 in Game 5.
Yeah, two good offensive round wins from them, where they've had one player that needed to clutch up in the end and came through for the team. That puts them up over UIU 3 straight rounds. They need to respond here soon. Coming into Game 5, you know, we thought they had the hot hand on the reverse sweep. They were dominating them in the respawn game modes, but Search and Destroy seems to be another story, Space.
It's always been like that. It hasn't it with these challenger teams. S&D is always a different story, and it raises my blood pressure, and it's okay. Trophy system out. Bomb carrier, Jintroid. Again, another 4-man hit right to the A site. No one's checked B yet. We'll see if that eventually happens in this game, but first blood still yet to drop. Dave Patty entirely too stunned to make a play. Bomb now down. First blood Hunt on the nade, and the utility connects.
So far, this is a good spot to be in for UIU. They had the man advantage in terms of positioning. It was 5 versus 3, but the first blood still came in favor of Carnage on the rotation. And now as kills go back and forth, Carnage still finds himself with 23 seconds on the clock, and they need to defuse. But you got players like Dylan Rex that are wasting your time like this.
God.
Look at the movement. Look.
I mean, they could have wasted enough time.
The clock is not in their favor
right
now. He knows that.
They should have it. They have it. They got it.
Yep.
That was such an awkward retake. I mean, they're wasting time. Rex was playing actually perfectly around that site. It came down to whether he wanted to challenge or run away. I don't think he realized that the numbers had fallen in the back. And again, the pinch from Carnage really opens this one up. It's Nightmare who picks up a massive kill, and then he comes around the corner, picks up Rex. I think if Dylan had known that he lost a man in the back, maybe goes for a challenge to slow down the push. but Carnage are just relentless when it comes to retaking these sites up 4-0.
That they are, and especially when you got Carnage or when you got Nightmare shooting like that. This man and his M4, especially on a map so open and straight laned like this one, he's gonna be really impactful in this map. So that's a 4-0 lead in this game 5. Again, this search and destroy is what's going to decide the series. UIU they need to answer back.
Goodbye, Charles. It was nice seeing you. First blood to Carnage. And maybe the B hit's gonna come out here. Jintroid evens things up. Fox, I have a feeling the full sale is gonna come into effect at some point in this game. And I don't like it.
Thinking so?
I feel it, I just don't like it.
Oh no. I think that's always in the back of our mind as any kind of a long time Call of Duty esports fan. That's just that it pops up, right? It always pops up. But
worst case scenario, yeah, why not? Let it come through.
Different set of circumstances here, though, as 2 rounds separate Carnage from winning this round in the tournament. They're getting pushed. Jintroid comes through with the easy headshot, taking his head off his shoulders as Hunt is shut down. Nightmare from a distance, not able to get in on the action as he watches his teammates fall. The push comes through. They're trying to hunt him down, but the defuse could come through as well, and they cut him short from downtown. And UIU finds their first round win in this SND.
Well, that's a big one. That is a massive swing of momentum and a massive swing round. I mean, we've beaten this horse for years, but we talk about swing rounds being rounds usually 4, 5, and 6 in S&D. This is one of them. UIU needed that to stop the bleeding. So they get themselves on the board. It's an opportunity. And again, with how this match has gone, how this series has gone, we have to remind you that UIU are the heavy favorites going into this. This would be an upset if Carnage pulls this off and takes the series. So, man, it's just been back and forth, but it's all of Carnage's credit. It seems like every time they're on the brink of knocking out UIU have a couple tricks left that they can throw back.
Pressure is on towards the A bomb site. We do still see 2 UIU members going towards middle map. To B, they will be met by 2 Carnage players, and we saw before how the numbers advantage worked out for UIU on the A bomb site. Excuse me, on Carnage for the A bomb site. But they decided to actually just cut straight through towards B. So the pressure is now on the B bomb site, and they're about to get overwhelmed by an entire team of players.
It's first blood again for Carnage, 2 rounds in a row. Ryza picks up 2 as well. Dave Patty will knock out Persama. Gunsey now left to handle the business.
Wow.
Carnage, I mean, as quickly as that round began, it quickly collapsed. What more can you say? It was just the plays from Nightmare. Ryza picked up 2 kills. It was an opening trade and an opening win from Carnage that gave him first blood advantage. Ryza picks up 2 kills. That's 3 dead. UIU had to respond at mid-map where they had no cover. And we go into round number 7. Match point, series point for Carnage. They only need 1 more.
It's your last chance, UIU. Nightmare at 9-3. We've said his name a lot this series, and it's hard not to when his name's in the kill feed all the time. As they're making moves towards the B-bomb site. Again, we're seeing 5 players push this side. Last time we saw the same thing after an initial split. But it looks like this one's a bit easier to read. The UIU players are all wrapping back, except for 1 straggler at the A site. First blood going in favor of UIU.
They're so far pushed up, Fox. Look at it. Look at your minimap. Look how far that bomb has moved into the B site. It's so aggressive. I love it, but at the same time, you live and die by it, right? Like, now you have to get the bomb down. Ryza has to go big with the nade. It should connect. If not, he's going to be the front man to stop this push. Picks up 1, picks up 2. Nightmare, Ryza, Gunsey, all combining for 3 kills. Cells, you're left alive. 45. And, well, UIU is beginning to leave the lobby, and I think that tells you everything you need to know at this point. No faith in each other. Hate to see it, but look, I understand the frustration. Cells is still left last alive, but I get it. Cells able to clutch up 1. Now would be interesting if Cells is able to clutch this. What does this say in terms of rule set? I guess it's not going to matter, but hey, 6-1 win for Carnage. A bit of an unsportsmanlike leave for UIU. I understand the frustration, but got to have more faith in your teammate than that.
Oh, man, you definitely do, especially when it comes down here towards the championship, towards the Challenger finals. The vibe, as the Call of Duty community knows, is that if the vibes aren't right, the shots aren't hitting, things aren't connecting, and UIU, they're going to have to take that energy throughout the losers bracket. But congratulations there to Carnage Gaming for coming out on top there in the end. They managed to bring it all together there at the towards the end of that space. But now, Fox, what was it that Carnage did in that last map that went so well for them?
Just playing the numbers, right? Playing the right side of the map and playing the numbers. They were able to hold setups pretty well. We saw it was a 2 versus 5 situation, right? Where most of those players on Carnage were sitting and waiting for most of the pressure to go towards the A site. They were still able to find first blood, wait for their teammates to come up and end the round with what? Only losing 1 player. And it was just like that throughout the entire game. Once they had that setup, they locked it down.
They definitely did lock it down, man. It was a smooth victory for them guys out there. And so far, so good. So Carnage Gaming, they progress on towards the semifinals of the bracket for NA. Now, there's only one other team currently in that semifinals, and that is going to be FaZe Academy there, all right? So 2 guys waiting there opposite ends of the bracket. Now, 2 teams in which that are still competing to get there is going to be Triumph versus Forever Unlucky, and then Orlando Reapers versus 5 Stars. We'll be watching that one coming up here next. But Space, man, it's been a crazy day of Call of Duty action. We're about halfway through. What has been your favorite moment so far?
Look, I mean, that's kind of a hard one, right? Like, I mean, War going to a Game 5 was exciting. Things in North America have gone relatively as predicted, except for the fact that once again an upset comes through. UIU drops to Carnage. I think that was my I guess if I had to pick a top game or series of the day, that's it, right?
Yeah.
Like Carnage comes out, they absolutely smoke UIU in the S&Ds, and they look like they could go the distance, man. This is what North America was all about. It was a toss-up the entire year.
It was, and I will like to say that Carnage Gaming got here because they took down Highly Rated. Who did Highly Rated beat? Unjustified, okay? A team full of aches, and basically one that we didn't see who dropped early there. So Carnage, man, hey, there was those boys that got lucky, they got happy, they came out with the win. But folks, the day is not over with yet. We still got plenty of Call of Duty action coming up because it's the Challenger Finals, the last event of the season. Coming up next, the Orlando Reapers versus 5 Star. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. I'm your host, Blaze, and man, we have had an awesome day of Call of Duty action so far. We just got done watching another Game 5 that we were blessed with, where Carnage Gaming came out on top and progressed on to the semis. Now, let's figure out who their opponent's gonna be. I want to welcome back my awesome analysts and experts of everything that comes down to Call of Duty Challenger Series. It's Host Ship and Spaceman. What's up, boys?
Oh, we chilling, man. I got myself a little turkey sandwich. I'm feeling refreshed, refueled, ready to go for some more North American action. We already have a lot of upsets to talk about, and well, I'll just go ahead and break the news of this one in case you guys didn't know. Ace and Spacey out of the tournament, top 24. Wild.
That is big wild, okay? Not the boys, hell, because we were watching that game earlier and it looked good for them. Like they were going to progress on through, but man, I know Carnage they're happy. Okay, because they're sitting here in the route in which that team should have taken. Right now, Carnage is here sitting in the semifinals. But hey, at the end of the day, shoulda, coulda, woulda. All right. Now, the series we're about to be moving on and putting our focus towards is going to be the Orlando Reapers versus 5-Star. Space. Which one of these two teams do you think can come out here with map number 1?
Oh, Listen, Blaze, I'm gonna switch the question. I'm just gonna say I think me and Shift are about to be winners in this one, because I know Shift is happy for this.
Sure
I'm happy for it. He picked that we should look at, Carnage and UYU. It worked out great. Now we get this one. I'm feeling good, Shift. Welcome back to the cast. Let's get it going.
Brother, here's the only matchup I care about. Dilo versus Parasite. That's all I care about. It's going to be Ram versus Ram. Dilo is an electric SMG player. I won't say taking one for the team, but he's going to pick up that Ram in most situations. And we know that Parasite is likely going to be doing the exact same thing. So that's what I'm looking for, that head-to-head matchup between those two. But for 5-Star in some very eclectic colors, we'll be spawning on the unpreferred side, but they've done well to break into the bridge hardpoint so far.
And if you guys are new to this team, I mean, Gunjar's been trying out himself with a couple of different teams throughout the year, and he feels like he hit a spot with Exotic, Parasite, and Fire. And speaking of Fire, I know Ben talked about it briefly, but this kid, I mean, talk about one of the staples coming up in North America. There's been so much praise and so much anticipation about his future, and he's hanging with the bet in the Challengers division. Not only that, he's showing pros that he can do it too. I'm excited to see what he's able to do in this matchup.
I think there's a lot to attribute to Parasite sitting here saying that Fire and I are going to be hard duoed essentially for the rest of the year, when things were, kind of swapping up roster-wise. I think it shows a lot of promise and a lot of trust that such an experienced player, world champion in Parasite, is able to see in the young gun of Fire. I think you hit that point exactly correctly. But I will say this much, for 5-Star, with Gunjar popping off at a 7-2 start, they've done well to grab 39 seconds worth of bridge, which is pretty considerable. Even though they're on the outside looking in towards the second hard point, they're in a good spot to where they very well could surround it for this hit.
Now, I feel like a lot of people haven't really looked at this 5-Star team in recent events. I mean, they walked away with a win at one of the home series in the Challengers division.
Most recent one.
Yeah, Gunjar was a great addition. I mean, he's been popping off. His AR has been nasty this year. I see him regularly posting on Twitter with the clips of just him frying people. Like, Noisy, I believe as well, like Parasite was talking about him and his capabilities, how he works with Fire. There's a lot of trust in these young guns, and I think that with this core group of Exotic, Goon, and Parasite, they have something special here that a lot of teams can't really replicate.
It's experience, veteranship. I think that's the kind of big attribution that you can really kind of throw to those three in specific. But yeah, Noisy, the most recent addition, joins for the Toronto home series, and that's when 5-Star takes the victory. So yeah, riding off a bit of a high, but having a little bit of trouble here going from 2 to 3, as Orlando Reapers have done well to get a significant amount of time on the electronic shop and are in a position to hit this third hard point relatively quickly. But that said, it's 5-Star who are reading the approach pretty nicely, and with that Parasite, he's going to find himself a double. Exotic also working on the arch side. Unfortunately, runs into a couple of guns waiting for him. So Orlando Reaper is still not potentially out of this rotation yet, as they've actually forced 5-Star to spawn out.
It's Goon who's been uncontested in the hill for the moment, but 3 players will hit through the back. Orlando Reapers now have an opportunity to put on in. They do get the kill. Stamina and Will combine in the sub count, but Exotic shuts down 1. Still plenty of time to fight over. Exotic trying to work his way through the front. Nades galore, as they're everywhere, but in kill where they need to be. Possibly 5-Star's opportunity to work their way in. Well, that's 3 big kills. Here comes Exotic, a big, massive win from Stamina. And once again, the hold from Orlando Reapers as they were able to break on in. They take out Goonjar, who's 11-5, by the way, and they get the remaining, 10 seconds or so.
Yeah.
And now we look at the rotation. It's still 5-star set up early.
Yeah, 5-star doesn't get the break that they were looking for. They had a good setup for it, but now you're in a position to where, okay, the break doesn't work, but we're zoning out the entire middle of the map. So this is likely going to be about 20 seconds worth of free time on the forward hard point for 5-star. Orlando Reapers with Pentagram, who very candidly was being public saying that he is not going to be denied a good championship run. He finds himself a double, and that has opened up the doors quite literally for the Orlando Reapers trying to hit this fourth hard point.
Slowly work his way back up the steps. Here comes the flood. It's Orlando Reapers inside, but it's Goonjar who has the last laugh. He picks up 2 kills. Willa and Pentagram get knocked down, and the flood on in. That's scoring your kill feed. A perfect team wipe from 5-star. The final 20 seconds will fall in their favor. No one really in a position to challenge. It's one up top, but it's Exotic who picks him down. And once again, the opening kills do favor Orlando Reapers, but 5-star holds strong. You can see the veterans getting involved in the kill feed. The rotation now all the way over to P5. The first one set up, I believe that is Willet, but it could be a quick break from Exotic.
This is a brilliant smoke hit for 5-star to get out of P4 and then into the back of P5. It just comes down to, can you win the upcoming engagements? Exotic waiting for the timing. He double peeks with Parasite. It's beautiful as they fully wipe the hill. 45 seconds worth of time to consider. The Orlando Reapers spawning all the way out in Egypt, essentially. That's going to make for a very tough call of how do we want to hit this hill, if at all? Because if you hit this hill late, you're going to be wanting on the rotation to go to the bridge hardpoint upcoming, in which is going to be a very significant amount of time likely generated. And you can see the Orlando Reapers, they're going to cede the better part of 35 seconds in order to try to set themselves up for the upcoming bridge.
Here's what scares me, Shift. I was going to say it's a relatively close game given the frequency of the kills from 5-star, but the fact that they give up those last 30 seconds, they haven't shown me they've been able to hold on to a hill once they've broken it, so you're putting a lot of your chips into your ability to hold this next rotation. The only question is, how is Noisy and Exotic going to break in? It's Goonjar again being the anchor, 16-8 on the 2 spree. Zinx on your screen. It's Noisy right around the other side. And a lot of pressure is going to come on Orlando, and Noisy wins a big gunfight in the back. That's going to open up the spawns where they can flood on through.
This is still tough, though, because he hasn't fully influenced it enough to block the proximal spawns for the Orlando Reapers, so he's going to have to win a couple more gunfights. And I think Hiroizi's starting to realize that he's going to sneak right by a couple. This should be a good opening kill. Now they can pinch up the hard point completely, and just as soon as he gets the trade, well, unfortunately, Goonjar finds a teammate, but the job is still done. You get yourself through the construction site, you pinch the hill, you retake it, and now 5-star looking to put this map out of reach.
Bit of a slow game for Willet at 9-13, 18-10 for Goon. Exotic's 9-11 has sounded quiet, but they have come at very crucial times. He's found himself 2-3 pieces when he's needed to, and once again, it's in the hill, in the time, 5-star. 182 to 121. I mean, the duality, the dichotomy of Exotic and Noisy together on some of these hits towards the hill, it's been damn near perfect to watch.
Yeah.
And now they're going to work their way towards the back, and once again, it's a late rotation for 5-star, an early setup, but that's been nothing to them thus far.
This has been maybe a touch too easy. As you see, really, you just take a look at the kill-death ratios. 5-star is just absolutely outslaying the Orlando Reapers. Willet's having a really tough time getting it going. Stamina not doing any better. And Parasite, okay, he needed to go to the reload, and unfortunately, he actually puts himself right in the line of Fire, who unfortunately takes down 2 teammates. But Orlando Reapers have to be perfect right now. It's not just the back 30. You need to hold this scrap time, but you also have to win the rotation to P3 in my mind. And they've done well to do the first part of this, as they will clean up the last bit of hit from 5-star. Now it's just on to number 0 and number 7, the former Vanity Alliance duo at Champs, D'Lo and Willet, looking to influence the third hard point. Fire is very aware of what's about to come, but is he going to be able to match up versus both? He will not, and Willet will fall, but he's left an opportunity for Stamina to get in. Unfortunately, the Orlando Reapers can't quite make the second part of that puzzle come to life, so 5-star will open up with the initial time in the barbershop.
I was going to say they spawn out just from where Fire spawned, but Goonjar gets right next to the hill, and because of that, Exotic comes on top of him as well. So, I mean, this is kind of a perfect scenario for 5-star. They lost that backyard fight, but the spawns blessed him kind of for a moment as they get the early time. That's 4 kills in the kill feed. Once again, they're able to hold on. Credit where credit is due as Orlando break on in. They have the close spawn in the back. They've won the team fight. 4 will light up the feed. Parasite slowly, surely will get the trade. But if you're 5-star right now, Shift, I mean, I think, what, maybe throw 2-3 more bodies at this and then give it up and go for rotation?
Yeah, my whole mind, I'm just looking straight down at the map right in the middle. You need to get some players up top to watch the exits from the Orlando Reapers, who had an absolutely great break, by the way. They break the hard point and the spawns, but now it's just the trouble of how do you rotate out from 3 to going to 4. Ideally, you want to try to make the play to go through the rug shot, but Goonjar is there with an AR, and he's found himself 2 kills. Yeah, absolutely perfect exit hold here for 5-star. Yeah, it's a tight game at the moment, but you're in the prime position to put yourself darn close to 250 just off the initial time, and a bit of miscommunication here from Orlando Reapers, who nearly find themselves dropping to 2 different team names. Stamina lucky to be alive. It's going to put a pause on this hit, and that's going to mean that 5-star will be above the 230 mark.
Well, they can win it here. And Orlando Reapers doing everything they can. Well, I say that, look at your kill feed. Everyone getting involved. It's Parasite and Goon. Lighting up 3 kills. Exotic makes it 1. Noisy, I believe, now on a 3 spree. It's Parasite. Gets cut down in the back thanks to Stamina, but hey, they got it. They got to contest. You only got 3 seconds left. You have to work your way in. No one else in a position to challenge. And as quickly as that hill popped, all of a sudden, it's 250 to 190 for a 5-star win.
Brilliant rotation at the end there from 5-star. I think that just completely locks it in. Yeah, you feel a little bit anxious when you drop the 3rd hard point and the spawns, but you read the situation exactly right. What are you giving up and what can you take away? You give up the 3rd hard point, you give up the spawns, but what can you take away? The middle of the map. And that's absolutely correctly done from 5-star.
Man, correctly done indeed, because as we know, sometimes when in a hard point, you gotta... Because sometimes in hard point, you gotta look ahead, folks, okay? You gotta be able to say, you know what? We're gonna give up the rest of this scrap time and start looking towards map control, the next rotation, whatever it may be. And 5-star, man, they came out on top with the victory there. You know, now, Space, I want to ask you this question.
Yeah.
What could have Orlando Reapers could have done better there in that map to beat them?
I'm going to give you a really bad answer. You needed to slay a little bit more. Like, 5-star just found ways. I mean, how many times did we look at the kill feed? It was 3, 4, 5 kills in a row. Goonjar was lighting it up. Exotic was having fun, like 3, 4 pieces. Him and Noisy working together, the dichotomy of that, making their way into the hill. There was instances where Orlando Reapers had an early hold, but like Shift said multiple times, I mean, 5-star would just walk their way into the hill and get the time.
Yeah.
So the exit strategy for 5-star was, hey, we'll just win the fight when we have to. If you're Orlando, you just got to slay more from it. That's essentially it.
Now, I wouldn't even say that's a bad take, because sometimes it just comes down to hitting your shots. Your rotations can be great, your communication could be there, but you can still get outgunned at the end of the day. And you guys were talking early on as if it was a montage being made here. Now, Shiv, what is the story between these 2 teams? What's any drama here between these guys?
Not a lot of rivalry, just based off like roster moves, which is not the case. There are a couple of teams out there that, like we were talking about with Maple, looking for maybe the Revenge versus Singularity. Not quite the same level of drama in these squads, but there's still a lot to be said, I think, about just having to play up against a team that consists of Parasite. Again, we mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, at the top of the day. Parasite, from a North American player, has the highest overall average placings for a Challengers player. It's by a mile too. I mean, he's done very well with a number of different rosters. So I think when you're looking at this one, there obviously is some favor being thrown to 5-star as being the recent champions of the Toronto home series and looking to potentially be a favorite here in grand finals. But that all said and done, the Orlando Reapers previously went on a bit of a spree where they won a couple events in a row back in the middle of the Challenger season. So they're no strangers to being on top as well.
Well, that's a big win from Pentagram, and Fox says, hey, I'll do the same thing. Numbers advantage to neither side. Stamina now makes it +1 as Orlando Reapers have bomb. They're going to try to move on in. Deal is getting very aggressive. Okay. They're going to work their way in through the B site. And it looks like it's a hesitant 2-man recovery effort for 5-star. I mean, Stamina knows he's up there, so Noisy has to be careful. Goonjar just barely on the steps. On the other side, you can see Zinked. He's working his way through ruins and just hovering around the corner. So stalemates galore as both teams are waiting for a pick.
It's all about this execute call, and yeah, Noisy's just caught looking up top, maybe a touch too long. It'd be an easy kill. Orlando Reapers able to clean things up off the coordinated execute just to make their way from the middle of the map right over towards the site. The kills were more of the priority than the actual OBJ itself. But hey, you take what you can get. And so the Orlando Reapers will take their first successful offense. And I'm just interested to see what happens in the middle of the map, I think, mostly for both of these teams. You know, in the past, kind of looking at squads that Sinks and Pentagram have been putting together, they put a lot of investment towards that cafe, especially on the attack. But no stranger to that is going to be a player like Noisy, who very much so is kind of attributed to his aggressive SMG gameplay. So I expect that's mostly going to be the battleground for a lot of these rounds and will likely be the dictator of who walks away with some of these rounds.
I think Fire's right either underneath or right around a player. Both teams will trade out the opening kills. And I sang praise of Carnage's ability to play through bottom cafe and the way they're able to retake the site.
Wow.
A massive win for Fire. Again, they'll open it up so the bomb can make its way forward. On the other side, Willett's kind of out of position. He's going to have to rotate through. His goon is just ready and waiting. He'll spot one, loses the challenge. So great shots from Zinx as he's going to back on up. That bomb should have gone down probably 5 seconds ago, but yet again, pressure on Orlando for the retake, and they're doing a phenomenal job of doing it.
Here's the thing, though. How you salvage this round for 5-star because you haven't committed to the bomb plan is if you can get the dead silence charge, then bail. This is exactly what you're looking for Exotic and Fire. They've slipped right by D'Lo, who thinks that he's completely taken care of the backside of the B site. So now all of a sudden, the Orlando Reapers are going to have a really tough decision as far as how do you try to hit for the retake. Willett's going to be the first one to check out the site, but if he's not careful, he might find himself in a 1v2. He's going to have to wait for help, and it looks like by way of retake, it's going to be mostly from the second floor, but Exotic, he's able to scout out Willett just before he can make a play.
And this is where veteranness comes through for both these teams. Exotic is reading them like a book. The Hungry Caterpillar's name's Exotic. It's just relentless. I mean, what do you do if you're Zinx? I mean, I guess, okay, it sounds simple. Find a pick, try to work the site, but you have no idea where anyone is except for Fire. Now he's weak. Exotic should challenge. But he's also going to play the time, and he's done it perfectly. A big win. A huge win. God.
No chance he clutches up like that. Unbelievable. I mean, you called it correctly. The reads from Exotic, absolutely insane. And also, by the way, I didn't know you were such an Eric Carle fan when it came to children's books. But the Hungry Caterpillar absolutely lives in a special place in my heart, my 5-year-old self. But no, I think that the way that Exotic, he just gets the favorable timings. You know, he reads it perfectly. The timings are on par. Makes life a lot easier. And the only real criticism you can throw to Orlando Reapers is, yeah, you probably could have waited a little bit more passively for each other before you made those challenges. But even that would be over-criticizing considering the special play that Exotic is able to make.
Exotic just wanted to remind everyone that, hey, I used to be a professional player. Let's keep that in check. Pentagram. Well, that's not going to work. Noisy takes him down. Trades everywhere. A minute left in the round. Your bomb carrier now moving to A. It's going to be a hard hit and a hard one at that. So now they'll move in. Noisy, very weak, has to back on up. But they do have altitude and height advantage. That's essentially the same thing. Exotic picks up a kill. And the bomb does get down.
Someone's got to put a shutdown onto Exotic, man. You can't let him do this. As now here comes the re-hit. Look at the patience from 5-star on the minimap. Everyone just grouping up, waiting to hit the angles at the same time. Parasite doesn't have dead silence, so he has to play extremely slow. He's going to use that to kind of crab walk back to the corners. Now make the play up top. It's a double hit that comes through, but Stamino deals with one. And Fire, 1v2 situation for Stamino, and he can't lock down Exotic from behind. Plenty of time to secure the defuse, and 5-star now up 2-1.
Unlike the scoreboard will tell you, Exotic is actually on a 5 spree at the moment. So the dude's feeling it. And 2-1 doesn't really do it justice. They have been reading these last couple of rounds almost perfectly. And this, again, is one of the reasons why 5-star is such a dangerous roster, especially in S&D with what these guys can pull out. Years upon years upon years of compounded experience at the highest level of understanding tendencies of either teams. Oh, it's an uphill battle for Orlando. They can do it, but man, it's going to take you to shut down Exotic to get things going.
Really good, calm, collective play coming through overall from 5-star. But yeah, I'm right there with you. Someone's got to find a way to shut down Exotic from doing these things with the SMG. As we're going to get another aggressive look at 5-star over towards the B site. Willett finds first blood. That's mid-map. Again, it's a battlefield down underneath the cafe. And whoever comes out the victor of that area is going to be having a whale of a time controlling the B bomb site. So it's going to be 5-star realizing they don't have the middle of the map. They're going to try to push right through the gun shop. Stamino and Pentagram are the two defenders of this area. No information off the stun. Noisy Exotic, you can see on that lovely shade of pink right underneath them. And Parasite's able to win another fight. So now all of a sudden, numbers are back to even, and 5-star just biding their time so beautifully.
I thought Zinx was going to spot Parasite at the bottom part of your minimap, because Zinx is Gonna get caught out. Oh, he picks up a kill, but Exotic is there. On a 6 spree, they're gonna rotate to A. And now the transition from D-Lo is he's gonna work his way forward. But you don't have numbers on site, so if you're Orlando, if you can crash it as quickly as possible, you might have a chance. But again, Exotic's gonna go back up to the attic, and what does he do best? Stays alive and wins fights.
No dead silence, though, so he's going to be very cautious of how much noise he's making. Sees D-Lo, not going to win the gunfight. Pentagram will also be scouted out on that information gathering mission. Noisy also, without the dead silence, is going to have to clutch things up in a 1v3 from the 3rd floor. Very dangerous task, because he'll do a little bit of parkour. Comes on down, gets a tag on the bomb site. Wait a second, Noisy, he's going to find the second. Able to reset everything. 12 seconds, and Noisy's done it. Pentagram hasn't stuck the bomb. He's going to have to jump onto it right now. Noisy making a bunch of noise. He wins that one as well.
God.
Tyler Noisy making all of the commotion in the 1v3 clutch up.
Did that just happen?
This is why you pick up Noisy when he's available at the end of the season, apparently. Oh my God.
Did that just happen?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in pain. How? I mean, I don't even want to say heads up play from Noisy, but even though it was, but I mean, Orlando just, I can't even give them credit. It was just all Noisy. He just pulled that off. I can't even believe it. I don't know what I just saw.
Bro, no dead silence in the 1v3. I mean, that's just unreal, unheard of, and honestly can't happen. Stamina, first blood, D-Lo able to follow up. Pentagram up top, find the quick 3rd. Looking for the one side stairs. Good double up for Pentagram. This is exactly how you hit the regain button. And now Goonjar. Imagine a world. Now he's in a 1v3. Is not going to be able to stop the plant, although to get some damage and the eventual kill. So no exit here. Dead silence will be hit as he positions in the backside of the B-Vines.
The flashbacks of
No
X Games
chance,
are hitting
Sean.
my head. They're hitting
No
my
chance.
head. Oh, it's not gonna happen. Okay. Oh, I was thinking back to X Games, man. The flashbacks of the 1v2. Oh, God. Could not handle that again. Willett will find the kill. But look, as impressive as that round was, I still want to point out that somehow, some way, 5-star makes it difficult even when it's a 1v3. I think that's the takeaway here. Is that you can never count them out.
I mean, without Exotic having his pop-off secured victory in his little 1v3, and then Noisy doing the same, this should be a 4-1 game right now for the Orlando Reapers. And the fact is you're looking at a 1-round differential against you, that's gonna hurt. Willett trying to get cheeky. Dead silence push right through Cafe, but he guesses incorrectly. He wanted to check to see if anyone was gonna hit the bottom of Caf. The problem was 5-star actually went top rug, and if he would have hit that pitch correctly, he could have absolutely played spoiler without doubt. But now it's going to be on to Zinx. He's essentially by himself. He has to wait for these flanks to wrap through. He's not going to be able to contest the bomb plant. Going to try to hold his life, and Orlando Reapers are going to have a really tough time figuring out where 5-star are positioned, and for pretty obvious reasons. This is like when you play Battleship and you hit all of your ships to the top left corner of the map. Everyone is stacked on top of each other.
Goon has a feeling. I love that analogy. Oh, that's big 2 kills. Zinx picks up 1. Pentagram will fly in. That's 2 more. That's 3 more. All right. Screw it. 4-2. 5-star just, you know what? That's your Battleship, Alan. That's like the kid who gets mad and just flips the board and just throws it against the wall. I don't care about your ships in the top left corner. My mom said I had to be home at 5, and it's 5:15. I'm flipping this game upside down.
It's one of those things, though, like, going back to, like, the honest analytical part of that strategy is when you play that collective, everyone plays for your trades. And that's all you have to do. You play for the trades, and then once the numbers get really dwindled, you just play for the clock then. You essentially put the objective in your advantage. But, yeah, I just got huge flashbacks to me after middle school. Especially when you brought up the whole flipping the board thing. What do you mean your submarine's on top of your aircraft carrier?
The streetlights are on. You better be home. Big first blood for Goon. Willett's your bomb carrier. Hesitant to move forward as everyone essentially on the map has stopped moving. Ulo's gonna crouch his way around the door. Goonjar with another pick. So Orlando Reaper starting to drop very quickly. All right, very quickly. 3 dead, 5-star, full up. And once again, an awkward position at mid-map. Slowly Crumps and Orlando Reapers are looking at a 5-2 deficit.
Good luck, Zinx. Say your Hail Marys.
1v5, come on, you can do it.
And the problem is he's got no bomb to play with. If he had the bomb, maybe, but 30 seconds, there's really no hands here. Does win one gunfight, but here come the rest of the troops.
Here they come.
Good luck.
What you gonna do? Oh man, 5-2. Alan, we have reached match point.
I don't know, Sean. I mean, it just is such a feels bad, man, when, like we mentioned, outside of the 1v3s, Orlando Reapers should be still up right now and should be 4-3, essentially. I mean, it's just tough because you got special players on the opposite side. And, you know, that's one thing that I feel like we don't talk about a lot, you know, and I get the culture of North America that you want to find the 5 best players possible when you're building a roster. And it doesn't matter how well practiced you are, if you can make special plays like that happen, there's really no counter to it. It's just tough to result and rely on that. Exotic, not sure how he didn't see Willett climbing the ladder in the first play, but Willett's able to get the mantle up, finding First Blood, still alive in this series. Noisy also tagged up pretty heavy and isn't able to get the shots. Willett for 3. Orlando Reaper is able to hold off the push to A.
You know, in recent years, I think there's been a bit of a change with the mindset. I think you're 100% right. There's always this idea that, oh, we'll find the 5 best players on a roster. If you want to look at any trials and tribulations, look at the Huntsman. You know, arguably in the start of the year could have been the 5 best players on the roster. Doesn't work out. Same situation with Atlanta FaZe. I mean, 5 best players on a roster. They're having nothing but success, but slowly but surely the league's catching up. And success stories like Toronto Ultra, who when they stick it out, they work out the kinks and they figure out what works for them and what they need to change. A lot of the times, that's been the biggest gripe for Challengers teams, is that they don't stick together long enough. So the fact that a team's able to do it, 1, spells dividends to their commitment, but 2, you can get things like this, where you're out of it and all of a sudden, 2 kills, it's 5-3. You could be looking at a 5-4 game if you keep up the pressure.
Numbers advantage for Orlando, and they have full possession of the construction site. Stamino off screen wins a gunfight versus Fire. That's in the middle of the map, so he's actually going to lock down the rotation from the backside of B, which will tell the Orlando Reapers that, hey, they have to be hitting from the rug shop side, and, well, Zinx will absolutely know that now that Parasite takes him down from that exact angle. And everybody is wrapped up in their sleeping bags, just proned up on this back stair. Exotic, he's found 1, almost gets a chance at the second. Parasite slid through. He's got dead silence, and he tries to dot chase a touch, but can't get there in time for the trade. 5-4 we go. Orlando stepping up.
I can feel the round 11. I can feel it just
right
boiling, man. That's what this was always turns into. It's champs time. It's amateur Call of Duty. It's always going to go to round 11 at some point. But hey, I mean, props to just the rebound efforts so far from Orlando. It was a rough couple of rounds in a row. I mean, you're talking about, what, like you said, the 1v3 from Exotic, the 1v3 from Noisy. Goon almost did it again. Like, you had to slow down the game. They've done it just barely, thanks to Stamino at 10-5. On the other side, First Blood a couple of times a 5-star, but they haven't been able to close out the round.
Interesting. Goonjar actually gets a stun off onto Stamino and thought he was still lingering B alley, but good awareness from 5-star. They make good on the information. Bottoms of the cafe for First Blood. The bomb has also made its way forward. Parasite with the ram. Not losing a gunfight, apparently. And now as there's big numbers here for 5-star, this is looking like a, for sure, cleanup as Noisy finds 2. Backdoor. And now it's just down to 1. No chance. 5-star take it 6-4.
Everyone was weak running through the door. How did he pick up 2 kills?
Guys, my ears hurt, okay? That map was so noisy, so exotic, fire. Hell, call it Jungle Fever. You add in Goonjar and Parasite as well. All right, it was a good one. All right, pay me no mind, chat. Man, I'm just having a good time over here watching some good Call of Duty. 5-star, they are up 2-0 in the series, and you know what, Schiff? What does the Reapers need to do to get back in this one? What happened to them?
Oh, well, first of all, there's some of the best forced wordplay I think I've ever heard in a broadcast. But beyond that, for the Orlando Reapers, like we mentioned, there's 2 different 1v3s that happen. That's a map that you feel like you probably should have won. Okay, you should have won that map. And without the exception of those 1v3s, it really did feel like the majority of the rounds, the Orlando Reapers were doing everything right. It just came down to the fact that you have special players making special plays. So
yeah,
it's kind of hard to sit there and really be too critical on the Orlando Reapers. There were a couple of rounds where they just got flat out countered, and then beyond that, Exotic does exotic things, Noisy does noisy things.
does noisy things,
hey,
right?
Man,
and that's going to take me to my next point right there, because as you're right, you know, you can go in here and play well, but sometimes you get special players who make special plays. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Noisy Spaceman. We saw him come out with a 1v3, a double kill at the end. What was he doing right?
I mean, just kind of the heads-up awareness. I think that a lot of these young players learn from someone like Exotic and Parasite and Goon, Goon's on a professional roster right now, and these guys have experience. Parasite's a world champion. Goonjar is an X Games silver medalist. He's been around forever. Exotic, you know, has had a pretty storied career as a pro. These guys are learning tips and tricks, and tips like that we're understanding if you check bomb, you don't get the kill, watch for a challenge immediately. He wins an impossible gunfight. The heads up to win that, immediately challenge bomb again where you think he's going to be and run away. Like, it's just stuff like that where those are the intangibles you get with a veteran roster that you won't get from someone on Orlando Reapers who doesn't have that veteran leadership. Great potential on the team, great 5-star squad, but you need someone like Parasite and Exotic and Goon to lead you toward that state. I'm just impressed with how Noisy has stepped up to the challenge and answered the call.
Hey, you know what? Like you said, when you got veterans like that around you, you feel like sometimes you can do anything. And those guys got a lot of reps through several different Call of Duty games and several different versions of S&D. And we're seeing that all come together in this series. But folks, that's going to do it for us here for now. We still got to come back, and when we do, we'll see who can walk away with map number 3 and progress on to see Carnage Gaming in the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. We are deep in the NAC bracket currently, and now we are watching 5 Stars versus the Orlando Reapers. And we're about to head into map number 3. So let's bring on our experts of the Call of Duty Challenger scene. It's Whole Shift and Spaceman. Guys, we just watched 5-star really just have a 5-star performance in those first 2 maps, but we gotta head on over to map number 3. This is the time in which the Orlando Reapers need to bring it all together to make this comeback, get themselves to another respawn, to another hard point, and see if they can come out with it this time around. Spaceman, I've got the question for you. What does Orlando Reapers need to do to take down this hot 5-star team?
Look, it's gonna be the same thing I said about UIU and Carnage. I feel like it's kind of the meta at this point in terms of analysis. We've gotten far to the bracket. You know what you need to do to win. Continue the slaying. At this point, with how Noisy's been playing, Exotic and Goon, Parasite with the Ram 7, like, just continue the slaying capabilities. Domination is a very different game mode. We understand they can be a bit chaotic with spawns. It's gonna depend on the map heavily, but Stamino and Willet, like, these guys combined, and this team of Orlando Reapers is no pushover. You just have to come out hot. You have to continue to put pressure on a 5-star. I feel like that's it.
Yeah, and now Shift, if you're the coach of the Orlando Reapers and you got a hot superstar like we see in Noisy and even in Fire, how do you stop players like that, especially when they got such veteran leadership around them trying to keep them cool, calm, and collected?
I don't think you need to change too much. 250 to 190, 6 to 4 the first 2 maps. Those are all pretty darn close. It just comes down to one thing goes your way, or really one thing doesn't go the way of 5-star. You probably take one, if not both of those maps. So I wouldn't get too lost in the fact that you're down 0-2. This has been a winnable series so far, and as we realize and learn that it's going to be Hackney Yard for the domination, you definitely don't want to throw away what you've been doing just because you're down 0-2. This map is not at all forgiving to things you might not be prepared for. So we'll see if they're able to kind of get things going here and reset the momentum and try to work on this reverse sweep.
I can't wait to see if anyone gets Hackney Yarded. It's going to be fun. I can't wait. We're getting into game 3. And this is for all the marbles for 5-star. You're up 2-0 for Orlando Reapers. You got to stop the bleeding here. Can we see a game 4, if not game 5? Well, we'll see if that actually is the case. On your screen is Goon. He's working towards the back line and an awkward mantle. But you have Noisy over top who will lock it down. So 2 flags off the start. 5-star looking relatively good, but it's a break into B, and Orlando now have a chance.
And with that, 5-star actually see a couple of their members spawn out towards yellow. So if D-Lo can win too, okay, Orlando threatening for a potential flip, but you still have to deal with Noisy, and we know how good he is about keeping his life for as long as possible. Really, Orlando's not fully giving up the B warehouse in favor of going for the A win. And with that, it's a 1v1 for Noisy at the A flag. He wins it, he holds on to the A flag, and while that happens, the rest of his teammates win out the gunfights in the warehouse. I think that's a little bit too passive for Orlando Reapers. I would have loved seeing them give up the warehouse in favor for a full hit to A.
Noisy was staying alive A flag, and everyone else from 5-star kind of spawned out in front of C, and they just rotated right to B and grabbed the cap. I'm not exactly sure what that spawn was, but hey, it works out. They get the B flag as well, and now they're getting a normal set of spawns. So, okay, that works. They get a 2 cap, and they have mid-map control, or at least they should. Parasite, you got to pick up the kill if you can. That's 4 in the kill feed, and they're slowly going to gain the lead and extend it. Goonjar looking for a player towards back green. For the moment, they will hang on to their life, but again, they've just put a lot of pressure towards mid-map with Fire in this power position. If they can't take down, it's going to be rough, but they do get the recovery, and now is a chance to get onto the B flag.
And there's nothing that Orlando could do right now besides be lemmings and just full flood the B warehouse. You got to take top control. You would love to get somewhere in the middle of the map, but if you don't get this top L, life is going to be tragically terrible for you trying to work the B warehouse in full. You see this 1v1 delayed between Exotic and Pentagram, and a little bit of hit fire blessed as Exotic bends a bullet to find the connection for the kill. So at worst for 5-star, the flag becomes neutral, but with Exotic up top, he should be able to peek this without problem. Just comes down to, can he get some help from the front, because he can't do it all by himself.
Well, one person has snuck through. That's Willet. He actually made his way towards A, and he gets cut down in the process. Thank you, Parasite. And they retain the front spawn, so they can still flood into B if they elect to choose to do so. But 43 to 38, the pressure now compounded from 5-star. The smokes will come out. Willet cuts down one from the skies. A little bit of chaotic gunfights on the flag, but Willet still stands strong. He picks up the kill, survives in the process, dipping and diving. Goonjar cuts him down, and they'll get B flag under their control. Should Pentagram have something to say for it. An awkward nade, it will connect, but not in time to stop the cap. And credit where credit is due for Orlando, but 5-Star do get 2 back in their possession.
Really good reset there for 5-Star. Pentagram's really trying to blow things up here in the last minute 45. Can't win the last gunfight needed versus Noisy, so no influence over the B flag yet. And still, with that in mind, Orlando Reapers would love to get a little bit more warehouse control. That'll do well for Stamino to find the opening. Parasite has to be very careful of how he takes this challenge with an AR, and he very wisely just plays the back door, gets rewarded with 1 kill, turns his attention to the middle of the map. Good help. He gets himself a second, but that'll be the end of his spree. It looks like finally the Orlando Reapers will have some numbers inside the warehouse. Fire trying to open things up with a pinch, but won't quite be able to get there, and this should lead to a flip of the B flag.
This is a good chunk of time for Orlando. I mean, you could close the gap relatively quickly going into second side. Still a minute 10 to play.
Yeah.
Looking at the top of your mini, you have one spawned out. That's Noisy, who's at C. I'm surprised they don't just go for the neutral here and try to make an awkward pinch onto B. But, I mean, look, it's hindsight. I also have Caster Cam, but that probably looked like the play that you would want to go for. I know you want to fight on A, and a massive win from Fire. But still, questionable decision-making. But, hey, they make it work. That's 5 dead in the kill feed, and they get B back as well.
Yeah, that situation's like 6 of one, half a dozen of another. You have the A flag still in your possession. It's being threatened. Do you make the call to full wrap back to A to try to save it, or do you go for a CB take? And they decide to go for the former, making the push through the B warehouse over to A. And if Fire doesn't find those 2 kills, then yeah, you're probably trapped in the warehouse. But because he's a special player, making special plays, as we've seen time and time again from 5-Star, it leads to essentially a reestablishment of that A-B hold. 15 seconds left to play here in the half. Fire will make sure the B flag does not be neutraled. And it's just down to Exotic to try to make sure that stays the case. It's 1v question mark for him. Tries to play his life and isn't able to win the gunfight. So there will be a neutral here on the B flag, but simultaneously you had Gunjar who snuck through for a flip of the C flag. So everything essentially stays as it was. 87-71 the score, a decent half for 5-Star, but I would say, considering how convincing it looked, not the scoreline you would have thought it was.
Fire picked up 3 kills with that nade right there. I mean, that was amazing. But yeah, I have to agree with you. I was just going to comment on that. Like, if you're 5-Star, sure, you have the lead. But if you're Orlando Reapers, this game could have been 25-30 ahead. So the fact that it's only a 16-point difference, feeling pretty good about our chances going into second side. But yet again, we're going to come into question the rotations. And like you said 1,000 times, what's the decision making here? Are we going to see some overextensions to try to flip the spawns and get people locked into B? Or how do they play this 2-cap setup? Because A and B can be pretty difficult. Off the start, both teams grabbing their home. It's opening kills in favor of Orlando. They have 3 on that B flag, and they should get the cap here momentarily.
Definitely will. A-B set up very early on for the Orlando Reapers. Also for you EU fans that might be out there, a little update. Trainhard upset in the losers bracket to Mooseman and Team Moon 3-1. They are out of the tournament, which leaves BDS, Team Moon, and one of the losers matches, Hyperboom and Connect 5 in the other. All of that lingering and hoping to get a chance at either War or Singularity in the grand final. So a big upset there. Trainhard, a top 4 squad out early.
Oh, we just love champs. 6-15 for Gunjar, 21-13 for Parasite. Worth noting that stat line is, you know, like you said, he's the best performing North American player in the circuit throughout the season in terms of pro points, or challengers points, I should say. And hey, he's having a great game in this game 3. Goon having a very slow one. Everyone else, though, contributing where they need to. Just a 9-point game. So back into the swing of things as Orlando Reapers have an opportunity to close the gap and take the lead. Will they overextend to C? And it looks like they want to hold this AB setup. And Pentagram on your screen is very timid to push forward. A couple of stuns will ring out. Teammates in there for support. He's going to win the gunfight. And they just lock down this B flag so well. And the execution from 5-Star will get them onto the point for now.
This is a good neutral opportunity. You've got numbers, you've got the middle of the map. This is where you start to threaten for a potential spawn flip. If Fire can find a couple of kills, he actually wraps behind the warehouse, see if he can clear out any potential contestants. None were there, though. And now all of a sudden, Pentagram looks to do the exact same thing from the opposite side, and the numbers are good. Delo for 2, Pentagram got the 3rd. And Orlando Reaper is right back in the mix with an AB setup. 3 minutes to play. And every single second that ticks by will be the lead starting to dwindle for 5-Star. They're going to have to make a play for a second flag soon.
And I was wondering, are they going to continue to put resources onto B? And number 1 just spawned up. It's number 4. It's Gunjar. He's at back green. If he wins that gunfight up top, maybe we start seeing an overextension. He does. And now he has an opportunity to really mess with the middle of the map. But yet again, 4 players from 5-Star are going to work their way in. That's 2 opening kills. Make it 3. Exotic Finds two in the kill feeds, dipping and diving, able to make it a second. He is just absolutely lighting up the kill feed, and they have worked their way into B. Now the question again, how much will they commit onto the site? Well, with Exotic smoking like this on a 5 spree and locking down that B flag, you're feeling pretty good if you're 5-star.
The fact that you've got Fire, Exotic, and Noisy doing what they're doing in a world where 5-star are still running a 2AR setup with Gunjar and Parasite, who, by the way, is 24-17 right now, leading the lobby by a mile, a country mile at that. And this is where the double AR setup is very dangerous. When you've got 2 flags and you can hold down lanes and you can read the fact that the Orlando Reapers have spawned out, this will lead to a very free A flip. And now the Orlando Reapers are now on the back foot, where they've got a minute 45 where they have to make a play. And going back to what we saw in the first half, they had a difficult time working into the warehouse.
Fire's starting to heat up too. I mean, he's been able just to dip and dive around players, dancing where he needs to. But at this point, with every second that ticks by, it's an extra couple of flag caps you need to get yourself back in this game. They've lost a couple of team fights here and there, but a big one comes in. Exotic, Gunjar, Parasite, Noisy, everyone getting involved. And with a minute 19 left, we're getting to a situation where you have to get a 2-cap within the next 10 seconds or this one's done.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to figure that they're going to have a 2-cap plus a neutral at this point in time, especially coming from the C side of the map, where I would argue it's way more difficult than doing that from the A side. Will it up top, unfortunately caught mid-mantle. Stilo able to find one, and his teammates will have a couple more around him, so this will lead to an opportunity to flip this B flag around. But it is a game that will require them to get a neutral. Number 6 on your minimap really quickly is Pentagram. He's making the play. If he can win this 1v1 versus Gunjar, maybe there's an opportunity for them to get in, but he's not able to do that. The neutral's only there for a split second. And now with 35 seconds, this game becoming a little bit out of reach for the Orlando Reapers.
And I think it all started with Exotic's 5-piece right on the B flag. I mean, his ability to get 2 kills on the entry, they win the cleanup, and he works his way in, and they grabbed, what, 15, 20 seconds off of that break? It was right from there that this game started getting put out of reach, and the response did not come in from Orlando Reapers. It's okay, it happens, but man, what an awkward and unfortunate time for it to actually happen. 10 seconds left, and that'll be it. A 3-0 win for 5-star as they will move on into the bracket, and they will be playing the winners of Atlanta FaZe versus either Triumph or Forever Unlucky. But man, a good statement game 3 from them.
Man, a fantastic statement indeed, boys. 5-star, they came out, and I said it before, it was a 5-star performance from the vets. Showed us what they were made of. They progressed on to play Carnage Gaming in the semifinals. And man, these guys, especially with that win, they locked in a good chunk of change there. If I do say so myself, definitely locked in at least $12,000 for them. That's a top 6 finish guaranteed. So beautiful work there by the boys. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say this much though, for the Orlando Reapers, even though this is going to read as a 3-0, this is a team that would be scared of playing in the losers bracket. So that's the one thing to kind of keep in mind is I think if you're the Orlando Reapers and you're having to look down the barrel of what is a losers bracket run, I don't think you need to feel too negative about what you just did versus a very good 5-star team. All 3 of these maps were extremely close. A couple of things go your way and a couple of fights where you read a spawn and maybe a second earlier, you're able to get those kills where you need them. And that could be any one of those 3 maps with a different result. So I would not just sit here and look at this as a 3-0 and say that the Orlando Reapers don't hang, because they very well could make a lower bracket run.
Yeah, they definitely could make a lower bracket run. And speaking of that bracket, let's take a look at both. So we got the NA winners bracket on your screen. Now, Spaceman, break this one down for me. Anything stands out on this bracket specifically? I know Carnage, they took down UIU. That was the matchup that we saw before. Yeah. But anything else stands out?
I mean, look, I know it might not be too surprising, but a 3-0 from Atlanta FaZe over Wester, I thought Wester might have given them the best chance at knocking Atlanta FaZe to losers bracket. There was questions. I know Shift brought it up a couple of days ago about Atlanta FaZe was having some scrim issues. Wester was considered one of the 4 teams in the league, and that roster is stacked. So I'm very surprised that it was a 3-0. I don't know the extent of it, but hey, Triumph and Forever Unlucky, that's going to be a bloodbath. I don't think they have enough to take out Atlanta, but this bracket's looking good, man. I'm excited for this.
It is. And just to give you the scores of those matchups, it was 150 to 250, 4-6, and 141 to 183, all in favor of Atlanta FaZe. So it was a kind of close series outside of that first map on the hard point for them. So we'll see what Western can do in the losers bracket. Now, when it comes down to Orlando Reapers, as they drop, they're going to have to play the winners of Pride and Nemesis. We know Pride took down Unjustified there. If they progress on, UIU is also on that side of the bracket that would have to deal with the Orlando Reapers, of course, if they could win their 2 matches and progress on. But you guys, we had an awesome day covering the North American action, but that's gonna do it for that. We got to move on over towards Apac soon. Now, before we do that, final thoughts when it comes down to what you guys saw today in NA, and I want to start with you, Shiv.
Yeah, I think that you're really seeing that we still have a couple of favorites. I think 5-star Atlanta FaZe Academy, in most people's minds, were going to be the top 2, at least in some fashion. So far, they're living up to that. But there are a lot of squads that are still fighting through that lower bracket that I think could make an elongated run. So you got UIU down there, you've got Western down there, you've got a lot of teams that would have to put together a pretty lengthy run. So don't rule anybody out. I think that every single match from here on out is going to be an absolute gauntlet.
I think it is as well. Space, what about you?
Yeah, look, I'm not gonna really beat a dead horse here. I'm just gonna say that I am very impressed with a lot of the competition we've seen. I know that everyone who's in this champs bracket's here for a reason, but UIU getting knocked down and just all the teams that have come today, they've been bringing their A game, and I have been very impressed with the level of Call of Duty we've seen thus far only on Saturday, right? We still have plenty to go. We still have more matches to watch, but man, this is the best that amateur Call of Duty has looked in a long time, and I'm very happy to see it.
You said it perfect there, Space. It's only Saturday, folks. Championship Sunday isn't even here yet. Folks, that's going to do it for our coverage of the NA Challenger scene. Congratulations to Carnage Gaming, 5-star, and FaZe Academy for progressing on towards the semifinals. But the day's not over yet. Now it's time to crown a champion in Apac. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your Challenger Finals. We've had an awesome day of action so far, but the day is not over yet. It's time. Well, it's not just time for anything. It's time for the finals, okay? The finals of the Apac region. We got a chance to cover EU, cover NA, but now it's time to crown a champion in Apac. So let's bring on the boys, Fox and Spaceman. And if you guys been watching all day, you know this is my Star Fox duel, okay? I coined him that, and we're gonna keep it right then and there. Fox, you've been off on the sidelines watching how these series go, how these series have went so far. What are your thoughts on how NA just ended?
Man, I gotta say, no match was as exciting as the two best-of-5s reverse sweeps that we got to spectate today. Those are probably the high points of the broadcast for me today. But of course, it's been exciting, stiff competition all around. I mean, we saw those first two maps in the previous series were a good show.
Yeah, no, they definitely were a good show. Now, folks, let's take a look at the losers bracket for the Apac region so you guys can know who is playing in our losers finals. And it's Renegade versus Throne. Now, Space, when it comes down to these two teams making it here, all right, are they the ones that you expected?
No, I mean, look, we knew that at some point Renegades and we knew that at some point, like, one of these top teams is going to drop down,
yeah,
right?
Between
like,
Renegades and Chiefs.
Exactly. Like, we knew that if they're going to play each other, it's obviously going to have to mean one team's going to lose. I just didn't expect Renegades to be here. I honestly thought that Chiefs would get knocked down. I know that they went to Game 5s a bunch, but it's no surprise they're in losers finals. The biggest question is, what does Throne have to throw at them? I think that, look, if you're going to come out and you're going to stun the #1 team in APAC, this is your time to do it. But whoever wins this has to go play against Chiefs in the grand finals and win 2 best-of-5s. Renegade is probably the only team I think that has a real chance to beat Chiefs in 2 best-of-5s. But listen, Throne have an opportunity to dethrone, pun intended, the best team in APAC, arguably. So I'm excited. I can't wait to get into it. Fox, welcome to Gunrunner. It's going to be a good one.
You said it first. It's going to be real tough to see who has to go and fight those 2 best-of-5s against Chiefs. We're going to be looking out for that throughout this series as Renegades is up against Lys. And Renegades, as you guys know, the roster in the APAC region that has been dominating the scene. You're so familiar with seeing these guys across your screen. Let's take a look at how they start off in the hard point with this initial 10 seconds.
The early time, of course, to Renegades is they've been known to grab and soak up the majority of this P1 hill. They're very good about getting gunfights on the outside. Of course, Pred and Sets will make that happen. 13 seconds and counting. No one really in a position to challenge, but it's Throne on the back end, and they're going to set up for P2. A couple of challenges do come in, and the pressure now funneling through, but they hold strong for Renegades. Opening kills, Crimza on your feed. And on your screen, a little bit too tagged up. He finds the kill. The angle was perfect. Somehow able to make that work. Not going to work through showers, but hey, keep an eye on the top side of your minimap. It is Throne who are set up for P2. We'll see if they're able to hold on for this last bit of scrap time in the early part of our next rotation.
Set up pretty well on P2, considering how far Renegades will be spawning out towards the northwestern part of that map. Let's see how the defense holds here. They're pushing through. Just one player in the northeastern corner as all of Lys is spawning up there. So all of the pressure is going to be coming in from P4 to this hard point.
Well, they will get the close spawn, and it's Beast outside who has a big entry to win. Of course, a couple of kills won't fall, and so now he has to work through the back. Imagine what he can do as he's sitting through the smoke. Will pick up 1 kill. Goodbye, Fida. Can you find the second? No, Crimza shuts him down. If you guys know Renegades, you understand the names Fida, Crimza, Sets, Swifty, Pred. This used to be the Mind Freak roster for a while, and well, they've made some changes. Of course, now they're under a different banner, and as a Renegades team, they have been basically uncontested, other than Chiefs giving them a couple of runs for their money. Renegades has found a way to just run through the majority of Apac's Challengers division, and now they sit in a losers finals where, hey, anything's possible, but I don't think any of us expected them to be here this quickly.
Definitely not, but if you're not used to seeing this name, get used to seeing them throughout the remaining portion of this tournament, and as well as the future. I mean, these guys, they're coming from the APAC region as legends, as people that you've seen competing for such a long time, especially someone with the name of Fida. And in this hard point, we're moving over towards the mine. They find themselves trying to break through, or trying to hold down this setup in the face of the Lys push.
Crimza doing his best to just dip and dodge at minecart, able to pick up 1. And that trophy will stop the utility from Renegades from flying out. Or excuse me, from Throne from flying out. That's 4 kills now for Renegades as they have control of the hill. It's close box spawn for Throne, but they haven't been able to get any kills outside, 15 feet from where they've been able to spawn. Fida on the outside picks up 1 kill. He will drop a second. Goodbye,
Wow.
Beast. 74 and 5 and counting. They've gotten all the time. They've won the fights as well. And look at where they're pushing on your minimap. They have somewhat of mid-map control. They have the far out spawns as well, and they're going to get set up for that great rotation. It was a flawless hold at minecarts, and just a great job from Renegades to get those kills.
An excellent hold on the minecart there. Renegades had them on their back foot, on the ropes the entire time. They still find some scrap time here. Rotating P4, though. Lease is closer to the action as Renegades. They're spread out a little bit on the opposite side of the map. We'll have to see how this first wave of engagements goes down. We got Beast trying to get high ground as he moves towards crates.
So it seems like each and every time that Throne have an opportunity to break up the kill feed, what do we see Renegades do? 3 kills. Fida, Pred, and Crimza all getting involved. That's a big win in the front. 37 seconds to fight over. The spawns have fled, but that's okay. Here comes a first push, and it's 3 kills for Throne as they now get themselves in the kill feed, involved in the hill. 4 in a row. They continue to rack it on up, and, well, they have time. And look at the score. Now flipped back in favor of Throne. They've grabbed the lead. So with all the praise we've been singing about Renegades and their ability to get themselves in the kill feed, hey, the lead has gone back to Throne, and I think that's what matters going into our next rotation.
Yeah, big lead switch right there. Just an awesome hold on P4 from the side of Lease. Renegades, that first wave didn't go their favor, and neither did the rest of the hard point. Lease now leads by 20 seconds as they're moving back over to P5. Now earlier on this side of the map for P3, we saw that Renegades was able to hold Lease back for about, what, the 45 seconds, the first 45 seconds of that 60-second hard point. We're now a bit further back in this section of the map on P5. Let's see how it switches up this time.
It's Ram 7 in hand, but it's 3 kills from Throne as they work their way in. A couple will drop. Somehow Set stays alive, but not for the time being. And they'll grab the lead back. Dev working his way through the front of the boxes. They'll pick up a couple of kills, and all of a sudden, Throne are starting to extend this lead. They've found a majority of pressure on the outside of the hill. They've been able to slow it down as well. So that quickness and that aggression from Renegades that was so strong at minecart, where is it now? It hasn't been able to break through. When it has, it's been shut down quickly and swiftly. No pun intended, but once again, Throne holds strong in the back end, and now the rotation will come out. Look at the top part of your mini-map. Who's going to be there first? Well, a big gunfight win as Dev and Jazz will find the kills, and they are doing a great job of getting back to mid-map.
Ooh, Jazz, he's trying to make some moves through middle map. I think that might be Jason, as he finds multiple kills before being taken down. Still good positioning out of him. Trying to fight for this new hard point, though, is Sets as he's taken down on the hard point. 40 seconds trailing is Renegades. And they're spawning out towards the northwestern part of the map. Let's see how they fan out towards the middle map to take control here. Coming into this next rotation of hard point space, do you see anyone that stands out to you in particular on the side of the winning team, Lease?
I mean, look, if we look across the board, everyone's relatively negative. I mean, Jason's having, what, 12 and 21? You have it dead even for Beast. So Imagine might be the only real person we look at stat line and say, yeah, good job, 16 and 13. But how many times have we seen this highly contested hill go in favor of Renegades? They've grabbed the early, 15 or so seconds. Now we look at rotation, and I believe that Renegades have actually worked their way through. So regardless of the 4 kills in the kill feed and the success that Throne has had, it's Renegades working the back line, and I think that Beast has actually worked his way behind as well. So they could try to get these parallel spawns split up and work their way through the back of the hill.
Yes, and there's a lot going on right now. Astex was just trying to set up for a pinch onto the hard point. Renegades shut that down swiftly, and they're still spawning in the northeastern portion of the map. They still have a close spawn from the players of Lease to deal with, so this battle is still going on. A 30-second lead from Lease as they're trying to maintain control of the hill. They can't seem to get it out of the grips of the Renegades players, still spawning up in the backyard.
The early hold from Renegades, they're going to try to grab their way back into this game. Beast can work through the back line if he can. Oh, just an awkward timing, and 2 will challenge, so Renegades hold strong on the side. And the pressure from Throne at mid-map, again, it's pretty good, but they just haven't been able to find the kills to funnel themselves into the point. You got to think at some part it's going to start falling and the dominoes will set in. That's 5 dead in the feed. They only get about, what, 10 seconds or so. Now the rotational fight's going to be important because Renegades have won minecart for 60 seconds last time, and these opening kills are massive. Beast is working his way in, absolutely destroying everyone who wants to step up and take their shot at a grand prize. And, well, he's handing out dish after dish. Nothing is working thus far. And look, they have flipped the script. They have gained control of minecarts, and now it's up to Renegades to make a break.
Big muscle of a play coming out of that submachine gun player. Beast with a big double click. He pushes his way through the hard point. Now Renegades is responding as Fida and Sets take point. They're down by 30 seconds, and with 40 seconds remaining on this hard point, they're definitely on pace to tie things up. Swifty just found himself on a 4 streak. He's still got submachine gun players alongside him to continue the pressure, but it looks like Lease is getting set up for a pinch. If you take a look at your mini-map, player number 1, Astatics, all the way in the back, could be disruptive.
This game 1 has gone back and forth, Fox. I mean, just back and forth. Both teams throwing haymakers with each and every hill. It seems like a couple of times, at least 4 or 5, we've had a lead change. And throw again. We'll hit the 200 marker for team to do so here in game 1. A multi-kill spree for Dev. Imagine still working the back of Minecart, and he'll get the last couple of seconds of time, so the AR anchor coming into full effect. Not able to lock down the extra kills, and Renegades now in transition. Let's see if they can swing it and wrap around. Beast has an opportunity to cut down this front line. Able to get behind one, does his job just enough to draw pressure away from the hill. And Throne will stay alive, and they'll grab the time as well. 220 to 166. They can win it here.
Beast still alive, finally just taken down right there as we saw the initial time going to his team of Lease. They were able to extend their lead just a bit further. They're still able to respond to the offensive front coming from the side of Renegades, and just 20 seconds separate them from their victory space. What's happening here is we're coming from P4 to P5. Lease seem to be pulling away from the top Australian roster.
It's basically a mirror match of what we saw in the first part of this hardpoint, right? Renegades comes out hot, they start finding the kills, and they're winning the hills, and all of a sudden, Throne come out hot. They start lighting up the kill feed, and boy, oh boy, that was a convincing end to that hardpoint. 250 to 169, it's Throne with the game 1 win.
So moving from our APAC region matchup, we're looking at Carnage and 5-Star. Carnage is going to be returning to your screen from what we saw just a few series ago. They took it all the way to a game 5, almost got reverse swept, but still closed it out in the end, facing off against UIU. So I'm looking forward to see how they do against 5-Star here in this matchup.
Yeah, and the winner of this goes to winners finals tomorrow, and we'll play, you know, the winner of Atlanta FaZe versus, I believe, Triumph, and other team was still going on, so we'll get to keep you guys updated with that. But again, look, you're at the late part of the bracket. Carnage was pretty good in S&D, so I'm very, very interested to see how they're able to go up against the likes of Exotic, Noisy, and Goon. But off the start, just a flurry of kills in your kill feed as Carnage have opened up the game with 26 points and counting.
Looking at the side of 5-Star TCM, you did mention Carnage, Parasite, and Goon. We're looking at some of the Goonjar, Parasite, and Exotic, some of the players from a former Team Caliber roster. These guys have been together numerous times in the past. I'm sure we could go back several times between then. But taking a look at our matchup now, we still have a Deathless Gunsey on the side of Carnage, and Nightmare sitting pretty in the hill. This is exactly where you want this guy from what we saw the last series.
And at this sandbag spot, he's living up to the name. I mean, he's on 4 kills, going to try to make it 5. He will get cut down, so the first real break for 5-Star as a break in the feed means that kills are finally falling, and pink is all you need to see. It's a 51-point lead, but slowly but surely, 5-Star will claw their way back in this game. They have a decent hold at P2 for now. I'm still wondering about mid-map and where that's going to factor in, as they haven't elected to push out. Ryza with an immaculate win. Don't know how he gets that headshot, and well, as quickly as I got excited, it's shut down. 5-Star refusing to let anyone else from Carnage work their way into the hill.
They're doing their best here, but Exotic being the front line with this submachine gun. He's so used to being in this position. This is like clockwork to him. Finally taken down in the 2v1 engagement. Ryza was able to find the headshot. He's still got to work his way into the hard point, and you know, the support, the backup, the remaining players in the hard point for the side of 5-Star were able to clean it up there. So moving to this next hard point, we're looking through the eyes of Noisy. Let's see what damage he's able to do.
Goonjar was back ruins, they took him down, so it's up to Noisy to kind of fill in that slot. Now he has to go big. If he wins these fights, maybe you get a close spawn in the back, you can break the hill with a team push, at least. But right now, all the pressure on his shoulders to try to make a break possible. He's able to dip and dive. I believe he did take out Ryza in the process. Exotic is here, so the duality will come through. That trophy will cut down the nade, but it's okay. It does just enough. Somehow Carnage hold on for the moment. Parasite gonna work his way through the front. Parasite pick up 2 kills. No close spawn in the back, and a big break from 5-Stars. They have worked their way in. Noisy and Parasite combining for 5. and they have found the early time for our P3.
Straight through the front door, the front window of P3 is Parasite as he finds himself 3 kills in a row. Nets his team some time in the hard point as they start to pull their way back into this game. And it looks like we're going to see our first lead, or another lead switch coming as they're going to pull ahead of Carnage, excuse me. Gunsy's able to push through with the help of Nightmare and Pure Sama. And they're able to close out the last bit of the hardpoint time as we're rotating to P4.
One of the things that Carnage did really well against UIU, unfortunate nade, that's hilarious, is that they were able to keep up to the pacing that UIU played at. It was very quick, and they got in and out of gunfights. You saw Nightmare starting to light up when he found a power position. That's how you have to play 5-star. These players are so fast. Not only that, they take smart gunfights. So if you keep the pressure on them to make a mistake and get uncomfortable in the middle of the hill, you'll have a real chance in this series. But right now, they're doing such a great job of staying involved. Gutsy at 12-5, 43 seconds to his name. It's Nightmare with 2 kills in the kill feed. Exotic trying to work underneath. He'll pick up a kill as well. Parasite helping him out. It's all pink for the moment. And man, they have worked this hardpoint to an absolute perfection.
Exactly, and you mentioned Gunsy coming into this hardpoint at 12-5. Let's see if he can continue to do some damage in the hardpoint. Gunjar checking the staircase. Perfect timing as he comes back for the hip fire kill onto Nightmare. And he connects with the double. No support needed, but Gunsy's coming up to challenge him next. And he's going to be met by an additional Carnage player. He doesn't come up with either of those kills, but the players on bridge know that it's time to back off. It's time to move on to the new hardpoint and get set up. So moving into P5. We see the initial time going to Carnage. Several 5-star players still hovering around Restaurant, as you can see. There's not exactly a great path for them to take into the hardpoint, but Fire is going to carve one right open. Big double kill for the team. Let's see what they can make of it.
Oh, he should not be winning these fights. Like, there's no reason, no ungodly understanding of how this man is able to win fight after fight like that. Just the reaction, the understanding on the map. Fire has opened up the door for 5-star to work their way into the hill and get some time. I guess if you want to have silver lining, thanks to Carnage and their ability to stay up, they have grabbed hill time early, but man, the heroics from Fire. 12-13, not super impressive, but the way in which he's doing it certainly is. It's Parasite up top, Exotic on the other side of the map. They're going to try to pinch out Carnage from working their way through the middle. And at this point, you're more than happy to give up these last 5 or so seconds. It could be a tie game, but you're in a good position if you're Fire and if you're 5-star to work through this P5 hill and get the remaining, what, 50, 30 seconds? I mean, you're feeling good.
Yep, tie game as we move back over towards Bridge, and you can see the construction was in control of Team 5-star. However, the pressure's moved towards the opposite side of the bridge as Parasite finds himself 2 and 3 kills in a row, currently on a 6th streak. Let's see what they're able to do on construction as Nightmare is in position. Big triple kill, but you gotta expect it out of the M4 in his hands at this point, and the next wave of engagements come through. He's still sitting pretty.
Nightmare's M4 does demon time things that we have not seen thus far into a challenger series.
This is witchcraft. Absolutely.
Just the fact that he's able to pick up kill after kill after kill in such quick succession. I mean, without getting traded, the smoke can only do so much. They're going to run into his site, and Gunjar has the wherewithal to go ahead and try to shoot in that area. But the break from Carnage, good enough. Can't hold it. 7 seconds. On rotation already, and they're set up for P2 in our second set of hills. Ryza at 15 and 17, not having the best game as a sub, but look, they have the lead, and right now, this is your money hill. This is where you have to capitalize if you're Carnage to blow away in this game.
Carnage needs to respond to these kills from the side of Parasite, Noisy, and Fire. Nothing just yet. We've seen time and time again as Parasite's breaking these hills. He finds a double kill, gets some damage on another player, and they all support one another in the team shot. They clear out the hard point at first, but Gunsy's able to come through and stick it. Now he's got to respond to Exotic pushing through the front door again, and we've seen how much damage he can do on the objective. Definitely a threat to keep into account.
With Noisy roaming out towards mid, he's a danger to the map because he can just pick up kills left and right. Here comes a flood, here comes the break, and it's a good one at that. They get 2 kills, Nightmare, thank you very much. Can they get in? No. Parasite having a very good game, 22 and 15 to kick off this series. He's been pretty phenomenal today, both in S&D and the respawns. He's found a way to just step it up to a different level. And he's a big reason why they're still fighting in this game, now have the lead. But on rotation, I've said it 1,000 times, I'll say it again. Who's the first one there? It looks like it will be Carnage set up at P3. And they had the close spawn last time, but they got broken into thanks to Parasite's Ram 7. Let's see if they can hold off for now.
Sitting on the defense is Carnage. As you said, Parasite's Ram 7. He's able to find 1 kill, not responded to just yet, as he's got 3 to his name this life. Over a minute of hill time to his name as well. The only other player to do that is Fire, who also had very streaky, very highly impactful streaks in this map. Everyone is able to contribute in this next wave of engagements. They break through and grab the hill, and they're in a good position for a lead change here. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Well, those are some big kills from Parasite, and with that, it's a big hold right now. But that means that while the game continues to unfold and we'll keep you updated, we're actually going to hop back to Apac and continue on with our losers finals, as that one is a little bit more important right now than currently a 196-197 scoreline in that hardpoint. And look, this is map number 2. Renegades dropped early in hardpoint. It looked like it was starting off pretty good, but all of a sudden, Throne comes out, they stomp him in the late part of the hardpoint, and we sit in an S&D, which is very, very vital to Renegade's success throughout this bracket.
That it is. So hopping into the search and destroy, we saw a couple cracks in the armor for the side of Renegades in map number 1, right? Lease had some excellent play coming out of players like Ecstatics, great pinches, and just well-coordinated tactical moves throughout the map. Let's see if it can translate to search and destroy, a much slower game mode. Most of the kills so far going in favor of Renegades, who find themselves up 3-2 on this B bomb site in man advantage.
Now, Renegades is an excellent S&D team, so they should be coming into this incredibly confident. It was a rough game 1, but surely anything is possible in championship weekend. It's Beast working his way through ruins. He could get perfect timing on Setsi if he's careful. He's playing it so well. He read it perfectly. He just didn't react in time. And Renegades will take the first round. And this is going to be a difficult game 2. And if unluckily, if you're a fan of Throne and you go to a game 5 and you're feeling unsure about your chances, that's probably the right thing to feel, because Renegades are an incredibly good team.
So as we go up 1-0 in this search and destroy, we can go ahead and revisit our previous hardpoint we left off, and it was a very close scoreline, 195-195 over in North America. And as we revisit that matchup, we're going to continue the search and destroy for Renegades and Lease. Our bomb carrier Fida is going to be the one starting things off.
And it's currently 247-222 as Carnage have taken the lead and they've held on to it. But Fida able to find the first blood. We'll see if he can work his way through the top of ruins. A couple of shots do ring out into the hill. It is 5-star, bouncing back and forth. We're going to make it work. Exotic puts down the trophy, and Fida now onto the site, so they'll get bombed down for Renegades. But only 3 points is all that's needed for Carnage. Fox, there's a lot of Call of Duty going on, and I love it, man.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now, and 5-star is at the head of it all. I mean, this is the team of former professional players that we saw and absolutely expected to see perform in this series. And they're mounting a huge comeback right now, as there's a lead switch. Just a few seconds separate them, and they're just about able to take map number 1 in the response of Carnage. I'm looking at the search and destroy. We're seeing a big kill spree going on for the side of Renegades as well.
They need 1 second, man. Both teams. Oh, it's 248, but Parasite stays alive just enough. A teammate floods in, and they'll take it 250-248. A nail-biting game 1 win for 5-star over Carnage. So that's going to be a series that we'll continue to check out. But Renegades, back to where we were. It's Pred with an opening kill, and he flies on out. This S&D team is so wonderful to watch. 2-0 lead for Renegades here in the series.
Yeah, this double kill from Pred was happening just as the hard point was closing out, but I didn't want to stop talking about the fact that he had this streak going on towards the end of this round to give this team the 2-0 lead. So as we move on to the rest of Search and Destroy, take a look and see what Pred and Sets are going to be doing for their team.
So the smoke will cut off the mid-axis. I believe Pred was ready and waiting. And a 4-man hit towards the catwalk. Here we come. Who's going to be spotted first? Oh, that bomb's moved up very, very quickly and into A, I believe it is. Poor Fida has no idea how many people are actually flooding through.
He is in for a whole lot. Turns out there it is. Astatics opens it up with the first kill. We could get this bomb down, but you got players like Sets that are roaming out just outside of the city, waiting for you to make that mistake, knowing that they do tag him up as he peeks, and let's see if they're able to hunt him down or if they're going to decide to rotate and wrap back.
Only 30 seconds or so left, so that bomb needs to go down. Looks like it will. Imagine spots one in the back. I think that's Crimzo. One's going to come up and challenge. Not going to happen. Goodbye, Tets. And Crimzo will get cut down as well. A great retake on the site. As Throne will take their first round here in game number 2. A very big round at that. Don't want to go down 0-3.
You don't want to do that. That's for sure. Halfway through the game at that point, we're seeing Seeing these guys start to fight back in the search and destroy here. So for the side of Renegade space, I know that we had a big start. The 5-1 lead is impressive. It is flashy. Is that something that we can usually expect out of sets? Who for the side of Renegade do you expect to pop off most often in search and destroy?
I mean, you have to look at Fida and Crimza, really. I mean, Swifty was huge last year during the open bracket for Mind Freak, but Fida is one of those aggressive players. I like to call him a better, well-rounded version of Fastball. Like, Fastball is very aggressive, but he can also leave himself out in the open. Fida is the same way. He's extremely aggressive, but he plays a little bit smarter. But I say that now, and Dev is just walking through the entirety of Renegade. It's like he's picked up 3 kills. All the players I just talked about, except for Swifty, he's taken down. So I'm expecting Fida at some point to step up. But hey, if Dev is doing stuff like that, it's going to be a very long day.
He heard you loud and clear talking him up and said, say less. Cuts them all down. 5-3 advantage and 5-2 advantage in man count for the side of Lease as they still trail down by 1 round in this search and destroy. Let's see what the remainder of this offense looks like for the side of Renegades. Cut short. We're tied up 2-2. And we saw right there, what do you think out of that positioning is what awarded that Dev that triple kill? Is that where you expect the submachine gun player to be in that engagement?
I mean, surely you have to expect numbers to be there, and that's usually where your frontline subs, like your lead blocker with the bomb behind you, will be up. But I just think he got great COD timing. He gets in, he finds a kill, he turns around, and he was able to just kind of read through the defense and pick up a kill after a kill. It's nothing that Renegades did wrong. It's just more credit to how Dev played it, right? Like, maybe you're expecting more numbers there, maybe you're waiting for a slower push, but took advantage of the lull time. And he got himself in, he got himself out, and found 3 kills that really helped the team. And look, 2-2 scoreline currently. This is exactly what you needed if you're throwing a blood out to Pred. He'll get traded out. So numbers advantage to no one is back to full strength for both teams as we go. Setsi will take out Dev. So there's that frontline sub. And now an advantage for Renegades in this round.
It's a scary sight when your bomb carrier dies in the enemy spawn with the bomb. So now it's going to be a tough call for the remaining Lease player to come through and try and pick that back up. They might be better off attempting the 2 versus 4 at the moment. You see Jason getting tagged up in the back. It's so tough to do when you're down this many people. Beast sure to follow, and Renegades takes round number 3. You know, when you die with the objective in a spot like that, that's entirely in the advantage of the enemy team. Your remaining players don't really have a whole lot to work with.
That's true. And once again, the staples of this Renegades team will continue to shine through. There's a reason these guys have been teaming together for what seems like, 2 years? They have been around each other in the Apac region. They have teamed together. They have history. Like, it's stuff like that where I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but having that chemistry with teammates you've had for so long can really be the difference maker. Even though Dev picks first blood, pressure still on Renegades to push forward. They do have bomb. Looks like they're going to get it down on A. So in the meantime, an opportunity for Renegades to blow this round open.
Going straight through bridge to construction. Only 1 player on site, and the remaining players of Lease need to rotate from the B-bomb site. We do have 2 Renegades players pushed up and holding these choke points for that specific reason. 1 gets short. That's going to be Pred that falls. Now the last remaining player, that's a roamer, is going to be Swifty.
Bomb's so cautious to move up. I don't think they know where Dev is, and that's probably why the bomb hasn't gone down. They're expecting numbers somewhere. With how long this one's taking as well, again, I mean, how many times have we said it, right? It's gonna, the longer you take, the quicker they'll realize something's up. Now Beast try to move in. No, not gonna happen. Crimza will split him. He'll cut him down. And the long rotation for both players to have to regroup at mid-map is gonna be crucial for Leze to come in and try to retake the site.
Leze, Swifty in position to take down Jason. Thought 1 was going to slip by, but not on his watch. 1 inside, though, is Astatix. He's going to be the last remaining player with 2 just around the corner in construction. Expect to see him fall. Renegades goes up 4-2.
It's just good patience from Renegades. They hang around the site, they get an opening kill. Once they get the kill, they collapse, they get the bomb down. Pretty standard S&D. I mean, not too much you could say about that. And that's just the veteranness coming out from these players. 4-2. Game by no means out of reach yet, but surely, if you're thrown, this is a must-win round.
Taking a look through the eyes of Lesse for their offensive round. We've seen them make movements towards the B-bomb site. They have 2 players sat in restaurant for middle map control. They also have them ready for the pinch whenever that comes into play. Swifty, though, getting aggressive here. He decides to back up because he understands the pressure that is going to greet him from around the corner. Crimza on a 5 streak at the moment for his team, 5 in a row.
Crimza and Fida together. They're so good in S&D. Fida still at 1 and 3. Swifty picks up a kill. 6 and 4, 7 and 5 for Pred, 6 and 4 for Seti. Man, they just make it look so quick, so easy. 5-2 now. And game 1 looks like it never happened as Renegades are running through this S&D.
Comfortably. Definitely running through this S&D comfortably. So we're at match point. Everyone, Renegades, just 1 round in the search and destroy separates them from victory. Do you see anything on the opposing side for Lesse that's just not working out for them? I know you mentioned that really just the experience and the accolades in the hands of the players on Renegades, of course, gives them an advantage in this matchup. But do you see anything else that might be giving them issues in the search and destroy to bring us to this point?
I mean, other than First Bloods, which it seems like they've lost for the last couple of rounds, whether you're talking 3, 4 in a row. I mean, a team kill does help, surely. And Fida will try to even it out. Walks his way through. Beast drops. But honestly, I mean, I think it comes down to, again, the shift strat that he's talked about before. Like, hey, we're better than you, and we'll just play better than you. And I think that's just really what it is. Like, this team just is better in S&D, and we've known that about them. Now a 1v1, Crimza versus Dev. That bomb gets planted. And Crimza, the veteran here, against Dev.
Crimza still deathless to this point for the last several
There's no
rounds.
way.
Hopping right over his
my
head.
God.
Dev is able to keep his team in the game. 20 seconds left on the clock. Plenty for a 7.5 second defuse. That's a big round win for the side of Lesse, to say the least. They were almost out of it.
I was about to punch my webcam and scream as loud as possible if he had turned on him. But again, even I'm going to give them some praise here. I want to know what Crimza was thinking. I understand you're watching the angle, but you can play in the bedroom. You can go upstairs. You can just go right building to your front and just go play there. Questionable position,
confident.
but
He seemed confident.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
he
felt
got a
it,
call
man.
from a teammate, right? There's lots of levels to this. The only level...
God, I thought I was about to lose my mind with that kill. Okay. Oh, man.
Renegades still
5-3.
at match point. Lesse with a big 1v1 clutch to finish it all off last round. Let's see what they can do on offense. We're seeing several players gravitate towards this A-bomb site. Will be met by 2 different Renegades players. That is going to be Sets and Fida.
It's First Blood. First Blood for Throne. Bomb carriers, Jason. And they're going to move their way towards A. I wonder if Sets can hear this. I don't think anyone has Deddy popped up top.
Oh, he hears him. He hears him. The communication's got to be running into the rest of his team. One player setting up for the pinch. Fight has been activated. He's waiting for these corners. But it still looks like things are going to go in favor of Lesse, though, as Dev is able to open up with a headshot onto Pred. Sets, your patience pays off as he catches Jason off guard.
Fida, awkward timing, able to stay alive. Sets gets another kill. Big win up top. Imagine will take down Crimza. Sets again. 4 kills. Oh, not able to make it. Fida versus Imagine, another 1v1.
Imagine.
What can Imagine do?
I couldn't even imagine Fida waiting so
Check side.
patiently. He's just hoping to catch him running around the corner. He's hoping to catch him in a post-plant positioning. And it works just that way. Fida's able to close it out, finding that 6th round win for the side of Renegades.
Well, you make it look easy. If you're Renegades, you make it look easy.
Man, they really did make it look easy there in map number 2. You said it there earlier, Spaceman. Almost made it look as if map number 1 did not even exist there. As we see, this series is going to be all tied up 1-1. Now, Fox, this Renegade squad, they come out here with a 6-3 victory, and we know these boys have been together for a while. What makes this team so special here?
Renegades, I mean, we're seeing a team that's stuck together and continuously, even on an individual level, been some of the best players in their region, right?
Yeah.
So, this weekend is just another chance for them to flex their guns and flex their muscles, and we're seeing that.
Now, Fox, we saw in map number 1, they took the L in that respawn. Now, when it came down to Renegades getting into this position, they lost to the Chiefs 3-2, but they won both hard points there in that series convincingly. Now, do you think that there's something happening with their respawn right now? What is it going to take for them to get back when it comes down to this next respawn in Domination?
I think maybe they're feeling a little bit hot after that search and destroy now. I think coming into the Domination, a little bit slower than the hard point that we saw. So I think that's where we'll see them recollect, come through, regain, and close out this series. This is the top Apac region roster for a reason.
It is, right? It's the top one. It's the top roster for a region. Space, how do you feel about that when it comes down to the respawn performance of Renegades up until this point? You think they can turn around and Dom?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, look, if there's a game mode that you could talk about turning things around, it's Dom on a map like Hackney Yard if they get it. But yeah, I think they came out flat in game 1. They started off really, really hot with their kills and the succession in which they were getting the kills. But ever since then, it was kind of slow. They come into S&D, they do exactly what they need to do. And I think for a team that needs to reset, coming into a game 2 in a game mode where you're comfortable and doing exactly what you need to do, what you know you can do for years on end, that's all the motivation you need. You're like, yeah, we know we're here. We can do this. And they're going to go into game 3 and they're probably going to smoke it up. I can't wait. It's going to be fun.
Hey, no, it most definitely is going to be fun. And we know why they are one of the best teams, if not the best team in a region. Yeah, they're here in the losers bracket. They took that L early on, but don't worry about it. They got the chance now. The tournament is not over yet. Folks, we're about to go to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we'll see if Renegades is feeling comfortable enough to turn this series back around. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Series Finals. We are currently watching our Apac Losers Finals, where one of these teams will progress on to play the Chiefs. Let's bring back in our Call of Duty Challengers experts here. We got Spaceman and Fox. Now, boys, this series is all tied up 1-1. And, you know, we got some good matches here. We saw in the first hard point that it was Throne who came out on top, but Renegades tied it all up in the S&D. And the real question is that when we get to this next respawn hill, these next two respawns, if Renegades can pick it back up and give us some of that same gameplay that we saw in that Chiefs series.
Yeah, we'll see, man. Like, look, if you're coming into this domination, I think there's less pressure on you than would it be at their hard point, because we know what we got in the first time. We got good team fights and then a collapse when it came to actually holding the hills. But domination's a little bit kooky and quirky. Like, you can get weird with the spawns and you can start finding your way through the kills, and you don't have to outslay the other team to win the game. You just need to get them in the right succession. So if I'm Renegades, I'm feeling very confident. We came into game 2, we handled our business, and we went on out. But right now, if I'm Throne, I just need to keep up with the pace. That's how they stayed alive in game 1. That's how they stayed into the game into game 2. But you have to keep up the pace with Renegades. They can get ahead of you very quickly.
Oh man, Fox, yo, when it comes down to keeping up the pace here, we see that's going to be Spaceman's analysis for them to kind of stay up on par with this Renegade squad. But if you're the coach here of Throne, you're going into this match. What are you telling the boys?
Stay cool, stay calm, stay collected. You're back in respawn. You got the first win. You know, no matter the status of that win, just bring it into game 3 and game 4. Close this series out. You don't want to give these Renegades players more time to figure you out than they already have.
Oh, man. Oh, it's going to be so fun. I can't wait. Domination on Gunrunner. We know how this map plays out time and time again, but oh boy. Renegades, and if you're just joining us, Throne, this is the losers finals of Apac. So winner goes to the grand finals to play Chiefs. Loser, all your time ends here. You go home with a nice chunk of change, but that's it. And that's all you get. But off the start, it's Renegades with the opening couple of kills. They're going to work their pressure and their magic over to the B flag. That trophy will come down, so all good all here. And they'll get C and B locked down. But hey, take a look at the minimap. 2 split spawns, and it looks like for a moment, Throne might actually have some pressure.
Yeah, that's a tough split spawn, because now they're able to not just neutralize C, but also completely disrupt the setup that was on B. And that, I don't think that they expected to be hit from both sides of the map at all right there. So as C has been neutralized, Leze is able to come through, finally close it out, and find themselves up 2-1 with the flag caps.
So I'm interested to see how Fido will bounce back in this game. A little bit slow in the S&D, and his hard point was essentially neutral and even, but 0-2 to kick things off. Comes at 1-3. Everyone's still struggling, but on the other side, Leze Throne. I mean, 4-1, 2-1, 2-3-1. Like, everyone's getting involved. Everyone's doing their part. And they slowly but surely will gain that lead back, as Renegades have a 2-cap lead for now. It's C and A, both home hills, so not usually known for the strat, but hey, it all works out. Champs this weekend, and the B flag looking like it'll get neutral. Never mind, back the other way we go. Renegades doing their best to just hold on to one at a time.
Yeah, this is a serious fight right now. There's a lot happening. It's a bit of a tug of war, especially around this B-bomb site since this game has begun. And we're only 2 minutes in, and I feel like it's been a very high engagement kind of matchup. So now with C and B secured for Leze, they're still going to be losing all of their gun engagements to the face of Renegades. So expect to see these flags flip right back.
And this is where Swifty and Setsi can really start to pop off. Swifty at 5-3, Setsi still looking for a second kill, but it's 2-cap lead, A and B locked down. Swifty now roaming, feeling very, very confident. Working his way through train tracks, now back. He's going to hang around towards the outside of Minecart, but again, just the pressure that they've been able to put on and pull off thus far. Renegades in a very comfortable spot, as A will get neutralized and capped, so Throne will get a home base that they can work through. But it's kind of slow on the map, Fox. I mean, no one really pushing up too far just yet. It just kind of seems like both teams are still feeling each other out after a couple early blows.
Yeah, Swifty hasn't seen any kind of combat in the past 60 seconds, it seems. So, and he's still alive on his 5 streak, now finding a kill to keep it going. But yeah, like you said, there was just a little bit of a lull, and now we're seeing the action start to pick up again. Let's say they're trying to get a flag cap going, but C looks like it's going to go in favor of Renegades, who continue to want to keep themselves propelled into the lead.
Now, to Throne's credit, they are absolutely hanging with them and putting the punches on Renegades. They have been able to pick up a couple of big kills, but This is where the veteran leadership comes through. You don't have to always outslay your opponent. If you're playing objective properly, it'll do just enough. Renegades have a 2-cap lead. They're finally starting to get some kills, but other than Pred and Swifty, no one else really has been contributing to these 2 caps. And so this lead could dwindle very quickly, but Crimza with a big 2-piece, he'll take down Dev in the back. A couple of shots ring out, and he's going to hold down this front line. They will clear B in the process. 3 players will funnel. Crimza just absolutely beaming. It doesn't matter. Swifty will come in for the trade, and all the damage is done on that B flag. They hold on just long enough, and they have the time as well.
Yeah, wow, Crimza, an absolute problem in the search and destroy. Now we're looking at him in the domination with his M4, wreaking havoc on the side of Let's Say and holding it down for the B Dom. That's why we're still seeing that in the color of red. So now it's going to be back to Let's Say. They're pushing up from A site or A Dom towards C Dom. And they're met up with only a few Renegades players, as the rest of them were towards the minecart. Let's see how this works out for them as they have a split cap.
Yeah, and it looks like they really want to put pressure on that B flag, and just at least if they're not able to win the team fight there, they want to overextend and cause havoc on C. Imagine picks up 3 massive kills, make it 4 on a 4 spree. He continues to light on up, and he has some pressure in the back, so we'll keep an eye on him as he continues on at 10 and 11. But Renegade still holding on to just B flag, and that's all it is. But on the other side, it's Imagine on a 5 spree. 1 player in the back of Warehouse. Can he lock them down? Eric comes for the challenge, wins it as well. Imagine doing everything right. Imagine another kill. That's not going to happen. They're going to get C flag back and the neutral on B. So while they do get the flip, it is Throne who gets a 2-cap. And with that said, they're coming back in this game so slowly.
That they are with the first half. Renegades still a respectable lead. You did see a bit of a streak coming out of the side of their players. Swifty for the first bit of that map was on a 5 streak. He ended up going like 30 to 60 seconds without any kind of engagements because the setup was so strong around the B flag. And I think the second half we're still in for some good Call of Duty.
Well, the slang has been there for Les Throne, but on the other side, it's just been Renegade's presence at the flag. I mean, how many times do we see them take B control and hold on to it for a good chunk of time? And on the other side, they had no problem just getting comfortable at C and fighting those trades straight up. And both sides will grab an opening flag to kick this one off. It looks like it's going to be 3 players hitting all the way through carts. The Renegade should have numbers there.
Yeah, met by just 2 on the side of Lesse, but they're still backing down. A-Statics waiting for someone to peek. He ends up challenging him, getting the timing just right, and 2 kills go in favor of Renegades. The fight for minecart is not over yet, though, as it looks like they're now going to be overwhelming the players on Lesse. Still losing the gun engagements. It's all going back and forth. Pred comes out on top.
Setzel spawned back at P4. Dev's going to work his way all the way up to water. Let's see what he's actually able to do. He's going to catch players off guard, able to pick up both, and he can work through green and continue on with this flurry of kills. Yes, sir. That's 3 in a row.
That big flurry of kills around B-Dom ended up paying off in a big way for Leze to have the early B-Domination flag control as they work themselves through this deficit. That's got to feel good at the moment, especially with Dev still on a 5 streak, and we have Beast working towards his own.
It's a good hold. I mean, we haven't talked a lot about it, but Throne has held on to this 2-cap for about 30 seconds. Finally, it looks like we'll get a contest and possible neutral at A. And here it comes. Static's going to try to work the side. He will pick up the kill. And instead, he's going to hop off the flag, and he runs right into the gun of Setzi. So unfortunate timing. Imagine picks up 2 kills. Back and forth, teams will trade it out in the kill feed. 99 to 95. No one really getting a good hold on the game just yet in the second side. Still plenty of time to fight over, but this 2-cap once again for Throne. Awkward timing. Works out for Fida. He's going to work towards this B-Dom. And Renegades are in a good position to grab 2 caps and hold on to a lead.
Yeah, no reason Renegades shouldn't be able to grab that one. The pressure is not going to let up from the side of Leze, though. They found themselves in such a great moment in this domination. They want to maintain that. Imagine is pushing in, and he's got some support with him. The submachine gun should be able to support him through the B-Dom here as they're trying to take control of minecart. But no, Crimson and Pred lock straight on to their head, taking them down, and that push comes to an end just as it started.
Fox, it feels so weird. It's like this game has been so slow at times, but yet again, we chug on, right? We continue forward. And here we are at 114 to 108. Neither side really able to get a good hold on that B flag, but to credit where Throne has been, they've been able to hold on to a 2-cap. Only a 5-point differential before they should take the lead. Now make it get forced. The ticks continue. 2:16 left in this second side in this game 3. It's still a 1-1 series lead for either side. A couple of gunfights do go down on that B flag. I believe that Throne should walk away as a winner, but as I say that, Swifty comes in and cleans up 2 so swiftly, and he will take B and get it back in possession of Renegades, and they hold on to the lead just barely.
And this is, we saw Swifty in the opening moments of this domination was sitting just in that position for a streak and ended up awarding his team with the 2-cap for A and B flag. Fida now looking to defend it with the triple kill. Excellent MP5 play coming out of him as he maintains control of cargo.
This is what we were waiting for from Fida. This is exactly it. I think, did he not get the kill? I don't think he did. Well, it doesn't matter. You have teammates there. It all works in the end. Unfortunate timing, but hey, for Spree, it works out. 134, 123. You have about a 10-point lead and counting. They're going to see neutralized as well. This is where the death grip's coming in for Renegades. They're putting their foot on the gas, and they want to close out this game 3. They have the neutral on C. They're roaming around. Sets is just finding kill after kill. It does enough damage, Fox, and with a minute 10 left, you need a 2-cap if you're Thrown. They don't have it at the moment. They're nowhere near that B flag. This should be all she wrote as long as Renegades plays this right.
There's no heartbeat for the side of Lesse right now. Renegades, they found their final closing moment, and they were able to execute that win condition, closing it out on a triple cap. Renegades with an awesome finish to this domination. It was very competitive for the first 6-7 minutes of the game, but as we saw, players like Swifty and Crimzo were able to make a huge difference in this map.
Yeah, and you could see as soon as that collapse came in, everyone on Renegade is what they had to do. It was about closing out the game, making sure that C gets neutralized, no one's at B, good enough. We'll take that and we'll move forward with it. And they're able to do it. It's going to be mathematically impossible. Likely players all agree that that should be it, and they'll end the game as Renegades will take it 162-123, up 2-1 in the series.
Man, Renegades, hey, if you had any doubt in your mind if they wasn't going to come out hot in this respawn, I had a slight doubt, and hey, they proved us wrong, okay? Came out, lit it up, Seti and Swifty, turn it around for them towards the back end of that map, and that's going to be a 40-plus point victory there for them. Now, Fox, if you're in that situation of Throne there, and you know it's like mathematically impossible for you to come back, are you talking about the next series? Are you talking about the next map and what's going on?
Oh, yeah. That depends on how the comms are going. Sometimes it's best not to say anything at all. Right?
Sometimes you just take that moment of silence for the team. Everybody take a breath. Hey man, go hydrate. You know, I'm just gonna go to bed. Just do what y'all gotta do in those final few moments of that game to possibly regain going into map number 4. Now, as we're now Space, how are they going to end up having a regain going into this map? Because we saw that they really wasn't slaying out with them like that. We're about to go to another hard point.
I think again, you just kind of have to play your game. You have to brush it off. Look, it was a close domination up until, like Fox said, 6 or 7 minutes in. Like, it was pretty stalemate back and forth, and up until the end when Renegades came in for the choke slam, it was anyone's game. But I think going into the hard point, you've made it this far in the bracket, you've made it this far in the series against the best team in Apac, arguably. You're going into a hard point, which you've already won before. I think that you just need to brush it off. I know it doesn't do a lot of like mental analysis for your team, but if you brush off game 3 and just say, hey, game 3 is what it is, we go into another hard point, let's just keep slaying. You have a chance here, but again, like I said, going to the Dom, Renegades are going to do their thing. They're going to come in and do their thing. That's exactly what they're doing right now, and I think this hard point's going to be the same thing.
And you're absolutely right. Just take a breath and say, hey, you know what? We beat them once before in a hard point. We don't care what they did before this series. It's all about right now. And if Throne can get focused up and take this one, then it comes down to just who's ready to win that S&D. And as we know, championships and dollars are cashed out when it comes down to S&D here. So you see our losers bracket and how both these squads made it here. Renegades lost to Chiefs 3-2 in the winners finals to drop down and to make it to this point here. And so yeah, man, so far these two teams have been putting up a great series, and we're gonna see if Throne can bounce back in this one. Renegades, Fox, do they close it out right here, or do we see a map 5?
I do think that we see Renegades close it out. They finally woke up. They're performing like the Apac monsters that we've seen them be all season long. You know,
we're playing for $50,000 this weekend. If anybody's gonna close it out right now, it's them.
No, hey, it's a lot of money on the line, and especially for this matchup specifically, this is a $5,000 matchup. And there's only a possibility of 3 maps left. Yeah, and it could be a little bit more too, you know, but you're gonna lock in 5K. You win this one right now, and then you get to play for another 5 in that finals, as we know that the Chiefs are waiting there in the wings to play whoever wins this matchup. So far, so good, man. And folks, if you're just joining us, we've had an awesome day of Call of Duty action so far. Earlier, we kicked off the stream, and we had a lot of our EU matches was played early on in the day, and we got a chance to get our finals all set up. It was Team War versus Singularity, and they're going to be playing tomorrow. And we'll make sure that we bring you guys those matches and all the updates there. Now, boys, when it comes down to the NA scene, we know some of these matches are still being played now. Yeah. Spaceman, what has stood out to you so far when it comes down to NA?
Look, I think, I mean, just from off the bat, from what we've seen, obviously we can talk about UIU until the cows come home, but I've been very impressed with Noisy's performance. I understand this 5-star team was incredibly talented off the get-go, but he was a late pickup and they did really well with him. They won the Toronto home series, and now they come in here and he's looking pretty damn good. Like, I did not expect him to step up to the caliber of which he did. I think Parasite stepped up to a completely different level. We've always had questions about him executing, and you know, we know his story and his career, so I think he's having a very good weekend, a very good, you know, weekend where going down the line, he can go to, you know, pros and go to teams and say, hey, look at what I just did. And dude, look, Blaze, moving into the rest of this series, I want to give you a little shout out. It's almost like we're watching UIU and someone pissed off Explosive, and Explosive said, you know what, I'm about to turn up one time for the one time. And guess what? He pulls out the Nasher and says, come eat it. And look at where we're at. We're moving into a hard point. And once again, I think that we've reached the end of the story. I think Renegades are going to come out here. I think they're just going to put this one away.
I think that's a prediction you should feel pretty confidently about loading into a Zir Cave hardpoint. Keep an eye out for what the AR players are going to do once we get to Cave East and Cave West, 2 big parts of this map. At the moment, though, we're going to be looking through Crimza, one of the AR players you definitely need to keep an eye out for. He's going to be posted up on middle map.
Well, we go into our possible final map here. If you're Renegades, if you want to push it to a game 5, Throne have all the opportunities to do so, but as your Cave, look, Swifty, Fida, Crimza, those are the 3 players I'm looking out for in that order. Swifty can be massive with such little room to work, but so many different angles to get comfortable in. And I'm really wondering how this team will play, but off the start, Renegades with, well, 30 seconds and counting. No one's been able to contest them just yet. It looks like Jasmine will probably get there in time, but look, I'm just surprised that no one's been able to push their way in, and Renegades have a very good start off the break.
Renegades does. 40 seconds, unmatched from the side of Lesse, and as we rotate to P2, it's still going to be Lesse in control. They should have this initial time, unless those remaining players outside of East Cave are able to disrupt this. Fred looking to find the scrap time and rotate here and support those guys.
Fox, now moving into Cave East, we've seen a couple of different setups today. We've seen 3 ARs, 4 ARs on this map. We haven't seen a lot of pressure from Throne thus far. I mean, I know other than Dev, obviously, in the S&D, and Imagine, who's been running the AR, do you think that running possibly a 2-3 sub presence for Throne will work out? Or just from your experience watching COD, I mean, it just seems like everything that Renegades has, whether it's 3 ARs and 2 subs or whatnot, it's a little bit too much. What do you need to see out of Throne for them to kick it into a different gear and get things going in this map?
If you're Throne, if you're Lesse, at the moment, I actually don't think it's time to switch things up. I think it's time to just play as comfortably as you can. You know, your back's against the wall and Renegades are about to close it out. You're at the beginning of this hard point, get into your groove, and just play it out, right? You could run multiple ARs. Jeez. That doesn't mean that any of them are going to be as strong as Crimza, though. And your submachine guns, they're getting cut short by Pred, as you can see, on a 6 streak with the MP5. So that's what you got to deal with.
He had a quad feed. He had 3 extra kills. Like, I was agreeing with you. I was like, yeah, they just got to play their game. But right now, Pred is just shredded up. 12-7 to kick this one off. 16-18. I'm not saying it's a bad scoreline, but it ain't looking pretty. Now we move over to Soccer Field, and the rotation will come in. Pred will get cut down in the process, so 2 opening kills. as Throne have an opportunity, but the bloodbath in the middle of the hill, it's really just all of Renegades. I mean, Fight has gone big. He's found a kill. What?
Wow.
Picks up the third as well. The hipfire comes in. Pred will shut down Stratix, and all of a sudden, Renegades have woken up. Hi, how you doing? Welcome through the back. It's Jazzen doing his best to get inside and cause some havoc, but the pressure just not enough. 77-20. Renegades have blown open this hard point.
You gotta have longevity in these tournaments, right? Like the winner of this, you're gonna end up going on to play against Chiefs. You gotta make it throughout the entirety of the series. Let's say they came out hot with that map 1 win, but they look asleep right now as the submachine gun players of Renegades are just gunning straight through them.
Swifty just came from him from the top rope and just hit him with a chair over the head. Like, the ease of which these AR players are moving throughout the map. Let's remember, we're playing on a Zero cave here. Like, you should be coming down from multiple angles with how dark this map can be and how many different positions you can have your ARs in if you're thrown. The fact that they have is surprising to say the least. Now, possibly a responsive hold as they will work their way back in to possibly grab the lead here. 30 seconds to fight over. It's Pred with an immaculate win. He's been hitting beams this game. 12-7 for Setsi, or excuse me, 12-7 for Swifty. Sets at 6-6. Fight at 11-8. Everyone getting involved and contributing to the lead, and they're about to hit 100 points here. We're not even in our second set of rotations. Just a great job from Renegades off the start.
Right, and as we hit that 100-point mark, let's go ahead and take a look. Just review at the scoreboard at the moment on the side of Leze. Beast, we saw so much out of him in the search and destroy. In the hard point, excuse me. We saw a lot of his impact as a submachine gun player, his pace that he was able to keep up with the side of Renegades. Jeez. But now as we get into this hard point, he seems to be falling behind. Renegades, they're leading by 60 seconds, and they're coming into the defensive setup of Leze. Let's watch it all unfold.
We moved it back outpost, and the closed funds are there for Throne, but can Leze actually rifle that into some positive time? Well, they lose the opening couple of kills. Thank you, Swifty. Jason will cut down sets, but the smoke actually gives him some cover. Pred walks his way through. Beast in the back line, and the trades go down back and forth. I think Renegades might walk away with a victory here. Wow, never mind. Those 2 kills and the nade works out perfectly. They'll get the last 20 or so seconds. The only person in position to challenge is Pred off spawn, but he's going to give up that time and say, hey, it's not even worth it. We've been map locked down. We're going to go back to P1, and they should be able to grab it as well. Beast will drop. So yeah, Renegades will hold control of P1 going into our next set of rotations. So all in all, with all of the things we had criticized Leze Throne for, it's only, what, an 11-point game, 12-point game? This could not be any better for them if they tried.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the points, a third of their points that they had this game just happened on that previous hard point because of that explosive double kill coming out of Jason, right? The snowball was rolling. They were able to stabilize, and even with Renegades getting the initial time coming into P1, we're still seeing some competition coming from the side of Leze, and it's becoming a more competitive hard point just in the last minute or two.
Well, they've actually made their way through to the first hill, which is the first time they've done it this game. We saw them lost it on the last rotation to open up this hard point. And they didn't really contest up until around, what, like 40 seconds? So now we look at Cave East. We look at 20 seconds left on the hill. Where are the spawns coming in for either side? It's Leze Throne, who does have the position, the favorable advantage. But on the other side, through Cave West, Crimza now rotating through. If he can win the gunfight against Jason, he will. This will open up the door for a flood from Renegades. Imagine has to work the back line. He will get cut down. A massive win from Fida. So everywhere that you go for Leze Throne, every gunfight you need to win, it's Renegades who come out on top. They're able to shut down a bunch of these kills. Jason does buy you some time for reinforcements. And once again, the flood from Renegades a little too strong. Now they're pushing pressure through the front. Credit where credit is due. Beast and everyone stepping up, but how long will this hold last?
Yeah, Beast falling on the flank right there was big for Renegade's positioning, but Leze was able to respond anyway with Beast's double kill. So now, as we're pushing onto the site, we're looking through the eyes of Statics. No competition left, and this is where you want to be with the M4, just holding down the long choke point. He needs some support to his left, and he gets just that with some machine gun players. You want to see him find a better angle to support these guys here, because it looks like they're about to get overrun by Swifty and company.
I mean, you'd think that, but it's they're finding a way to just get 2 or 3 kills in the Hill Fox that keep them involved. Like, the opening time, the late hold, the exit strategy, it's all been kind of wonky and janky for Leze Throne, but hey, they're made it work. They now have the lead as well, a 12, 13-point lead. and we're going to hit rotation of soccer field. The first ones will be there, will be Renegades. And if you're Renegades at this point, you need a majority of this time. You need 40 to 50 seconds to really break this game open. Because they're not super negative. No one on Renegades is having a bad game. But no one's really stepping up to command the ties and really break this one open. A massive turn would have been big from Pred, but he gets shut down. He's going to work his way through top spiral if he elects to. And instead, we'll wait for reinforcements. I believe one player is there, and the team trades will come in. Fida shuts down Stratix. Pred takes down Jason. Imagine cleans up 3. And once again, a bloodbath on the hill as both teams vying for position.
The AR of Crimza is in position to hold down the hard point. This is exactly where you want him to be. Shots down range. He's able to connect with enough for the kill. And it looks like the hill time's still going to go in favor of Leze, though, as he can't repeat when he's that low. Outnumbered, outgunned. They clear it out. Scrap time goes in favor of Leze as we see the lead switch. They're in the lead once again. Rotating here. We're going back to Cave West. Last time we were in this portion of the map was Cave East. And we saw that a lot of the time from Renegades ended up being taken by Leze.
This is where you need a lot of those subs to step up. So that's 2 ARs in your kill feeds. Jason actually picks up Red. So your entry line man is gone. 25 and 26, 24 and 19 for Crimza. Can he make entry? Can he work his way on in? Worried about the backline pressure. It's not going to come in, but Pred is there. And they should be actually able to take the lead should they hold on to the remainder of this time. Pred doing a very good job up front, able to pick up 2 kills. Might have bought himself enough time for Stratix to get called out. And a little too hesitant to push on in. I understand the second guessing. But right now, again, both teams just back and forth Fox. I mean, they're just trading blows in each and every hard point. Now we have to take a look at our minimap on the rotation. Who's going to be out at outpost first? I believe for the moment, it should be Leze Throne, should something, barring a miracle, come from Renegades. But for right now, they have position and they should have early time.
The early time does go in favor of Leze, and now it's going to be up to the players of Renegades still at Cave West to wrap over to this part of the map. We see Cave East is taken up by Leze players as well, but still the kills fall in favor of Renegades. We saw previously on Cave Hill, they were getting lots of kills. They were ahead in kill feed and the kill column the entire time, but they still weren't able to take the objective away. As they trail behind 8 seconds, you want to see them break through, take the spawns, and hold it down.
It's the back outpost spawns for Leze Throne, so they do have something to worry about. They're going to get pinched in if they're not careful. They cut down Setsi. Those 3 kills open it up. Now you can watch them flood out. They're going to get back to mid-map. Imagine will sit inside all day long with that trophy, and they're going to dare Renegades to come in and challenge. Well, you took that dare, and you have to face the consequences. It's 3 kills in the kill feed. But yet again, even with that wipe from Renegades, somehow, some way, Leze Throne find a way in. They had about 5 seconds they were able to scrap up. And finally, Renegades will work through, but back to P1 we go. Who's going to be there first? It is Renegades, but look at the spread from Leze Throne. They're working themselves through the middle of the map. They're setting up for P2, back in East, and they're waiting for the challenge as a full team wipe could come in for the contest. But everyone dropping. It's Setsi, it's Crimza, it's Swifty, all of Renegades getting involved in the kill feed.
Yep, those all look like one-on-one engagements too. Jason came in for the pinch. He was cut short just as quickly as the rest of his guys in blue. Let's take a look at the next push though. Renegades, they're still holding strong. Predator with another double kill. How many have you seen out of this man with the most kills in the lobby at 34 and 32? High engagement game for him at the moment as kills continue to go in favor of the top dogs of the Apac region. Renegades, just 20 seconds separate these guys from winning, and Swifty on a 3 streak, he's looking to carve a path straight to that victory.
Oh God, I mean, they can win it here. I thought it would have been contested for a minute, but no, they got to go. If you're Leze Throne, your tournament ends in 5 seconds. Can they make it in? I don't think anyone's even in a position, and Renegades will take the series 3-1 with a phenomenal end hold from Pred, Swifty, Setsi all getting involved. Congratulations. They'll move on to the grand finals to face Chiefs, and let's see if they can make it 2 best-of-5s.
Congratulations are in order indeed for the Renegades as they move on to the finals. And we must give some love to Leze as well, as they had a fantastic tournament. They made it all the way here to the finals, but they just could not close it out. Yeah. Now their tournament run is over and they get to turn off their PlayStations and walk through their beds. But hey, they still walk away with a good amount of cash there. But now, guys, looking at this series right here, Spaceman, what are your final thoughts on Renegade's performance, and do you think they're playing well enough to go get revenge against the Chiefs?
Look, it's going to be hard to really make an analysis on this because I didn't get to see how Chiefs played. And I heard that, like you said, they won the 2 hard, or Renegades won the 2 hard points, but with how they just played against Laissez Throne, that was not close by, or that was extremely close by all stretches of the imagination. That, like, Laissez Throne took them to the distance, and there was a couple of instances where Renegades had all the kills in the world to work with, but they lost the late holds, and their exit strategies on hills were not that clean. So I'm feeling confident about their S&D. I'm feeling very confident about their domination. But you get 2 hard points and you get 2 S&Ds. If Chiefs steal a S&D and they beat you on the hard points, if you're playing like that, which they can, man, it's going to be a really interesting final. But man, I'm excited for it.
You know, and you got to know that Chiefs is looking. They've been watching this matchup like, okay, where are the chinks in their armor? Where can we expose this Renegade squads? We beat them once, but they know the job's not done. So Fox, if you were the coach of Chiefs and you were analyzing this matchup, did you find any chinks in the armor of Renegades here? Anything that you can exploit going into this final series?
It's going to depend on our map set for our finals, right? You got a potential total of 10 maps to play.
That is true.
In this matchup here, though, we did see some cracks in the armor of Renegades. They were a bit sloppy. I think we saw some slip ups, in map number 1 that should not be repeated, especially once you're up against Chiefs and you got to beat them in 2 best of 5s. So, you know, just kind of just gas your team up a little bit, right? They're probably talking to each other, feeling good about what's about to happen.
But you know what? You made a fantastic point. Beating Chiefs in 2 best of 5s, man, that's going to be a tough one to beat any team in that type of series there. Now, they're going to have to come out and get off to a hot start, but hey, we'll see if that can happen. So that matchup is going to be coming up momentarily, and it's going to be a banger there. But I know we're going to be taking a look momentarily soon on when it comes down to Carnage Gaming in 5-star. But till we get that one all set up for you guys, man, it's been a great tournament so far. Spaceman, you know, so you're up here and you're looking towards the finals here of the Apac region. We know the 2 teams in which we're going to be playing there, but when it comes down to, let's say, the NA region, all right?
Yeah.
Who are you predicting get to the finals there? While we're waiting for this next one to come along and we'll watch some NA matches, let's talk a little bit more about NA.
Listen, man, right now I know Triumph and Atlanta FaZe Academy are playing to make it to the finals. I think at this point, 5-star and Atlanta FaZe are, I know they're probably going to play each other, but they're probably the 2 best teams that I would put money on. Everyone expected Atlanta to at least make it through. I know a lot of people expected UIU to make it further, but that's kind of where my chips lie. The staples that we've seen thus far throughout the year, we knew that going through the LCQ, Atlanta had no problem. Sibilance apparently is frying today, and he's turned up quite a bit. So I am just excited for what North America has, but I think it's going to be much more cookie cutter than what we have seen out of Apac.
Well, folks, one of these 2 teams will progress on to the finals to possibly play either Atlanta FaZe or Triumph. Let's find out who it is. Boys, take it away.
Oh, 5-star Carnage. Well, listen, it's been a hell of a ride thus far, but we are into map 2, and right now that bomb will go down. We've seen the brilliance of Parasite thus far today, and I'm excited to see what these 2 teams can do in S&D.
Set up pretty around the planted bomb at the moment is Team 5-star. Carnage. Going to work their way through. Parasite finds it, only gets away, still untraded as they're not even attempting to hunt him down at the moment. 20 seconds left on the objective there as Fire and Parasite light up your kill feed. The last remaining player is going to be Gunsy. Gunsy able to take down Parasite. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 between him and Fire. Fire, such an incredible shot that we've seen so far in the tournament this weekend. Currently 2-0. Can he make it 3-0? Gunsy is going to be able to connect with those shots and take him down. However, regardless, the bomb is going to detonate, and 5-star TM will find themselves up 1 round.
And man, this 5-star team has just been so fun to watch. Ever since the formation, and they brought on, you know, all these veterans, right? Exotic, Haggy, you're talking about Goon, who has a legacy and a stapled career. And Noisy, who is the new addition to this team. I've been so impressed with the young guns this weekend from every team, right? Like, you look at Fire, Noisy, Ryza, Kursama, Nightmare. Like, I'm just so impressed with the level of talent these amateurs have, and the future of amateur Call of Duty and soon to be professional Call of Duty is so bright with so many future stars.
Yeah, Nightmare has given us a lot to talk about in his matches this weekend, and I think that we should expect to see some of that even against the veteran players and the leaders on the side of 5-star. So, look into the eyes of Pure Sama. He's also been an excellent roaming submachine gun for the side of Carnage in these respawn game modes. He finds himself in Search and Destroy as the bomb carrier around B-bomb site. These long lines of sight outdoors being held down, he's going to need to wait for support before he can move on to this bomb site here, and he's well aware of it.
Well, if he works his way through green, he will get caught. Hunt waiting for the challenge towards the top of the crates. Gunsea will get cut down, so Noisy can work his way through the water. Positions to 5-star. They do have some ground to cover, and now you're wondering, where's that bomb going to go? An opening kill from Hunt could really break the round open, but he's going to pop Dead Silence. Elects to not go for the B plant. Picks up a massive kill on Exotic, and they're going to work through the back. It's caught down at mid-tracks. And now you're left in a 1v2. Questionable decision to maybe just go plant that bomb. But instead, he wants to go for the long rotation to the other site. And again, hindsight is 20/20, but certainly an interesting choice.
Regardless, 5-star will find themselves up 2-0 in this Search and Destroy. As both teams have gotten their opportunity on offense and defense, 5-star's taken them both. So now Carnage will find themselves back on offense.
5-star is a very good S&D team. We've got a bit of a hunch, Fox, that we might be seeing this game go to 5-star, but yet again, I'm not a prophet, but if I am right, I would love to be called one. That'd be great. Fire picks up first blood. Goodbye, Nightmare. And Kursama will take down 2. Great shots all around. Fire's going to work his way through green. Bomb down.
Yeah, bomb carrier Noisy falls early alongside Exotic. That double kill coming from Pure Sama is definitely setting the tone for the remainder of this round, as that bomb did fall on the B-bomb site. So now it's a group huddle from the side of 5-star. They still get picked off by Ryza. No answer just yet. Fire falls without anything in response. Parasite catches Hunt, but again, Ryza still staying alive from the previous engagement, cuts him down too, and Carnage, they find their first round win on defense.
That's a big win at that. Gunsea Gunny on your screen. With how meticulous 5-star can play S&D, with how well they have formulated these strats around the young guns, right? Letting Exotic get involved and having that duality of Exotic and Noisy work together as a sub-duo. Surely a defensive round has got to be some positive morals for Carnage.
Carnage on the offensive front. See all of their efforts put towards the B-bomb site and middle map. Ryza's going to be your guy to watch for middle through the window. As we saw, though, he ends up getting outnumbered right there and has to back off from that choke point. So as these guys kind of reset and decide what they want to do for the rest of this round, they're sitting at a 4 versus 4 situation, and a bit more information as to where these guys are positioned around crates and middle map.
Exotic is watching the cross to A. No one's coming through minecart, so you don't have to worry about that. Ryza, in a perfect world, would get a pick here, and then they could collapse on the side and play the trade. Parasite takes out Pure Sama, and that's also your bomb carrier. Not a lot of movement for Carnage, and they don't really have places to go.
Yeah, where they need to go is towards this bomb site as soon as they can, but they're still working through the middle of the map here with lots of corners to check and only 30 seconds to do it all. Hunt keeping the pressure on. He goes through in his gun by Parasite for the double kill. We've seen this man find so many of those in this series, and he's not looking to stop anytime soon in the Search and Destroy.
That Ram 7, man. I don't know what it is. Haggy figured it out.
He has aligned himself, his brand, with this Ram 7 in this game. I love seeing it.
He has changed the entire meta. I mean, how many players have we seen pull it out from either region, right? Like North American, EU, Apac. Everyone's pulling it out.
I love seeing this guy talk about it on Twitter. He's such a hardcore defender of this weapon.
If you ever want to see 2 players adapt to a new meta and create a new meta, it's always going to be Profizi and Parasite. It's always those 2.
No doubt, no doubt. You can see it even back in Black Ops 3 when he started. Pushing over towards the B-bomb site. We're seeing the bomb start to go down from the hands of Noisy. Gunjar getting set up here as he tosses the trophy system down to play a little bit of defense. He's going to be the back line. Most of the pressure, though, is going to be in the face of Parasite and Noisy towards the front of the B-bomb site.
Oh, Nosy gets cut down. Good shots from Ryza to clean that one up. 5 and 3. Parasite in the smoke. Sneaky Beaver strat coming back out. See what he can do. Outspots him top crates, and the Ram 7 will punish him. Fire in the back line, fire there, fire 2 kills. Hello, how you doing? 4-1. 5-star. Pulling away in this S&D.
And in the search and destroy for the side of 5-star, I think we really got to shout out Parasite. Once again, no multi-kill this round, but I'm sure he's still got time. He'll find us another one. In the first opening rounds, there was a whole lot of that. On the opposite side, we see a little bit of life coming out of players like Hunt, trying to remain aggressive, trying to increase the pace at which his team is playing, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. And 5-star, they're just so confident in pouring through this map as Fire gets some shots on Gunsey from downtown.
Slow to move, but quick to react as Ryza in a very bad spot. Tagged from all angles, stunned from even more. Let's see if we can get into showers. Nope, just going to play around the door. Pure Sama, your bomb carrier again. 4 and 4, but the lead blockers are not that far up, so Bomb's going to have some issues getting its way to the side if it does get down at all. Some shots will ring out. The door's going to open. Ryza not really sure what's going on, so he's going to dip out of dodge if he can. Picks up a kill in the process. And once again, Dead Silence will get popped. And they're going to have to work through the back as Ryza has a big gunfight to win behind. It's Exotic rotating in. The collapse comes in from 5-star, and they just lock down all of the kills.
Wow.
That's going to be it. What a break and what a collapse from 5-star.
The communication from 5-star to put down Ryza after he was able to slip through the front of that door and take down Goonjar on crates, you kind of saw it all come together. That's what gave them the go-ahead to just all push straight through crates, find the remainder of the kills, and close it out. We see it reenacted right here. Parasite leading the charge with the Ram 7.
(5-1). Match point to go up 2-0 in the series. 5-star now able and ready and willing to close out this game too. The way they're playing right now, I have a feeling that's probably going to be the case.
So we're seeing 5-star send 2 players towards the A-bomb site here. They're going to be sitting pretty up top, but the rest of the pressure in the back of their spawn and towards the B-bomb site. They'll be met by 3 different Carnage players should they choose to move forward on that. Right now, I think what they're looking to do is find a pick and decide where to go from there to close it out.
No one able to snag first blood yet. Ryza, I feel like I've said his name so many times by himself, but he's always in that weird spot, right? Ability to make a play, ability to get caught out. Noisy, who picks up here. Sama, Nightmare will shut down Goonjar. Trades back and forth we go again. Why not? 2v2, Hunt and Ryza versus Fire and Noisy. Bomb carrier Fire.
You got Ryza coming from shipping. He's set up for a flank on the bomb carrier here. Fire, if he's not looking out for it, could be cut down on cargo. He wins the engagement. Huge engagement right there. Just a heads up play to close out the search and destroy there as 5-star. They're able to find their lead 6-1.
They look good. They look good going up 2-0.
They look good. You right. They do.
You look good.
It was a 6-1 stomping where we just saw right there on the S&D. Man, this 5-star team, I don't know if there's anything else we can really say about them because we talked about their dominance in the last series that they had. You know, from me just seeing their progression so far, I haven't seen them lose a map all day long, folks. And I'm taking it here, look at the bracket. They 3-0 Rectify. They 3-0 In Control. They 3-0 Reapers. And now they're 2-0 up against Carnage, looking to do it once again. Space.
Yeah.
Tell the fans again why they're so good.
Listen, it's the 3 veterans and the 2 young guns, okay? Exotic is playing out of his mind. Goonjar has been a very reliable AR throughout the entirety of the year. That's why he's not Optic Gaming currently as a sub. Parasite's probably having arguably his best performance in Challenger Circuit. I've seen Parasite do things today that brought me back to 2013. I didn't think I'd see that again. And that's a lot of high praise given the fact that we've seen him in the Challenger Circuit for multiple years. So Parasite's playing incredibly well. Noisy as a young gun and Fire are stepping up to the call. This team could go to the grand finals and win it all. And man, what a comeback story it would be for Exotic, for Parasite, for Fame, and for Noisy, who are arguably 2 of the most standout players in North America. I mean, man, I'm excited for this team.
And Fox, you guys were both talking about how Profizi and Parasite always coming up with some new things to do, some new rotations. Man, what does it take to be innovative here in a competitive COD scene?
Well, if you're Parasite, you're feeling pretty good because you have the fact that you are an elite level Call of Duty player that has been shooting guns in this game since you were 14 years old, right? So when you pair with that a creative mind, it gives them room to do a lot of things like that and make huge impactful plays with guns like the Ram 7.
Yeah, and say what you want about his placings, but he understands the game. Like, he could probably have not the best placings. He might not be on a pro roster, but the dude understands the game. He's a world champion. He's been around this long for a reason. If he was washed, he wouldn't be here. And I just think it spells testament to his commitment.
I'm with you, okay? Because I'm a firm believer, especially in the age of esports, of which we are in. If you can get a veteran on your team like Parasite, I don't care how good you and your squad is. If you got four shooters, 4 players with gunnies out there, then you want a player like Parasite on your team to lead those guys to victory, because there's a lot of lessons in which you could have learned in a lot of old CODs that you can't in this one. So you got to be able to have a guy that has the lost scripts, as the term I'm gonna use here. And folks, we're gonna see if the intel in which Parasite brings, the intel, the leadership, hell, the passion in which he brings to 5-star is going to be enough for these guys to close out the series. Star Fox, take it away.
Oh man, look, we know where this one might go. I have a feeling with how well these guys are playing, with how clear and precise 5-star are committing themselves on the map. Fox, I got a weird feeling this one's going to be a 3-0, and it's going to be a very quick 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, these guys haven't dropped a map all tournament. They're looking to keep that engine rolling, right? Parasite not missing with the Ram 7 just yet. Finally falls, but doing a lot of damage before he goes, and the flag advantage is already in favor of 5-star. Now, we'll have to take a look and see how Carnage reacts to it, but I mean, I got to give the advantage in this map to the side of 5-star, even in the opening moments. I mean, these guys are just a very well-coordinated, very well-practiced, and polished team.
Yeah, and look, Carnage have been playing some incredible Call of Duty. Like, they've had a hell of a run today. I'm not saying it's over by any stretch of the imagination. We don't know how this one's going to unfold, but just with the way that 5-star have commanded themselves on the field, the way that they are just finding resonance with each other, and the pace, it's all working. Everyone looks like they're in sync. Everyone looks like they're committing what they need to in these gunfights. Carnage are playing phenomenal Call of Duty, but yet again, if the shift strat comes out, we're better than you, and we're going to be better. And that's exactly what 5-star is doing. Even with this 2-cap lead, they are just having their way at mid-map.
What do we think of players like Nightmare on the side of Carnage, who come into this tournament with a really hot start, right? We saw for the first several series that this guy played, he had hot hand with the M4. He was just cutting down the other Challenger Series players. But then when we see him match up against teams like 5-star, he's not performing poorly, but it's a bit more medium than what we saw. What do we think about that space?
Right, well, I think it's all about ratios. So when you're playing against teams that are below your stature and you have a real good scoreline, you have to remember and keep in perspective that if you play against better opponents, you're not going to continue to have blowout games where you're dropping, positive 15, 20 KDs or even stat lines in hardpoint. So the fact that he's not lagging behind and the fact that he's keeping up pace with everyone else on 5-star, and he's, right now he's sitting at what, 3 and 4. So it's not a bad start, but I just think you have to keep it in perspective. We're not expecting him to drop, 43 and 24 like he did earlier. As long as he's not going negative and he's just keeping himself involved in the kill feed, that's a good game. He's having a good performance, and going up against better opponents will let Scout see his potential, and I think he's having a great tournament thus far.
For sure, we're going to need him to finish it out just that same way, though. Exotic finding a triple kill, and at the moment, 5-star leads by 20 seconds with control of 2 of these flags. Pure Sama still remaining alive from the last wave of engagement should be the one to spell some trouble for them, but you can see the team shot in effect. They cut him short, and they go right back into their positions. Exotic is cozy and comfortable with the trophy system set up here.
I've got to say, this has absolutely nothing to do with the game, but I love the colors between these two teams. I think it's great. I think it worked well. It's so awesome to see pink and white. It's like bubblegum. It's awesome. It's great. But yeah, it's fun to see both these teams go at it. 3-cap possibility in the realm, but here comes 5-star with a couple of hits onto C. Can Parasite stay alive? Somehow able to. 9 and 4 on a 3 spree, 1 cap to his name. He'll challenge, he'll win. Parasite, this is the best you have looked all year. This is the best you've looked in a very long time. I am excited for this 5-star team as they now have around a 50-point lead.
Yeah, they look good. Just a minute and a half remaining here. It's coming down to crunch time if you're Carnage. You can't come into this second half at such a massive deficit. I mean, taking a look at the scoreboard, you would think that we need to see more out of players like Ryza and Hunt, who have been contributing all series long. You can't fall flat when 5-star is about to slam the door shut.
Still a 2-cap lead, a minute left, but that lead is grown exponentially. Right now, if you're Carnage, you just kind of stop the bleeding. I understand you won't get back into the game in this first side, but all it takes is just a 2-cap to sort of swell this calling from 5-star. Gunjar is 12-2, by the way. He's kind of had a rough respawn today, but he's 12-2 at the moment, and he's filling it. Parasite's 11-5. Exotic is 11-10, so the engagements are there. Fire at 10-8. I mean, what more could you ask for from the veterans of 5-star who needed to step up at Champs Weekend? They're doing everything.
Whatever you ask for, expect to get more of it. Parasite and Gunjar really performing for the side of 5-star, and they've been hot all series. They're more than likely a huge contributing factor to the fact that these guys have not dropped a map in their past 4 or 5 series. You know, I'm looking forward to see what else they do throughout the remainder of this one. But this domination, they look like they got it in the bag.
Well, they're going to get the 2-cap to kind of close out the last 5 or so seconds, so that extra tick will give them a boost. And right now, it's a very commanding lead. 102-60. A 42-point lead leading into the second side. And with that said, Fox, you're going to have to be looking at a trick gap right now if you're Carnage. Like, going into second side, you need 3, and you need that for the majority of the time if you want to come back in this game. Yeah,
someone's just got to answer to Parasite and Gunjar. But would you want to? I wouldn't.
No, hell no. No, not a chance. No. That's why I became a caster. I don't ever want to go up against this stuff. You kidding me?
It's much easier to watch, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, God. I love when people are like, oh, like, you can't hang with pros, that's why you cast. I'm like, that's exactly why. Well done. I would rather sit at home and watch them shred everyone else than get worried about being booed on stage.
So we're taking a look at the push towards B-Dom here. It's a 3 versus 2 matchup. Carnage has the upper hand here, but we've seen that hasn't played out exactly in their favor so far in this map, even with the man advantage. Let's see what 5-star does in response. They find the first kill in this set of engagements. Fire is able to take down Pure Sama. Hunt and Ryza, though, wrap back over and they come and support them. Minecart looks like it's going in favor of Team Carnage.
Okay, Beyond, I think he got the kill on Parasite somehow, but Ryza comes in for 2. That works out just well. They had the 2-cap, and they're going to work their way back into this lead. It's Pure Sama trying to dip and dive his way through middle track. So he picks up 1 in the process, picks up 2. There you go. He'll get shut down by Gunjar coming in from the back. And the kill feed now going back in favor of 5-star. So a good start thus far from Carnage, but again, the lead just a little bit too far out ahead. At some point, you're going to have to be looking at a neutron C, if not a flip and a cap. But right now, a good start. How long can they hold it? That's the question.
Yeah, and they're probably terrified to even attempt and go for that 3-flag setup and mess up what they have going on right now. But it's something you got to execute on in a while, and at some point, right? You put yourselves in this situation. They got the 4 streak. Maybe now's their chance. All of 5-star, of course, spawning up in the northeastern corner of the map. They're going to be able to not only defend their flag on C, but also send a player to lurk and disrupt the B-Dom.
Exotic could go massive on this flag if he's able to win a fight. Nightmare's going to back off. That's a big smoke to cut off the line of sight. They get him weakened up, or a challenge should take him down, but Hunt is in there with him. Pure Sama will fly on in. They'll get the trade. Nightmare has absolutely no idea where Exotic is going to be. Exotic wins the fight somehow. Pure Sama now all the way up in front of the flag. They'll cut down the following stragglers from 5-star as they try to funnel into the site, but Pure Sama again doing a great job of staying alive. Won't get the beat down. Fire will take him down, but a 3-cap coming in, and all of a sudden, Carnage looks like they've woken up a bit. They have A and B locked down, but they will lose C in the process. But hey, you've done enough damage. Now you have an opportunity to come back in this game.
4 kills in a row. 5-star, let's see what they do with it. They're able to cap B. They're able to hold on to C. They still have a 20-second lead. Now Carnage, they're off on their back foot coming from the minecart to B flag. It's getting tougher. It's getting very scary.
You know, for as long as they held B, they lost in like 3 seconds. So I was feeling very, very excited about their chances until 5-star basically walked in and backhanded them off the site. That works too. Hunt trying to take down Exotic, who's been a nuisance in this corner a couple of times. just barely wins the fight. Trophy's out. Not really going to do much in the gunfight, but he'll escape with his life. Not for long. Gersano will take down Fire. They're going to get beat back in the process. 139 to 108. Ryza in green. He'll rotate through mid-map, but no one's there to challenge. So again, it's kind of an empty hold. Will he move through to C? That's the question. 3 players sitting in the back for 5-star. Yet again, we wonder, what is the plan? What is the decision-making for Carnage? Where is your next push? Do you go for the death grip onto C flag, or you try to hold on to this 2-cap? Well, you're only down, well, I would say only, but you're down by quite a bit. You're down by about 30 points and counting. You need a trip cap here. They do get C neutralized and A locked down. Fox, this is the best chance they've had all game to hopefully try and break a lead.
This is a great effort coming from the side of Carnage. Awesome hustle in the past minute and a half in this domination, and we've seen them propel themselves closer into this game. They still have work to do, of course. Being down by 20 seconds with a minute and a half left, you want to see them keep the pressure up, but that was a good minute of domination right there from
Goon
them.
is 23-9. He's 23-9.
Yeah, this man's been going off all map long.
No, I mean, Noisy's having a very slow game, but hey, 12 and 20, there are worse stats. Goon is 24-9. Nightmare's trying to shut down everyone he can, but with Exotic playing like a sneaky beaver in the corners at B, and Goon just quietly getting 24 kills, which we haven't seen a lot of, I mean, there's not much more you can ask from. Hunt on a 5 spree. In the back line, Goonjar shuts him down again. 25-9 on a 4 spree. They fly on in. I mean, just how quickly the 5-stars picked up these kills. It's only a 12-point game, but slowly and surely, the 2-cap will put the nail in the coffin here, as 5-star should take this 3-0.
Yep, 5-star slowly squeezing the life out of Carnage here in the remaining 30 seconds of our domination. The score is a lot closer now than it appeared coming into the second half, but don't let that fool you. 5-star was in control from start to finish. It was an awesome series in concluding in 3-0 fashion, but really, you got to give it to the guys on 5-star, Parasite and Goonjar, for really showing out this series.
Man, what a closing statement that was, and boy, 5-star look damn good going into the rest of the bracket.
My man, they look damn good indeed, boys. 5-star. So far throughout the day, they are perfect, and no one has been able to touch them. Not a single map dropped. Man, these guys, well, you know what? Let me ask you guys this question. You know, I know we talked about teams that were coming to the tournament that we were looking out for. Was 5-star in your top 5 coming in?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. They could have been in my top 3, but yes, absolutely. With their success at the Toronto home series and the Challengers division, with the way that they picked up Noisy and they had been feeling with him, like the success this team has had and how Goonjar has hit late form this year, yes, they were top 3, but normally when teams are going undefeated, it's because they're playing pretty average opponents. They've been playing good teams, and it looks like they might complete the dream bracket, which has not been done in what, like 10 years? So I am so impressed with how this team is playing. They look polished on all fronts. Yeah, I expect the top 3, but man, they look good.
A dream bracket? Good. Yo, don't be talking about dream bracket just yet. The boys might be listening. You might catch this curse from the tournament's not over.
When you see Parasite's name in these tournaments, you got to tune in and expect them to do this type of stuff, right? We're seeing them cruise through the losers bracket, as they should. These are dominant veterans that we've seen dominate people at this level of play for a while.
Man, hey, you know what? Hey, I feel you on that one, Fox, especially when you talk about a guy who has played against some of the best players that we see at the upper echelon of CDL competitive play. Of course, when it comes down to the challengers, he is going to have a good tournament. But, folks, we as fans have been watching an awesome tournament all weekend long. But it's not over yet. We still have to crown the king of the Apac region. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys right after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challengers Finals. And we are about to crown the kings of the Apac region. Let me introduce you your casters for the series coming up. It's going to be the wonderful Hold, Shift, and Fox. Boys, we got to crown a king today. We just got done watching the loser bracket finals. Shift, you were on standby, watching that series and see how Renegades is playing. What's on your mind right now as they go into this finals?
Honestly, I just have to reiterate everything that Fox and Sean were saying about the fact that Renegades, when they played in the winners finals, they won both hard points. That was it. And in this series versus Lacey, they did not look nearly as polished as you would hope in those hard points. Definitely vulnerable, to say the least. So for Renegades, you know, I was sitting there saying that Championship Sunday is usually the day that they show up. They're used to kind of smoking the competition all through Saturday. And this format is a little bit different for these guys. It's still pretty early morning in the Australian world. So hopefully they've gotten a chance to wake up and come prepared, because you know for a fact that this Chiefs esports squad isn't going to let this one go lightly.
Yo, it's super early indeed, and you guys at home can Google what time it is, but it's still technically Championship Sunday for them, even though it's Saturday for us. Now, looking at the winners bracket from the last time these guys played, now I just want to recap the scores for everybody, because you see it was 3-2. First map, Hardpoint, 250 to 232, Renegades. Second map, S&D, 6-3, Chiefs. Third map, Dom, 156 to 158 goes towards the Chiefs. Then you go to Hardpoint, 250, 181 goes to Renegades. And finally, it was the Chiefs who took it 6-4 at the end. It was a close series. We just saw an equally as close series against Throne there. Now, Fox, my question to you is, do you think that the close series from Let's Say, that close series, is it more of Renegades just, you know, the entire day has just been a close tournament across the board? Or do you think that Throne maybe just picked up their performance a little bit and was playing great because they just had close series? Yeah. Now, you guys were talking about beforehand how you guys felt like they were a little bit less productive, maybe a little bit in that one going into the finals. And they didn't kind of look like themselves, but it could just be a tough day at COD because everybody's came out ready to shoot.
Yeah, and you know they're in the future. It's real early over there. These guys might be a little woken up now. They got this series out of their way. You want to see them keep that hot hand, because you got to go for, like I said, the long haul against Chiefs here. They're not going to make it easy for you if you're going to get this win.
Yeah, and I think that everybody, they're just ready to play, right? Let's say they were ready to play today. Renegades, they're ready to play, as well as the Chiefs. It's the last event of the season, folks. We just got done with our losers finals, and we're heading into the winners finals right now. Now, boys, I'm going to put you both on the spot. I want to know your predictions on this series and why. And I'm going to have to start with Shift first.
All I'm going to say is I think we should expect to see 2 best-of-5s. I don't necessarily sit there and anticipate that Chiefs will take this in the first one. Renegades, I imagine, will probably do a little bit of modification to what they want to do as far as a map set goes, considering what just happened in the winners finals. But all of that said, you know, the magic number is not necessarily 2 best-of-5s. The magic number right here is 15. Can it be 15 in a row for Renegades? They've been flawless through the Challengers season so far in APAC. This would have to be kind of like that whole storyline when the Warriors, you know, were able to take away the overall regular season winning record over the Bulls. Does it really count if you don't win the championship? I feel like that storyline's on the table for us here tonight as well.
That's the beautiful storyline, hell. And you know what? Think about, you played pretty much this season to perfection, and you win it through losers bracket? Double, coming back, having to win 2 series? I think that's a wild ending. Fox, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, that could be a crazy conclusion to it all. But like we said, it's all going to come down to stamina with how long these guys are playing and how much more Call of Duty is ahead of them. For $50,000, you better get a cup of coffee and wake up, though, right?
Yeah, for $50K, you better get that cup of coffee. You know me, I'm a French press black coffee guy myself.
Are you? Okay.
I don't know about y'all. Yeah, I don't know if we got any French pressers out here in the chat, but French press is the way to go. Come on, folks. Just water. Take your time.
I hit the gas station. That coffee's like 99 cents. Works great for me. Free refills,
you gotta get home and you got a
sick.
game, right? It's just getting that coffee as soon as you can. But hey, enough about coffee and caffeine. We only started talking about it because these players are gonna need to be fueled up and have all the caffeine that they need in their system as they are possibly entering the last match. This is gonna be their last series of the year of CDL 2020's, and this is the Challenger Finals. Now, going into your last series of the year, what's on your mind shift? If you were on any of these teams, what are you thinking about?
I almost feel a bit of anxiety for the side of Renegades. You've got 3 players that were on Mind Freak last year who dominated the Open Series until it mattered. At amateur finals, they get smoked. They don't make world champs. I mean, I don't want to sit there and say that it would be 2 years in a row for them to kind of be let down, but that is definitely, I'm sure, looming in some instance somewhere in the world of the Apac region. So we'll see how things go. We'll get a Hackney Yard hardpoint first, and Fox, like you and Space are mentioning, a couple of mistakes being made for Renegades, even in the losers finals. You cannot afford to make mistakes here on Hackney Yard.
Oh no, it's time to shape up and close this out as quickly as you can. The longer this game goes, you're going to be playing more into the hands of the Chiefs. These guys have been waiting for you. So now in our opening engagements, lots of back and forth as both of these teams try to fight for control of P1.
And actually, beyond that, they're also fighting for control of P2 to see who can get these spawns set up. Limax, he was a recent addition to this Chiefs squad. One of the reasons they were able to stick a little bit closer with the Renegades. A lot of those games that they've played in the past have seen game 5s. And, well, he's able to at least get things going and lock down the spawns for eventually our second hardpoint. And while all of that has occurred, on the hardpoint itself, 30 seconds has expired, and Chiefs have taken about 90% of that.
Yeah, and we still have Limax alive and well in the hardpoint, gunning a second player before he falls. And we see that uncontested time from Chiefs racked all the way up to 33 seconds before Renegades can set foot in the objective. Rotating the P2 here shortly. In just about 10 seconds, you're going to see Chiefs again in position for the initial time.
Zeppa looking to zone away any exits through this front door, trying to play the scaffold. A very dangerous position. He'll realize that, back away. A couple of nades will come through for Renegades to try to give themselves an opportunity to start to make a break over to the tire shop. But so far, no actual movement leading to any influence over the hardpoint or the spawns. Nimble, a little bit of a pinch up through the middle of the map. He'll find one. There is a player who's actually right behind him who's made the play through useless, and this could cause some problems for Chiefs if they have not recognized that Fida has slipped through. Swifty is also making a play in the bottom side of the shop. Spawns will actually be blocked out, and, well, Renegades are looking at a pretty looming total, but they'll flip the spawns, and that's a break of the second hard point.
Yeah, Renegades, they were all pouring in from warehouse. However, it was one lone wolf in the form of Fida that flanked up through useless and was able to upset the spawns and set up a pinch. Now we're seeing Renegades put some hard point time on the scoreboard and get themselves back into this game with scrap time going in their favor as well. We should see it all knotted up as Chiefs start to rotate and get set up for P3.
Definitely a worrisome moment here for Chiefs early. Limax, big role to fill outside of what was our first hard point. Having a tough time tracking down Pred. And he's going to get some help. Crims up top in the scaffold will help find the kill. He's going to actually get himself a double, clearing out that warehouse. So as the smokestack opens up, Renegades on the way out of P2 across the middle of the map, continuing to find kills. And this will actually do well to get the one player for Chiefs out of the hill. And beyond that, they're zoning away enough space for them to get on themselves. So 58-63 the score, and a lead swap surely coming in here for Renegades.
Yeah, I don't think Chiefs got made the most out of the last 30 seconds of hardpoint time at all. We're seeing the kill feed dominated by Red as Renegades clears them out in one foul swoop. But even then, oh my goodness, look at the kill column. This is at least, what, six or eight kills in a row for them without anyone from Chiefs responding. We have a 6 streak, a 4 streak, 2 streak, and finally some kills coming up from Chiefs. All of this uncontested hill time is going to translate into a 20-second lead, though, for the side of Renegades.
Fida is in no-nonsense mode. He's on 9 in a row, 13-3. Number 7 on your minimap. He's already made the rotation into the new hardpoint at the green office. He'll finally drop, but after a lot of punishment is coming out of the Renegades, as they will take control of the initial time of our 4th hardpoint. They'll also break past the 100-point mark as the kill feed continues to bleed red all over it. Chiefs are being completely stuffed out. And Renegades, they're not just looking good off the P2 break, they are dominating this Hackney Yard hardpoint.
Oh, it's got to be so demoralizing to see the kill column light up like that. And not just once, but in 2 hills in a row. Now that we rotate to the next hardpoint, Crims is in position. He's on a streak. Expect more of the same. Renegades is really putting the hurt on the Chiefs right now.
A much-needed break coming through the backside for Chiefs, but it's only 15 seconds worth fighting for. And they still have to make way to push out of this hard point and somehow get over to the 5th one on the left-hand side of your minimap at the backside of the docks warehouse. A couple of good kills coming through for Chiefs as they attempt to exit. 2 seconds remain. It's going to be a full flood from the top side of the minimap. 4 members here for Chiefs, but Again, a lot of nades coming through, stalling this for a little while longer. And now the SMG is starting to pick up as Swifty from the top window will find two. The initial attempt for Chiefs completely stuffed out.
Trying to push in here to this hard point, but Swifty's been able to sit pretty without any pressure coming his way. And now the push comes in, but again, just uncontested time. Renegades, they're racking it up. Chiefs, they're spawning out so far towards the eastern part of the map. We do have 3 players coming in from Warehouse, though. They will be met by 2 waiting Renegades players pre-aiming. And as you can see, the time just keeps racking up. This snowball is rolling shift.
Yeah. You can't fight this last 20. You're essentially banking on the fact that you have to win this rotation to P2. So this is going to be a very demoralizing stat line for Chiefs. But if they can find a way to hold off this push for Renegades through the OE to the north side of the minimap, that could start to spell a little bit of a comeback for them. They've already got a couple of members near the warehouse, but a kill comes through the back. A big moment coming for Nimble. Number 5 in your minimap has to stay alive. And fortunately, Chiefs will get one more spawn up as Nimble finds the kill. So luckily, they will just barely hold on to the spawns for now. But they have to turn their attention to clearing out the middle of the map and somehow working their way into the warehouse, because you cannot allow Renegades to take the better part of this last 40 seconds of this first hard point.
Yeah, and Renegades at an 80-second lead. They finally get broke. We see things light up blue for the first time in what seems like a while. But still, working through that 90-second deficit, and with how close Renegades was spawning, expect the pressure to continue. 3 or 4 kills in a row here for the side of Renegades in the kill feed, and we see a little bit of a response, but it's not enough to shift the tide.
No.
And Renegades, they're about to hit the 200-point mark.
They're going to be at about 210 points, and Chiefs do not want that to happen, so they're going to commit for one more push through to contest this last scrap time. It's not going to come through all that well, so instead of 210, it'll be 206. Still a very good total for Renegades to be at, as now it's not even necessary that they break the second hard point. If you can do it, great, but you don't want to overcommit, because right now, if Chiefs, they need this full 60, and they have to work their way over to P3 eventually on the exit. But 4 in the kill feed again for Renegades. Is now Swifty's underneath the tire shop trying to make the play. Won't be able to get there. A couple more members left on the top balcony. Limax has to come through clutch as he's waiting for his teammates to get here. They are still spawning in close, but the numbers aren't great as of yet. Limax needs to find fight on the outside. He'll be able to do that, plus one more in the stairs. That'll do well. 4 in a row for Limax, but Chiefs, even with that little bit of energy, are still going to find themselves down about 50 points.
Yeah, at first, that push for Renegades from Warehouse and middle map looked like an immediate success, but Chiefs, because of their positioning and their spawning, they were able to bounce right back and maintain control of the hard point, and they're looking to close the deficit just a little bit here as we rotate into our next hard point. So great effort from them. They need to keep it up. Take a look at the kill feed. Things are definitely looking in their favor. They need to remain consistent as Renegades. They've had the hot hand this map.
Yeah, Damage really needed to win that gunfight top L and get control for Chiefs. So now they're going to be in a position to where they have to essentially desperate flood over to the smokestack. It's going to be really tough as Pred is sitting mid-map in a very aggressive position, one that likely will not be scouted out. He makes good on one kill, goes to the pre-fire, nearly finds the second. Limax also trying to double up, won't be able to do it. Chiefs will clear the warehouse. This is a good moment, but as it cost them too much time, definitely seems like the answer may be yes, as the better part of the first 30 seconds will be in favor of Renegades from our smokestack. 230 points to just the 158 of Chiefs. The kill feed's starting to light up a bit more, so definitely waking up. Again, they don't have that warm-up match, if you want to call it that, as far as Renegades needing to go through that loser's bracket. Chiefs have just been shooting bots and just waiting for this matchup the entire time, and maybe just taking a bit too long to get online, as this is going to be a pretty miraculous comeback if it were to happen.
Yeah, only 15 seconds separate Renegades from their victory in map 1 here in Chiefs. They've had a lot of wasted time in this hard point. There have been lots of moments where the kills have been in their favor and no one's been in the objective. You saw it in Hill 1, you saw it in Hill 2, and the previous hill that we just passed in our second rotation of hills. Renegades, they're looking to contest here. We're seeing a bit of a response on the side of Chiefs, but kills still going in favor to the guys in red. Let's see how it all unfolds.
Oh, big pickup there as Damage is watching the pinch. He'll find the kill onto Pred. This game's still alive for Chiefs. And actually, Renegades is spawning out here, so this is a little bit dangerous. They have to make a decision right now for Renegades. Do you try to break through this P4 hill and win the game, or do you play safe for the rotation and do it off of P5? It looks like they are going to commit to trying to win the game off the fourth hard point. The last one left alive is Limax, not able to win the gunfight. 250 to 180. Renegades draw first blood in the first best of 5.
Wow, gotta love what you're seeing from Renegades. If you're a Renegades fan, I definitely think that's how you want to see them play those hard points out. So shifting over for a brief moment from the APAC region, we're going to take a look and see what's happening with North America. On the right side of your screen, you'll see Triumph Esports facing off against Atlanta FaZe Academy. They're currently finding themselves in the first hardpoint of the series.
Triumph has been doing well throughout this bracket, but have come through a number of hiccups. They lost the map versus Built by Gamers. It wasn't a clean performance versus Forever Unlucky, in which they were essentially forced to reverse sweep. A bit of drama in that map 4 that will leave unmentioned for now. But for the Atlanta FaZe Academy team, they've been flawless throughout the entirety of the day. 3-0s down the board, looking to hopefully do the exact same thing here versus Triumph. Of course, a much different caliber of opponent faces them in this matchup, as Fellow will try to make his way underneath construction, try to pinch up this first hard point, of which is pretty much gone 50-50 for the time, but Atlanta FaZe Academy, they will respond very nicely to that pinch, and they will walk away with likely the scrap 18 seconds, which will put them in a pretty good spot scoreboard-wise.
Yeah, so the initial time for the hard point here going in the favor of Atlanta FaZe Academy. Typically the favorites in the challenger scene, the challengers competition when it comes to respawn game modes, but on the opposite side of Triumph Esports, we also have some storied names here in the form of Royalty, Nagafin, Fellow, really on both sides. It's a bit of a show here. The stage is set for us.
100%, and there are still a couple of members beyond just the veterans that have been kind of taking the challenger scene by storm. DiamondCon for Triumph is the more recent addition to this team. As a main AR player, he has done very well with teams like Sixth Gear in the past. We'll see if he can find a way to work his magic here. As Atlanta FaZe Academy, they've got players like Sib, who turned 18 just in February, and him and Spark together were a lot of the force behind this Atlanta FaZe Academy team early. Obviously, Spark getting picked up by the pro scene at the Los Angeles Guerrillas and then finding his way back to the challenger scene. So definitely two up-and-comers to keep an eye on as this one breaks loose. Atlanta FaZe Academy, though, although I was about to say we get a little bit of a history lesson, the more immediate action is the fact that they have done well, not just on the first hardpoint, but they've also done a really good job making sure that Triumph was never able to break for the second. So they will be above the 70-point mark here early on throughout our first two hills for Ramaza, and just comes down to, can they find any more success trying to streak across the other side of the map to get to P3.
As we move into P3, take a look at your scoreboard. Now, some of the hill time from our previous hard point is off the back of Journey, who found a triple kill on the objective. He now continues on his streak of 4 kills in a row. And it looks like he's going to be attacking the back line of Triumph Esports on the hard point right here. He's a bit far ahead of his team, though, so finding this kill, he's going to need some support to follow it up. And we'll see how it all unfolds as he gets the first player down.
On Gravity in a really great position here, top cafe. He's trusting his teammates in the back to win the gunfights over by the hard point, but that doesn't actually come to fruition. So Triumph, they'll hold on to likely the back 25 seconds, and it should be a lead swap. But of course, our attention is mostly focused on what's happening in the APAC region. So as that map will be ready for us here in the near future, we'll swap back over to that POV. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. I need to see like what unfolds between these two Goliaths in the North American squad. If I'm not mistaken, just by pro point seeding, this is the number 2 in Atlanta FaZe Academy and the number 3 in Triumph Esports. So a lot of success for all 10 players in this lobby this year.
For sure, and some good competition going on there as we load back into our APAC region. On the right side of your screen, we're looking at Search and Destroy. It's going to be Renegades and Chiefs facing off on Piccadilly.
Yeah, this is the big question. For Chiefs, historically throughout this year, they've done very well versus Renegades in the Search and Destroy specifically. So if you're going to bounce back, this absolutely has to be the time. Nimble will be picking up the AX-50 for his team, as typically we do see sniper rifles out in play for Piccadilly. And on the offense for Renegades, they're actually getting a free look at the A site. There is nobody even close to seeing this from your traditional spots for Chiefs. Nobody top shoe. Nobody even down low in the tents. Everybody's mid-map. So for Chiefs, if this bomb goes down, you're going to have to essentially retake by hitting through the middle of the map, and that's not going to be safe by any stretch of the imagination. Bombs planted, and Swifty with first blood will turn Renegades into a very favorable post-plant position at a 5v4.
Yeah, we got several Chiefs players coming in from buses, but with a position like this that Fida has, you know, you can do this all day. You can just keep poking and being a nuisance, defending the planted bomb.
Up with 2 to follow up, and now last player left alive is Restalling. 1v4 situation, no chance. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Fox, very often we see at least one player trying to get into that shoe shop that's right overlooking the A bomb site in some fashion, just to maybe throw a nade or just to be there for a late peek. But that time it's only the sniper of Nimble who's even close to the A site, almost as if Chiefs were expecting a full B hit off the rip. It doesn't come through, and maybe a little bit of counter-striding going on here as Renegades find a free bomb plant and a free run for all that matters in round number 1.
Tough conclusion there, and you put all your eggs in one basket. You definitely pay for it when they all get crushed. And take a look at the positioning from Renegades. They're sending several players over to the A site. Just one will be defending the B bomb site. Most of the attention is towards middle map to control buses and play the defense from the players on Chiefs that are trying to bring the bomb site that way, the bomb that way.
Everything is slowed down, though. Zeppa's the first one forward. He's got a smoke. Dead Silence almost ready to go. Is there going to be an execute off of his moves? Does he smoke, Dead Silence, push? Is that going to be the committal here for Chiefs? Crims is in a position to watch the cross from a little bit of a further angle. As you see, he's kind of shopping for shoes, but underneath the buses here. See if he can find any angles to shoot at. Nimble, first blood. That does well. Although Max will get caught in the exchange of gunfire over the middle of the map. 38 seconds to play. No motion at all for Chiefs towards either bomb site, and Pred has found a way to slip through. He finds two up the middle, and I'm not gonna lie, this is a bit too pensive for me. Chiefs now have to make the desperate committal. Fida is the player responsible for the B site, and he's in a great spot to at least stall this for a little while longer.
Right where you want Fida to be, but he's going to be met by two different Chiefs players looking to close in on him, damage, putting the shots down and causing him to cower a little bit in that corner behind the cop car. And you see the shots come in, Sets with the support, and Renegades clutch it in that final moment. Great coordination from the two remaining players. They're able to keep Fida alive on the cop car.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just too passive for Chiefs. You have everything you need. You have the smoke. You have the Dead Silence. It just kind of felt like there was a little bit of hesitation as far as when they were going to commit. And right when you thought they were going to pull the trigger, it was Pred who shuts everything down by cutting the middle of the map for Renegades defensively. So, I won't lie, Chiefs are looking a little bit slow to start up here, putting the hard point, and now as well in the search. We'll see what they have to offer for their second defensive effort. Sets has brought the scope to play, and he'll find first blood over towards the A side, in which Limax off screen was trying to get a bit aggressive towards the statue, fountain, whatever you want to call it. And now it's just really going to be down to Zeppa. He's up top by the gun shop, or pardon me, by the shoe shop. Swifty, smoke down, bomb in hand. Will likely get this planted as the trophy will for sure keep him safe, and that will once again be the case.
Zeppa is going to be the one top shoe overlooking our statue fountain combination. I think it's both. I think you're onto something. It's both a statue and a fountain for sure.
Okay, perfect.
Zeppa with an excellent power position for the bomb site here regardless, though. Should be able to hold the enemies at bay, and you see he's so confident he's able to hop out of it. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. With the sniper in position, they got to make a move.
And Pred once again has cut the middle of the map open in the buses, so there's not going to be a free angle here for Chiefs to even see the bomb site. Pred finds another, Sets going to the pistol. Oh boy, another situation where you just feel like Chiefs are not quite there yet. Another cheeky strategy where they try to free Limax up to get aggressive. He gets caught as first blood, and from there, it was just all Renegades again.
Switching sides as we see Renegades take 3 straight. The rule is first to 6 wins it. And as Chiefs have yet to respond, they need to start digging themselves out of this hole. They need to start asking questions and figure out what's wrong and provide solutions. The moment we're going to be looking through the eyes of Sets, the sniper rifle in his hands for the side of Renegades. He also has yet to die in the search and destroy.
Definitely a force and an X factor in his own right. Nimble looking for the scope v scope battle, but has to be worried about Fida. You see him on the X-ray just beyond, and Sets was 100% ready for that peak. Never put down the scope. That's kill number 5 for him. His teammates are going to give a little bit of extra information that players are still kind of floating around these busted up shops. And how about this? Sets is paying no respect. He is getting so aggressive with this scope. He's got Fida kind of in support, but for all intents and purposes, Sets is playing aggressive. He's pushing with a pistol. Damage does not expect it. No way, no how. Renegades polished, clean, 4-0 start.
Yeah, and it was off the back of Sets, right? Finding those 2 opening kills with the sniper. All of it going completely unanswered, and then he's able to help execute a pinch. I mean, we've seen him do a lot of damage in this search and destroy with the pistol on its own.
It's everything is working for him, right? I mean, positioning, scopes, pistols.
Dude's got it all.
Granted,
Inspector
he's got
Gadget
it all,
over
man.
here.
Have to go Gadget. I don't know. Go Gadget Swifty. Go Gadget Setsy.
Hey, whatever he's doing, it looks like it's about to amount to a 6-0. So we got to keep that up. Sets overlooking the B bomb site might have spotted someone. You know, it's moments like these where you really appreciate the X-ray feature. He ends up getting tagged up through the wall from a distance, though, as he ends up hesitating for that shot. The first blood does go in favor of Chiefs as Restalling finds that one. An advantage still on their side. As you take a look at things for the sides of Renegade, Swifty has to go put the bomb down.
Well, again, they've got time to play with, and now that they know where Nimble is, maybe you try to make an audible happen here to try to avoid the scope, although he's not really at a great spot to watch any of this action happen over at A. You can kind of feel the anxiety that Nimble kind of has as he keeps checking left, right, center with every weapon that he can bring to the table. And really defensively, you're just kind of hoping that Limax number 6 on your minimap again in the shoe shop could do something to stop this Renegades play, as they seem to still want to commit over towards this A site late in the round. This is a good angle. You'll see a couple of muzzle flashes. There you go, able to catch the head of Swifty. Bomb has still been picked up by Fida, and he's trying for a desperate rotation back over to B. I just don't know if he's gonna have the time to get here and get the bomb planted. It's gonna be close, and you definitely cannot stop. Bomb's gonna start to be triggered. Crimson finds a kill on the rotation. Is he gonna get it down in time? No, he's not. There was almost a moment there, though. If Fida doesn't stop, Renegades get that bomb down, and they might actually clutch up the round in total.
Yeah, they tried to play it patiently and play through the time, but Chiefs did just the same, and unfortunately, it was in their favor. So Chiefs is going to find their first round win in this S&D due to the round time limit. So now, as we see them with the bomb in hand, it's their turn for an offensive front.
Is that small little mistake maybe going to be enough to get Chiefs back in the game? I know I sound more hopeful than anything else, and I think that's probably pretty accurate considering the circumstances of how this search has gone so far. Pred, once again, man, is just getting so far forward. No one has responded to the middle of the map at all for Chiefs so far this game, and it's absolutely cost them. Pred will be naded out eventually, but you wonder if it's cost maybe too much. 4v4, bomb is still down. It's in a very inconspicuous position in which you have to be cautious about where is the sniper playing at. Looks like they've been able to pick it up without too much issue. But this is still feeling pretty desperate for Restalling. He's got a smoke to play with. He sees one player outside the tents, and he's going to have to commit to try to get this bomb planted at A. The smoke will block any line of sight. Zeppa's able to pick up a kill middle of the map, so now a numbers advantage for Chiefs. And how about that? A tricky play from Setzi trying to make his way through the smoke. Won't come to fruition. It gets responded to, and now Chiefs win 2 in a row.
Chiefs looks like they're starting to pull themselves back into this game here. You did mention something that's key for this search and destroy that we should expect to see play out throughout the rest of this search and destroy, and it's the fact that that middle map control is so crucial. That's why we've been able to see players like Sets just command attention with his sniper rifle, finding several kills in a row. You know, that kind of positioning is just, you have so many long lines of sight, and Pred as well as another player is taking full advantage of it. He gets so high up in your face using those quick routes, and when you have that kind of pressure ahead of you, it's really tough to adjust to.
First look for Renegades towards the B site opens up with a set nade from Fida on the damage. The stun's going to give extra intel from Swifty into the library. That's going to be enough for him to instantly commit with that small advantage to get in the bomb planted. Can he get away with his life? He sure can. Big advantage for Renegades trying to secure their 5th round. How do you retake this if you're Chiefs? You've got Setzi, who's all the way over by the arcade watching the long flank. You've got Fida a little bit closer to home as he's watching close up the middle. Restalling will find one pick, and really the best opportunity for Chiefs is this play from Limax. He's just got to commit to go forward, clear out the B arches. He gets into a pretty good spot. Patience pays off, finds Swifty. Now an opportunity to maybe push a little bit further forward, but he loses his teammates behind it. Restalling is actually going to go for defuse, but has to get off to try to play for the kills, and with that, Renegades will secure the round 5-2.
Very interesting to see Renegades grab those kills right there. I feel as though on a map like this, when you got 10 players in the lobby, no team should be able to get the bomb down without losing anyone, right? That was kind of quick. There wasn't a lot that happened, and Renegades just took it, planted, and closed it up from there.
Yeah, Renegades has definitely looked more polished on their search and destroy. I mean, considering that, I think the big storyline kind of leading up to this is the fact that Chiefs have found the most amount of success historically versus this Renegade squad in search. Seems like it might be opposite weekend. It's Renegades who look maybe a little bit flawed in the hard point, and now all of a sudden Chiefs not being able to replicate the success they had yesterday in the winners finals and the search. Granted, I couldn't tell you the maps. The Setsi will find blood this time onto Zeppa. Again, another aggressive angle that goes completely unpunished. And beyond that, Sets has actually found damage off the set nade into the white van. So you'll actually take an extra couple of steps forward and, again, just take away a little bit extra round from Chiefs.
Carrier Limax close to the action, but not looking to engage just yet, as the positioning is still in favor of Renegades. And you see Pred on this oh-so-important statue fountain part of the map. He ends up getting his head taken off for stalling. Just catches him enough. And look, we see him in the same position that we saw fight in earlier for this A-bomb site. When you're here, they have to deal with you if they want to get any closer.
While Restalling does get shrugged off the position a touch. Nimble, though, finds a pick in the Semtex to follow up. Kobe able to find the kill. Bomb's going to be stuck for the plant. The problem here is, where do you exit? You've got Renegade members all over the map, including on your backside flank. And now Fight is realizing that these guys did not exit over to the gun shop. Well, I could actually push forward to the tents. He's made his way forward enough to maybe find a little bit of a cheeky pinch. Able to get the first gunfight as he scouted the second. Limax, mid-map, he'll find one. 1v1. Coming through Fight It has still existed behind the blue buses, and Limax has found a good amount of damage. The thing is, this is still a risky position to play. He plays the aggressive angle, and Chiefs will stay alive. The young gun wonder in Limax coming up clutch.
We saw just how big that positioning is on Fountain. You see it in your round-ending kill cam. Limax knows what's up with the M4, as they're able to put another round up on the board for Chiefs. We are still at map point, though. Renegades, they're finding themselves one round away from closing it out. It's been a stellar S&D from them so far up until this point, where Chiefs finally seems to be bouncing back a bit.
It's definitely looking a little bit more positive. I mean, Fox, I hate to kind of sound like a broken record, but this feels just like how the Hackney Yard did. You start off extremely slow, and all of a sudden you start to finally figure out how to take down this Renegades team, but is it a day late and a dollar short? Feels like it's a couple of days late and a couple of Benjamins short, if anything, at this moment. Sets was 10-4. He falls his first blood this time. Chiefs looking good defensively. Swifty, set play. Again, smoke. Instantly into the trophy. Instantly into the bomb planet. This time, though, Chiefs have a couple of members that are closer towards the A site, and hoping that maybe the numbers will just be enough to overwhelm Renegades' post-plant setup.
Right. It is 4 versus 5, but remember that Renegades has the bomb down, and they have Fida in a crucial power position. He was able to hold this pretty well in previous rounds. Let's see how it unfolds around statue now. Swifty finds a kill, untraded, and this is exactly where you want him to be in support of the bomb.
This is tough now. Chiefs have lost their members trying to hold the flank. They have to essentially commit to the middle of the map. Here comes the pinch up from Fred, who gets turned on by Zeppa. Unbelievable. Another 1v1. This time it's Zeppa. Underneath, he's able to elude Crimson, but can't lock down the hip fire. Oh my goodness, he reads him, plays him like a fiddle, but unfortunately, no foregrip, no hip fire blast this time around.
Man, so Shift, you telling me that this was the dominant Renegades team that you were talking about earlier? The way
Yes,
they controlling this series? Man,
Wow.
Sets and Pred lit it up. That's a 2-0 lead here in the Apac finals, folks. And Renegades, in those first 2 maps, they showed that they have came ready to play. But let's not forget, Renegades is coming from that loser side of bracket, and they got to do it twice. But man, boys, off to a good start. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. They're one map away from taking this Chiefs. They're looking wounded here. And in so many moments of this series so far, they've looked lost, right? Where Renegades is just, it's a trouncing, honestly. Snipers were super effective in that S&D. And as we get into the domination, I think that we should look into the direction of Renegades even more.
Yeah. I think we definitely probably should. The way that they're playing like they're in the final, Shift, ready to get it done. Now, Shift, we just saw what Renegades did, but I want you to talk to the Chiefs fans out there. Give these guys some hope, because I know that they need it after seeing those last 2 maps. What does the Chiefs need to do to come back in this one?
Well, the good news is you've got a second best of 5 just in case.
That's the
if the
big one,
reverse
right?
doesn't come through. That is by far the best tidings I could possibly pass to Chiefs Esports Club's fans right now. But the thing about it is, we're seeing them start slow in the hard point, but then pick it up. They start slow in the search, but then pick it up. you just can't afford to start slow versus this Renegade squad. Yeah, you got the better of them yesterday, but barely. I mean, barely. If you look back, you read off all the scores. All of them were like, the hard points were less than 1 hard point between them. The Dom was 2 points. The Search and Destroy was around either way. I mean, that was a very tough series. And now you're going into a domination where I would argue that for Chiefs esports fans, I know you want me to tell them some good news. This is bad news. They have historically never done all that well versus Renegades. I am mostly remembering them playing on maps like Happy Yard and not really coming close. So I don't know where they found their success yesterday. I don't know if they were able to essentially counter-strat what Renegades was able to do, but hopefully you can find that same success day and get yourself rolling again.
Good pep talk, Shift.
You're welcome.
For me, the big question that I was wondering was, Renegades having a bad day, or was everyone else having a great day and playing up into to championship form? Because this is Championship Sunday, especially in Australia there. So we were kind of getting our answer there that Renegades is pulling away, and these boys, the boys of Chiefs, needs to match in Renegades' energy coming off in this series, starting these maps. So hey, we'll find out if they can, folks. We're gonna go take a quick break for now, and when we come back, it's gonna be Chiefs versus Renegade Map 3. This is your Apac Grand Finals. We'll see if the Chiefs can match Renegade's energy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your Challenger Finals. We are currently in the midst of our Apac Grand Final between Renegades and Chiefs. I'm Blaze, and I got the boys with me to cover the action. It's Fox and Holshift. And folks, we just got done seeing Renegades dominate Chiefs in those first 2 maps. And Renegades, they're coming from the losers bracket. You wouldn't even have known that if you just joined us and you saw those first two. But Chiefs, they bested them the first time around. Fox, why do you think that is?
Chiefs best them the first time around. Honestly, you got me the way that we're looking at the series right now. These guys are up 2-0, and they're playing as we expected them to be playing, right? I don't think anyone would have predicted to see them coming from the losers bracket to see Chiefs on top of it all at this moment. So really, I think we're just looking at a different Renegade now.
We'll see how things move here in the Gunrunner. Definitely a more balanced map, I think, when it comes to a little less wonkiness, especially when it comes to maps like Hackney Yard, where that second hardpoint is so hard to break. Everything is definitely possible break-wise through. You definitely have your hills that usually generate more time than others, especially the second and the fifth, as we all know at this point. But we'll see how things unfold. This is apparently cheap map pick, as they will be starting things off. I don't know why I was making hardpoint calls when this is domination, but my same sentiment still exists when it comes to the balance of trying to flip between A and C is really what I meant, not P2, P5. So we'll see how things kind of unfold as far as the spawns go.
So many kills in favor of Renegades so far. As they're trying to get that capture onto the B dom, you see the response coming in from Chiefs. They're all cut down though, and the split pack comes in from the side of Renegades. So all eyes are going to be towards the minecart now. You know that's where Chiefs is going to be spawning up and taking control of. Let's see how Renegades is able to work this.
And I love the way Renegades is playing. I know a lot of people will be looking at the ace of the map saying that, yeah, A and B are a little bit easier to hold than C and B, but it is possible to do an AC hold like Renegades are set up, where you just kind of keep everybody in the middle of the map. You control the bottom side of the green building and the bathroom and make sure you can keep contesting. And then once you read where Chiefs are hitting from, you start to make your play across to either retake the B flag or try to keep the C flag neutral. It'll be Crimza with the AR trying to keep things neutral at C, and he's actually won a couple of big gunfights off screen. That's going to allow him to get right back onto the C flag while his teammates secure B. So once again, Renegades, they've done well to get an initial triple cap and hold the map to a point where they can actually repeat that same exact strategy again.
Off the back of that Crimza triple kill. Good thing for Chiefs, they have a player like Damage to come and try and even things up. Now you see the flag switched and get neutralized on B dom. They're also making progress on C. However, Renegades, they're going to answer back just like they did in the previous engagement. We're right back at the top.
Fight tries to be elusive over towards the C flag, not gonna be able to do it. Restalling, big 1v1, not able to take it. That would have been a definite control continuing for C and B for the side of the Chiefs Esports Club. The reinforcements are getting here just in time, but we're gonna have a bit of a 50-50 battle in the middle map to determine the outcome of this B flag coming up. And well, Limax off screen, number 6 in the boiler room. He's won 2 key gunfights to keep control of boiler room. And with that, the Chiefs, they're not gonna give away control of this coal area, not yet, as they will start to chip into this lead, and we'll have a tie game here in the next 10 seconds.
Damage in position. They got to take him out. They're going to take him out if they're going to have any chance on this beyond flag. They do just that, and Fida is able to initialize that flag cap for them. Now Renegades back in the driver's seat as we see the lead change, 38-37, and they're set for a triple cap here.
Now, love that wrap from Fida. Unfortunately, gets caught mid-reload, almost able to lock things down to the water ramp. Chiefs hitting the reset button will make sure they keep possession of their home flag at sea. Limax scouting out where Crimza was positioned. That's a big kill. Now he can start to push forward over to the coal carts, but gets there a split second too late, as the Renegades members off respawn will be able to reinforce the coal area and the middle of the map while doing so. And the big thing to kind of keep in mind is that for Renegades, every single time they start to streak across the map, there's already somebody waiting at sea. This time it's Pred who's able to help assist Swifty off the neutral. And every time they make this play happen, Chiefs have to essentially keep committing off respawn to getting over the C flag. And the thing that really needs to change in my mind here, Fox, is as soon as you capture the C flag, you can't just sit there and say, okay, let's all go to B. You have to clear the bathroom. You have to clear up the middle of the map. And they just haven't done a really solid job of doing that yet.
Just poor map flow, right? When you sit at C flag, you know where the enemy's going to be coming from, and you got to be ready for it. Renegades, though, they're just going to take that advantage and keep running with it, sitting on 2 flags, working towards the 3rd at the moment. Again, though, we do see Chiefs respond very well to their defensive plays on their flags.
Zeppa, again, desperately trying to win a couple of the gunfights to flip this B flag back around, and as soon as they start to make that play, look at fight at number 2 on your minimap. He wins another gunfight over by C. It's just, literally, if you read the back of your shampoo bottle, this is exactly the same strategy that Renegades are having. Just wash, rinse, lather, repeat, essentially, as far as how you get yourself into this map. And Another triple cap is coming through. Renegades, they've absolutely dominated this map so far, and these were the worries I had about Chiefs in the domination matchup versus this Renegade squad. Historically, it's not been their best mode, and at the moment, they're getting absolutely worked throughout this first half of Gunrunner.
Oh, man. You know that pit in your stomach that you feel when you're at the height of a roller coaster and you're about to go down? I imagine that that's the same feeling as when that triple cap comes in and you have an opponent that's surpassing that 5 streak, right? It's about to get crazier. That's a 40-second lead coming from the side of Renegades as we roll into this second half, and we're looking at a very deflated Chiefs roster.
As they start to and it's just the flow, like you mentioned, is so seamless for Renegades. It's one of those things that I always say domination, especially this map, is a series of like ebbs and flows. When you feel yourself getting pressured on one side of the map, start to find a way to streak on the opposite. And Renegades have done that absolutely picture perfectly so far, to the tune of about a 50-point lead. Breaking past the 100-point mark on a map like Gunrunner Dom is no common sight. And Renegades, they are no nonsense here today. They quickly want to try to reset this bracket and get into that second best of 5, and they're well on their way to doing just that.
Doubling up the score of the Chiefs is the Renegades as we get into our second half. These guys have had multiple moments of pulling through with triple caps. The Chiefs, when they are at a flag, usually at C-Dom throughout that first half, is when they were able to respond the most effectively. But other than a few failed pushes towards B-Dom, it's really been all Renegades in this domination. So let's see if things can change up into the second half, as Renegades are still leading by about 50 seconds. Most of the kills go in their favor so far.
Fight, are you kidding me? That's not a gunfight that you're supposed to win, dude. I guess someone told him that. He's happy to take that fight every day of the week and twice on Sunday. And like we mentioned, it just turned Sunday in Australia, so he's happy to double down, no problem. A still being held by the Renegades. B flag also being flipped into their possession. And once again, they're going to push their advantage just beyond the coal mine, keep control of the boiler room. Oh, man, this is just, I mean, this is a clinic. There's not a lot of life to be shown here for the Chiefs, and FIDA is not having any nonsense today. 17-11.
Yeah, the Renegades are really playing for their share of $50,000. $500,000 up for grabs this weekend for the Call of Duty Challenger Series, and Renegades, they're trying to take the most of that share home that they can. Inside of the Chiefs, you know, being triple capped at so many different stages throughout this game, you got to wonder if they're already looking ahead for the next series, right? Still 3.5 minutes left to play in this domination, but they would need to see a drastic turnaround in the way that they've been performing.
And it's just so weird to see. Zeppa and Limax have been, I think, the 2 top performers for Chiefs, and Zeppa's their trophy player, so his mobility is extremely limited when it comes down to how he could potentially make these cheeky heroic plays. Damage just looked at somebody mid-map and decided he didn't want to shoot at him. Now maybe starting to realize that, as his teammates will pick where he left off, and this will be an A flip, but doesn't come at a cost. You see, Renegades are quick to try to contest this. The only big deterrent to this push through for the Renegades is the fact that Zeppa has made his way for a C neutral potentially, and, well, I was about to say that he was about to secure it, but a set nade from Set C, able to find the kill, and Renegades will stabilize off 1 flag, which at this point, mathematically, that might be all they need. 135 to 90, 245 to play. It would be close if they only held on to 1 flag, but as they quickly stack up at the B flag, they will make sure they keep their cushion a little bit more intact.
Yeah, the game just gets easier from here on out for Renegades. Really, Chiefs starting to get the life squeezed out of them in this domination, and it's really just been Renegades on top of them the entire time. So we're looking to see if in this next series they can bounce back with new life. But right now, we're about to just watch the Renegades guys beat up on them for a little bit. 2 different players have surpassed 20 kills. 3 now as Pred does the same. On the side of Chiefs, the closest one to that action is going to be Zeppa, who I think you mentioned him quite a couple times in this map here.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that, you know, was picked up essentially after the Black Ops 4 season. You know, a number of these guys of the Chiefs Esports Club squad were kind of sitting on the number 2, number 3 squads. A couple of players that were at one point represented by Tainted Minds, Vertex Black, squads like that, and they essentially collectively come together to form what has perennially be the number 2 team in Apac this year. Opportunity maybe for a triple cap to come out, but no heroics in store for Limax, so now it's on to Zeppa to try to make that play occur. He will find a neutral, but the problem is the math is not in their favor, as the C flag will be flipped back into favor of the Renegades, and it will become mathematically impossible now for Chiefs Esports Club to come back. So this will be a 3-0 for Renegades, resetting the bracket and going to a second best of 5 after they had lost to the Chiefs in the winners bracket final in a very tight 5-game series. This one, anything but close.
Yeah, and you can see that reflected in the kill columns on the side of Renegades. All these players really lightened up, contributing just as much in the objective column as well. The guys on Chiefs, they just fell flat. I mean, there were no proactive plays, right, in comparison to how much we saw from the side of Renegades to really capitalize on those moments for triple caps.
Yeah, looking pretty dire now. So I guess the big question from here, you know, as we let these last 40 seconds kind of sit as a little bit of B-roll in the background, is what do you do from here if you're Chiefs? You know, this is obviously a conscious decision for them to allow Gunrunner through, and in a 3-map pool for domination, if you flip your veto away now, you figure that you're either vetoing Renegade's best map or your worst. Do you really want to open that up into the next best of 5? Sitting here and looking at the walloping you just took on the Gunrunner. I think there has to be the consideration, but I would not be surprised if we see this map again in the second best of 5 based on the fact that it is only a 3-map pool.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to that last-minute call, right? This is a series like no other that you've played so far in the competition for the Call of Duty League. This is a series for $50,000. This is the series that ends it all. This is the series that you've been working for all year long. And Renegades, they're fighting back so effectively through the losers bracket here.
Hello? Darn.
Hello?
God. Yo, I was trying to call the Chiefs and see where the hell they been at. Okay? Because they up here in the winners, coming from the winner side of the finals for the Apac region. But Renegades, they came out, man, 3-0 in the first series. You blinked and you missed it, folks, all right? But hey, luckily there for the Chiefs fans is that they got another series to possibly come back in this one. So, and hey, the chance is still there for them, guys. But man, they're gonna have to turn this one around. Fox, what is your biggest takeaway so far that you've seen in this first series?
I think it's don't count out Renegades. These guys have been playing all night and all morning long, and they're still coming through with excellent performances, especially from their AR players.
Yeah, man. You know, they definitely, you can't count them out, right? Because Renegades has turned it up to another level because they know that, hey, you know what? This could possibly be our last series of the season. Well, I'll tell you one thing. They earned themselves one more, okay? Now, Shift, what's your takeaway, man? You already gave the Chiefs fans a little bit of hope and you let them know that they got one more series coming up here. But what do you got to say to the Renegades fans out there? Do they start celebrating early?
Oh, no. You definitely don't start celebrating early because this series has been one that we've seen a number of different times, and it's gone, like I mentioned, Game 5 a lot of different times. But the thing to take away, and I know that a lot of people that might not follow the APAC region, they're going to see this and sit there and say that, okay, these guys are telling me that these are the best 2 teams and Renegades are stomping the number 2 team. Where's the competition? Fact of the matter is, this Renegades team finished top 6 at the Minnesota launch weekend. These guys are an incredible team. And beyond that, this Chiefs esports squad finished top 12 when they played back at Minnesota. Now, I know that was a long time ago, but I think that just goes to show that these guys know what it takes to be a good team, if not a great one. And if this was an on-land situation where you could play globally, I think both of these teams would be able to surprise a lot of the quote-unquote favorites from North America and Europe. I think for Renegades overall, I would be really curious to see if they continue to play at this level in the next best of 5 and win 15 in a row. What would they have potentially done if they had a chance to play at LAN? Is this actually potentially the best challengers team out there in the world? Because it would be hard to sit there and say there's no way when they go 15-0 in their own region. I'm just kind of hoping at this point
ain't got top 6. Ain't got top 6 at the Minnesota Open, right? That is definitely something that you have to put together when you look at this Renegades squad from an overhead view. Now, the Chiefs fans, you know, hey, I got y'all back, okay? Don't worry about it, because I tell you one thing is that I love an underdog story. I love comebacks, the Cinderella story, whatever it may be. That's just me personally, right? And, you know, them having one more series coming up, what they need to understand is that whatever just happened, they need to put it behind them. Don't even think about it anymore. What's done is done. You know that you have to focus on the next series coming up. But folks, until we get there, we're about to check out Map number 2 between Triumph and FaZe. Boys, take it away.
Well, Arkoff peak, the action coming forward. If we had spoke a while, just kind of briefly, maybe a little bit more idly than we would have anticipated, that this Academy, their search and destroy has been a little bit off, at least from reports from other squads and scrims lately. And as they currently find themselves down one map, the Triumph Esports, you're hoping that there will be some sort of correction to that statement as the Atlanta FaZe Academy will start things off offensively. And for me, Fox, I think the player to watch is Venom. He's one of those guys that is really, I won't say just a search and destroy specialist, but he definitely has a huge impact when it comes to the bomb mode here for the Atlanta FaZe Academy team.
Interesting you say that, because I'm taking a look at the Atlanta FaZe Academy side, and of course, while we see Venom, who's a constant threat when we get these guys on the broadcast, I'm looking for Sibilance and Gravity to do some damage. We had him on an interview on, I believe, COD Challengers Cup 5. He sounded just as confident as you would expect from the Atlanta FaZe Academy, ready to steamroll through the competition so that they could make it to this weekend, and now's his chance. But I'm also looking at Sib, a stellar sniper, spectacular search and destroy performer. Let's see what they can do on this Arklov peak.
Ooh, a rare miss from Sib on what you thought was going to be a very easy angle, and honestly, he needs to find that pick to try to give his team a chance to hit this A site late in the round. Able to find the top of the lid. Nagafen tries to go for another quick jumping scope, not going to get there. Gravity by himself. Knows there's a player right outside the front door, and that will be the end of his life here in round number 1. Interesting rollout strategy, though, from AF Academy. They show a lot of force of presence towards the cemetery outside of B, then immediately wrap back around. And I think, again, it's one of those things that if you're not leaving your sniper over there by the A site, you're going in a little bit blind, and just wasn't enough time on the clock to really kind of fully flesh out what was sitting in front of them there defensively at A.
Yeah, first round of the search and destroy, though, this is where they start to feel each other out, figure out how the remaining rounds of this is going to go. They've already revealed where Sib likes to snipe on offensive rounds like that. So I'm interested to see how both of these teams kind of shape up and mold into one another. As the A site hit is beginning, Felony is going to open things up with some tacticals and lethals downrange.
See if the frag will find a kill. It will not. He got a good connection off the stun. Royalty watching over the top of him as he was trying to make the move forward. Dead silence in play. Smoke trying to cover up this site, but Felony really can't push too far forward as he's very severely hit. But he does make good on a kill onto Jimbo. Really good offensive hit coming through. Good numbers here for Trump in a 3v2. They have an idea that Journey's on top of the A site. He lives here, by the way. You will probably see him there almost every single round. And obviously Triumph is very aware of that as they do pick up the kill. Now down to Gravity for a 1v3. Can't quite get away. And that'll be a second round coming through for Triumph very quickly.
Yeah, and we just kind of saw things crumble and fall apart on the A-bomb site there for the side of Atlanta FaZe Academy. Nothing too crazy there. You did mention Journey and his impact on the A site, him living there. The Spanish player, this veteran, expect to see him take a commanding position wherever he leads.
Yeah, really solid player. Obviously part of the incredible story that was the Heretics last year. Not able to join his teammate or former teammate in medals in the Pro League this year, but has had a very solid challenger year, all things considered. So we'll see if he's able to continue to find a way to help his Atlanta FaZe Academy squad work in, get back into the search. Nagafen first blood, able to snipe off Gravity. That's going to slow things down considerably. And maybe not, actually. Atlanta FaZe Academy, this is Journey pushing with no dead silence. This should be pretty audible as far as the hit coming through. And as Journey gets all the way through the trench, you'll realize, hey, there's no one on the A site. There's no one on the truck. Where is everybody? The answer to that question on your mini-map is there are 3 members of Triumph Esports mid-map trying to work the flank. And Jimbo, is he going to expect this? He's definitely cautious of the potential of it. But in now a 5v3, make it a, well, 3v3 as Journey finds a couple of kills. The bomb will follow behind this hit, and Atlanta FaZe Academy will be looking to get the OBJ down.
Quite a heads-up play from Triumph Esports to wrap through mid and hit that flank onto the A site. They end up being rewarded by finding themselves a man up for some time here. Of course, Standy looking to make a difference here and continue it with a big double kill. 2 versus 1. It's now just going to be Venom as the last alive for Atlanta FaZe Academy.
Bounce pass, not able to connect onto Royalty. Thought for a second that was going to hit. The shots over the top of the box, they're decent, but Royalty's just playing with him, and Felony realizes, I don't have no need to push forward. He's got to have to play off the A site. Not a lot of time. Tries to go for a funsies knife. Not going to come through. Triumph 3-0 And a lot of the opening engagements have tilted in their favor. I think that's one of the reasons you can really kind of explain why Triumph are enjoying this lead at the moment.
Yep, that first blood when you get when you do your initial execution of your strat, that's got to feel good coming up with a man advantage, because then the rest of it just gets easier from there. Triumph Esports, they find themselves up 3-0 in what seems to be a very, very well tactically played search and destroy so far.
4-1 for Standy, 3-1 for Royalty, 3-0 for Fellow. So maybe some of those concerns we heard about when it came to Atlanta FaZe Academy and their search and destroy are being showcased here. I'm sure much to the dismay of any FaZe fans that are out there, but still time, still plenty of room to work with. Just down 3. This is a pivotal round, though. You really don't want to go down 4-0. A lot of opening damage has been found for Atlanta FaZe Academy off their initial grenades, but no kills to speak of.
Ooh, Fellow's so close to the action.
So close.
It's getting brutalized here. There we go. He makes some moves up through the trenches, and he comes out with a kill and his life intact. Great patience paying off right there as he sits through the hail, the hellfire of tacticals and lethals. Hopping up on the rock, he connects with the second one, and this A-bomb site is all his. Triumph Esports has taken over off the back of a stellar play out of Felony right there.
Mercy me. I mean, here's the deal. Triumph is going to find 4 kills off of just Fellow's AR. But you had information off him from the first nade that you threw. And granted, you did throw a couple of concentrated nades to try to deal with him in that little side alley right next to the trench, but that doesn't work out. But you should know that he's in the trench still. I mean, that's just one that you feel like you have to isolate. You have to find a way to get that opening pick. And when he's allowed to exist for that long, Fellow will punish. And now he's 7-0.
Yeah, when you lose the trenches, you lose the bomb site. You don't want to lose the game from that too.
Yeah.
Looking through the scope of Sibilance, 2 and 4. He's got one player cross his line of sight, and he ends up whiffing. So the A-bomb's still up for grabs here as the smokes come out. Gravity, front line here alongside a submachine gun player, Journey, who falls. Taking that bait, he finds a kill, and Jimbo has the support. But still, in the end, it's going to be Nagafin with the double kill to even things out. Sibilance reacting with the sniper rifle, looking to bring this back down to a 2 versus 2.
Gets a good read. Oh, Nagafin beams him. I was about to say, at that point, Sib watches the cross come through. Venom has been waiting for his dead silence the entire game over towards the B house. And I was about to call it the fact that a successful round for Atlanta FaZe Academy likely comes on the back end of a flank from Venom. Now he's tagged up. Royalty pushes his advantage. Triumph Esports 5-0. AF Academy are getting absolutely dismantled.
Pulled apart right now, and Nagafin that round had 3 kills to himself. Nagafin, by the way, I want to take this moment to say he is one of the greatest search and destroy players that we've gotten to see play since his beginning in this game. Lots of damage that he was able to do under Team Revenge, Advanced Warfare, in the Call of Duty World League, and we see him years since in Black Ops 3 and on, just continuing to be that threat.
It's definitely one of those players that I feel like misses out on some of the conversation as far as top challenger players this year. He's had a great year, man. And looking to cap it off with a potential grand championship here as the North American champions. A couple of nice shots will connect. Royalty makes good, giving him an assist credit. Bomb looking to make its way forward. It's going to be Standy up close and personal. Dead silence SMG. He's going to push right through. Journey gets absolutely put down. Jimbo and Sib. 2v5 situation. Sib is still existing on the top side of the stairs. He's looking for an exit kill, but this is not favorable. He'll find himself down, and now Jimbo 1v5. What's up, brother? Not gonna happen. 6-0 for Triumph Esports.
Making it look easy. Every kill flowing in from one to the next. Triumph Esports with a hot 6-0 on Arcloud Peak.
Woo! Bless up indeed. Yo, we need some prayers in the chat for Atlanta FaZe Academy after a 6-0 victory there for Triumph. Hell, I would have personally never expected it, folks, but what a crazy series that was. And guys, I would give some Nagafin gas too as well, because man, talk about a dominant player, a player that's been around this Call of Duty scene for a long time, put it in work. I remember when I first started working in the COD scene, I was observing, and one player that always stood out to me was him, because he was always ripping heads with that scope back in Infinite Warfare, and he's always been fun to watch there. But hey, those boys are up 2-0. No spoiler alerts out there, okay? As we see them out here dominating. Now, guys, give me your initial thoughts on you seeing Atlanta FaZe down 2-0 currently, because I know you didn't expect it. And Fox, let's start off with you.
They're getting crushed right now, guy. This 6-0 stomping that we saw in that Search and Destroy, that should not happen to a team of their caliber, to such a well-practiced team, right? I mean, Triumph Esports was just running all over them. Fellow and Nagafin were standout players for sure.
And now Shift, what do you think has happened to this FaZe Academy? They just not woken up. What did you see there? What's your opinion?
There are just a number of very strange things that we kind of look at in the minutia of what's going on in the Search and Destroy, especially on that attack. Even the first round, like we were calling out, they essentially send all 5 players over towards the B cemetery to show force, and then they wrap late back over to A. But you're going in blind. And typically when you see teams try to make that strategy occur, the sniper has kept himself over at the A site the entire time. So he's able to at least give a couple of position callouts as far as, okay, this is where we should probably set Nate, this is how we're going to smoke execute. That wasn't really there. So just a couple of weird things where FaZe Academy just don't look nearly as prepared as I feel like they really need to be if they want to win a championship this weekend in Search and Destroy.
And hey, man, this is the weekend in which you need to be on point. All right, and folks, we'll see if Atlanta FaZe Academy, we'll see how their communication and rotation speed up later on in the rest of the maps of that series. But for now, we're going to go throw to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, it's round 2 of the Apac Grand Finals, and we'll see who comes out on top between the boys. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Challenger Finals, folks. we're about to get back into our Apac finals here. But first, let me introduce the boys back to the desk here. Yo, welcome back to Fox and Shift. Now, we're about to, like I just said, hey, we've had a good day of Call of Duty action so far. Now, if you guys just joined us to recap our first series there, we just saw a 3-0 by Renegades against the Chiefs there. Now, we've seen Renegades pick up their production throughout the day. They've woken up there in that last series. Now, Shift, do you think that the Chiefs can bring it back? What do they need to do to wake up here?
I think number one, get off Hackney Yard, step complete. They go to Gunrunner for the first hard point. So we'll see if this will be the better start for them, kind of going back to page number 1 of this series and figuring out if they can find a way to maybe manipulate the map set to be a little bit more favorable for them, Foxes. Like you mentioned, it was a relatively close hard point on Hackney Yard, but really it was just Renegades playing patiently and securing their win very safely. And, well, we'll see if Gunrunner will be able to provide a little bit extra favor for Chiefs as they will spawn on the unfavored side and be looking not only to get some significant time on this first hard point, but also work through that cargo container area, maybe influence those P2 spawns eventually.
Yeah, they want to try and push through, but at the moment, it's going to be in control of Renegades as the opening kills go in their favor. Positioning here in their favor as well as they get some points on the board. The side of Chiefs, they're still trying to work their way towards P2. You see they had one player behind enemy lines, but with him being cut down, their effort completely reset to the western part of the map. And as you said, getting to P2 is of the utmost importance.
Interesting that Renegades have just essentially left this first hardpoint neutral when they're finding a lot of favorable kills. What to say, this would be about the time that you would want to try to maybe soak up a little bit of the hardpoint time. They will eventually do just that with 15 seconds left to play. Pred is essentially going to be checking left, right, center, inside out, upside down, everything. And oh my goodness, nearly wins the fight versus Limax. Sets is there to pick up on the damage that he had dealt. And Zeppa will clear things up. But again, the big problem here for Chiefs is they have found very limited amount of success over towards this second hard point, including what's currently occurring on screen, although they will spawn up on the north side of the minimap. So this will lead to an opportunity. Swifty's going to have to respond to this, and he's read it nicely. He's found one kill, not going to get second. So Chiefs now in a position to maybe get a setup going as they look to break towards the second hard point.
And looking to break towards the second hard point, we can see the progress in the map so far. We have 7-1 Pred, who's been a threat in bracket this weekend for the Apac, so far this weekend for the Apac region. Currently on a 3 streak. I'm looking forward to see what he does as we rotate to P2, and the offensive front from Chiefs is on the way.
Crimza in the hill with an AR, not the weapon that he probably wanted, and it will be punished, but the quick SMGs will make their way in to clean up the damage. And the scrap time will go in favor of Renegades. A good start for them. About a full 60 being secured off of our second hard point, and they've gotten some good position in the middle of the map to try to make their way over towards the third. Pred has found a couple of knockout punches so far this game, definitely kind of showcasing the tempo that he wants to play at is quite literally right in your face. And as the kills come through, Renegades will turn the scrap of P2 into the initial at the third hard point. A pretty uncommon occurrence, and it's just, again, showcasing that Renegades are not sitting around today.
That they're not, and they also get the shipping warehouse spawn, whereas the rest of Chiefs is going to be pushing in from the mine on P3. Still, the competition is in favor of Renegades as all the kills go in favor of them. And Chiefs continue to spawn out so far away. This is an 80-second lead that they've worked up for themselves so far in this map.
This is not good for Chiefs. What is going on? My hopes were high that we were going to get a very tight series through potentially 10 total maps. But Chiefs have been absent in the beginning of the map. Restalling will find a handful in a row as you saw him get the quad feed going through. But able to find 2 of his own. If he beams off damage that heady, I'm not going to lie. Sean was talking about how he was going to punch his webcam and throw his microphone. I think my whole setup was going to go out the window if he wins that fight.
Y'all are destructive. You got holes in the drywall too? Oh my goodness. You guys are angry. Is that who I'm playing against? We're going over to P4 though. The initial time is going to Chiefs. They're getting some more points on the board, but they're still trailing behind by 50 seconds. If anyone is angry right now, it's them. Renegades is able to wipe them on, take control right back.
This is a totally different Renegades, man. I'm telling you, I didn't get a chance to watch these guys play last night, but in the times I've seen them play before, they've been clean, they've been polished, but they have never looked this dominant. I mean, they have nearly played perfect throughout the first 4 hills. Pred and Swifty getting the job done as they help each other out with a couple of beautiful team shots. And how about this? Pred is sitting there saying, we've cleaned up the back. I'm going to go for a cheeky contest of the scrap time, of which he nearly wins a second gunfight. And if he wins that one, that is 100 points broken early for Renegades. It won't occur here. Chiefs are sending 2 players aggressively over to P5 to try to get an early setup just outside the double doors. And it's done well for them to get a little bit of an early contest. But Pred, once again, responded to the pressure, able to find himself not to make it 3. And that'll be enough for Renegades to kind of alleviate all of the forward pressure and get up that 100-point mark, like we mentioned.
First one to fall to Pred there is going to be Nimble, who's currently struggling at 4-13 for the side of Chiefs. If anyone's an angry gamer, it's got to be him right now. You want to see him pull it right back and compete for the guys in the Chiefs Esports Club. But as it stands, Renegades, they're just rolling that snowball, and they are going through this map with no issues.
This is just beautiful to play. And we asked the question yesterday, you know, was Renegades not playing well? Was Chiefs playing incredibly well? It very well could have been a little bit of both, but what we could definitely say for right now, that Renegades is playing incredibly well, and Chiefs has definitely been slow to start. They break for the scrap time, but that's a silver lining that's too dark even for Bob Ross to paint on the picture. That is this gun runner hardpoint. So now at a 134-80, hardpoint will open up in the middle of the map. Renegades in a position to soak some initial time, plus even beyond that, they're set up for the P2 spawns.
Set up for the P2 spawns, commanding positioning around middle map. Check it all off of the list. 60-second lead. I mean, Renegades, really, they've got everything working in their favor right now. And Chiefs, again, since the conclusion of map 1, I feel like I've been saying this at some point in the maps. They look wounded, right? They look like they're constantly on the ropes, and Renegades is in the driver's seat.
Lax trying to make something happen through the middle of the map will not be allowed to. 141-80, 20 seconds to play, of which Chiefs should be able to take the majority of this time, pending they can get the trade onto Swifty, who's the only Renegades member forward. There's the kill. Pred will try to contest, just to get a little heroic play. I love this from Renegades. They're sitting here saying that, yep, we feel comfortable with our setup for the upcoming hardpoint. Whoever's furthest forward, go ahead and make a play, see if you can make something happen. And for the most part, those plays have found some great success. So now it's just down to Chiefs as they do work their way through the cargo containers. They've wrapped around the backside of the munitions depot. Limax first one up, needs one more bullet. And what about the help from Fida up top in the rafters? He'll find the kills, but the numbers will eventually overwhelm as Chiefs get in the hard point for a split second, but it's literally that, a split second. Renegades off the respawn, able to retake.
We're seeing restalling and Limax open up a lot for Chiefs right now, but it doesn't seem to be capitalized on by the rest of the roster. These guys are coming through and finding multi-kills either on entry or upon defense, but Renegades just ends up closing out the rest of their teammates and then outnumbering them. And they still maintain this 60 to 70 second lead that they've had since the game started.
Oh boy. All right, Chiefs. This is the game right here for you, essentially. Comeback has to start right now on the third hard point. Pred trying to work a pinch. A couple of nice set nades, and ARs looking over the middle of the map will stop some of the pressure to come through, but not all of it, as Fida has once again slipped through the lines. And you can see everybody else from Renegades as if they were navigating a minefield or essentially following in his footsteps, doing the exact same route. And, well, it leads to a lot of success. They find their way in. Pred there for the instant trade in boxes. I believe he's responds correctly. He has. There's number 3 in the life. He's got a lot more in front of him, and he might just turn around and find himself in the back line, is able to catch the knapsack of damage. That'll be enough for him to find a free kill. He'll eventually be dealt with, but over the 200-point mark is Renegades. 205, 102 the current tally, and looking to get a little bit worse than what we're currently seeing as... Hi, everybody. How's things going?
Doubling the score of Renegades against Chiefs at the moment, and I mean, Shift. What, like, how do you call this map? What do you see going right and firing on the side of Renegades at the moment?
It's a slaughter, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Renegades making a statement. Absolutely sitting there saying that winners finals was a fluke. That is not how we typically play this game, and it has awoken something in them. And this is even coming off the losers finals where we really didn't think that Renegades looked all that polished. I mean, they had a hard time with Laissez Throne, and they have had absolutely no issue with Chiefs in any instance we've seen through what will be our first 4 maps. 233 to 114 the score. Renegades can win here. And, well, I mean, Chiefs, you're in desperation mode. You have to have something miraculous occur, and this isn't the 1980 U.S. hockey team. I don't think any miracles are going to happen here.
Yeah, no, and Renegades, they look like they came to play for $50,000. They showed up like there was money on this match. Take a look at the scoreline for the 4th map in a row. These guys are coming through the losers bracket and setting up to win 2 best-of-5s against the Chiefs Esports. Damage with a 5 streak right here in a great position with M4 as well, but it might all be too little too late, right? I mean, the Renegades have so much time to work with and only a few seconds separating them from a victory.
Well, Chiefs in a good position if we're trying to look positively at what's currently occurring, as they do have the hard point, but look at all the red arrows. Here they come. The winning surge for map 4. Will it come through here? Swifty loses all of his comrades around him, and a nice little snap on there as it is a clean feed for the Chiefs. They'll hold off the push. They'll break past the 150 mark, and I guess as you take a look at what potentially could happen in the near future, if you hold this back 25 seconds, you'll be at around 180 points. You just still have to win the first hard point convincingly and probably see this map extended to another P2. But at least for now, they've done part 1 of this job, as the last couple of Renegades members trying to sneak in for a cheeky win will be dealt with. Renegades playing very passively, trying to hold on to the P2 spawns for what eventually would have to be an extension of this map into the munitions depot. Zeppa has cut through the middle of the map. He's done well to find a kill. Has to get the player on the hill itself, though, for the center platform. And it looks like Renegades at 247 should just be able to slide onto the hill and end it here. They will do just that, just in the nick of time. 250, 179.
Man, the Renegades picking up where they left off. Man. You know what? Yo, folks, first off, you guys love our casting faces? You guys love seeing us when we're deep into action right there? As this
I'm sure
series,
they love seeing me stare in my lap at my iPad. It's okay, though.
Well,
Great map win from Renegades, so fun guy.
It was an awesome map win, you know what? But that's why we watch it live and we don't watch the rebroadcast, because you might miss out on moments just like that, right? That's what it's all about. But you know what, folks? You see Renegade, they come out, they get map number 1 here in this series. Let's recap that one for now. Fox, what did well, we saw how dominant Renegades was right there, but my question is to you, is that the Chiefs, they didn't do what you guys asked them to in that map, and now they got to progress on to map number 2, the S&D. If you're in their position, how do you regain from losing 4 maps in a row in the grand finals, the last series of the year?
You get up and walk laps around your house or something. Go get a glass of water. You use as much time between these rounds as possible to regain. When you're playing for this much money and you're down this many maps in a row, that kind of down in your emotion, like that just stacks, it just gets worse and worse. So as you're coming into this S&D, you want to see them refreshed and come into it with a new perspective.
Nah, it definitely multiplies, and sometimes it can steamroll that negative energy there. But in the end, that's what makes the best players the best, right? That's the energy that gets you to playing at that upper echelon of CDL gameplay. You got to be able to regain in those moments. Now, Shift, my question is to you there. We see the series right now. Throughout the entire Apac region, you've been watching a lot of it. What's the craziest comeback you've seen so far? The biggest hole that you've seen a team dig themselves out of?
Well, there have been a couple of moments where Chiefs, I think they were previously, at least at that time, known as Mind Freak. They came out of the losers bracket and have been able to reset the bracket before. And I think it came with the back end. It was a pretty lopsided winners finals. So it's one of those things that just kind of goes to show that at any given moment in time, this Chiefs team can turn it on and be a major contender. We haven't seen that yet. And I think the whole thing about everything that we've mentioned is the fact that this Renegades team, they have one goal in mind. They want to be the best team in the world, and all they can do at the moment is be the best team in APAC, and they've done that. I mean, 14 series in a row when it comes to the Challengers home series or cups. That's impressive for anybody, no matter what region you're in. That's extremely difficult to do, especially considering that this Chiefs team is a good team. Like, they're playing good Call of Duty as far as the fundamentals. The problem is this Renegades team is playing with a different type of fire.
Yeah, they're playing good Call of Duty, but they're also playing against great Call of Duty, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
and that's the difference maker, good versus great there. And, think about it like this. Going up against a powerhouse of a team that won 14 events in a row in your region, that has had great land placements, top 6 in the first event of the year. Now, it's easy to feel defeated in this series, to feel like, man, we just keep getting stomped. We just can't do nothing. The rotations aren't working. The shots aren't hitting. But hey, if you want to be a champion, if you want to be the best, you got to figure out how to turn around. No excuses necessary. It's the finals. We're about to head into map number 2. Boys, take it away.
I will say this much, Fox. I'm happy to see a Petro, not a Piccadilly for map number 2 after how Renegades looked on the Piccadilly Circus. This is a map that I feel like Renegades might have a little bit of a harder time with. And I think just beyond that, Chiefs will have the ability to be a little bit more flexible in their play style. As you see, Nimble will actually kind of showcase that by pulling out the sniper, and he initially finds Setsi. Zeppa with a car bomb over towards the north side of the Riverwalk will find kill number 2. And this is a great start for Chiefs trying to get back into the series.
That it is, and we're looking through the scope of Nimble. A bit of a struggle coming from him in the hard point. Can expect to see him turn things around in the search and destroy, though, as the man advantage is in favor of his team. Bomb carrier Crimza left to fend for himself as Fida falls. The only other player to support him is going to be Pred, and they're both positioned around middle map here. Pred is looking to get a little bit aggressive onto the B bomb site as he separates from his objective carrier.
This is interesting. If Pred can find a kill, of which he reads damage beautifully, it'll open up maybe an opportunity to see if he can flex the defense around into a position where Renegades can take advantage. But Restalling is there for a pretty immediate trade, now leaving things down to Crimza. 1v3 does have the bomb to play with, but it's going to feel like a 1v4 considering the clock is absolutely against him. And he's been figured out at range. Nice long-range shots to come through. Chiefs able to draw off what was the initial 2 kills to grab themselves a very clean first round here.
Right, so nothing too out of the ordinary. So far in this map, we did see Nimble open things up with a sniper rifle, finding one of the first kills in the round for Chiefs. And of course, playing with that man advantage, they're able to carry it throughout the rest of the round. I'm wondering if we see Sib open things up with a sniper as well. I mean, he's such a menace with that weapon. I think that that'd be an interesting competition to see across mid-map here.
Yeah, I don't know if there was the initial sniper being pulled out by Setsi. He looked like he did get counter-sniped, and now as he pushes his way forward, looks like he may have put that down. Fred trying to come through the apartment doors. I think he actually got scouted out, but Setsi will make the first blood, and now trying to scout for a couple of shoelaces is Fred. He'll find the second kill. And immediately, as soon as they find those picks, Renegades will back away, try to reset and play their numbers very wisely, as now it's a 5v2. Bomb has been dropped, and Nimble and Damage are going to be in a weird spot, as I believe Nimble's still trying to pick up the sniper rifle, and yeah, not going to happen this time through a very clean defense. Renegades bouncing back quick.
It all went down around shipping right there, right? The submachine gun engagements on shipping really dictated things. You're seeing one final kill at the M4 here, but it's just a great effort coming from the side of Renegades on that part of the map. On the B site here. All tied up at 1-1. Again, this is it. This is what these guys have been playing for all weekend long. Thousands of dollars on the line, and we're knotted up at 1-1. Renegades has found themselves up 3-0 in the first series to finish things off, 1-0 in the second. As we get into the search and destroy, we see Chiefs with some signs of life early on.
So you need to start to snowball this, you feel like, if you want to get the momentum back in your corner. Because even with a loss here, you feel like Renegades are still riding high. So it feels like a must-win map. I think we were talking about it on the break. I don't really see a world where Chiefs are going to be able to sweep the Renegades. Although, okay, interesting. Fida actually takes down a teammate. Nimble finds Fida immediately afterwards. So now what was a good situation for Renegades has turned around, and now it's a 3v2 for a small moment. Now down to a 2v2. Quick action over towards the A site. Restalling has given up his position just inside the A arches, maybe waiting for a flank to come through. Limax is on the back, and as Restalling wins a key gunfight versus Swifty right in front of him, it's going to be Sets in a 1v2 situation. He will be able to get the bomb down, which will give him something to play off of. But the problem is he's going to have very limited, if any, information at all as far as where the Chiefs players are, and he's going to go right into dead silence, try to clear some space.
So it's up to Sets in a 1 versus 2, but he's up against... Oh, he takes down the raid boss. Restalling has been doing great so far in this series. The bomb is being defused. He's got to get there to make the stop, and he does just that. Clutching the 1 versus 2, Renegades finds themselves up 2-1. Very frustrating, because I was just about to shout out Restalling for honestly not missing a beat. up to this point in the series, despite the team getting crushed in that hard point. This man has been playing so consistently, applying great pressure with the M4. But right there, you see him just give up that round.
I mean, it's a smart play, I think, to try to go for the defuse. You got some information that you tagged him off of your nade that went up top into the apartment window. And maybe you think, okay, he's not going to chow me considering that he should low. But honestly, he wasn't all that low in the first place. So he does end up pushing through the apartment stairs, finds the pick. Nimble now first blood. Again, trusting the sniper rifle to get the job done. It's done well so far to at least find a couple. So numbers advantage for Chiefs, looking very similar to their opening round, although this time Setsi is going to be able to take care of Limax, who is the default bomb carrier. Zeppa getting a bit aggressive will be able to punish, and now a sudden just pinstripe kill feed back and forth, and Damage very wisely checks the flank through the A site, and that will now eventually lead to a numbers advantage 3v2 for the Chiefs.
Yeah, the bomb found fling on middle map. You see that calls Damage out of his power position on the flank to come and support the objective. Now, as they find themselves in 3 versus 2 situation, they're making moves towards the B-bomb site. They're going to be met by one opposing player, that's Crimza, in the way back, who very easily is going to communicate that to the rest of the Renegades roster that can set up for a pinch. Seeing this and making this call, Chiefs, they cut through middle map from buses to try and get to the A site, but they're met by Chiefs players.
Tight moment right there. I thought for a second that Setsi was going to be the monkey wrench. Maybe find a couple, which would have left things to a very interesting 1v1. But now Crimza, he's actually snuck through. Yeah, I don't think that Restalling actually saw him. The post plant setup for Chiefs as the bomb is down will be most over towards what was initially the defender's side spawn, making their way in tandem up to the apartment complex. And essentially all you have to do is double peek the window and you should be good here. Semtex goes up top through the doors. Oh boy, I'll tell you. I thought for a second that Crimson was going to win that first gunfight, very wisely backing away and then re-challenging the gunfight. Is Restalling, sees it, says, whoa, not so fast, and then the repeat is able to get there for the final kill. So Chiefs staying much more clean and collected here in the Petra overall, comparing this to the Piccadilly from the previous best of 5.
Yes, they actually have their feet underneath their shoulders right now. They're standing tall, and they're able to respond to what Renegades has been doing to them in this series, in both series so far. Really just manhandling them at every moment, but now it's going to be Chiefs starting to bounce back. 7-2 at the top of his scoreboard is Restalling.
This should be like an ancient Greek war right now. Send out Restalling and send out Setsi. That can determine the rounds. 8-2 for Setsi, 7-2 for Restalling. By far the champions for both squads so far. Zeppa able to get himself in the mix, though, as he finds first blood onto Pred. That was actually middle of the map, just by the restaurant. You see Zeppa is lurking, trying to make his way over to the window. Aggressively challenges the window to make sure if he can bait on any shots, and the mission successful. He finds Crimza's position in the middle of the map, and with that, the Chiefs will rotate a couple of members outside of A and make their way over to B, but who's waiting for it? It's Setsi with a sniper rifle, and he's able to at least punish one player on the rotation.
We're all knotted up at 2-2. Winner of this round finds us at our halfway point in the search and destroy. And on offense is Renegades. They take the bomb site towards the A site. 2 different Chiefs players pushed pretty far back in defense of the B bomb site. Should be called over pretty quickly here as the tacticals start to come out from crates.
But it's the SMG's mid-map. This is a brilliant read against Setsi. Response saying, hey, 2 players left the A site. The SMGs and the rest of the Renegades start to make their way over to A. Bomb is going to be stuck down here, and it should get down just in the nick of time. 2v3 retake needed for the Chiefs. Up top of the apartment are both members in Nimble and Damage. Fight is watching an angle that should be pretty free. And Nimble's not able to win his first gunfight onto Crimza. So now it's just down to Damage. He'll find the first, but his position is absolutely made aware for Renegades, and they quickly find the trade. They stay in the lead, but just marginally 3-2.
Fida and Limax went into this search and destroy round killless. As you can see on your round any kill cam, Fida does find his first round, or his first kill for this search and destroy. We did see him go killless for a while in the first search and destroy as well, I believe. You might be able to remember better than I would. I think he was 0-4, 0-5, but then really started to come to life and had a huge clutch round to turn things around. So now that we have a much closer and more competitive search and destroy here, I'm curious to see where it goes.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll take that. I don't remember either, but I know he did struggle early. I don't know how long it took before he got that first kill, but sounds good, Fox. I trust your memory more than I trust my own.
First blood.
He finds 2. Goodness gracious. I mean, how clutch can you be? And like you mentioned, a slow start for a couple of members of Renegades. He was 1-4 before that double up. And still forcing the issue is Restalling. He is on an island by himself, was trying to chase down Crimza with what looks to be the tail end of his dead silence. Danch has found 1 kill. That's on the transition from a defender coming around the middle of the map. And he takes down a second. Okay, things have become much more interesting. And for me, it just comes down to, for the Chiefs, what do you do here? You dealt 2 members defensively that are rotated out of A. And it looks like they want to commit to get in, but Setsy's in a position to play spoiler. He finds 1. Brilliant read on the second. Has an opportunity to push forward with dead silence if he wants to, but not even needed. Gets the help from behind, and Renegades read it perfectly. 4-2 up.
Yeah, Setsy with the double kill right there. We saw things kind of spell trouble for them when Fida opened up with a double kill. Those kind of first bloods, those are what win rounds, you know, when you get that huge man advantage from the start.
And this has been a much more valiant effort, I would say, for the Chiefs Esports Club, but they're still getting outclassed, Fox. I mean,
yeah, much more competitive, but it's still going to be Renegades.
Yeah.
The Bandits running away with this one.
12-3.
Yeah, crazy stat line from Setsy. As he plays defense on the B-bomb site, not going to be a whole lot of action his way just yet. 1 is making his way around, though. That's going to be player 7, Zeppa, on the flank. Keep an eye out for him, as he might have been able to pass Setsy here.
What is this thing from Setsy? This timing is going to be everything. Fight a fine first, but that's just inside the A site. Zeppa does open up the potential of a flank. Nimble's here with him. For Renegades, do you try to push through this? I don't know if they have the dead silence to make that play happen. Crimza at least doesn't. Fida's got a trophy, so you might have to hold your ground for a little while longer, and that leads to a pretty big demise as Nimble and Limax find their way into the kill feed favorably. Limax doubling up in the exchange, just leaving it to Crimza for a 1v4, no chance to navigate. And yeah, I think that entire round just hinges on the fact that Zeppa found Setsy before he could respond. And you kind of saw for a moment that Renegades, they wanted to push through the A site, maybe make a play over towards B, but they just didn't have the field upgrades to make it happen.
Right. We saw them shut down the flank, as you said, from Setsy. We see Nimble continue to have success around shipping containers, around shipping with the sniper rifle. 3 rounds this game so far that he's had snipe kills right there towards the final 30 seconds of a round. Clearly an impactful player as they've resulted in wins.
See what the rollout looks like this time around as Renegades are once again putting Fida in the middle of the map just outside the restaurant. Crimza to watch over the top of them, and 3 members defensively will be inside the A site. Chiefs have not committed to one side or the other off of their rollout, waiting on Nimble to try to find a pick, of which he grabs another one. That's just been an aggressive sniper setup. He's just sitting inside the top of the restaurant and just going window to window with it. Fida's realizing this and wants to change the tide of how this is played out. He's trying to search for the kill up top, but it's not here anymore. Nimble's backed away. And while this play has been in the middle of the map, it's actually number 6 on your minimap, Restalling, who once again has gotten behind the defensive lines. Nice shots onto Pred, opens up space in the back. Will he anticipate another? That's Setsy, who's just on the outside of the flower shop. And the rest of his Chiefs friends are not anywhere near this play. This is all just a bait. They're hoping that Restalling could influence defense to move over, but Fida has actually just pushed forward and said, we'll take away the middle of the map if you're going to give it up. Now it's really just down to Limax, as Nimble's not going to be able to really assist all that much, and as Limax falls, 20 seconds to play in a 1v2.
That flank really did open things up for them. I think in terms of the positioning around the A site here, I think it gave them reason to second guess themselves as a player was behind enemy lines. In the end, Renegades is able to find themselves at map point and close it out on the A site.
It's just really good stuff. I mean, I'm sitting here just kind of shaking my head in disbelief. I mean, this is a totally different Renegade squad. Even comparing them to when they were winning previously, they've hit another level.
They're just flowing right now. I mean,
yeah, they really are, man.
They are running through this series like it's nothing.
14-4 for Setsy. Nimble again trying to find some cheeky angles through the billiards windows. Not going to connect with anything. I don't think any nades found any information in the front of A, and it looks like Chiefs are once again starting to realize this very well could be a B hit. 2 members sitting in window. Zeppa, good trigger discipline. Oh no, he doesn't find the kill. That's an important one. Swifty is now able to essentially put threat onto the ripwalk, and while that's occurred, Setsy's found a kill over towards the backside of the tram yard, so Pred has made his way forward. And Chiefs are going to be a little bit bottled up in the hazmat building. There's not a lot of reads they can make from here.
Sniper's still alive, though. Sets and Nimble have a kill to their name this round. It's going to be 4 versus 4 with the bomb carrier Fighter still hovering on the map, waiting for a call from his teammates as Swifty sent in as the Bloodhound to sniff out the enemy. Not able to find anyone just yet, but they are here and waiting for him, that's for sure. Nothing comes for free, and definitely not the B-bomb site on this map. Players are looking to shift towards the A site, though, it seems.
This is big information. If Zeppa can find it, he can't find the intel. Not able to find one, fight another. Oh no, Limax and Damage have to find a way out of the A site. They find 1 kill, but now it's just down to Limax. Do you have it in you for a 1v3 to extend this search and destroy, what we touted as a must-win map if you want to have a hope in the series? It's gonna get one up top. Bomb's been planted, taking down below 30 seconds till the detonation. Swifty mid-map will not be scouted. Limax, he's actually freed himself up. And I believe the bomb was just checked, but they checked the opposite angle. Renegades find the favorable intel and confirm the 6-3 win. 5 maps in a row for Renegades.
5 maps in a row. Talk about a championship run here in the finals. And Renegades, it seems like they can't be stopped. And there's 2 things that I want to talk about here. You know, I'm going to credit this win of Renegades to Sets, okay? 16-4, and I want to say pretty much his whole team went negative. And especially throughout those first 7 rounds, he made big plays for him. And I do think that the swing round was that round number 8, restalling. He gets behind enemy lines. Yeah. He distracts multiple players, gets a kill. But that was the round in which Chiefs needed to win while they had their numbers on the bomb site. But still, Renegades found a way to win, Shift.
Yeah, that's a great read, I think, overall. I mean, you saw Restalling get into that position a couple of different times, but yeah, that was a pivotal round. You need to take that one away if you're going to be able to find yourself in that kind of a forward position multiple times in a row. It's just Renegades are doing such a great job of adjusting to the situation and really just reading the situation quickly. So many times you feel like they're caught in a bad spot, and the only real time that they really found themselves on the back end of a needed rotation was that round that they were pinned up in the ace and didn't have the dead silence to push through to avoid the long flank behind them offensively to get to the B site. That's just a sheer unlucky is really what it comes down to, not having the dead silence ready to go. But yeah, you can definitely tell if you really are intently watching the series that Renegades are reading what's happening very quickly to them, and they're finding a way to respond and able to turn the tables very, very, very efficiently. And that's why we're seeing this as a very convincing 5-0 thus far in these best of 5s.
Convincing indeed. And because of that, Fox, I got a hard question for you, okay? And I already gave this question to Shift once before, so now it's time for me to come to you. And you're speaking to the Chiefs fans out there. Wake them up. Give them some hope going here into this domination. We already know enough about Renegades, but speak to the Chiefs fans.
Don't put that on me. This is witchcraft going on right now. Renegades is coming through with a 5-0 lead. There's not a whole lot of hope left. If you can find it, let me know. Just fans, you got a lot of work to do with your roster right now.
All right, folks. We're going to look for you, okay? Now, for now, we're going to go to a quick break. But when we come back, it's going to be the domination. Map number 3. It can all come down to this for the Apac Challenger Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys on the other side of this one. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your Apac Challenger Finals as we're about to head into possibly our last map of the series. So, without further ado, let me introduce our expert challengers, analysts here. I want to call you guys analysts so much every single time because you're so smart when it comes down to the scene. But because these guys are analysts, they're casters, they do it all when it comes to the Challenger series. And we've had the pleasure of covering 3 regions today: EU, APAC, and NA. Now, we'll talk a little bit more about EU and NA a little bit later on, but I want to keep the focus here on APAC for now, because when we were watching our losers finals and our winners finals, the series were close, nail biters. But this last one here is a little bit different. Renegade says, you know what, let's remind you guys why we won 14 in a row. Shit, what's the difference between this one and the rest of them?
Maybe there's just no more nails to bite. Maybe they're completely chewed off at this point, because Renegades, they're just feasting on this Chiefs Esports Club right now. And here's the bad news. If you're paying attention to the previous best of 5, we were talking about the fact of, Chiefs, what do you do when you get to the veto process for the domination? Only being 3 maps in the pool, you're likely vetoing either your worst or their best, and Renegades stomped you on this gun runner domination to the tune of a 177 to 146. It was more of a blowout than the score might suggest, though. And I'm just wondering if you've been able to turn around and make adjustments quick enough to have a chance here in this 3rd map.
Yeah, tough. Gonna be a tough call. I mean, they cooked and feasted on them in the first time around. We'll have to see if they can make a difference now after losing 5 maps in a row. It's gonna be a really tough battle to fight. Limax answers with a couple kills in a row there. Set's able to shut him down, though, as they maintain control of B-Dom, and it looks like they're gonna have the first one to their name.
The flow is just so good. I'm telling you, man. You see Fight has slipped in the middle of the map. He neutralizes A, and you thought that might be the recipe for success, to not just keep the C flag in your favor, but keep Chiefs pinned up in their bond. But not this time, not today. Good pressure over the middle of the map, as Chiefs will find a way to neutralize and capture the C flag. They've been able to keep the B flag neutral for a time, but it's just that, a small amount of time. 15-7 the score. Renegades able to repossess a flag in the form of the B area. And while they win a couple of gunfights on the backside of A, they will also neutralize and look to possess that one as well.
That is 2 flags for Renegades. A is actually neutralized now. We expect to see a fight go down there here shortly. Still lots of engagements going on B-Dom. And then that ends up going in the favor of Renegades. You control both B flag and C flag. Spawns from Chiefs. They're going to be pushing it through P3 to try and disrupt the minecart area here. And we'll see how it works out for them if Sets and Pred start off with 2 kills of their own.
I love this. I mean, Crimza, he secures the C flag. He realizes his teammates are winning gunfights at E. There's no need for me to push up. He plays passively, able to get a read that the Chiefs are making a play for C. Who's there to respond? It's Pred. It's a lot of just really good negotiation back and forth of the Renegade team internally. Just knowing that, okay, if my teammates are doing this, I need to do that, and so on and so forth. It's just making opportunity exist every single second on the map. 27-25 the current tally. Chiefs able to get right back in the B area, trying to just flip back into their favor, but Setsi has other plans in mind as he finds not just 3, but a 4th, responding brilliantly to the pinch. And now Renegades in a position to retake the lead.
And I mean, you mentioned the coordination from Renegades and how it's been paying for them. That's exactly what happens. And you know, that's the result of what's going to bring you a 5-map win record in this matchup, right? These guys have just been able to play off of one another so well. And when people have the hot hand, like Sets, who's able to come through and find those kills they set up for them, you know, that kind of teamwork takes you a long way. And it looks like it's found them a lead so far in domination. Chiefs, though, this is the best they've looked so far in this series, I have to say. We'll have to see how they're able to answer back, but Cells was just able to get so many unanswered kills. If he's playing like that, you got a long domination ahead of you.
Fox, this is almost a 2v5. Sets is 13-6. Pred is 10-5. Up until a moment ago, Swifty and Crimza were both 1-5, and Fighter was 2-4. This has been almost a 2v5. I mean, just to kind of attribute to how good Pred and Setsi are together on the SMG line, as Pred looks to move a little bit further forward to kind of re-hit home the point. Not going to be able to get into the A flag, but a perfect setup for a CB hold. Again, look at the middle of the map. You've got Fido, who's down low in the green alley. You've got Swifty, who's just outside bathrooms. And beyond that, you've got Pred to assist either, if not both of them, if needed. It's just you get such an early read on what Chiefs want to do that you're able to respond off of your respawn. And take a look, Fida coming off his respawn, number 2 on your minimap. He reads the fact that there's a lot of engagement happening in the middle of the map, and instead of going to B, he comes over to C. They deal with it, and now you push forward and you try to get an A neutral. This is brilliant play from Renegades.
Yeah, not a foot out of place, and it's paying off in the scoreboard. Just a minute left in this first half, and it looks like they're going to go into the next round, leading by at least 20 seconds. Chiefs, with great effort in the first part of this round, they're definitely looking a lot better than they did in the first domination.
My whole thing, and I've said this a lot throughout the year, mostly kind of in like an educational way, but it feels like it's being re-hit. The thing that Chiefs are doing wrong right now, they're just not controlling either or any of the middle buildings. If you kind of glance at your mini-map, there are 3 buildings that are central to the map. You've got that green room bottom left, the boiler room top middle, and the bathroom bottom right. If you can control 2 of the 3 buildings, you're likely also controlling 2 of the 3 flags. So that's been the big kind of difference maker, I think, overall from seeing this the first time in the first best of 5 and again here in this skit, is that Renegades are always in a position to hold the boiler plus an extra building. And with that, it's turned into a very favorable hold to where they're always holding on to 2 flags. And once they get a favorable kill feed, they start to pursue the 3rd. It's just been absolutely well clinical and disciplined domination being showcased.
So it sounds like then that in the second half, what's going to be so crucial is holding down the middle of the map. We saw that in the first domination was just a lot of pressure coming out of mine over and over again, losing those engagements, getting out-rotated by the side of Renegades. So it sounds like that's going to be Chiefs' key to victory. Keep that pressure up on the 3 middle buildings. And as we get to their final 5 minutes of domination, it's now up to Renegades to either close out the series and the tournament, or for Chiefs to keep battling it out and try and push us to a game 5.
See, I like this. Limax immediately hits the route to get to the vent, takes control of the boiler room, wants to push forward to help his teammates get a quick capture on B. You've also got Damage responsible for holding the C flag, and he's able to do just that. He'll also deplete the progress off screen as the fight still occurs for the B flag. Swifty by himself will not be able to get the job done, so we essentially have to wait for reinforcements, and this is another good clinical play. If you know that you can't independently take the B flag, push a little bit further forward. Stop the reinforcements from Chiefs from getting here quickly, and allow your teammates from behind you to capture the flag, and they've showcased that very well. And as soon as the kill turned in their favor, Renegades hop on the B flag, and they will flip it. While all this has occurred, though, Chiefs on the minimap started to make a play through the woods side, trying to get into the back of A. And that has done relatively well for them, but with under 4 minutes to play and looking at a 40-point game, you really need to jump on here quickly. Or pardon me, I can't do math at 11 o'clock at night. About a 25-point game. You have to find the second flag now.
You had me convinced. It was close enough. We take a look at that flank. It was a big pinch coming from Chiefs there. Big support onto this onto getting that A-Dom flag, but as you can see, Renegades are able to fight back so valiantly and staying in this game with that 30-second lead. To maintain control of middle map. I mean, we always see the red arrows around the minecart and around those tracks up top. Chiefs never has clearly established control around B-Dom.
You got to deal with Pred in the back line. You cannot allow him to exist back here. What can he do damage-wise? Nothing. It's Damage who puts him down. A little bit of an ironic moment as Crimson tries to re-influence over towards the B core Cole area. Has to deal with Nimble, able to find him nicely, almost gets the second. Zeppa staying alive, needs to double up, and he will. Looking for number 3 off the pinch, not enough HP to keep the gunfight in existence for long enough. Pred will double up as he will open up an opportunity for Renegades to now make their way off their respawns over to B, but that said, on the minimap, number 10 of Damage has been able to neutralize the C flag, so a decent moment starting to build here for Chiefs. Possibly grab 2 flags, but the problem is they're still having a tough time working their way into this coal mine area.
Renegades looking to lock in this 2-cap here for B and C. Chiefs still trail behind by about 20 seconds, but they're actually treading water this game rather than drowning from start to finish. It's an awesome effort, and they're putting up a great fight in the closing moments of this series here. Renegades, though, they're not letting go of this lead. They're holding on strong.
Nimble trying to influence the C flag with the neutral, not going to get there. Pred on the opposite side tries to make an aggressive play to A. Also comes up relatively empty, and this just feels a little bit too desperate at the moment for Chiefs. Again, we talked about the fact that Renegades have dominated the middle of the map. Look at how all these blue arrows are coming off of spawn. All of them are either funneling through the woods or through the outside of Cole. Nothing's actually going through the middle of the map. And that's something that's a major problem, and Nimble is starting to realize some of their mistakes and trying to correct them on the fly. A favorable random spawn for Damage behind the C flag will allow him to try to neutralize. and that needs to be successful. Unfortunately, it will not be. Minute and a half to play, 133 to 105. Renegades not only on their way to a perfect 6-0 in the 2 best-of-5s, but well on their way to finishing the perfect season with 15 straight home series challenger wins.
Just a minute and a half left to deliver the final blow and get that fat paycheck of several thousands of dollars going up in this match. Chiefs fighting also a very valiant tournament just this weekend so far, but it looked like they're about to fall to the Renegades, to the Titans of the Apac region.
Desperate moments here. The gap will be enough mathematically to come in. Actually, no, I lied. 32 total points is what you can get if you triple capped at the 1 minute mark. They are down more than that, and not having the C flag in their possession will mean that Renegades will be your champions of APAC. They'll take a victory lap here and celebrate, and really for me, and I'm sure for them, the only question that will linger, the only what if that Renegades could even possibly consider is, what if we were to have had a chance to play on land to finish off the year?
Quick recap of what we've seen so far in the lobby too in our final map here. 3 players are approaching 30 kills in this map. That's going to be Zeppa, Sets, and Pred. Pred and Sets have just been such a force in the last 6 maps. Oh my goodness. Go back and watch these dudes play stellar Call of Duty for 6 maps in a row.
Unbelievable. Restalling couldn't get things going. Players starting to leave the lobby. And the victory lap complete. Renegades taking 2 best-of-5s in clean 3-0 fashion. Your champions of the APAC region, tie with the Renegades.
15 straight Challenger Series victories. They make it to the finals, they sweep it, and they prove to everybody in the APAC region that Crimson Fighters, Set, Swifty, and Pred are the best of the best. Congratulations to the Renegades for coming out on top and finishing the season with perfection. Man, woo! All right, yo, that series was quick, okay? Renegades did not give anyone any doubts at the end of the year what they did prior to this moment. They said, hey, we might have came from the losers bracket, but we just did that so you can add that accolade to our record with the rest of them that we took a step back here to start the finals, but it's all about how they finished off. And man, Shift, you've been watching this team throughout the previous 14 wins in which they got it, and you said that they even looked a little bit different here in this finals. How you feel for those boys?
I mean, that's the pinnacle, I think, of the year, all in all, for the side of the Renegades. I mean, they played perfect Call of Duty, and I don't use that term often or loosely. That was near perfect Call of Duty. And I'm not just mentioning in the APAC region. I know a lot of people, they see APAC and they kind of scoff and they say, there's not a lot of competition in APAC. But these 2 teams are really good teams. And I think Renegades at the end of the year, like I mentioned kind of in the broadcast, the only what if they'll have in the year is what if we could have played globally on a final LAN. I think they would have had a chance and a very good argument to sit there and say that they not only could be a top 6 squad again, but they very well could find themselves back on top like that Mind Freak did routinely throughout the Black Ops 4 year. This is a team that is mostly still comprised of what was that Mind Freak roster. 3 of the 5 from last year making the return back, only losing Luca and Shox at the Paris Legion. And the argument, I think, should be made for a number of these 10 players we saw that they absolutely could be CDL pro-level quality. Much respect, much love, everybody in the APAC region. It's been really fun to get to know those guys and all across the board, not just in Renegades and Mind Freak, guys a little in Vertex in Japan. Super awesome people, and I can't wait to see what the APAC region has to hold for us going into Cold War next year.
Woo, man, you mentioned the Mind Freak team. I ain't gonna lie, I was a big fan. I told you guys, I was a fan of the underdogs when they had Luca and Shox there, watching those guys play on the main stage, man. But speaking of land, Fox, you heard Shiv talk about it a little bit. How do you think this Renegade squad right here would have did if COVID wasn't just putting a wrench in all our plans?
You know, it's hard to say what that transition would be like. The Renegades guys seem to be comfortable playing alongside one another. They seem to communicate well. I think that we saw Shift highlight quite a lot of their coordination that they had in here. So, I mean, imagine what it would be like with all 5 of them playing side by side. It's been a great tournament for them, and I'm happy to be a part of it.
Man, it has been a great tournament indeed, and I want to give you fans out there some love as well, because I know all the Australian fans, they're up super early. It's late in EU, and NA is getting ready to go to bed, but you guys have stuck it out with us all day long to watch the team that has dominated the region 15 events in a row, completed with perfection. One last shout out to Crim, Vita, Set, Swifty, and Pred on their victory with Renegades. Right after this, we got your PlayStation instant reaction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your instant reaction presented by PlayStation. And for this interview, it's only one player who I want to know his reaction of. It's the man, Pred. Pred, how you doing, man? And my question is to you, what time is it over there? And have you ever won 50K this early in the morning?
It is 1 p.m., bro, and nah, I've never won this much money this quickly. Did they win a map? I don't think they did.
What time did you wake up?
I think we woke up. I woke up around 7 in the morning. Yeah, we had our first game around 9.
The grind never stops. Okay. Now,
Yeah,
Pred, my first question is to you is that you and your boys, man, yo, you guys have been dominating throughout the entirety of the Apac region. We know that when you went to your first lane event this year, you guys had a top 6 placement. Why are you guys as dominant as you are?
I just feel like in our region, like there's not much talent compared to the other regions, so like it's a bit more easier for us, I guess. But we played a bit sloppy yesterday in the Saturday comp, but we definitely picked it up today, and they didn't win a map, so I guess we did really well.
Nah, they did it in the finals there. Now, if you and Renegades was able to continue to play on land, how do you think you guys would have stacked up the rest of the competition out there?
See, like I think we would have done really well. I honestly feel like our 5th and 6th placement at land wasn't a good representation of us, because when we were camping and scrimming some of the pro teams, we were beating some of them, and we were playing really well. I feel like we just needed a bit more lane experience, because myself and Crim, we're only young. We just turned 18, and so that was our first global event. So, but yeah, definitely could have done
yeah,
better.
and you know what? For you guys to be just hitting that age and performing as well as you are, man, you guys are CDO careers. You got some time on them. People need to be looking out for y'all. Now, when it comes down to this weekend, you watch your teammates make a bunch of plays, some fantastic ones to clutch it up. If you had to get some love, so what was your favorite play out there that you saw that your teammates made to keep you in the game?
Oh, there was that many plays. Everyone was doing unreal stuff. I feel like in the S&D, Setsi really stepped up, man. He was making some good plays. He got put into 2v4 situations. He was making kills. I think everyone was making kills
He
all around.
almost shut down that whole map by himself the last S&D y'all played.
Yeah, man. He was real well in S&D. All of us, a collective group, we played really well. Communication was good. Everything was really good, man.
All right, Pred, my last question to you is, what's the next for Renegades, okay? You guys just won the Apac finals. What you guys about to do? And it's 1 o'clock in the daytime. You got plenty of time out there to hang out. I see sunshine coming in from the curtains in the back.
I don't know, man. It's 1 o'clock now. It's still early. The day's still young, so I might go out, might do a few things, celebrate. Like, we don't know, man, but I'm happy we got the win.
Any last minute shout outs to your fans out there?
I just want to say thank you everyone in Apac that supports Renegades. I know it's been a long journey, and I know we haven't let you guys down because we've been winning everything. That was our 18th one in a row now, so I guess we've done you guys good.
18 in a row. Pred, congratulations for the last time. You guys are champions. Folks, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to throw it to just a quick break, but we're going to have the boys back on the desk, and we're going to recap everything in which we saw today. I'll see you guys soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challenger Finals. We just saw an awesome one when it comes down to the Apac region. I want to give a big shout out to you guys at home, because if you're still watching, you guys are the real CDL fans out there, all right? Now, let me introduce to you our experts of the scene. It's going to be Shift and Fox back again, and we're about to recap everything that has happened today. Man, we're here. It's the final. This is the final segment, man. It's been a long day of Call of Duty, but man, did we get blessed? Okay, what was you guys' favorite moments of the day so far?
I gotta say, Renegades making it 15 in a row, 6 straight maps to end the tournament. What a great way to finish for 25K.
What about you, Chef?
I would say for me, I think the storylines that we saw in North America and EU in upset fashion have been really fun to watch. BDS kind of giving Singularity a bit of a headache. We also saw the team that was previously the Bedroom, now Hyperboom, giving a little bit of a workout to Team War. I think everything that kind of culminated both North America and Europe is going to lead to an extremely electric environment tomorrow. I know that we'll have a chance mostly just to sit in with the grand finals matchups, but there's going to be a lot of animosity, I think, building towards the games that are going to that lower bracket, and especially in those winners finals for both regions.
Well, let's get the fans up to date on where the brackets currently stand. Let's start with the APAC region first, because we just wrapped it up and we can give you guys a final look at how that one ended. When we kicked off the day, we saw it was Renegades versus Less in the losers finals there. Well, Renegades, they came out on top. They progressed on towards that winner side, where we saw them take down Chiefs in a 2-series victory, 3-0, 3-0. Now, let's move on over towards our EU region here. And Fox, I want you to give me, what do you think is the biggest standout that you want the fans to take note of when it comes down to this bracket?
We're seeing Team Moon take down Hard. We mentioned earlier that's going to be a returning professional EU player, Moose, being that team. So that's going to be one of the bigger storylines in our bracket so far here. We're seeing Hyperboom make it this far into the tournament. Awesome play from them so far. I don't think the result of our match earlier was expected as far as it went. So those are some of the bigger storylines going into the EU quarterfinals and semifinals. Make sure you keep an eye out for Team Moon and Hyperboom.
Yeah, because the top 6 is looking like how we kind of predicted it to be, with BDS, Connect 5, Hyperboom, and Team Moon there. And of course, we got our upper bracket with Team War and Singularity, as you guys can see there on your screen. So we got a spicy top 6 tomorrow for the EU. I'm excited, but let's recap the North American brackets. Shift, what do you want the fans to know out here? What should they take note of when it comes down to today's action?
I hate to be negative, but I think the biggest storyline in the losers bracket is the fact that Aches and Spacely's squad was out at top 24. Now, to be fair, both of those guys have not really played a lot in the challenger scene and formed a team exactly last minute, but still, you expect more, I think, from 2 players that have been in the pro scene for a long time. So that's definitely a big disappointment. We're still waiting on a couple of results, and I think that the results are going to be very interesting. The UYU Orlando Reapers game is going to be an absolute barn burner, and then still waiting on Forever Unlucky and Escaping Reality to finish their game to figure out who goes up against Wester. But if the favored seeds get through, 7 of our top 8 teams will be in our top 8 from the North American losers bracket. So if you want to just look at the seeds based on favoritism, this bracket, I guess all intents and purposes, have gone the way that you would expect as far as who's in the top 8.
Man, I wonder what's been happening with Forever Unlucky, because they have been Forever Unlucky all day, just behind. Okay, well, they're gonna have to play some late night games there to catch up. But as you said, 7 of those top 8 teams looking to stay in a tournament coming into tomorrow. Now, folks, let's show you guys a schedule of tomorrow and when you should be here to watch the stream and hang out with us, because we're gonna have to crown some finals. But I want you guys to know how the winner bracket stacked up, because you guys need to see this, okay? Because 5-Star versus Triumph Esports. Fox, did you expect these 2 teams to make it in from the winner side? Because as we know, 5-Star did drop a map all day long, and Triumph took down FaZe Academy.
Yeah, I definitely saw 5-Star make it far into the tournament. Definitely not the way that they did it. Not dropping a map is pretty huge. Parasite's got the hot hand on the opposite side. Seeing Atlanta FaZe Academy knocked out of the tournament, I don't think anyone expected them to see in anywhere in this tournament besides the grand finals.
Yeah, man. Atlanta FaZe Academy is going to have to kick off Championship Sunday in full form, which is scary for anyone in which they have to come up against. Well, for you fans out there, what time is the stream going to be starting? Well, don't worry about it. I got the schedule for you right here, okay? Our first game of the day is going to be the EU Grand Finals. So we're going to be kicking off with the EU region as a whole. When it comes down to their bracket, they're a little bit ahead of NA. So we'll be primarily focused on them, covering their matches, and then looking into some of those NA matches as well, of course, in between that one. And then at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the NA Grand Final should be ready and roaring to go, because we got to crown 2 more champions today, boys. Are you excited?
Oh, absolutely. How could you not be? Yeah, yes, more yes, all the yes.
Yeah, no, I know I definitely am, and I know I can just kind of feel Spaceman's energy behind me in my head. And he's like, Blaze, you already know the vibes, okay? You don't even need to hear anything from me. Oh man, we touched bases on most of it. We touched bases on all of it. Final thoughts for the day, Fox. I'm gonna start it off with you.
Come back tomorrow to FaZe Clan play. You know, seeing them get down 3-1 in that winner's bracket is tough, but this is still good competition to watch. We saw Renegades take home first place for their region. I'm looking forward to the conclusion of EU and NA.
Yo, Schiff, what about yourself?
Man, everything's up in the air. Throw out everything you know. Come out fresh. And, well, we'll see you tomorrow for it. It's going to be a fun day.
It's going to be a fun day indeed. And, folks, I just want to thank you all for watching the Challengers Finals once again. Today, we saw upsets, and then we also saw dominance as well. But, hey, let me let you know this. Tomorrow shows prominence. As Championship Sunday, we're going to be crowning 2 new champions as well. So, hey, that's going to do it for us here at the Challenger stream. And we'll see you guys next time.